In the realm of immortal cultivation, the Taishan Holy Land. Yuhua Peak rose 10,000 zhang high shrouded in spiritual mist. Qi Yuan, newly established as the Holy Land's successor, descended hastily from the sky and strode quickly toward his residence. Along the way, every disciple he encountered stepped aside and bowed respectfully, greeting successor. Qi Yuan did not pause. He waved his hand to dismiss the disciples and then dashed straight into a vast luxurious cave dwelling, slamming the door shut behind him. Once inside, he breathed a sigh of relief. With a thought, a line of clear characters appeared before his eyes. Waste counterattack system, binding progress, 99100. Waste counterattack. Gazing at those four glaring words, Qi Yuan's expression gradually turned strange. A faint, uneasy feeling stirred within him. The next moment, a cold, mechanical voice rang in his mind. Ding! Binding complete. Congratulations, host, on awakening the waste counterattack system. This system will help you reshape your life and embark on a path of counterattack. Qi Yuan was dumbfounded. Wait, he had been in this world for 4 or 5 years. Although he had no golden finger, he had thrived in the Taishan Holy Land thanks to his celestial spiritual root and innate pure Yangdao body. Foundation establishment in 1 year, core formation in 3 years, and now he was the Holy Land successor, the future candidate for sect leader. How could any of this be related to waste? The system's voice continued. You were born into a cultivation family, but as a concubine's son with a waste spiritual root, you suffered contempt in your clan. Your stepmother framed you, crippled your cultivation, and drove you out. You wandered with your sister, enduring countless hardships. Now past 20, you have achieved nothing. Your meridians shattered, unable to practice even the crudest technique, reduced to a laborer in a mine. Do you truly resign yourself? Don't you want to change your fate? Complete various counterattack tasks and obtain cultivation techniques, divine weapons, peerless elixirs. All within reach. The system spoke rapidly, its content enticing and persuasive. Qi Yuan's mouth hung slightly open, his face blank, utterly bewildered. Waste spiritual root. Crippled meridians. Unable to cultivate. Qi Yuan finally reacted and said with a wry smile, buddy, you must have made a mistake. None of this sounds like me. Upon verification, the host identity is confirmed. Come on, I'm only 21 and already at the peak of golden core. In the top among the younger generation of Taishan Holy Land, second only to the sect leader and supreme elders. What more counterattack do I need? Should I just rebel? Upon verification, the host identity is confirmed. Damn it. Qi Yuan helplessly pressed his forehead. Ding. Information confirmed. Beginner's gift pack has been automatically sent to the system reward space. Host may retrieve at any time. Congratulations, obtained high grade gathering Qi pill X10. Congratulations, obtained Qi refining basic technique Purple Sun Art X1. Congratulations, obtained low grade spirit stone X300. Gazing at the dazzling array of gift items before him, the corners of Qi Yuan's mouth twitched involuntarily. This beginner's gift pack was way too beginner. High grade gathering Qi pill. As the sect leader's direct disciple, even during his Qi refining days, he used extreme grade gathering Qi pills, which were far more pure and effective, equal to 10 high grade pills. As for the Purple Sun art, such a crude introductory technique, he could pull out hundreds of them casually, many of which were better cultivation manuals with annotations from senior experts. Not to mention the beginner-level Purple Sun art. His storage bracelet currently held a superior version, the Purple Qi from the East art, a collector's edition, personally pinned by the technique's creator. As for 300 low-grade spirit stones, that was even more absurd. Was he supposed to give them to a beggar? Qi Yuan was speechless. Although these low-level items were decent for a novice Qi refining cultivator, he was about to form a nascent soul. What use did he have for a pile of junk? Just as he was scowling, another row of small text appeared on the system interface. Beginner missions are now open. Success will reward exclusive counterattack points and mission rewards. Failure will lock all subsequent missions. Beginner mission. To survive, you toil daily in the Qingyun town mine, yet you are bullied by the Black Tiger Gang, most of your income handed over as protection fees. Not long ago, Black Tiger Gang Hall Master Su Biao set his sights on your little sister and threatened to marry her by force. Please rise up to stop him. Mission: defeat Black Tiger Gang Hall Master Su Biao, Qi refining layer 3 within 3 days. Difficulty 4 stars hard. Reward 50 counterattack points, repair hosts damaged Dantian and meridians. This junk system had definitely mistaken him for someone else. Looking at the mass of text on the system panel, the corners of Qi Yuan's mouth twitched again. Not to mention the completely nonsensical mission description. He, the Golden Core Great Perfection successor of the Holy Land, was being asked to deal with some Black Tiger Gang Hall Master hiding in a backwater corner. What kind of counterattack was this? The so-called mission reward was even more laughable. His Dantian and meridians were perfectly stable, not damaged at all. Why would he need repairs? I'm about to break through to nascent soul. Why would I waste time on some damned Black Tiger gang? Let someone else deal with it. Qi Yuan cursed inwardly and was about to dismiss the system's idiotic mission when he suddenly froze. He noticed a virtual button in the upper right of the interface labeled Point Mall. Since I'm here, might as well take a look. With this thought, Qi Yuan willed it and opened the Point Mall. Whoosh! A flash of light and a dazzling array of celestial treasures appeared before his eyes. Chaos True Art, a Tao-level technique priced at 1,0 counterattack points. Creation Divine Axe, a primordial Hongming ultimate treasure priced at 8,0 counterattack points. Further down, there were the primordial Saint Physique, the ancient true dragon bloodline, the creation heaven-mending pill. One after another rare treasures appeared before Qi Yuan, making his eyes widen and his breathing quicken. Holy crap, this junk system actually has some good stuff. Qi Yuan took a deep breath to calm his surging emotions. Although this so-called waste counterattack system wasn't very reliable, it was still a gift from heaven. It would be a pity to give up on it. The path of immortality is long and fraught with danger. Having a system as a backing would undoubtedly increase his chances of reaching the summit. Moreover, system missions generally started easy and got harder. As long as he kept completing them, sooner or later the rewards would reach a level that could help him. After pondering for a long time, Qi Yuan finally made up his mind. Let's do it. Having made his decision, he exited the mall interface, took out a jade slip from his sleeve, and infused a wisp of his divine sense into it. This jade slip contained a detailed map of this world. The cultivation realm, where the Taoist Holy Land was located, was vast with many sects. If Qingyan Town was too far, 3 days might not be enough to get there. Through divine sense retrieval, Qi Yuan quickly pinpointed the exact location of Qingyan Town. Fortunately, it was right on the border of the Taoist Holy Land sphere of influence. Although it was over 100,000 li from the core area of the Holy Land with the teleportation formation inside the Holy Land, he could arrive in just 1 day. Thinking that he had to travel 10,000 li to challenge a puny Qi refining layer 3 minion, Qi Yuan felt a bit embarrassed. In fact, he could easily send a subordinate to beat the mission target to a pulp. But according to the system, it had to be done personally by the host account. So this errand was unavoidable. If this ever got out, the Taoist Holy Land would lose all face. The next day, Qingyan Town. Qi Yuan scanned the bustling mortal streets. The immense divine sense of a golden core cultivator instantly enveloped the entire town, detecting every stir within dozens of li. Found them. He quickly locked onto the location of the Black Tiger gang. With a flicker of his figure, he vanished without a trace, attracting no attention. Meanwhile, in front of a freshly piled grave. Little girl, before your brother died, he already promised you to me. If you behave, you'll enjoy endless riches and honor. Otherwise, humph. The speaker was a burly man in his 30s with a bushy beard. He now wore a cold smile and looked at the young girl in front of him with a frivolous expression. Spit, you beast. You plotted to kill my brother. I wish I could kill you right now to avenge him. Qi Yao shouted with tears in her eyes, gnashing her teeth in anger. Ha, refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Men seize her. Alive. The bearded man sneered, raised his large fan-like hand, and waved it forward. 2 burly henchmen pounced on the girl like wolves. Bitch, it's your blessing that I fancy you. He'll defile you right on your brother's grave, and see if you still act so proud. The bearded man's face was full of smugness as he spoke. As the 2 Black Tiger gang thugs drew closer, Qi Yao was terrified, her face pale, and she staggered backward. Just then a terrifying pressure suddenly descended. The air around them solidified, freezing the Black Tiger gang members in place as if a pause button had been pressed. Qi Yao was stunned for a moment. She turned her head and saw a young man who had suddenly appeared not far away, her frightened eyes landing on him. The man was clad in a moon-white brocade robe with handsome features and an extraordinary bearing. Just by standing there, he exuded an otherworldly aura. When she looked at him, the young man smiled slightly. His gaze fell on the simple wooden plaque erected before the grave, and a look of realization crossed his face as he said, "Your brother's name is Qi Yuan. Coincidentally, I share the same name." This idiot system had definitely mistaken its host. What? Qi Yao stood frozen in place, momentarily unable to process the situation. Not far away, the bearded man, firmly bound in place, swallowed hard and asked in a trembling voice, Who exactly are you? His 2 subordinates were even worse off, their bodies stiff as iron, frozen in a strange pouncing posture that looked rather comical. Even a dullard like the bearded man could now sense something was wrong. The man before him was absolutely terrifying. In this remote backwater like Qingyan Town, he had never encountered such a formidable expert. Qi Yuan withdrew his gaze from the wooden tablet, glancing indifferently at the bearded man. So you are Su Biao, the hall master of the Black Tiger gang. Su Biao's heart skipped a beat, a sweat began to bead on his forehead as he stammered, "That's correct. Correct, senior. If you have any instructions, please just say the word. I will do whatever you command." Having confirmed his target, Qi Yuan wasted no words. With a casual flick of his finger, Su Biao, the Hall Master who had terrorized Qingyun town for decades, exploded on the spot, bursting into a cloud of blood mist, leaving not a trace behind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the novice quest. The system will now begin repairing your dantian and meridians. A notification sounded in his ear, but Qi Yuan felt no sense of accomplishment. On the contrary, he found it almost laughable. If he wasn't mistaken, the poor soul lying in the grave was the true owner, whose name happened to be Qi Yuan as well. Yet somehow, due to some error, the wastrel's counterattack system that should have belonged to the original owner had bound itself to him instead. And it was precisely because the original owner failed to awaken the system yesterday and didn't get the novice gift pack that Su Biao killed him with ease, and now grass was already growing on his grave. According to the original plot, the real owner could have relied on the system to rise up, slay all foes, and become the protagonist of a satisfying story. Instead, he died silently, truly a pitiful fate. At this thought, Qi Yuan couldn't help but shake his head. For now, this useless system was no help at all. He could only try completing some quests to see if it would ever return to normal. Just as his thoughts were drifting, a warm current surged through his meridians throughout his body, gradually converging into his dantian. Qi Yuan was startled at first, then immediately sensed the changes within him. The meridians seemed much stronger than before, able to bear more true essence, and his dantian's qi si had also widened considerably, rivaling that of a nascent soul cultivator. Good heavens, the system's reward actually worked. After confirming there were no side effects, a delighted expression involuntarily spread across Qi Yuan's face. Though he didn't need cultivation, the system had still strengthened his own dantian and meridians, indirectly boosting his cultivation potential. After all, physique itself is a form of talent. He was already a prodigy with top-tier aptitude, and now, enhanced by the system, he had reached an even higher level, an unexpected bonus. While this stupid system isn't completely useless after all, though the process was boring, the rewards were quite tempting. Having tasted the sweetness, Qi Yuan began to look forward to future quest rewards. Just then a timid voice came from beside him. "Thank you. Thank you, senior, for avenging my brother." Qi Yuan turned his head and looked at the tearful young girl before him. The original owner's sister was about 13 or 14, dressed in simple cotton clothes and skirt, frail in build, her skin pale from malnutrition. Although her brows carried a hint of sorrow, it did not hide her delicate beauty. She was a budding beauty, yet to fully bloom. Feeling Qi Yuan's gaze, a blush immediately spread across Qi Yao's fair youthful face. She nervously lowered her head, afraid to meet his eyes. Though she had no cultivation herself, she came from a Xianmen lineage and had enough discernment. This mysterious expert had casually killed a Qi refining layer 3 Hall Master of the Black Tiger Gang with a mere wave of his hand, making it clear he was no ordinary cultivator. Especially the profound abyss-like aura emanating from him, which even stirred within her a desire to prostrate herself in worship. Qi Yao had a vague premonition that this man was no ordinary mortal, perhaps even more powerful than the Foundation Establishment ancestor of the Qi family. For a mortal, the Foundation Establishment realm was already akin to a god, an unattainable, majestic existence. As for even higher realms, they were utterly unimaginable. "It's just a trivial favor, hardly worth mentioning," Qi Yuan said with a faint warm smile. "No need to call me senior. Just call me Qi, good brother Qi." Given the typical nature of these counterattack systems, the original owner's sister was bound to be a key character. There would definitely be more system quests involving this girl later, so building a rapport now was definitely the right move. Thus, the moment he confirmed the original owner was truly dead, he decided to bring Qi Yao back to the Taishan sacred ground and fully bring her under his control. As an authority figure, he detested any uncontrollable variables. Hearing this, Qi Yao hesitated for a moment, then shyly called out in a voice as soft as a mosquito, "Qi. Brother Qi. Thank you." Qi Yuan nodded, then casually disposed of the 2 Black Tiger Gang underlings who had been knocked unconscious by the Golden Core stage's aura, his movements clean and efficient without any hesitation. He had risen to the top through fierce competition to claim the position of Sacred Ground's Tao child. Naturally, he was no soft-hearted individual. Even against the weakest enemy, one must not show the slightest slack. Eliminate the roots to forever prevent future troubles. Just then, the system interface before Qi Yuan displayed a new quest. New quest: Path of Escape, difficulty 4 stars. Quest description: after a thrilling and hard-fought battle, you, a mortal, defeated the Qi refining layer 3 Hall Master Su Biao and set foot on the path of cultivation anew. However, your act of slaying Su Biao will soon incite the Black Tiger Gang's frenzied retaliation. Quest objective: escape Qingyun town with your sister Qi Yao and survive the Black Tiger Gang's pursuit. Additional reward condition: eliminate Black Tiger Gang leader Li Hu Qi refining layer 5. Quest rewards: 100 counterattack points, 5 top grade Qi gathering pills, 200 low grade spirit stones, enlightenment function unlocked. Additional reward appropriate upgrade of the host's deplorably poor spirit root talent, acquire talent, playing the fool, huh? As he listened, Qi Yuan's expression gradually turned strange. This stupid system was still malfunctioning as always. Clearly ignoring the nonsensical quest descriptions, the key to completing the quest was achieving the quest objective. At that moment, the image of being chased by a group of weaklings who hadn't even cultivated began to form in his mind. Of course, the quest itself posed no difficulty whatsoever. Even just for the reward of improving his spirit root talent, he would grit his teeth and do it. But the question was, how could he make a Qi refining layer 5 gang leader courageous enough to hunt down a golden core stage perfection cultivator? Qingyan Town. Black Tiger Gang. Within the heavily guarded main hall, a thuggish member of the Black Tiger Gang hurried, and his face panicked as he shouted to the middle-aged man seated at the head. Chief, something terrible has happened. Upon hearing this, Li Hu, the chief of the Black Tiger Gang, furrowed his brow and barked coldly. What could possibly warrant such a clamor? Have you no sense of decency? He was originally an outer disciple of some minor sect, but due to his terribly inferior talent, he failed to break through to the 6th layer of Qi refining even after 30, and was eventually cast out, forced to return to the mundane world. The strength of the 5th layer of Qi refining was insignificant in the world of immortal cultivation, but in the mortal realm, it made one a veritable expert. Thus, relying on his cultivation and ruthless methods, Li Hu quickly gathered hundreds of underlings, founded the Black Tiger Gang, and became the undisputed ruler of Qingyan Town, a veritable local tyrant. His authority within the gang was immense, and his single rebuke immediately cowed the trembling subordinate who stammered, reporting to the chief, an unknown cultivator has arrived outside. He claims to be the cousin of that kid Qi Yuan and insists on avenging his cousin by seeking out Hall Master Su. He's already injured several of our brothers. A cultivator. Hearing this, Li Hu's heart lurched and his eyelids twitched violently. He cared not for the victim's name. Too many had died directly or indirectly by his hand for him to remember them all. This cultivator who had come to challenge him was of unknown origin. If he had provoked someone formidable, the consequences would be dire. Yet from his subordinate's description, the intruder seemed unremarkable in strength, likely just a brash and inexperienced hothead. The reasoning was simple. If the man were a high-level cultivator seeking revenge, he would not resort to such trouble. He could simply destroy this paltry Black Tiger Gang outright. Moreover, true experts were usually proud and aloof, never deigning to notice ordinary mortals without cultivation. The fact that the fellow had only injured, not killed the mortal gang members during his challenge proved his lack of cunning and ruthlessness, marking him as low grade. After all, he could never imagine that some golden core master would travel to this remote town to deceive a mere 5th layer Qi refining nobody. Despite this reasoning, Li Hu rose and retreated to the inner hall, retrieving a strangely shaped small hammer from a hidden compartment and carefully tucking it into his sleeve. With his trump card artifact in hand, his spirits lifted. He immediately flew to the front hall and loudly commanded, "Summon all brothers in the gang to assemble. Follow me out to meet this troublemaking thief." Meanwhile, at the main gate of the Black Tiger Gang, bang! After kicking aside a charging thug, Qi Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly, looked up at the plaque above the gate, and flicked his finger. Crack! The wooden plaque fell with a crash, shattering into pieces. All around, Black Tiger Gang members lay scattered on the ground, groaning in pain. Perhaps due to the gang's fearsome reputation or the fear of being caught in the crossfire, such a commotion drew no onlookers from the street. Vendors had long since packed up, leaving the street eerily empty. Seeing the remaining thugs too afraid to approach, Qi Yuan smiled faintly and strode slowly through the gate, shouting loudly, "Su Biao, come out and face your death. If you don't hand him over, I'll raise your Black Tiger Gang today and seek justice for my cousin." Qi Yao followed closely behind him, her pretty face full of gratitude. Though Qi Yao did not understand the deeper meaning behind this mysterious master's actions, the fact that he was actively troubling the Black Tiger Gang seemed like an effort to avenge her deceased brother. How could she not be thankful? Brother Qi is truly a good man. Just as they stepped through the gate, a furious roar erupted. Dare to cause trouble at the Black Tiger Gang. Have you grown tired of living? Before the words faded, dozens of vicious-looking men surged out from the front courtyard. Leading them was a broad-shouldered, thick-waisted, middle-aged man in a short shirt, his muscles bulging, and a fierce tiger embroidered on his chest. None other than the Black Tiger Gang chief Li Hu. After confirming the intruder's cultivation level, Li Hu breathed a sigh of relief, a murderous intent rising within him. Damn it, this kid was merely at the 3rd layer of Qi refining. Who was he trying to impress? He had thought this might be a tough nut to crack, but it turned out to be nothing but a greenhorn. Thinking this, Li Hu spoke with a sinister tone. "Kid, you've got some nerve daring to come against our Black Tiger Gang. If you don't spill your background, you won't be leaving today." The implication was to probe Qi Yuan's identity and origins. If he had backing, Li Hu would be cautious otherwise. Haha, background. Qi Yuan let out a scornful laugh and said contemptuously, I am the Tao son of the Taoist Holy Land here today to avenge my cousin. If you don't hand him over, I'll tear this shabby gang of yours apart. Taoist Holy Land. Tao son. You. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Li, who was stunned for a moment, then doubled over with laughter as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world, nearly choking. The other Black Tiger gang members joined in the uproarious laughter, the air filled with mirth. Kid, if you're going to spin a tale, at least make it believable. After the laughter subsided, Li, who stopped his gaze, turning fierce as he looked at Qi Yuan. The Taoist Holy Land is a force of immense power. Even a mere menial from there could crush our Black Tiger gang to dust. They wouldn't brawl in the streets like some low-life ruffian. If I believe that, I'd truly have lost my mind. With that, he shook his right arm, instantly producing the hidden artifact from his sleeve. Brothers, attack. Chop this fake Holy Land Tao son into mincemeat and feed him to the dogs in the yard. But capture that little beauty behind him alive. I'm feeling rather heated. Boom. The dark small hammer, once free from his palm, grew larger in the wind and slammed heavily toward Qi Yuan's position. Brother Qi, be careful. Beside him, Qi Yao screamed in fright and instinctively pressed closer to Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan seemed startled, frozen for a moment before fumblingly pulling out a dusty storage pouch from his bosom and dragging out a small, entirely golden shield which he held before him. Thud! A dull impact rang out as Li Hu's flying artifact was bounced back by the small shield, and the attacking gang members were all knocked back, staggering. Qi Yuan's body trembled as he stumbled back several steps, his face deathly pale, a trickle of blood perfectly seeping from the corner of his mouth, his third layer Qi, refining aura greatly diminished. Run! He then grabbed Qi Yao's sleeve and fled in a panicked dash toward the outskirts of town. No wonder he dared to challenge us. That kid also has a decent quality artifact. Seeing this, Li, who was not alarmed but overjoyed, his greed blazing. As he hastened to recover the true Qi spent on the artifact, he urged his men, after him. Whoever catches that kid will be richly rewarded by me. In an instant, the entire Black Tiger gang poured out, led by Li, who charging fiercely in the direction the pair had fled. Outside Qingyan town. This should be far enough. Qi Yuan brought Qi Yao to a remote mountain hollow before stopping. He wiped the bloodstains from the corner of his mouth and stared expressionlessly in the direction they had come from. This idiotic system is utterly ridiculous. In truth, aside from the additional mission to slay Li, who the task objectives contained 2 key points. First, to bring Qi Yao out of Qingyan town. Second, to survive the Black Tiger gang's pursuit. This meant that if the Black Tiger gang did not chase him, the mission would inevitably fail. Even the most foolish gang leader at the 5th layer of Qi refining would never dare to hunt down a golden core cultivator. To achieve his goal, there was only one choice left: to mislead the enemy. Through his performance, the deception had been remarkably successful. Putting aside everything else, even for the sake of obtaining a mid-grade magical artifact, Li, who the Black Tiger gang leader, would never let him escape. Greed is always the best driving force. He just never expected that, having reached the perfection of the golden core stage, he would still experience being hunted by mortals. If his master ever found out about this, he would probably come over to clean house. The mere thought sent a chill down Qi Yuan's spine. This damn system had better be useful, or this Tao child has lost out big time. Noticing his strange expression, Qi Yao asked with concern, Brother Qi, are you alright? Qi Yuan snapped back to reality and chuckled lightly. Nothing. We just wait here now. Those idiots behind us will come running to their doom on their own. To ensure the Black Tiger gang wouldn't lose his trail, he had thoughtfully left numerous clues along the way. Even a dull pig could follow the traces and find this place. Huh. Hearing this, Qi Yao was bewildered, unable to grasp the situation. Weren't they just fleeing? Why had they now stopped to wait for the enemy? Found you. Let's see where you can run this time. Before she could ponder further, a furious shout erupted from the woods behind them. Dozens of burly men wielding long blades burst forth, surrounding the pair. The leader, Black Tiger gang boss Li, who grinned smugly, ready to deliver a victory speech, when a vast and surging wave of magical power erupted from the man before him. An overwhelming aura filled heaven and earth. Thighs. Li, who was instantly dumbfounded, his arrogant expression frozen on his face, looking rather comical. The next moment, boom, a deafening explosion resounded as a violent spiritual pressure swept outward in all directions. The Black Tiger gang members didn't even have time to scream before they were instantly reduced to a mist of blood that scattered across the ground. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the mission path of escape. Reward 100 counterattack points, 5 superior grade Qi gathering pills, and 200 low-grade spirit stones. The enlightenment function is now unlocked. The host can spend a certain number of counterattack points to enlighten themselves on cultivation techniques, thereby achieving progress in their practice. Black Tiger gang leader Li, who is now deceased. The host has completed the additional mission and is rewarded with 1 opportunity to strengthen their spiritual root. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the talent playing the fool. The host can actively conceal their own cultivation level and spiritual root aptitude. Unless the observer's cultivation surpasses the host by 3 major realms, they cannot see through the disguise. As the system's voice faded, Qi Yuan felt the already lively spiritual energy around him become even more vibrant. The world seemed to unveil another layer before him, and the true essence within his body grew purer, responding to his will like an extension of himself. This sensation, like a sudden infusion of wisdom, filled him with comfort. Looking inward, he saw the supreme-grade golden core in his sea of qi becoming even more crystalline and translucent, radiating profound Tao charm. Every moment, it was expelling the old and absorbing the new, communicating with heaven and earth, seemingly ready at any time to shatter the core and form an infant undergoing a complete transformation. This reward is astonishingly effective. Snapping back to reality, Qi Yuan quickly realized the immense fortune he had received, and a hint of joy spread across his face. His natural talent as a heavenly spiritual root was already among the top in this world. Now elevated further by the system's help, even if it couldn't compare to the legendary immortal spiritual root, it was likely not far off. The effect was practically heaven-defying. The enhancement of his spiritual root was nothing less than a monumental opportunity for him. After all, the spiritual root is the foundation of the great Tao, and no one would ever complain about having too high a cultivation talent. It wasn't just his cultivation talent. The talent playing the fool was also incredibly practical. Not only was it an essential tool for showing off and humiliating others, but it could also be used to lull enemies into complacency, feigning weakness, and then surprising an opponent at the perfect moment. At this moment, whether the system was idiotic or not no longer mattered to him. Just based on this mission's rewards alone, it was enough to make him look forward to the tasks ahead. As expected of a counterattack system, though it's blind and deaf, the benefits it gives are real. Qi Yuan thought joyfully. But before he could fully savor the gains from his spiritual root's transformation, the illusory system panel materialized again, displaying a new mission. Counterattack starting as a menial disciple. Qi Yuan. After reading the specific details of the mission, the corner of Qi Yuan's mouth twitched slightly, and he silently retracted his praise for the system. Just as Qi Yuan's face was covered in black lines, Qi Yao also snapped out of her earlier shock. Looking at him with eyes full of admiration, she said softly, "Brother Qi, you are truly a great and kind person. Not only are you incredibly skilled, but most importantly, you have a benevolent heart." Qi Yao had been puzzled by Qi Yuan's recent series of actions, but after some thought, she finally understood the profound kindness of the man before her. Brother Qi, a lofty cultivator, had not only saved her life, but also wiped out the scum of the Black Tiger gang, avenging her deceased elder brother. No matter how you looked at it, he was her great benefactor. Even more commendable was that to avoid harming the innocent, Brother Qi had deliberately put on an act to lure the Black Tiger gang out of town to eliminate them. This chivalrous and benevolent heart was truly admirable. After all, the power of that single strike was terrifying. If he had unleashed it within the town, countless innocent civilians would have been hurt. And Brother Qi had specifically chosen this remote, uninhabited wilderness as the battlefield. What else could that be if not kindness? Me, a great and kind person. Qi Yuan, who had been inexplicably hit with a good guy card, was somewhat baffled, but he couldn't be bothered to argue. He said calmly, "It's nothing. I just didn't like the look of them." As he spoke, his features blurred for a moment, and in an instant he reverted to his original appearance. Because the system's task was so absurd, Qi Yuan instinctively didn't want to be recognized. To avoid unnecessary trouble, he had slightly altered his appearance before coming. After all, his master, the sect leader, valued face above all else. If he found out that his personal disciple had been chased for dozens of li by a bunch of mortals, there would be hell to pay when he returned. Qi Yuan's original features were also quite handsome, causing the young girl beside him to stare with sparkling curiosity. Qi Yao came from a cultivator family. Although she had been deemed unworthy of cultivation since childhood and received little attention, she still understood some basic common sense of the cultivation world. She knew that many cultivators had means to conceal their aura and change their appearance, so she wasn't particularly surprised by Qi Yuan's transformation. Just then, the distant sky suddenly churned with clouds and mist. A magnificent flying boat radiant with light sped towards them. As expected, they have indeed come. Qi Yuan squinted at the approaching flying boat, his expression somewhat peculiar. Just like before, the script provided by the system was both cliché and terrible, definitely belonging to the category of flop novels. According to the system, after the original owner escaped the pursuit of the Black Tiger gang with his sister, he would encounter a saintess from the Linglong Holy Land. Then, like the vast majority of waste material tropes, the original owner's sister was actually a hidden genius with extraordinary spiritual roots, noticed at a glance by the passing saintess, who took her back to the Linglong Holy Land for careful cultivation. Meanwhile, the original owner, being too low in talent, and of the wrong gender was coldly rejected by the saintess left behind in sorrow, ultimately transforming his grief into motivation, vowing to slap the faces of all those who looked down on him. In Qi Yuan's past life, this segment could be described as a typical third-rate melodramatic plot, one that had long since become outdated. However, reality always seems so magical. Ever since the appearance of this brain-dead system, even the actions of this so-called genius disciple started to become strange. So, considering the benefits the system provided, I might as well treat it as a small game of cultivation, as spending all day buried in training was rather dull. Just as Qi Yuan was trying to persuade himself, the flying boat arrived before the two. This spirit boat was extravagantly designed with carved beams and painted rafters, its surface covered in dense light golden patterns, subtly forming a sturdy defensive array, also equipped with restrictions to block divine sense, making it hard to glimpse the interior. In the next moment, the doors opened, and a group of extraordinary men and women stepped out. The first to emerge was a young male cultivator with his hair tied up in a Dao bun, exuding righteousness. He had a broad face and large ears, a full forehead, and his eyebrows were thick and straight, giving off an aura of ancient grandeur. In other words, he had a rather distinctive and ugly appearance. Beside him was an exceptionally beautiful woman. The woman wore a water blue dress, her waist wrapped in a white silk sash, possessing a celestial demeanor and stunning beauty, her skin glowing like snow, emanating an aura of refinement and ethereal grace. Like a moon palace fairy descending from the heavens, she was cold and pure, untainted by the mortal world. In her presence, the other originally striking female cultivators appeared overshadowed, utterly diminished to mere foliage. "Qi Shidi, what are you doing here?" Upon seeing Qi Yuan, the only male cultivator among them asked, first his expression filled with curiosity. This male cultivator was none other than Qi Yuan's fellow disciple Lu Changfeng, the true inheritor of the Taoist Holy Land. And the stunning beauty by his side was none other than the current saintess of the Linglong Holy Land, Xiao Yuni. Xiao Yuni had come specifically to attend the Taoist disciple conferment ceremony as a representative of the Linglong Holy Land. Now that the ceremony was over, she was returning to her sect from the Taoist Holy Land, coincidentally passing through Qingyun town. In contrast to Lu Changfeng, Xiao Yuni's attention was on the mortal girl behind Qi Yuan, a glint of interest appearing in her beautiful eyes. Qi Yuan smiled slightly and explained, "It turns out that it is senior brother Lu and Fairy Xiao. I happened to wander here and discovered a band of heinous criminals causing great harm, so I couldn't help but eliminate the Black Tiger gang and save this mortal girl." This was Qi Yao's first time facing so many splendid cultivators. Hearing Qi Yuan speak of her, she nervously clutched her clothes, wishing to lower her head into her bosom, appearing awkward and uneasy. "So that's how it is. Just a bunch of eyesores, killing them is nothing significant." Hearing Qi Yuan's explanation, Lu Changfeng nodded, casually brushing past the issue, then turned his gaze back to Xiao Yuni, gently saying, "Fairy Xiao, since that wave of magical energy just now came from Qi Shidi, let us continue on our journey. Allow me to escort you for a while longer." His words carried an unmistakable tone of flattery. Qi Yuan felt a shiver run down his spine. "No, this place is over 100,000 miles from the Taoist Holy Land's mountain gate. It's already absurd that you've escorted me this far, and you still want to continue." However, what Lu Changfeng said next left him even more stunned. "Fairy Xiao, the road to the Linglong Holy Land is long, and there are places where demonic cultivators run rampant. You ladies might encounter danger on the way. Why not let me accompany you for your protection?" "Oh." Qi Yuan was taken aback. Although he had heard of Lu Changfeng's affections for the Linglong Saintess, he didn't expect them to reach such depths. What a total sycophant. The Linglong Saintess is a formidable nascent soul cultivator carrying the supreme legacy of the Linglong Holy Land, and is practically invincible below the transformation stage. Does she need a mid-nascent soul cultivator as her flower protector? "I have met Qi Daozi." Xiao Yuni first nodded towards Qi Yuan, acknowledging him, then her expression turned cold as she spoke to Lu Changfeng in a rather indifferent tone. "Our Linglong Holy Land is not merely for show. We can take care of ourselves, so there is no need for Lu Shidi to continue escorting us. This world is called the Yunming Great World, teeming with countless living beings of myriad races, vast and boundless. The human race occupies only a small corner of it. Among the human race, aside from a few secretive demonic sects, all other cultivation forces regard the 7 holy lands with utmost respect. As one of the 7 holy lands, the Linglong Holy Land, although composed entirely of female cultivators, has a long-established foundation and profound heritage with more than one grandmaster presiding over it, and is not inferior to the Taoist Holy Land." Lu Changfeng's words referring to the Linglong Holy Land as a group of women and suggesting they need protection was already quite restrained, given that Xiao Yuni did not fly into a rage on the spot. Naturally, she wouldn't give him a good expression. After speaking, Xiao Yuni no longer paid him any mind, lightly gliding over to Qi Yuan, and said seriously, "Qi Daozi, to be frank with you, this little girl behind you has a special constitution possessing a very rare, hidden spiritual root perfectly aligned with a certain legacy within our Linglong Holy Land. I wonder if you could do us a favor and let her join the Linglong Holy Land. If you agree, consider it a favor owed to you, and there will surely be a return in the future." Hearing this, Qi Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Indeed, just as the system described, the Linglong Saintess had discovered Qi Yao's hidden potential and wanted her to join the Linglong Holy Land. It seemed that aside from the absurd inaccuracies regarding the protagonist, the information about others was indeed accurate. Seeing Qi Yuan in silence, Lu Changfeng's mouth dropped open, his eyes nearly bulging out. This was a favor from the Linglong Saintess. How could you hesitate? If I had this opportunity, I would be overjoyed even in my dreams. Thinking of this, Lu Changfeng looked at Qi Yuan with envy, jealousy, and hatred, wishing he could strangle him to take his place. Even though Qi Yuan had snatched the position of Taoist disciple from him before, he had never felt this angry. For a moment, Lu Changfeng was deeply conflicted. He wanted Qi Yuan to refuse, thus completely offending the Linglong Saintess, so she would remember his merits, yet he also feared the disappointed expression on his goddess face. Just as Lu Changfeng was caught in this dilemma, Qi Yuan suddenly smiled faintly and sincerely said, "I'm sorry, Fairy Xiao, but Xiao Yao is not my private servant. I believe she should decide her own future." He then turned to Qi Yao and asked, "Xiao Yao, do you wish to become a disciple of the Linglong Holy Land?" Upon hearing this, Qi Yao trembled slightly, her eyes brimming with tears of gratitude. She looked at the Linglong Saintess standing not far away and resolutely replied, "Qi Deijai, I am willing to join the Linglong Holy Land. Only by doing so can I repay your kindness." She certainly knew that the Linglong Holy Land was one of the top powers in the cultivation world, and receiving an invitation directly from the Linglong Saintess was an unimaginable opportunity. Thus, although she felt very reluctant to leave Qi Yuan, she was more aware of the gap between them, and joining the Linglong Holy Land was currently her only path to change her destiny. "All right." Qi Yuan smiled gently at her, then turned to Xiao Yuni and clasped his hands in salute, saying, "Fairy Xiao, I hope you will take good care of Xiao Yao in the future." In truth, even if Qi Yao had disagreed, he would have found a way to persuade her to agree. Originally, Qi Yuan planned to take Qi Yao to the Taoist Holy Land to care for her, but the new task that just appeared made him immediately abandon that thought. If Qi Yao's fate underwent a significant change, wouldn't he be left in the dark if he were to receive a task concerning the original owner's sister in the future? For safety's sake, until he thoroughly understood the nature of the system, it was better to let things take their course. Now that Qi Yao had made the right choice, it saved him a lot of effort. Xiao Yuni looked at Qi Yuan deeply, her fondness for him greatly increasing. She thought to herself, this Taoist Daozi is impressive in appearance and demeanor, treating others with humility and grace, exuding the charm of a gentleman, truly deserving of being the exceptional disciple favored by the sect master of the Taoist Holy Land. Shifting her thoughts, her expression became even more gentle, and she praised, "Qi Daozi, I didn't expect you to be so upright and benevolent at such a young age, caring about the thoughts of a mere mortal girl. This is truly commendable. Rest assured, as long as I am here, the Linglong Holy Land will never mistreat her." After speaking, she smiled at Qi Yuan, her smile blooming like 100 flowers, her gaze sparkling like spring water, breathtakingly perfect. Even Qi Yuan, with his extensive experience, couldn't help but be momentarily dazed, thinking no wonder the Linglong Saintess is revered by many as the most beautiful woman of the righteous path. One without a bit of composure truly cannot withstand it. She smiled. Lu Changfeng stared at the radiant smile of Xiao Yuni, completely stunned, his expression filled with infatuation. Not only Xiao Yuni, but the other female cultivators from the Linglong Holy Land also cast their gazes at Qi Yuan, their respect palpable. "Thank you, Qi Daozi, for facilitating this matter. Yuni will surely reward you greatly in the future." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the women from the Linglong Holy Land took the somewhat reluctant Qi Yao and departed, completely ignoring the stunned Lu Changfeng. "Senior brother Lu, if there's nothing else, I will return to the sect first." Seeing this, Qi Yuan shook his head and proactively bid farewell. After a long while, Lu Changfeng finally reacted, slapping his forehead in regret and saying, "That's right, as a big man, it's indeed inappropriate for me to be in their Misty Flower treasure boat. No wonder Fairy Xiao didn't accept my goodwill. In that case, I will quietly follow them and ensure Fairy Xiao's safety. You head back, junior brother." After muttering to himself, he sprang up without hesitation, using his escape technique to pursue them. Damn! Qi Yuan was left dumbfounded. Normally, Lu Changfeng, the senior brother, was quite normal, and in terms of talent he was certainly not inferior to him, yet he didn't expect him to be such a unique character. At this moment, he finally understood why his master would skip over Lu Changfeng and choose him as the Daozi. This guy is truly the epitome of a sycophant. If Lu Changfeng were to ascend to the position of sect master, he would probably end up giving away the entire Taoist Holy Land. The Taoist Sacred Land. The sky is vast and boundless, adorned with beautiful clouds. A rich concentration of spiritual energy gathers into wisps of mist, enveloping the grand expanse of the Taoist Sacred Land. Majestic mountains rise high with pavilions standing tall. Countless rare and exotic beasts gallop and soar, presenting a scene of celestial splendor. Qi Yuan strides through the clouds, swiftly passing through the sect's great formation, heading towards an exceptionally grand peak. This peak is clearly taller than the surrounding mountains, serene and graceful, rich in spiritual energy. It is the exclusive cave dwelling of the Daozi Yuhua Peak. Yuhua Peak occupies a vast area equipped with layers of restrictions and various formations specifically designed to assist in cultivation. To maintain these formations, a significant amount of spirit stones is consumed continuously, with daily resource expenditure sufficient to bankrupt a wealthy golden core cultivator. Such is the privileged treatment of the Daozi of a superpower. In addition, there are dedicated managing elders and a group of servant disciples responsible for assisting Qi Yuan in managing the affairs of Yuhua Peak. In summary, in the Taoist Sacred Land, Qi Yuan's sole mission is to focus on cultivation and grow as quickly as possible. The Daozi has returned. We pay our respects to the Daozi. The two disciples guarding the entrance of the cave dwelling respectfully approached Qi Yuan as soon as they saw him, not daring to show the slightest negligence. No need for formalities. Qi Yuan slightly nodded, instructing. You may leave now. Go back and inform Elder Liang that unless there is something particularly urgent, do not disturb me. After the two left, Qi Yuan passed through the cave dwelling's great door and directly entered a quiet room for cultivation. He sat cross-legged and then opened the system interface. Previously, he had completed 2 tasks, earning a total of 150 counterattack points. This amount of counterattack points could hardly be exchanged for anything valuable in the shop, but it could be used to experiment with the newly unlocked comprehension function. Activate the comprehension function. With a thought, a row of cultivation techniques immediately appeared in his mind: Taishin Donghua Yulu, Yunxiao Sword Scripture, Luodian Refining God Technique, Tai, Star Seizing Hand. These are the 4 supreme techniques he is currently cultivating, each a top-tier inheritance of the Taoist Sacred Land. After pondering for a moment, he gathered his thoughts and silently murmured, Comprehend, Taishin Donghua Yulu. This technique is his primary cultivation method, serving as the foundation of his path, so it naturally deserves priority enhancement. As soon as his thoughts settled, Qi Yuan immediately fell into a mysterious state of comprehension, the scenes before him becoming hazy and blurred as waves of profound truths surged toward him. Several difficult problems that had baffled him previously were effortlessly resolved in this state, as if he had received a profound awakening, seeing everything clearly. This experience was incredibly delightful, leaving him completely at ease, almost entranced. Just as Qi Yuan was immersed in this state, he suddenly trembled and quickly awakened from his comprehension. Although the abrupt cessation of this state left him somewhat displeased, he was more struck by the impact and astonishment. The 150 counterattack points could only sustain the comprehension state for less than half a breath, yet the effect was astonishing, effectively helping him break through the most crucial barrier before achieving the nascent soul. Due to his rapid progress earlier, his Tao foundation had become somewhat unstable, and his understanding of the heavenly path was slightly lacking. To perfectly condense the nascent soul, he would require a long period of refinement. Unexpectedly, this brief moment of comprehension brought him immense benefits, saving him at least a year of arduous cultivation. Coupled with the enhancement of his spiritual root aptitude, Qi Yuan now felt confident in attempting to break through to the nascent soul in a short time. Taishin Donghua Yulu is a profound technique directly pointing to the true immortal path belonging to the Taoist Sacred Land's secret manual, which can only be taught by the sect leader. Others are forbidden from casually learning it. Before ascending, cultivators must pass through 9 major realms: Qi Refinement Foundation, Establishment, Golden Core, Nascent, Soul God Transformation, Void Refinement, Tao Integration, Tribulation, Transcendence, and Mahayana. Nascent soul cultivators can mobilize the power of heaven and earth, living for thousands of years, and can be called true lords. Even in the Taoist Sacred Land, nascent soul cultivators belong to the core combat strength, qualified to serve as stewards or elders of various peaks within the inner sect. As the Daozi, Qi Yuan not only needs to break through to the nascent soul, but also to condense a nascent soul of exceptionally high quality, otherwise it would be considered a failure. Therefore, he was extremely cautious about the matter of condensing the nascent soul, previously fearing any mistakes. Now, with the system in place, it was indeed an unexpected aid. With this thought, he calmed his mind and silently looked at the task panel. The exquisite figure of the Holy Maiden and her cold, unfeeling words linger in your mind, prompting you to gather yourself. Since you have the system, as long as you diligently complete the counterattack tasks, you will eventually earn her respect. Task objective: please break through to the second layer of Qi refinement within 1 month and pass the assessment of the Falling Cloud Valley to become a servant disciple. Task difficulty 3 stars average. Task reward 100 counterattack points, 5 high-grade rejuvenation pills, 1 low-level magical artifact, and free activation of a 300 cubic meter personal system space, temporarily unusable for storing living beings. Staring at these few gleaming lines of text, Qi Yuan's expression became somewhat stiff. He now seriously doubted whether continuing to undertake these frustrating tasks would one day cause him to suffer a brain hemorrhage from anger. Breaking through to the second layer of Qi refinement is one thing, but what on earth is a servant disciple of Falling Cloud Valley? He had never even heard of this sect, and it must be another small force hidden away in some corner. A small sect, servant disciples. A standard waste material beginning. Moreover, more concerning is that his current identity is the Daoist of the Taoist sacred land. Doesn't joining this so-called Falling Cloud Valley as a servant disciple count as betraying the sect? Good heavens. He couldn't even begin to imagine that if this matter were to get out, it would surely explode in popularity, making headlines in the cultivation world. Shocking. The Daoist of the Taoist sacred land betrays the sect, willingly mingling with a weak sect as a servant. The reason behind this is heartwarming. Just thinking of such a scene made Qi Yuan shiver, and he quickly made up his mind. No matter what happens, he must not reveal his identity during the execution of this task, otherwise the consequences would be utterly unimaginable. Fortunately, the system has provided a 1-month buffer period, allowing him to return and arrange the affairs of the sacred land first. Just as his thoughts were turning, a respectful voice suddenly came from outside the door. Daoist, the sect leader, has summoned you to the main hall. The sect leader's summons. Upon hearing this, Qi Yuan was momentarily taken aback, then hurriedly stood up and rushed towards Taishan Peak. Inside a solemn and towering hall made of white jade, disciple pays respect to the master. Upon entering, Qi Yuan immediately bowed deeply respectfully, greeting the Taoist elder seated at the top. The elder wore a lotus crown, looking thin and gaunt, devoid of any aura of power, as if he were just an ordinary old man rather than a Tao integration expert who had lived for thousands of years. This person is Qi Yuan's master in this life, the sect leader Hongzhen Taoist. At the moment, Hongzhen Taoist frowned slightly, seemingly deep in thought. Seeing that the other party did not speak, Qi Yuan inexplicably felt a sense of unease arise in his heart. The existence of the system can be said to be his greatest secret, and Hongzhen Taoist, as a powerful Tao integration expert, might very well sense something unusual. If discovered, it would be disastrous. Fortunately, Qi Yuan's worries seemed unnecessary. Hongzhen Taoist soon regained his composure and slowly raised his hand. You may rise. Oh. Then Hongzhen Taoist seemed to have noticed something, looking at Qi Yuan with a hint of surprise. It has only been a few days, yet your progress is surprisingly swift. I originally thought it would take you at least 2 more years to condense your nascent soul, but it seems you may not need long before you break through. Hearing this, Qi Yuan humbly smiled. Disciple had a sudden insight not long ago which led to this improvement. It is merely a stroke of good fortune. Hongzhen Taoist nodded in satisfaction. You are a diligent child, much better than your rather aimless senior brother. Hearing the master's sharp critique of someone, Qi Yuan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, secretly thinking if you knew what this disciple had done yesterday, you would probably conclude that the title of aimless would no longer belong solely to the senior brother. Though he silently sighed inwardly, he maintained a composed demeanor on the surface, saying, Senior brother is exceptionally talented and diligent in cultivation. I am but a dullard, and do not dare to compare myself with him. Where did you learn to be so slick? Upon hearing this, Hongzhen Taoist couldn't help but laugh and scold, then his expression turned serious as he began to admonish. Now that you have taken on the role of Daoist, every word and action represents the entire Taishan sacred land. You must be cautious and proper and never tarnish the reputation of the sacred land. Master's admonition is indeed wise. Qi Yuan promptly responded solemnly, though inwardly he felt a bit uneasy. Seeing Qi Yuan's seemingly obedient demeanor, Taoist Hongzhen chose not to continue lecturing and instead shifted the topic, speaking slowly. This realm is vast, with cultivators as numerous as the sands of the Ganges, endless and infinite. However, the ones who can birth a nascent soul are one in a myriad. Countless talented individuals have failed at this critical juncture, leaving only regrets behind. You have successfully refined a superior pill, so breaking through to the nascent soul should not be an issue. However, even among nascent souls there are distinctions, and the differences can be as vast as heaven and earth. According to the sacred texts, a cultivator's nascent soul is classified into 5 grades: Tao Rest, Nascent Soul, Purple Mansion, Nascent Soul, Upper Clear, Nascent Soul, Divine Splendor, Nascent Soul, and the legendary Heavenly Tao Nascent Soul. The lowest grade, Tao Rest Nascent Soul, possesses mixed and impure spiritual power. Those who form this kind of soul have no hope of advancing further on the Tao, hence, it is called Tao rest. The purple mansion nascent soul is slightly better. Those who form it have about a 20% chance of advancing to the God transformation stage. The upper clear nascent soul is superior to the purple mansion nascent soul, offering a 50% chance of achieving God transformation. Taoist Hengzhen paused for a moment before continuing. The nascent soul I once condensed was the higher grade divine splendor nascent soul. Those who form such a soul have at least an 80% chance of achieving God transformation with boundless potential on their Tao path thereafter. As for the heavenly Tao nascent soul, throughout history there have only been a few instances of its appearance, all belonging to those fated by destiny. I have never seen one in this world. Your senior brother Lu Changfeng possesses better qualifications than me, yet he was ensnared by the distractions of love, allowing his inner demon to take hold. In the end, he barely managed to form an upper clear nascent soul, ultimately falling short. At this point, Taoist Hengzhen cast a meaningful glance at Qi Yuan. In light of such lessons, you must take heed and not forget them. This time I have gone against the majority's opinion to allow you to take on the position of Tao child before you break through to the nascent soul, aiming to help you eliminate distractions and solidify your Tao heart, so that you may advance into the nascent soul realm with unwavering determination and vigor. You must know that aside from you, the still uncrowned Tao child of the Taoist sect, all other Tao children and saints from various sacred lands have already formed divine splendor nascent souls. Hearing this implicit warning, Qi Yuan felt a shiver down his spine and nodded in agreement. Yes, disciple understands. His master's intentions were already very clear. As the Tao child of the Taoist sacred land, if he could not form a divine splendor nascent soul, his position would likely not be secure. The path to immortality is inherently about survival of the fittest. Qi Yuan had achieved his current status by defeating one talented competitor after another. As a Tao child, he not only had to face the numerous talented disciples from within the sacred land who would scrutinize and challenge him, but also had to compete with the Tao children and saintesses of other sacred lands in discussions and confrontations. At this moment, Taoist Hengzhen seemed to remember the purpose of summoning Qi Yuan, and he cleared his throat. Qi Yuan, I have recently gained some insights into the Tao and obtained a little understanding. I will soon enter seclusion for a period. I originally intended to have you follow Palace Master Su to learn how to manage sect affairs, but since you are on the verge of forming your nascent soul, it is better to focus on your cultivation. This matter is hereby set aside. Fortunately, upon hearing this, Qi Yuan immediately breathed a sigh of relief. If he were sent to the Inner Affairs Hall for internship now, it would truly be a troublesome matter. The affairs there were complex, and he would likely be unable to extricate himself to complete his current system tasks. Though the work in the Inner Affairs Hall was prestigious and powerful for Qi Yuan, it was a quagmire. Even if he achieved results, it would bring him no credit. If he made even the slightest mistake, he would likely attract criticism, making it a thankless task. The rules of the Taoist sacred land are strict, and as a newly appointed Tao child, he was under the watchful eyes of many who were dissatisfied, waiting for him to make mistakes. Thinking of this, he hurriedly said, Disciple wishes to travel and experience the world, while also comprehending the heavenly Tao, tempering myself, and seeking opportunities to form my nascent soul. I hope Master will grant permission. Moi. Taoist Hengzhen initially frowned, but then relaxed, saying lightly, very well. It is indeed difficult to achieve great things by shutting oneself away. It would be fine for you to go out and take a look. While traveling, be cautious in all matters. If you encounter danger and cannot defeat the adversary, do not be reckless. Timely retreat, and let the elders of the sect handle it. Do you understand? Disciple will diligently follow Master's teachings. Qi Yuan was overjoyed upon hearing this. With his master's words, he could not only freely go out to complete system tasks, but also legitimately call upon the Taoist sacred land for support when facing strong enemies. In the world of cultivation, aside from one's own cultivation level, background often plays a significant role. Fortunately, his background was quite formidable. 10 days later, Eastern Divine Domain. Outside Puzhou City, there lies a stretch of thousands of miles of Kanglan Mountain, where peaks rise majestically, rich in resources, producing a variety of birds and beasts and countless herbs, sustaining many hunters and herbalists. At this moment, outside a secluded valley deep within Kanglan Mountain, a crowd of hundreds of young men and women had gathered. These youths wore various attire and came from vastly different backgrounds. Some were ragged and looked poor, while others were dressed in luxurious garments and lived in comfort. All of them looked excitedly towards the valley's entrance, anticipation evident on their faces. Didn't they say that Luoyun sect is recruiting disciples? Why is there no movement? I'm almost out of food. If it doesn't start soon, I'm afraid I'll go hungry. A short boy in gray cloth could not help but complain. The dark-skinned boy beside him sighed and said with a worried expression, I heard that the assessment of Luoyun Immortal Gate is extremely strict, eliminating over 90% of the candidates each time. Those who remain must start as servant disciples, not even counting as outer disciples. I wonder if I can make it to the end. At this moment, a wealthy-looking plump boy cast a disdainful glance at them, his tone filled with contempt. If you can't hold on, just roll out. You poor lowly people were never qualified to cultivate. You will be eliminated anyway, so it's better to withdraw early and spare my eyes from your presence. You. The gray-clad boy's face turned red with anger as he wanted to argue back, but he was deterred by the burly bodyguards behind the plump boy, ultimately letting out a muffled grunt and turning his head away. The dark-faced boy, however, was filled with indignation and retorted angrily. Wang Luchuan, I know your family background is impressive, but cultivation relies on spiritual roots and talent. Who's to say who is superior? How dare you look down on us? Upon hearing this, the plump boy named Wang Luchuan did not get angry. Instead, he chuckled and beckoned to a pretty girl nearby. Lu Yinging, tell Lin Zhi'an, whose talent is better, mine or theirs? The pretty girl shivered, biting her lip in distress, but ultimately lowered her head and softly replied, before coming here, Brother Wang already had the immortal teacher test him. He possesses both wood and water spiritual roots, making him a rare cultivation genius among thousands. As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding youths gasped in astonishment. Dual spiritual roots. Such talent is extremely rare among mortals, undoubtedly marking a bright future. If Lu Yingying's words are true, Wang Luchuan would not only easily join Luoyun's sect, but would also receive significant attention, being groomed as a future core disciple. In the envious and awed gazes of the crowd, Wang Luchuan boldly stepped forward, wrapping his arms around Lu Yingying, puffing out his chest, and saying proudly, Trash, I'm not afraid to tell you your childhood sweetheart is now mine. You'd better stay away from her, or I'll break your legs. The girl Lu Yingying struggled a couple of times, but could not break free, feeling shame as she buried herself in Wang Luchuan's embrace. Yingying, is what he said true? Seeing that the girl did not deny it, Lin Zhi'an's face revealed a complex expression of sorrow and anger, his fists clenched and his body trembling, as if he could spew fire from his eyes. He and Lu Yingying were childhood sweethearts, betrothed since young, with their families having an understanding waiting for them to marry upon reaching adulthood. Now witnessing his beloved fall into another's embrace struck him hard. Lu Yingying lifted her head, a glint of determination in her eyes. Lin Zhi'an, I have privately pledged my life to Brother Wang. Let's annul our engagement. Please do not pursue me any further. I see. Lin Zhi'an was dumbfounded, and after a long while he suddenly smiled sadly and slowly retreated. He then turned around, taking steps as if he intended to give up on this entrance assessment. Seeing this, Wang Luchuan laughed triumphantly and then spoke meaningfully. Lin Zhi'an is worthless. Walking in the wilds alone may lead him to be taken by some demon beast. If that happens, he'll become a wandering ghost, and I won't be blamed for it. Young master is right. I see this kid won't last many days. The bodyguards behind him immediately understood, grinning maliciously as they looked in the direction Lin Zhi'an was leaving. Seemingly realizing something, Lu Yingying's face turned pale. She wanted to plead, but was silenced by a glare from Wang Luchuan. In a secluded corner of the crowd, Qi Yuan watched this impressive drama with great interest, feeling no ripple in his heart. To conceal his identity, Qi Yuan had specially changed his appearance before arriving. At this moment, he bore an ordinary face, the kind that would be lost in a crowd. Thus, compared to the other candidates participating in the assessment, he possessed no remarkable traits aside from appearing slightly older. Though the boy named Lin Zhi'an was suffering greatly, possibly even at risk of his life, it was merely a personal grudge and had nothing to do with him, an outsider merely watching the scene. Before completing his tasks, Qi Yuan did not wish to engage in any unnecessary entanglements. Moreover, with so many people gathered outside the mountain gate, Luoyun Valley would definitely be under strict surveillance. Everything happening here would not escape the attention of the cultivators. Since the host did not intervene, he had no reason to meddle. At this moment, a task system interface suddenly appeared before Qi Yuan. Encountered a special event, hidden side quest activated. The child of destiny Lin Zhi'an is at the lowest point of his life. The host can choose to step forward and rescue him from danger. Quest difficulty 2 stars easy. Quest objective, save the child of destiny Lin Zhi'an from a group of thuggish bodyguards and forge a good relationship with the future child of destiny. Quest reward 50 counterattack points, 200 low-grade spirit stones, and a certain increase in luck. Note this side quest can be abandoned and failure incurs no penalties. Luck increase. Qi Yuan's eyes instantly lit up. Such a good opportunity would be foolish to pass up. Meanwhile, within Luoyun Valley, a colossal arcane mirror hovered in the sky, reflecting every detail of the scenes beyond the valley with crystalline clarity. Beneath the mirror stood several cultivators of the Luoyun sect, their gazes locked intently upon its shimmering surface, each wearing a distinct expression. Upon witnessing Lin Zhi'an storm off in indignation, an elderly cultivator clad in azure robes, his chest adorned with a golden cloud motif, furrowed his brows and spoke aloud, "Senior Elderine, this youth is clearly walking into peril. Might we not dispatch someone to escort him safely? He has journeyed thousands of miles to seek the Tao and undergo our trial. Should he truly perish here, would it not stain the honor of the Luoyun sect?" Elder Imo speaks erroneously. This path was chosen by his own will. What concern is it of Luoyun Valley? At that moment, a tall, lean, and dignified middle-aged male cultivator shook his head sharply and retorted coldly. This youth at the first sign of adversity loses his composure utterly, abandoning a rare opportunity to enter the Tao over trifling matters. His heart is shallow, his will untempered. Such a temperament foretells mediocrity. How could he possibly qualify as a disciple of our sect? I earlier proposed postponing the initiation trial precisely to cull those whose resolve falters prematurely, thus sparing us wasted time. Judging by today's outcome, the strategy has proven effective. The middle-aged cultivator was Yin Qingyuan, senior elder of the Daoentry Pavilion, the very department responsible for recruiting disciples. Hearing this, Elder Mo's face darkened slightly, and he snapped back, "That young man, Wang Luchuan, is he not your nephew? This child, though barely past boyhood, is ruthless and cruel, prone to bullying others through sheer influence. What use is there in admitting such a morally bankrupt wretch?" Oomph. Upon hearing these words, Yin Qingyuan's expression tightened with anger as he immediately countered, "Though the Luoyun sect is no den of demons or devils, neither is it a charitable asylum. The pursuit of the great Tao is inherently merciless. Victor reigns supreme, vanquished fades into oblivion. Only the fiercely resolute, the decisively ruthless may endure to the end. Against rivals, any means are justified. Moreover, Wang Luchuan possesses the rare dual spirit roots of wood and water, an exceptional celestial seed destined for cultivation. Even among the 7 great sacred realms, his talent would suffice for admission. Were it not for my personal painstaking persuasion, he might never have chosen the Luoyun sect. As for his character, proper guidance after entry shall refine it. Surely that is preferable to nurturing mediocrities." Elder Mo's brows shot upward in outrage, and he fired back, "Preposterous. According to sect regulations, all initiates must undergo 2 trials: first, assessment of spirit root affinity, second, evaluation of heart and will. If Wang Luchuan fails the latter, I shall categorically oppose his admission." Yin Qingyuan's face flushed with displeasure as he opened his mouth to retort, only to be interrupted by a clear, melodious voice. The 2 elders merely hold differing perspectives, yet both act solely for the sect's benefit. Must such trivial disputes arise? The speaker was a graceful foundation establishment-level female cultivator, her features exquisitely refined, delicate eyebrows, finely sculpted features, clad in a soft cerulean gown that accentuated her slender willow-like figure. Her words instantly stilled both Golden Core Realm elders, who fell silent without protest. Her status was extraordinary by Shiro, daughter of the Luoyun sect's sect master. Noting the tension dissolved by Shiro, offered a serene smile, and continued, "That youth, after all, is an ordinary mortal who traveled far specifically to seek the Tao. Having crossed paths with him, we cannot stand idly by while he perishes en route. I entrust this matter to the elders for now. I shall go myself and save him once. Thereafter, whether he lives or dies rests entirely upon his own destiny." With that, Shiro glided forth with ethereal grace, soaring beyond the valley. Not long thereafter, at another location deep within Kanglan Mountain, Lin Zhi'an wandered distractedly through the dense forest, his youthful face clouded with confusion and dejection. He murmured softly, Why would Ying choose a scoundrel over me? Where have I fallen short? I can change. I truly can. We were so close to passing the initiation trial together, becoming disciples of the Luoyun sect. Why treat me thus?" Suddenly his foot caught on something, and he nearly tumbled headlong to the ground. Only swift reflexes saved him from a humiliating sprawl. The abrupt stumble jolted Lin Zhi'an fully awake. Instinctively he twisted his head, and saw the culprit, a fist-sized stone half buried in the earth. The stone had been shallowly embedded, his kick had dislodged it entirely. Strangely nestled in the freshly exposed hollow lay a jet-black ring. For reasons unknown, the moment Lin Zhi'an laid eyes upon the ring, an inexplicable tremor surged through him, as if an unseen summons urged him forward to pick it up. The instant his fingers closed around it, no miraculous phenomenon occurred, yet a subtle sense of calm settled deep within his heart, as though this moment had always been inevitable. He rubbed his eyes and bent down to examine it closely. The ring appeared utterly unremarkable, its material indeterminate, its surface unadorned, its outer rim smooth and polished. Yet its inner band bore intricate, indecipherable carvings. A single glance sent dizziness swirling through his skull, compelling him to tear his gaze away in alarm. Almost unconsciously, he slipped the ring onto his right index finger and pressed onward. Unlike his arrival, accompanied by a crowd, he now traveled alone. A single wild beast could end his life. To return home safely, he needed to flee this perilous mountain forest before nightfall. Suddenly, the hushed stillness of the woods shattered. A rustling sound emerged from the undergrowth, and 3 hostile figures stepped forth, blocking his path. Recognizing them, Lin Zhi'an's heart lurched. He instinctively retreated 2 paces and demanded sternly, "What do you want?" He knew them well, house retainers under Wang Luchuan. Their appearance boded nothing but ill. "Haha, our young master feared you might perish in these treacherous mountains, so he instructed us to see you safely on your way." The lead retainer sneered with venomous glee. "But I advise you not to resist. Submit quietly, and I'll grant you a swift death. Resist, and you'll beg for death, yet find none." Lin Zhi'an's face paled. "I bear you no grudge. Why pursue me to annihilation? Pa, brat, you're already at death's door, yet still chatter like a magpie." Spitting contemptuously, the retainer raised his hand. "Together, kill him." At his command, all 3 drew blades and lunged at Lin Zhi'an. Though mere mortals, each retainer was a master of martial arts. Lin Zhi'an stood no chance and fled instantly, sprinting for his life. "Am I doomed to die here?" Footsteps thundered ever closer behind him. Despair flooded his face as capture loomed imminent. Then, a thunderous shout erupted beside his ear. "Brother, fear not. I am here to aid you." In the same breath, a figure darted forth like a hunting leopard, delivering a whip-like leg strike that sent the foremost retainer crashing to the ground. In the next instant, the figure blurred, then struck twice, palms glowing faintly, striking the remaining 2 retainers' chests like iron mallets. Thud, thud, thud. Moments ago, they had swaggered with menace. Now they lay broken and gasping, barely clinging to life. Having subdued them, the rescuer brushed dust from his palms, grinned broadly, revealing gleaming white teeth, and said warmly, "All right, Brother Lin, safe now." Lin Zhi'an stared bewildered, searching the stranger's face. "May I ask, who are you?" The man's appearance was utterly unmemorable. Ordinary features, unremarkable build, plain attire. Nothing about him lingered in memory. Qi Yuan smiled, amiably unperturbed. "I'm Qida, a roaming cultivator here to take the Luoyun Valley initiation trial. When I saw that plump little tyrant tormenting you earlier, I couldn't abide it. Moved by righteous indignation, I came to save your life." Lin Zhi'an's heart warmed with gratitude. Bowing deeply with clasped fists, he declared fervently, "Brother Qi, your life-saving grace is etched forever upon my soul. Lin Zhi'an shall never forget it." He had faced certain death. Had this stranger not arrived, he would already lie cold and lifeless. Such a debt weighed immeasurably heavy. Qi Yuan waved dismissively, a trifling gesture. No need to dwell on it. Meanwhile, a graceful silhouette concealed in the shadows exhaled softly, and then vanished into the mist. Sensing her departure, Qi Yuan silently retracted his divine sense, and a faint knowing smile curved his lips. So the Luoyun Valley does possess a measure of compassion after all. Yet this young lady arrived a moment too late. Had he not intervened, she would have found only Lin Zhi'an's corpse to bury. Still, he felt no concern. No mere foundation establishment like cultivator could pierce his true depth. During the fight, he had deliberately restrained his power to the level of a mere Qi refinement second-layer cultivator, appearing utterly devoid of arcane techniques, relying solely on channeling Qi into brute force strikes, perfectly embodying his fabricated identity as a wandering martial cultivator. Per Luoyun Valley's regulations, initiates were typically selected from ordinary mortals under 18 years of age. Yet one exception existed: roaming cultivators who already possessed cultivation foundations, whose age limits were relaxed accordingly. Qi refinement first-layer applicants were permitted up to 20 years, second-layer up to 22. At 21, Qi Yuan qualified precisely, enrolling under the guise of a Qi refinement second-layer cultivator. The system's directive for him to advance to Qi refinement second layer before the trial had clearly been calculated for this very reason. Ding. The host has completed the side mission and gained 50 counterattack points and 200 low-grade spirit stones. The host has formed a good relationship with the Master of Destiny, resulting in an increase in fortune. The system notification echoed in his mind, and Qi Yuan vaguely felt a mysterious aura descending from the heavens, landing upon him, lifting his spirits a few notches. Aside from that, nothing particularly special occurred, as if it were merely a psychological effect. Fortune is the most elusive and unpredictable thing. Qi Yuan could not experience its concrete effects in a short time. Everyone knows that fortune truly exists, and it always plays a role at crucial moments, determining the ultimate gains and losses of an event. In a sense, one's fate and fortune are the foundation of a cultivator, representing the limits they can reach in their lifetime. Qi Yuan merely beat up a few mortal servants to receive an increase in fortune. It was simply a windfall. Not to mention him, even a seasoned cultivator like the Taoist Hungjin would find it hard to resist such temptation. System: the more side missions like this, the better. I can handle it. Though it isn't particularly honorable to bully the weak, I must say. So fragrant. Soon Qi Yuan suppressed his joy and discreetly glanced at the newly appeared ring on Lin Zhi'an's hand. Truly deserving of being the child of fortune, just walking around brings about fortuitous encounters. The material of this ring is beyond his comprehension. It surely isn't ordinary. Perhaps it even comes with an accompanying elder for good measure. However, curiosity aside, Qi Yuan did not develop covetous thoughts, not because he was noble, but because the belongings of the child of fortune are not so easily taken. A person like Lin Zhi'an, born as the child of fortune, is closely watched by the heavens from the moment they are born. If one wishes to take advantage of him, it is best to first ask the heavens for permission. Otherwise you might end up with a life without the chance to enjoy it. Qi Yuan, holding a high position in the Taoist sacred land with the system at his side, had no need to covet something with an unclear origin which could carry significant risks. Forming a good relationship with Lin Zhi'an and reaping some of his fortune is the best choice. With this thought, Qi Yuan reined in his mind and directed a more amiable gaze towards Lin Zhi'an, as if looking at a treasure waiting to be uncovered. "Brother Lin, what are your plans for the future?" "I want to return to take the test." Lin Zhi'an took a deep breath, his expression revealing a hint of determination. "I will rise from where I fell. Wang Luchuan and I have a grudge over life and death, and a hatred over stealing my wife. I will personally settle this score with him. What does it matter if he is a genius with dual spiritual roots? Once I join the Falling Cloud Valley and embark on the path to immortality, I will repay him tenfold." As he spoke, Lin Zhi'an clenched his fists tightly, the veins on the back of his hands bulging, his eyes filled with boundless fury. Ambitious. Qi Yuan's smile widened, silently mourning for a certain arrogant little fatty for a moment. Of all people to offend, why offend the child of fortune? Isn't that just asking for trouble? When Qi Yuan brought Lin Zhi'an back to the entrance of the Falling Cloud Valley, it immediately drew the attention of all the youths, and the previously noisy atmosphere fell silent. Standing in the center of the crowd, enjoying the flattery of those around him, Wang Luchuan's expression froze, unable to hide his shock at seeing Lin Zhi'an. How could he still be alive? Wasn't he supposed to be dead? Next to Wang Luchuan, Lu Yingying's expression also changed slightly, then she lowered her head in shame, unwilling to face it. Upon seeing the unfamiliar man standing next to Lin Zhi'an, Wang Luchuan seemed to understand something, his face darkening as he walked directly to the two, speaking coldly to Lin Zhi'an. "Weren't you leaving? How can you still have the face to come back? Also, I kindly sent a few subordinates to escort you. Where are they now?" Hearing Wang Luchuan's twisted words, Lin Zhi'an trembled with rage. "Wang, you clearly sent people to harm me, yet you act all innocent here. You are truly a heartless beast, worse than a pig or dog." Wang Luchuan scoffed at this, his eyes filled with mockery. "You say I harmed you, where is the evidence? Without evidence, don't make baseless accusations, otherwise don't blame me for being ruthless." "You." Lin Zhi'an was furious. Of course he couldn't produce evidence, and even if he did, the other party had 1,000 ways to evade responsibility and even turn the tables. After all, the outcome was that he was still alive, while those 3 servants were dead. Seeing this situation, Qi Yuan, who had been watching coldly, stepped forward and said calmly, "Your 3 subordinates were simply unfortunate, all of them short-lived souls recently carried away and devoured by beasts. I advise you to grieve and accept it." Wang Luchuan frowned slightly, a hint of wariness flashing in his gaze as he looked at Qi Yuan, his tone much weaker. "Who are you, and why are you interfering in our personal grievances?" Though he had not yet entered the Tao, he could still sense the faint pressure emanating from the other party. This kind of pressure could only be possessed by cultivators. Despite his arrogance, he instinctively felt fear when facing a cultivator. Even though the young man before him was but a low-level loose cultivator, he was not someone an ordinary mortal could easily provoke. Qi Yuan ignored him, instead scanning the surrounding crowd, his tone filled with intimidation. "Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Qi Da, and from now on I will protect Lin Zhi'an. Anyone who dares to bully him will have to deal with me, Qi." All the youths present felt a chill in their hearts and hurriedly averted their gazes. Wang Luchuan's expression shifted. He knew that it was impossible to act against Lin Zhi'an today. He shot a glare at the two with a sinister look, not daring to utter any threats, and left with his group of followers in disgrace. After Wang Luchuan left, Lin Zhi'an expressed even more gratitude to Qi Yuan. "If it weren't for Brother Qi's help today, I might have." But before he could finish, he was interrupted by Qi Yuan. "Brother Lin, we have a good rapport. There's no need to be so polite." It must be admitted that the esteemed child of fortune addressing himself as a younger brother before Qi Yuan made him feel secretly pleased. As for someone like Wang Luchuan, a low-level villain, he had no interest in teaching him a lesson, as it would only lower his own status. Of course, if the brain-dead system issued a mission, that would be another matter altogether. Looking back, ever since this broken system appeared, he either bullied weaklings or found himself on the path of bullying weaklings, encountering no decent enemies, yet the rewards were all exceedingly useful. He even felt a bit embarrassed about it. Qi Yuan thought shamelessly. The next day, The gates of Falling Cloud Valley opened wide. A flash of white light flickered in the void at the valley entrance, and then several Falling Cloud Valley cultivators dressed in standard robes flew out. These cultivators stood in midair, their powerful presence instantly silencing the previously noisy crowd, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Leading them, Elder Yin Qingyuan of the Dao entrance pavilion surveyed the surroundings and then spoke loudly. Thank you for your patience. Today is a day of great fortune. All matters are auspicious, and the entrance examination for Falling Cloud Valley officially begins. Due to the rules of the gate, all guests aged 18 and above who have not yet begun cultivating qi must leave. For loose cultivators in the qi refinement stage, for every level of cultivation, the age limit can be relaxed by 2 years. All those who do not meet the requirements or are eliminated in the examination can collect travel expenses from Falling Cloud Valley. It was her. Qi Yuan immediately recognized the beautiful female cultivator standing among the Falling Cloud Valley cultivators, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Clearly not older than 18 or 19, yet her cultivation had already reached the later stage of foundation establishment, and her foundation was solid, astonishing, rivaling some of the true disciples within the sacred land. After Yin Qingyuan announced the age restriction, no one present left. Those who had come here could not have been unaware of whether they met the age requirement. The Falling Cloud Valley nestled deep in the mountains. The journey was long and arduous. If one could not even pass such a rigid regulation, they would not have idly traveled all this way to endure the elements. Having come this far, how could they leave without trying? Seeing this, Yin Qingyuan wasted no words. With a sweep of his hand, 2 disciples from the Falling Cloud Valley quickly carried over a wooden table upon which rested a foot-long, entirely transparent jade stone. Upon seeing the spiritisting stone on the table, Qi Yuan immediately breathed a sigh of relief. The spiritisting stone used by the Falling Cloud Valley was not of high quality, belonging to a relatively basic method of testing spiritual roots. Using the system-granted talent of playing dumb would easily allow him to slip through undetected. If he had encountered the massive top-grade spiritisting stone of the Taoist sacred ground, that would have been troublesome. Of course, top-grade spiritisting stones were extremely precious and rare, and a small sect, like the Falling Cloud Valley, could not obtain one. The quality of one's spiritual root is the foundation of the great path. Without a spiritual root, no matter how great your abilities, you cannot embark on the path of cultivation. The first test is to assess the spiritual root. Only those with a spiritual root quality of 4 roots or above may proceed to the next round. Next, please line up in order and place your hand on the spiritisting stone. The stone will automatically display the tester's aptitude. Yin Qingyuan's voice resounded throughout the venue, jolting everyone to attention. Soon a short, thin youth was the first to step up to the table, cautiously placing his hand on the spiritisting stone. The next moment, a faint 5-colored light slowly emerged on the spiritisting stone. It reacted. The short, thin youth's face was filled with excitement, and he eagerly turned to look at Yin Qingyuan. 5 spiritual roots, unqualified. Next, Yin Qingyuan's expression was impassive. Upon hearing this, the short, thin youth wilted like a frosted eggplant, dejectedly returning to his original spot. Then one by one, testers nervously stepped forward to receive their judgment. Gold, earth, fire, 3 spiritual roots. Good aptitude. Pass. You have no spiritual root. Unqualified. You have no spiritual root. Unqualified. The vast majority of those present were children of commoners. Apart from some rogue cultivators and wealthy young masters like Wang Luchuan, whose families housed cultivators, others had no way of knowing whether they possessed aptitude. Thus this stage was a thrilling lottery. Those whose spiritual roots met the requirements saw hope on the path to immortality and were overjoyed. Those without spiritual roots or with waste roots were dejected and eliminated in obscurity. The atmosphere was tense to the extreme. Soon, under the gaze of the crowd, Wang Luchuan strode forward with vigor and placed his hand on the spiritisting stone. Immediately, a cyan blue light burst forth from the spiritisting stone, noticeably several times brighter than that of the 3 spiritual root cultivator from earlier. Seeing this, Yin Qingyuan nodded with satisfaction and said with a smile, Wang Luchuan wood and water dual spiritual roots. Excellent aptitude. Pass. Sigh. Dual spiritual roots indeed. Young Master Wang is mighty and domineering. Young Master Wang is impressive. Amidst a flurry of flattery and applause, Wang Luchuan cast a provocative glance at Lin Zhi'an, who stood stunned nearby, and walked down smugly. After Wang Luchuan, several others whose spiritual roots met the requirements also passed. Qi Yuan slowly stepped forward calmly, placing his hand on the spiritisting stone. The next moment, a distinct 4-colored light bloomed on the stone. Qi Yuan, 4 spiritual roots. Pass. The entire process was as unremarkable as his current appearance, attracting no attention. Only Bai Shiro cast a deliberate glance at him, a faint, almost imperceptible trace of pity flickering in her beautiful eyes. Baishiro had a good impression of this righteous rogue cultivator. She had arrived a bit late yesterday. If he had not intervened in time, the young man she had wanted to save would have died. Although this person was somewhat plain in appearance, he was at least a kind-hearted individual willing to help others, a refreshing stream of purity in this cultivation world where immortal virtue was increasingly lost. Unfortunately, the aptitude of 4 spiritual roots destined him for a rocky path on the Tao, forever unable to reach foundation establishment. Sensing Baishira's gaze, Qi Yuan nodded at her and offered a smile, but inwardly he sighed, "Bro, I've already kept such a low profile and disguised myself so ugly, yet I still attract the attention of a beautiful female cultivator. This damn charm of mine is truly impossible to hide." The original host himself had 5 spiritual roots, a waste root. Only after one systemic enhancement did it improve to the level of 4 spiritual roots, just enough to pass the Falling Cloud Valley's spiritual root test. Although he could reveal his true aptitude and stun the entire audience, instantly dazzling everyone's eyes, he must not forget that his purpose here was not to show off, but to complete the task without revealing his identity. Naturally, he could not steal the spotlight. Lu Yingying, 4 spiritual roots. Pass. Lin Zhi'an, 3 spiritual roots. Pass. At this point, Yin Xingyuan announced Lin Zhi'an's spiritual root aptitude, and Qi Yuan was instantly stunned. Out of curiosity about the child of destiny yesterday, he had even taken the opportunity, when Lin Zhi'an was not paying attention, to secretly probe the other's spiritual root aptitude using a secret method. But the result last time was clearly 4 spiritual roots. How had it become 3 spiritual roots overnight? Thinking of something, he glanced thoughtfully at Lin Zhi'an's right hand and noticed that the mysterious ring of unknown origin had disappeared as if it had never existed. As expected of a child of destiny, even he had misjudged. Truly terrifying. After everyone had completed the first stage, less than 30% were qualified to stay for the next round. The elimination rate was appalling. Of course, this result was already satisfactory for the Falling Cloud Valley. The entrance test was held once every 3 years. The last time, the number of those with qualified spiritual roots was less than 20%. Except for certain mystic gate families with special bloodlines, among commoners those with spiritual roots were often fewer than 1 in 10, and the vast majority of those had 5 spiritual roots. Although 5 spiritual roots encompassed all 5 elements, the spiritual energy they sensed from heaven and earth was chaotic and impure, making it difficult to draw qi into the body. Hence they were called waste roots. Therefore, even though 4 spiritual roots were not much better, many medium and small sects would still take them under their wing. After all, being able to cultivate meant there was a glimmer of hope for nurturing. It was better than doing nothing and letting the lineage die out. Now for the next round. With that, Yin Xingyuan flicked his sleeve, and the thick fog at the mouth of the valley quickly dispersed, vaguely revealing a winding path. From the outside, the valley was lush with green trees filled with the fragrance of flowers and birdsong, a scene of serene peace. Those who pass through this path and successfully complete the mental fortitude test shall automatically become disciples of our Falling Cloud Valley. Having eliminated a large number of candidates during the first trial, the Spirit Root Assessment, the number of testers remaining for the second trial had dwindled to fewer than 100. Under the guidance of disciples from the Yunluo Valley, Qi Yuan stepped onto the narrow path alongside the others. A momentary daze washed over him. When Qi Yuan regained his senses, he found himself standing alone in a lush verdant forest. Beneath his feet lay soft loamy earth, and clutched tightly in his hand was a sharp, gleaming longsword. What an astonishingly lifelike illusion. Though his knowledge of formation arts remained shallow, his discernment was keen. This illusionary formation not only possessed uncanny realism, but also resonated harmoniously with heaven and earth, eternally self-renewing. Clearly the masterwork of a formation grandmaster. Qi Yuan surveyed his surroundings, his expression gradually hardening. He realized that upon entering this realm, his mind had grown strangely sluggish, his thoughts dulled and heavy. That such an illusion could impair even a golden core perfected cultivator signaled its extraordinary rank. Underestimating it would be perilous indeed, risking utter humiliation where least expected. Cultivation of the heart bore no direct correlation to spirit root quality, or even to one's current cultivation level. When he entered the Taoist Holy Land, his heart cultivation trial had been little more than a fleeting glance into the peerless spiritual artifact, the mind-testing mirror, after which he passed effortlessly and was personally taken as the sect master's closed-door disciple, an event that sent shockwaves throughout the entire Taoist Holy Land. After a brief pause of recollection, Qi Yuan strode forward. Though the formation sought to cloud his memory, he had cultivated the secret art Luo Tian, spirit refining scripture, a technique specifically designed to repel soul-based assaults. Thus retaining fragmented awareness, he vaguely knew he was undergoing an evaluation. Outside the formation, gleaming ripples shimmered amid rising mist. Floating midair were numerous water mirrors, each conjured from refined spiritual energy, reflecting the tester's trials within the array. Having confirmed the formation operated flawlessly, Elder Lin Zhi'an, the overseer of the Daoistry Pavilion, offered a faint composed smile and declared in a clear resonant voice. The illusion-born Qianquan formation was laid down a millennium ago by a grand formation master of the nascent soul realm who visited our valley as a guest. It is seamlessly integrated with our sect's primary formation and contains 3 trials meticulously designed by our founding patriarchs. Passing them signifies success. Once activated, the formation's spirit shall manifest in myriad forms to test each candidate. All who enter will have their memories of this trial erased, stripped of conscious awareness, so they may respond with pure, unadulterated sincerity. Through 1,000 years of nurturing, the formation's spirit has awakened true sentience. Its illusions have grown ever more seamless. Even a nascent soul-level cultivator would struggle to break free within a short span. My father is currently sequestered in deep meditation, striving to transcend the peak of the nascent soul realm, and thus cannot attend. I am deeply grateful, Elder Lin, for your gracious stewardship of this trial. Hearing this, Baishiro nodded gracefully, offering Elder Lin Zhi'an a respectful bow before turning her gaze toward the floating water mirrors, her eyes alight with quiet anticipation. For the Yunluo Valley to rise anew, cultivating outstanding new disciples is paramount. May this year yield exceptional talents. Inside the formation, Qi Yuan walked steadily through the woods when suddenly a commotion echoed from afar. Help me. Haha. Beauty, in these desolate mountains no one will hear you scream. Qi Yuan turned his gaze and saw a disheveled young woman fleeing a burly bandit, both racing directly toward him. Crying out for aid, the woman reached Qi Yuan in moments. Young master, please save me. At the sight of him, she seized hope like a drowning soul grasping at driftwood and lunged straight toward him. Step aside now. If you dare interfere, I'll gut you where you stand. The bandit brandished his blade, glaring with murderous intent. Qi Yuan instantly understood, but revealed nothing. With effortless grace, he sidestepped the woman's desperate lunge, then drew his sword and cleaved the bandit down in a single decisive stroke. The bandit's head rolled away, a blood-sprayed crimson, shockingly vivid. Thank you, young master. I am eternally in your debt. Her cheeks flushed rose pink, her garments hung askew, revealing swathes of pale, luminous skin. Her tearful, trembling demeanor only heightened her allure. Yet Qi Yuan merely smiled coldly. Demoness, cease your charade. I saw through you the moment you appeared. With that, he struck her down with a single punch, then swiftly unfastened his belt. In moments, she lay bound, tight limbs secured with practiced precision. Young master, what are you doing? She cried, panic-stricken, writhing against her restraints. First, what noble woman travels unaccompanied through such wilderness? Second, clad in such cumbersome robes, you outran an 8-foot-tall brute, hardly the profile of a frail, helpless damsel. Most tellingly, you've sprinted across this muddy ground for minutes, yet not a speck of mire stains your embroidered slippers. Whom precisely do you think you're fooling? As Qi Yuan spoke, the woman ceased struggling and dissolved into wisps of azure smoke, vanishing utterly. Qi Yuan showed no surprise, only a flicker of genuine intrigue. Fascinating. He'd assumed this trial was merely a crude test of lust, but clearly deeper layers lay concealed. His decision to capture her alive stemmed not from desire but from curiosity, to uncover whether further narrative threads awaited. Though none emerged, he judged himself worthy of passage. Thoughts whirling, he casually wiped the blood from his blade and continued onward. Meanwhile, outside the formation, the faces of the Yunluo Valley cultivators darkened. The images reflected in the water mirrors were simply too appalling to behold. The formation adapted its trials to the testers' gender. Male testers encountered bandits abducting maidens, female testers faced seductive demonesses pursuing handsome youths. Owing to this divergence, female testers performed admirably, while male testers descended into grotesque farce. Only roughly 1/3 resisted temptation after rescuing the maiden. Many others, having slain the bandit, proceeded to claim her themselves. Some, paralyzed by fear, fled outright. Others went so far as to join the bandit, eagerly lining up behind him. And the most depraved of all, one twisted soul slaughtered the maiden, leaving the bandit untouched. Fortunately, those deemed unworthy were teleported out the instant they failed, often before even unfastening their trousers, thus sparing the Yunluo Valley the ignominy of becoming a debauched revelry hall. Unbelievable. What manner of demons and monsters are these? To think moral decay has sunk so low, it is profoundly disheartening. Sigh, I had high hopes for that promising newcomer, yet he proved utterly unworthy. The first illusionary trial was deliberately simple. Mere abstinence from lust sufficed for passage. Even cowardly flight could be excused as prudence. Yet still this disgraceful spectacle unfolded. What has become of today's youth? Ah, look there. Someone has perfectly cleared the first illusionary trial. A sudden cry pierced the air, drawing every eye in the valley. All followed the speaker's pointing finger to witness Qi Yuan's trial unfolding upon the mirror. Elder Yin Qingyuan's eyes narrowed slightly, then softened into calm composure. Indeed, he uncovered the hidden criteria of this trial. His passage qualifies as flawless. This Qi Yuan remains unmoved by feminine allure. He acts with courage and cunning, perceiving truth with preternatural clarity. Though his spirit root is modest, his heart cultivation is exemplary. Baishiro nodded slowly. The Tao path brims with peril. Traps and schemes lurk at every turn. A single misstep invites annihilation, eternal oblivion. Thus, cultivators must not only resist sensual enticement, but maintain unwavering vigilance at all times. Originally, this first trial tested precisely those qualities. Passage required detecting the maiden's falsehood. But due to abysmally low success rates, later revisions lowered the bar. Abstaining from evil deeds became sufficient for passage. She sighed softly, voice laced with melancholy. Since our founding patriarch's ascension, the Yunluo Valley has waned steadily, and truly gifted disciples grow ever rarer. The last to achieve flawless passage through this trial was 9 years ago. Who was it? Beyond a few elders privy to the truth, many younger disciples, having joined the valley only recently, exchanged curious glances. They too had undergone the illusionary trial, but had never heard whispers of such a perfect passage. Before Baishiro could reply, Elder Yin Qingyuan lifted an eyebrow and answered coolly. None other than your senior sister, Baishiro herself. And she was 10 years old at the time. Look, another one has perfectly passed the first level of the illusion array. Just as the crowd at Luoyun Valley was buzzing with discussion, someone suddenly exclaimed in astonishment. It's Lin Zhi'an. He has also seen through the beautiful woman before him. The next moment, voices filled with extreme surprise rang out once more. And Wang Luchuan, he has done it too. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze toward the scene within the water mirror. In the scene, Wang Luchuan, acting completely out of character, rescued a damsel in distress with a righteous air. He quickly noticed something amiss and unhesitatingly ended her with a single blow, his performance deemed flawless. Seeing this, many wore expressions of doubt, casting subtle glances toward Yin Qingyuan, who stood below the water mirror. Qida and Lin Zhi'an could be excused, but Wang Luchuan was the nephew of an elder from the Ridioch. Since this recruitment examination for new disciples was almost entirely orchestrated by Yin Qingyuan, it became rather intriguing. If Yin Qingyuan had disclosed the questions within the illusion array to Wang Luchuan in advance, wouldn't it be effortless? Although participants' recent memories would be erased upon entering the illusion array, causing them to forget they were undergoing the examination, there were still loopholes to exploit. If Wang Luchuan had known the specifics of the temperament test several months prior, the memory block would be rendered useless. Of course, the cultivators present were shrewd individuals. Despite their suspicions, none would be foolish enough to voice them publicly without concrete evidence. Naturally, Yin Qingyuan sensed the unusual glances cast his way. His brows furrowed tightly, and a hint of gloom flickered across his face. According to the rules of Luoyun Valley, all new disciples must serve as menial laborers in the outer sect for a period to temper their physiques and fortify their minds. However, with his dual spiritual root talent and outstanding performance in the temperament test, Wang Luchuan could potentially convince the sect to make an exception, skipping this step and saving at least a year's time. Thus, he had indeed leaked the questions to Wang Luchuan beforehand, hoping his nephew would shine brilliantly in the examination and thereby secure direct entry into the inner sect. But things didn't go as planned. 2 other newcomers with exceptional temperaments unexpectedly emerged, dimming Wang Luchuan's brilliance. After all 3 in parallel versus 1 standing alone, the effect was worlds apart. As Yin Qingyuan's mind raced with countless thoughts, Baishiro cast him a thoughtful glance, a trace of subtle displeasure flickering in her eyes. Inside the illusion array, Qi Yuan strolled along a small path, his heart light and carefree. Along the way, he had largely figured out the tricks of this illusion array, no longer needing to be as cautious as at the start. The next moment, he spotted a bundle lying on the ground ahead. The silk-wrapped parcel, vibrant in color and placed right on the path of passers-by, was conspicuously eye-catching. Even someone blind from afar would notice it. Another test. With this thought, a faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. He strode quickly toward the bundle and picked it up. Upon opening it, he found a large pouch of shimmering low-grade spirit stones, roughly 50 or 60 in number. As the saying goes, wealth stirs the heart. The pile of gleaming spirit stones presented a striking visual impact, especially for those new to the path of immortality, making it an irresistible temptation. But for Qi Yuan, he wouldn't even bother to bend down and pick up such spiritually sparse low-grade spirit stones if they were scattered on the road. As the Tao child of the Taoist sacred ground, his monthly allowance alone consisted of 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. Each high-grade stone could be exchanged for 100 medium-grade stones, and each medium-grade stone for 100 low-grade ones. So this test targets human greed, but trying to tempt me with a mere 50 low-grade spirit stones. How stingy. Qi Yuan muttered under his breath, yet he still tucked the bundle away and slung it over his back. Though these low-grade spirit stones in the bundle were as worthless as dirt to him, since the atmosphere had been set, he might as well continue playing along with this charade. Soon from the other side of the path, an elderly man with white hair came tottering along, looking decrepit and unsteady, as if half his body was already buried in the grave. Drawing closer, Qi Yuan noticed the old man's eyes were clouded and murky. He was blind. Seeming to hear Qi Yuan's footsteps, the old man quickly halted and asked in an urgent tone, "Young man, have you seen a bundle?" Qi Yuan smiled faintly and replied with a question instead. "Old sir, since you can't see anything, how do you know I'm a young man?" The old man was taken aback, then said with a calm smile, "Although this old man is blind, my ears are exceptionally sharp. A young man's footsteps are light and vigorous. I can tell at once." Without further ado, Qi Yuan said directly, "I did find a bundle just now, but you must tell me what's inside it to confirm it's yours." The old man answered without hesitation, "Inside the bundle are 55 low-grade spirit stones." Qi Yuan shook his head. "Oh, sorry, it seems this bundle isn't yours." The old man grew anxious. "Young man, how can you be dishonest? This place is desolate and remote. Who else could have lost a bundle besides me? Please return it quickly, and this old man will surely reward you handsomely." Qi Yuan's expression remained unchanged as he said, "I just counted, and there are clearly only 50 low-grade spirit stones inside. You claim there are 55. Are you trying to swindle 5 more from me?" Hearing this, a look of realization dawned on the old man's face, and he quickly said, Yes, 50 will do. Consider the other 5 as a token of gratitude for you, young friend." "What do you take me for?" Qi Yuan's face flushed with anger. "I, Cheetah, have always been upright and honorable. Do you think I would covet a few of your spirit stones? Feel for yourself and see how many stones are inside." As he spoke, he thrust the bundle into the old man's hands, signaling him to open and check it. The old man hesitated for a moment, then slowly reached out to open the silk cloth, taking out the spirit stones one by one to count. Soon he set down the stones, his face flushed with excitement. "Young man, you see you miscounted. There are indeed 55 stones inside. Can you return the bundle to me now?" Qi Yuan rubbed his nose and chuckled lightly. "It seems I did miscount, but I already know this bundle isn't yours. You'd best go back where you came from." Then with a quick tug, he easily snatched the bundle back. The old man's joyous expression instantly froze, and he roared angrily, "How can you lie with your eyes wide open? This bundle is clearly mine." Qi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently, "Do you know that in this world there is something called palm prints? Everyone's palm print is unique. Originally, there was a pair of fresh, muddy palm prints on the bundle, clearly left by its owner. Your hand is noticeably smaller than that print, which is highly suspicious. To confirm, I sprinkled a thin layer of fine soil on the wrapping. When you counted the stones, you naturally left clearer handprints. Comparing the two, the patterns on the prints are entirely different, proving beyond doubt that this bundle is not yours." With that, he ignored the old man, standing rigid with a frozen expression, slung the bundle over his back, turned, and walked away to find the true owner. Before long, Qi Yuan found the NPC, or the bundle's rightful owner, in a corner far from the path. "So that's how it is. I never thought a casual remark I made while searching for the bundle would be exploited by a scheming person. That old scoundrel is utterly despicable." The speaker was a middle-aged man dressed in steward's attire, his eyes brimming with gratitude as he looked at Qi Yuan. "When he asked what I had lost, I said a bundle with 55 spirit stones inside. I thought I could find a helper to search, but that old man secretly remembered it and used it to impersonate the owner. Fortunately, young brother, with your keen insight, you recovered my bundle. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to explain this to the manor. My young master is cultivating at a nearby immortal sect, but has been unable to break through his bottleneck lately. These spirit stones were gathered with great difficulty by the master for his cultivation." After a long stretch of formulaic dialogue, the middle-aged man took his leave. Before departing, he reiterated that Qi Yuan could seek him out if he ever needed assistance. The second trial of the illusion tested honesty. The old man was blind and frail, utterly defenseless against the test takers. Under such temptation, maintaining honesty meant passing the trial successfully. Of course, the requirements for this trial had been revised once, greatly reducing its difficulty compared to 1,000 years ago. As Xing Yuan explained, by Zyra's face remained calm as a still lake, her eyes fixed unwaveringly on Qi Yuan's performance within the illusion. When she saw Qi Yuan see through the old man's deception and return the bundle to its true owner, a flicker of brilliance danced in her beautiful eyes. Another perfect pass. Not only her, but the cultivators from Luoyun Valley nearby also showed expressions of astonishment, their murmurs rising and falling one after another. I never imagined the second trial of the illusion had such twists. truly worthy of the formation personally set up by our Grandmaster who invited the Master Artisan. This rogue cultivator is indeed extraordinary. Not only did he not covet riches, but he also wasn't deceived by sweet talk. With a firm will and keen intellect, he is no ordinary being. I think not. Though Chida's performance is remarkable, his spiritual root aptitude of 4 elements is rather inferior. With such talent, it's doubtful he'll achieve much in the future. True enough, this child's path is destined to be rough with little value for cultivation. As the crowd whispered and critiqued a female cultivator curiously asked by Shiro, "Senior sister, 9 years ago, when you passed the second illusion, what was your result?" Instantly, several nearby Lillian Valley disciples turned their gazes to Bai Shiro, clearly intrigued by the same question. Bai Zyra's pretty face flushed slightly, her expression tinged with embarrassment. "I was young and naive back then, and was tricked by that sly old fox of a formation spirit. I only asked how many spirit stones were in the bundle, and upon matching the number handed it over. I received a high rating, not perfect." Upon hearing this, the surrounding junior disciples nodded in understanding and consoled her. "It's fine. Senior sister was only 10 then, with a shallow mind. If tested now, you'd surely surpass this Chida. Yes, senior sister is still the best. We believe in your strength." "Not necessarily. This trial is actually much harder than the previous one." Bai Shiro shook her head. "Besides overcoming the greed for spirit stones, encountering a weakling naturally breeds contempt, leading one to assume a frail old man wouldn't dare lie before them. Any hint of negligence and the chance for a perfect pass is lost." Hearing her explanation, the disciples suddenly understood, nodding repeatedly, secretly relieved. Fortunately, the trial's requirements had been eased, otherwise with such a difficult illusion test, Luoyuan Valley would struggle to recruit newcomers in the future. At this moment, the much-watched Lin Zhi'an and Wang Luchuan also passed the second illusion. Notably, Lin Zhi'an returned the bundle to the old man immediately upon meeting him, even helping him back home. Meanwhile, Wang Luchuan, suspected of cheating, continued his flawless performance, becoming another test taker to achieve a perfect pass after Chida. In truth, whether one chose to return the bundle directly or demanded a share of the spirit stones as a reward, both counted as passing this trial of character. After the first illusion, about 60% of test takers were eliminated, leaving only over 50 for the second trial. Among these 50-plus test takers, roughly half were judged failures for lying or directly attacking the old man with a knife, leaving fewer than 30 who passed. In the illusion, Qi Yuan continued his journey, soon arriving before a small hill. Though called a hill, it was merely a mound over 10 zhang high, barren and treeless. At its summit stood a tall stone archway inscribed with 3 characters, "Knock on the Dao Gate." At the base of the slope was a staircase that could be seen at a glance, exactly 100 steps. Seeing this setup, Qi Yuan immediately understood the final trial of Luoyuan Valley's illusion, climbing the mountain. With clarity in mind, he didn't hesitate and stepped toward the stairs. Upon the first step, he felt nothing unusual. On the second, he sensed a slight heaviness in his steps, yet still no pressure. Then the third, fourth, fifth steps. Until the 10th, where Qi Yuan paused. He had discovered and confirmed that each step upward doubled the pressure on his body. At this rate, the pressure at the 100th step would be terrifying enough to crush even the hardest refining material Gengjin from the heavens and earth. Using this as a reference, Qi Yuan quickly calculated his current limit, around 70 steps. Of course, by exhausting all potential and with immense effort, he might manage another 3 or 4 steps. But his goal was merely to enter Luoyuan sect as a lowly handyman, so there was no need to push himself. Gazing at the ancient towering knock on the Dao Gate, Qi Yuan decided to study it thoroughly, seeking a way to hide his strength and slack off, while still passing the trial with certainty. With this thought, he narrowed his eyes slightly and calmly descended the stairs. Outside the illusion. What's going on? Why did Chida only take 10 steps on knock on the Dao Mountain and then retreat? Is that his limit? A Luoyuan Valley cultivator noticed Qi Yuan's action, his face full of doubt. Didn't this kid perform impressively in the first 2 trials? Can't he even manage 10 steps? I never thought he'd look so young, but be so weak. No, look, he's tossing a pebble up the stairs. He must be looking for a flaw in the trial. His words sparked an uproar. This knock on the Dao Mountain has stood for 1,000 years, perfected over time. How could this newcomer possibly find a flaw? Seeing the commotion, Yin Xingyuan, in charge of the assessment, snorted coldly and said gravely, "Rest assured, everyone. Knock on the Dao Mountain was personally set by the Grandmaster to test the Dao heart and perseverance. Any living being outside the formation will be affected. Within the illusion, no magical tools or treasures can be used, nor can one fly. Even attempts to erect ladders or dig through the earth will prove futile. In short, even if he suddenly grew wings, he couldn't fly up. The third trial of the illusion leaves no room for shortcuts. Everyone must take it step by step. Surpassing 30 steps qualifies, and reaching 50 earns a perfect rating." The crowd nodded. So it was set by the Grandmaster. No wonder it's so formidable. The late Grandmaster was indeed wise and mighty. Suddenly, the Luoyun Valley cultivators stared at the scene in the magical mirror as if they'd seen a ghost, utterly speechless. Meanwhile, inside the illusion, "You refuse to give the bundle to me, old man. Why are you back?" The old man, finding Qi Yuan had returned, fumed with anger, looking unwelcoming. Qi Yuan didn't mind and said with a smile, "Old sir, I have quite a few spirit stones on me. Are you interested in earning some?" "What do you mean?" The old man was taken aback, asking instinctively. Seeing his expression, Qi Yuan's smile grew even brighter. "Simple. There's a small slope ahead. If you carry me up, it'll give you 100 spirit stones." Outside the illusion array, such a maneuver exists. The old man can barely stand. Half his body is already in the grave. Yet that young fellow has the audacity to demand he carry him up the mountain. Is this even human conduct? Whoa, nearly reached the 50th tier. It actually works. Utterly shameless. Does this count as cheating? The disciples of Luoyun Valley watched the spectacle of Qi Yuan passing the third trial within the Qiyuan illusion, their mouths agape, jaws slack with disbelief. On Kodao Mountain, an elderly man trembled unsteadily, leaning on his cane, bearing upon his back a robust, strapping youth who puffed and wheezed with every step toward the summit. Each ascending stair a grueling ordeal. Even more absurd was the sight of the youth leisurely gnawing on spirit fruits while issuing imperious commands to the exhausted elder, utterly devoid of reverence for age or elders. "Elder, you must redouble your efforts. The half-hour mark approaches, yet we've traversed only half the path. At this sluggish pace, I'll have no choice but to deduct your spirit stones. Consider it this way, the mountain has precisely 100 steps. Each tier ascended earns you 1 spirit stone. Doesn't that ignite fresh vigor?" The elder, previously too spent to utter a word, suddenly surged with renewed vitality upon hearing 1 step, 1 spirit stone. His trembling ceased, his limbs grew firm, his pace leapt forward dramatically. As Qi Yuan neared the mountaintop, many Luoyun Valley disciples finally snapped from their stupor and instinctively turned their glances toward Yinxing Yuan. After all, this elder of the entry Dao Pavilion had earlier sworn emphatically that the third trial contained no flaw, no loophole, no room for cunning subterfuge. Sensing the gazes around him, Yinxing Yuan's facial muscles twitched, his expression darkened further as he spoke gravely. "All figures within the illusion array are manifestations of the array spirit master's power, core components of the formation itself. Thus the prohibitions of Kodao Mountain exert no effect upon the elder." Qi Yuan exploited precisely this fact, using an in-array entity to bear him upward, thereby camouflaging himself amidst the array's logic and evading its suppressive force. Unimpeded by prohibitions, he ascended to the summit. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. "Ah, I see now. Everything falls into place. Heavens, how did he uncover such a deeply concealed flaw?" Yinxing Yuan let out a cold snort. "I had assumed Qi Yuan, though mediocre in innate talent, possessed commendable temperament, barely fit for cultivation. Little did I expect him to be a deceitful trickster." Shiro, who had remained silent until now, gently furrowed her delicate brows and shook her head. Shiro believes wisdom constitutes a form of strength. Though Qi Yuan displayed neither Dao heart nor perseverance in the third trial, his swift identification of the formation's vulnerability remains worthy of admiration. Moreover, this illusion array belongs to Luoyun Valley. Its flaw lies with us, not with him. How then may we fault another for exposing our own deficiency? Per the established rules, ascent beyond 30 tiers suffices to pass the final trial. Qi Yuan has long surpassed that threshold, and thus unquestionably qualifies as a disciple of Luoyun Valley. Her words silenced the assembly. No rebuttal rose. Clearly, under the publicly declared regulations, Qi Yuan had successfully completed the initiation trial. Even the sect master of Luoyun Valley could not deny this truth. Doing so would invite ridicule and brand the sect as capricious and petty, rendering it impossible to maintain credibility within the immortal cultivation world. To admit such an extraordinary disciple into the valley, was it blessing or calamity? Shiro pondered silently. Illusion realm, summit of Kodao Mountain. Young master, I have carried you to the summit. Where are the spirit stones? The elder collapsed Qi Yuan onto the ground, utterly spent, his breath ragged, his voice fractured beyond coherence. Qi Yuan brushed dust from his robes and grinned. Elder, your toil has been immense. Truly, your constitution is extraordinary, robust in your twilight years. This junior bows in profound admiration. Enough idle talk. Hand over the spirit stones. Qi Yuan feigned bewilderment. Spirit stones? Which spirit stones? The elder sensed peril at once and roared. You yourself promised 100 spirit stones if I bore you to the summit. Do you dare renege on your word? Shh. Qi Yuan's eyes lit with sudden realization. A broad smile spread across his face. Ah, you mean those My apologies, I was merely teasing you. What a... The elder's weathered face flushed pitch black, his lips quivered. Wretch, you dare mock an elder? Qi Yuan spread his hands innocently. I am by nature upright and guileless, bound by strict reciprocity. You deceived me first, the fairness demands I deceive you in turn. Otherwise the injustice would fester, and I'd suffer grievous loss. The elder nearly spat blood. Wretch, I shall never forgive you. With that he raised his wooden cane, lunging forward as if to strike Qi Yuan down. At that very moment the elder failed to draw breath. His legs buckled, he collapsed and dissolved into a wisp of azure smoke. Instantly ripples shimmered across the sky above Kodao Mountain. A translucent youthful figure coalesced from the void and descended before Qi Yuan, bristling with indignation. You little scoundrel! For over 3,000 years I, the Array Spirit, have guarded this formation, yet never have I encountered one so utterly devoid of immortal virtue. My avatar labored tirelessly to carry you here, and you refused to pay the 100 spirit stones. Were the rules not binding, I'd skewer you on the spot. Be gone, never return. Before Qi Yuan could react, a colossal repulsive force hurled him violently from the illusion, its ferocity laced unmistakably with personal grievance. Outside the illusion array, Qi Yuan rubbed his nose innocently beneath the crowd's bewildered stares, musing inwardly. I ascended all 100 tiers, and even encountered the Array Spirit. Surely this trial is complete. Qi Yuan felt little anxiety. The Array Spirit within the illusion, though formidable, stood at most mid-ascended deity realm, scarcely 3 major realms above him. It could not pierce his true cultivation foundation. To confirm, he hurriedly approached a Luoyun Valley disciple and asked, Senior brother, I believe I just met the Array Spirit. It ejected me directly. Does that signify trial completion? Brother, please, never call me senior brother. You are my senior brother. The Array Spirit elder has not revealed his true form in a millennium. That you prompted his personal escort out. I yield, utterly humbled. Huh. Qi Yuan froze, assuming every exit entailed such an encounter. He looked up and realized, aside from those eliminated in the first 2 trials, he was the sole candidate to clear the third. Most candidates struggled agonizingly around the 25th tier, each step demanding every ounce of their strength as though exhausting their very life essence. The swiftest among them was a familiar face. Lin Zhi'an, the chosen of fortune, had just surmounted the 38th tier and pressed toward the 40th. Yet his strained posture suggested passage beyond 40 would prove arduous indeed. Meanwhile, Wang Luochuan, Lin Zhi'an's sworn rival, had just cleared the 33rd tier, ranking second. His plump face had turned the deep purple of a liver, his jowls quivered with each labored breath. Reaching tier 35 seemed beyond mortal possibility. Watching the candidates sweat and stagger, Qi Yuan allowed himself a faint knowing smile, an effortless surge of intellectual superiority rising within him. The next morning, at the Falling Cloud Valley, the outer sect. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Introductory technique. Reward 100 counterattack points, 8 high-grade Qi condensation pills, 300 low-grade spirit stones. Rewards have been automatically delivered to the system space. In the crude wooden hut, Qi Yuan rubbed his temples and tossed aside the wooden slip in his hand with a look of disdain. This simple and shallow Qi refining technique was something he could master with a mere glance, requiring absolutely no effort. Even so, the newly added 100 counterattack points did little to soothe his somewhat gloomy mood. He had successfully passed the Falling Cloud Valley's assessment yesterday and became a glorious menial disciple. After finishing the task, he had initially thought he could leave with ease, but the next task the system refreshed was for him to cultivate the low-grade technique from Falling Cloud Valley, the Harmony Qi scripture, to an introductory level. Upon seeing the new task, Qi Yuan suddenly realized a severe problem. This brain-dead system had no regard for reality whatsoever and issued tasks entirely according to the original owner's counterattack trajectory. Even if the original owner were dead, this task still had to be completed. It just fell on his head now. This meant that to continue completing the subsequent tasks, he would have to stay in Falling Cloud Valley for the time being. A Tao child of the illustrious Taoist Holy Land might very well have to serve as a menial disciple in Falling Cloud Valley for a while. How utterly absurd. Just as he was fuming with rage, the task list refreshed again. Host, having just entered Falling Cloud Valley, you are weak and without support. It is too early for a counterattack. For now, you must diligently cultivate to improve yourself. This system will be your steadfast support on the path to becoming a powerhouse. New task: Qi Refining Layer 3. Task objective: continue cultivating the Harmony Qi scripture and raise your cultivation to Qi Refining Layer 3 within 1 month. Task reward: 150 counterattack points, 3 supreme grade Qi condensation pills, a low-grade defensive artifact, the Rock Shield Mirror, and 500 low-grade spirit stones. Another idiotic task like this. Qi Yuan was too drained to complain. He relaxed his mind and silently waited for the notification of task completion. His current cultivation far surpassed Qi refining layer 3. This task was a pure freebie one where the answer was already filled in. However, a quarter of an hour passed, and still no prompt sound came. What was going on? Qi Yuan was stunned. He carefully examined the task, and suddenly understood. He then pretended to circulate his Qi through the pathways described in the Harmony Qi scripture for a short while. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Damn! So the first sentence of the task objective wasn't just fluff, it was also a condition for completion. This foolish system was all over the place with its task descriptions, but when it came to setting requirements, it was surprisingly strict. Qi Yuan shook his head with a wry smile. To lower his blood pressure, which was about to skyrocket, he decided to go out for some fresh air and take in the scenery of Falling Cloud Valley. As one of the new disciples who had performed outstandingly in the entrance assessment, he was naturally assigned a private dwelling. Although this wooden hut was low, small, and empty, it was still far better than the double rooms assigned to other menial disciples. This year, Falling Cloud Valley had a bountiful harvest, recruiting over 20 qualified new disciples, the largest number in recent years, which made the outer sect elder Lin Zhi'an beam with joy. According to the sect rules, these new disciples must first serve as menial disciples. After 1 year, those who perform adequately can be promoted to outer sect disciples. Of course, exceptionally outstanding menial disciples might be chosen by an inner sect elder as a true disciple directly entering the inner sect. Stepping outside, the cool, crisp morning air rushed to meet him. Qi Yuan took a deep breath, his spirits instantly lifted, and he murmured, "It smells quite nice here." Suddenly sensing something, he instinctively glanced to the side and behind him. He saw a beautiful female cultivator in a light yellow rainbow dress standing not far from him, her fair jade-like cheeks slightly flushed. "Senior sister, what are you doing here?" Realizing the source of the fragrance, Qi Yuan quickly cupped his hands in greeting. As a newcomer unfamiliar with Falling Cloud Valley's secrets, he refrained from carelessly extending his divine sense to avoid alarming any experts within the valley. His spiritual perception was thus much duller than usual. He had already learned that Baishiro was the sect leader's daughter and the foremost among the inner sect true disciples. In other words, as long as he wanted to stay in Falling Cloud Valley, he absolutely must not offend her. Baishiro nodded, a hint of surprise in her eyes as she looked at Qi Yuan. "It's only been a day and you've already broken through to Qi refining layer 3. Qi Yuan smiled modestly and replied, "The Harmony Qi scripture bestowed by Elder Mo is quite profound. I studied it all through last night and was fortunate enough to make a breakthrough to Qi refining layer 3. After completing the previous task, he had deliberately adjusted his outwardly displayed cultivation to Qi refining layer 3, never expecting Baishiro to notice the moment he stepped out. Baishiro hummed softly in acknowledgement. After a moment of deliberation, her expression turned serious as she suddenly asked, "Qi Yuan, what is your impression of the Array Spirit Senior?" Array Spirit. Qi Yuan was taken aback, then answered honestly, "That Array Spirit curses everyone it sees and has a rather bad temper. I don't know much else." Baishiro sighed and said, "The Array Spirit Senior has been in seclusion for 1,000 years. Since our Grandmaster passed away, you are the only one who has made it appear." Hearing this, Qi Yuan's curiosity was piqued. Baishiro was not the first person to mention this. Falling Cloud Valley's grand sect-protecting formation was called the Illusory Life Creation Array. The Array Spirit Baishiro mentioned was the spirit of this formation. The illusions generated during the entrance assessment were merely an insignificant part of the grand array. Logically, a sect's grand formation was its very foundation. With an Array Spirit, its power multiplied. Combined with the home field advantage, it would be difficult for outsiders to breach unless the enemy possessed overwhelming strength. Therefore, Array Spirits were typically revered as the sect's guardian deities. The Taoist Holy Land also had its own mountain-protecting grand formation, whose Array Spirit was a primordial divine beast at the Mahayana stage, honored as one of the Holy Land's founding patriarchs. But from Baishira's words, it seemed the relationship between Falling Cloud Valley and its Array Spirit was not exactly harmonious. Seeing his puzzled expression, Baishiro explained, "Originally, the Array Spirit of the Illusory Life Creation Array and our late Grandmaster were as close as brothers. But for some reason, after the Grandmaster ascended, the Array Spirit Senior's attitude changed drastically. Aside from sending out a few avatars every 3 years to test the new disciples, it shows no concern for any other affairs in the valley. Consequently, the sect's grand formation has lost much of its power. I would like to ask you to help summon the Array Spirit Senior from the formation's core to ask it why this is so." "Huh?" Qi Yuan was startled. "Go see that thing again. Can't you tell the Array Spirit is displeased with me? Sending me over would just be adding fuel to the fire, wouldn't it? Junior brother Qi, you at least possess the ability to make the Array Spirit reveal itself. In this regard, no one within the Falling Cloud Valley can compare." Baishiro gazed at Qi Yuan, her beautiful eyes brimming with anticipation. Qi Yuan suddenly understood. Good heavens, even a hater is still a fan, isn't that right? Indeed, compared to being completely ignored, someone like him, who had clashed with the erased spirit, would find it easier to make it appear. No wonder Baishiro had made such an inexplicable request. Thinking this, Qi Yuan rubbed his nose, a troubled expression on his face. Well, senior sister, you know that the erased spirit seems quite displeased with me. That being is incredibly powerful. If it came to a fight, I wouldn't stand a chance. Rest assured, junior brother Qi. Baishiro quickly explained to dispel Qi Yuan's doubts. You carry the token of a falling Cloud Valley disciple. According to the Grand Formation's rules, as long as you don't act against the formation, the erased spirit cannot attack you, or it will suffer backlash. Seeing no way to decline, Qi Yuan had to say, in that case, I'll give it a try, but I can't guarantee success. Since there was no real danger, he might as well follow Baishiro to confront the erased spirit. It was certainly better than being dragged off to carry water and chop wood. Moreover, building a good relationship with this senior sister would make his days in the falling Cloud Valley more comfortable. Seeing him agree, Baishiro seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, a grateful smile curling at the corners of her lips. Even if it doesn't work, I'm already very grateful that you're willing to help. The falling Cloud Valley was picturesque, abundant with spiritual energy, and its structures were designed in a serene and elegant style. Though it lacked the majestic grandeur of the Taoist sacred ground, it possessed a unique charm, evoking the feeling of a paradise beyond the mortal world. Qi Yuan followed Baishiro as they traversed the valley, soon arriving before a towering iron pagoda deep in the valley. The iron pagoda stood tens of zhang tall, forged entirely from dark iron. Its surface was covered in dense, intricate spirit runes surrounded by swirling mists and haze. Waves of formation power rippled, connecting heaven and earth, ceaselessly surging and receding. Senior sister. Upon seeing Baishiro, the disciples guarding the place immediately bowed and stepped aside to clear a path. Baishiro nodded to them with a warm expression and led Qi Yuan directly to the iron pagoda. Junior brother Qi, this is the core of the sect's grand formation. Qi Yuan nodded, then called out to the iron pagoda. Senior erased spirit, I am Qida, a new disciple who participated in the entrance exam yesterday. I have come to pay my respects today. Oh, please grace us with your presence. His voice was clear and resonant, but there was no response. Qi Yuan had to call out again. Senior erased spirit, can you hear me? Still there was no reply. Qi Yuan tried calling a few more times, but the iron pagoda remained silent and unchanged. Seeing this, Baishiro let out a faint sigh, her spirits dampened. Forget it, junior brother Qi. It seems the erased spirit still refuses to appear. Even so, thank you for accompanying me here. Qi Yuan also put on a disappointed look and murmured, all right. I was planning to return those 100 spirit stones, but since the master of this place is absent, let's head back for now. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the void before the pagoda slowly materialized a figure in the form of a youth. With rosy lips, white teeth, and a handsome face, it was none other than the erased spirit of the illusory life universe formation. The youth glanced at Qi Yuan, and Baishiro raised an eyebrow and spoke bluntly, where are the spirit stones? Hand them over quickly. Spirit stones. Baishiro was momentarily stunned, then quickly grabbed her storage pouch, pulled out 100 spirit stones, and respectfully offered them. Senior erased spirit, this junior here. Before she could finish, the erased spirit cut her off coldly. Little girl, what does this have to do with you? You don't owe me spirit stones. Do you think I'm a beggar in need of your paltry offering? I'm fighting for my pride. Hearing this, Baishira's pretty face changed color, and she quickly bowed in apology. This junior was presumptuous. Please calm your anger, senior. The erased spirit didn't even glance at her, instead fixing its gaze on Qi Yuan. You little rascal, return the spirit stones at once. Qi Yuan smiled faintly and shot Baishiro a reassuring look. Easy enough. But before returning the stones, this junior has a question that needs your clarification. Moi. The erased spirit frowned. What question? Stop dilly-dallying. Spit it out. At these words, Baishira's delicate frame trembled, her heart pounding wildly as she looked at Qi Yuan in disbelief. She had never imagined that this persistent problem plaguing the Falling Cloud sect would actually see a turning point through him. Unfazed by the erased spirit's harsh attitude, Qi Yuan chuckled softly and asked calmly, Senior, as the erased spirit of the sect's grand formation, you have ignored the juniors of Falling Cloud Valley. How have they offended you to earn such disdain? Ha ha ha. Ignored them. The erased spirit seemed struck to the quick, bursting into wild laughter. Why don't you ask what those unworthy descendants of Bai Yinju have done before coming to interrogate me? What? Baishiro was stunned. Recovering, she immediately knelt on one knee and spoke earnestly. Senior erased spirit Bai Yinju, is this junior's distant ancestor? I have reviewed all the sect's archived records and can assure you that since his passing 1,000 years ago, every successor has treated you with utmost respect, never committing any wrong against you. I can swear a heavenly oath right now. If I speak falsely, may I suffer divine punishment. I implore you to investigate. Seeing her sincere demeanor, the erased spirit became half convinced, its tone calming somewhat. Little girl, let me ask you, who is the current sect leader of Falling Cloud Valley? Baishiro immediately replied, my father Bai Qingwu, who succeeded as sect leader 100 years ago. The erased spirit nodded and casually asked, what is his cultivation level? Baishiro hesitated briefly before answering honestly, my father is at the late nascent soul stage. So low. The erased spirit seemed surprised. Then who has the highest cultivation in the valley now? Reporting to you, senior, my father is already the most powerful person in the valley. As she spoke, Baishiro looked somewhat embarrassed. We later generations are dull-witted and have failed our ancestors' trust. It has been a long time since Falling Cloud Valley produced a cultivator at the deity transformation stage. In his day, Bai Yanju was a mighty void refining cultivator who dominated an entire region. To think his descendants would grow weaker with each generation. The erased spirit shook its head, its tone filled with frustration. Then, as if unable to contain its emotions any longer, its eyes reddened slightly. 1,000 years. Do you know how I've endured this 1,000 years? Its voice was steeped in grievance and indignation. Qi Yuan and Baishiro were both dumbfounded as they watched the erased spirit display such an exaggerated expression. What kind of tragedy could have occurred to cause an erased spirit who had lived for thousands of years to be so heartbroken? The erased spirit seemed lost in some memory, tears streaming down, appearing utterly miserable. I was sworn brothers with Bai Yanju, bound by deep friendship. Back then he failed to break through to the unity realm and died from depleted lifespan. Before his death, he entrusted me to take care of his descendants in Luoyun Valley. Not long after his death, I too faced an erased spirit tribulation. Under the erosion of tribulation energy, I fell into a slumber. But when I woke up, speaking of the past, the erased spirit took a deep breath, striving to compose itself, and continued. While I was focused on enduring my tribulation, some damn thief infiltrated the core area of the formation and looted all my accumulated savings over the years. At that time, I had just crossed the erased spirit tribulation and was in a weakened state, desperately needing a large amount of heavenly treasures to restore my spiritual body. But when I returned to my cave dwelling, I found it ransacked, not even a single chicken feather left behind. What's more infuriating is that for the past 1,000 years, every time I endure a weapon spirit tribulation, that villain comes to plunder my cave dwelling, never missing a single time. At this point, it suddenly paused, looking at them with a face full of grief and indignation. Because I never had enough heavenly treasures to recover my spiritual body in time, my cultivation base has been forcibly reduced from the peak of the spirit transformation stage to the middle stage. Only the sect leader of Luoyun Valley has always possessed the key to enter the formation core. This matter must be inseparable from someone in your Luoyun Valley. If not for the constraints of the Grand Formation's rules, I would have long gone to settle accounts with that villain. And you two still have the nerve to come and question me. So it turned out its home had been completely ransacked. After hearing this, Qi Yuan finally understood. No wonder the erased spirit had been so furious over a mere 100 spirit stones before. Apart from being extremely poor, it probably reminded it of those unbearable past events. The erased spirit was born from the essence of a high-level formation's energy source. As long as the formation remained intact, its lifespan was virtually endless. Of course, the heavenly Tao was impartial and would not allow the erased spirit to grow indefinitely. Every 100 years, an erased spirit tribulation would descend. If it could safely survive, it would gain another 100 years of life and continue cultivating. Otherwise, it would perish, body and soul obliterated. After the old erased spirit died, a new one would be born from the formation after some time, beginning the next cycle. The erased spirit before them had an utterly miserable fate. Every time it endured the erased spirit tribulation, its cave dwelling was stripped clean, yet it could do nothing about it. No wonder it felt so aggrieved. With such a major incident, why didn't you notify the sect? Baishiro couldn't help asking. The erased spirit gave a cold laugh. I'm not senile. You juniors of Luoyun Valley are the prime suspects. What would be the point of informing you? Just to watch you put on another play of the thief crying, "Stop, thief." Senior, you may have misunderstood. This matter might not necessarily be related to our Luoyun Valley. There was a hint of uncertainty in Baishira's voice. Say no more. Unless you provide proof that this wasn't done by Luoyun Valley, don't expect me to show you a pleasant face. With that, the erased spirit's tone was resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. Having one's wealth reset to zero every 100 years, who could endure that? Baishiro gently bit her thin lips, her gaze gradually firming. With a solemn expression, she asked, "Senior erased spirit, when is your next erased spirit tribulation?" The erased spirit seemed to realize something, staring intently at her. "What do you intend to do?" "I plan to investigate this matter and bring the truth of this unresolved case to light." "You?" The erased spirit scoffed. My array spirit tribulation will descend again in half a year. You are merely a junior at the late foundation establishment stage. How do you plan to investigate? Senior array spirit, rest assured. Although Zyra's current strength is low, I am unwilling to let my fellow disciples of Luoyun Valley suffer unjust accusations. I will do my utmost to give you a satisfactory explanation. Baishiro knew in her heart that to resolve this matter, she had to uncover the truth. No other explanation would suffice. After saying this, she bowed deeply to the array spirit, and without waiting for its reaction, pulled a bewildered Qi Yuan and left the array tower. Only after they had completely walked away did the array spirit's exasperated voice come from behind. Hey, brat, didn't you just say you'd return the spirit stones? Come back and pay up. Qi Yuan didn't stop casually tossing out a reply, next time for sure. Arg, you little rascal, you tricked me again. Ignoring the array spirit's furious shouts, Qi Yuan pondered silently. With a little thought, he knew this matter would not be easy to investigate. After all, a thief who had accurately known the timing of the array spirit's tribulation for 1,000 years and was persistent enough to visit every 100 years was unlikely to be a normal person. He himself couldn't imagine the mental state of such a thief. The array spirit was trapped in the formation, already not wealthy. After being robbed multiple times, it was utterly destitute, even holding a grudge over a debt of 100 spirit stones. Yet the thief still targeted this victim for relentless theft. It was simply insane. Sometime later at the outer sect, thanks to your help, junior brother Qi, I was able to learn the array spirit's true grievance. This matter is of great significance to the sect. I will report it to Elder Mo and have him record a major merit for you in the merit assessment hall. The sect will then issue a special reward. After returning to the outer sect, Baishiro put away her worried expression and looked at Qi Yuan with gratitude. Senior sister is too kind. Such a trivial matter is not worth mentioning. Qi Yuan waved his hand. He had no interest in getting involved in the array spirit's affairs. He only wanted to complete his tasks at Luoyun Valley as soon as possible and adjust himself to his best state in preparation for forming his nascent soul. Then I'll take my leave. If you encounter any difficulties in the outer sect, you can come find me at Yuju Peak in the inner sect. Seeming eager to investigate, Baishiro exchanged only a few pleasantries before hastily departing, transforming into a beam of clear light that shot into the sky and vanished in an instant. After Baishiro left, Qi Yuan had only walked a short distance when a group of 6 or 7 people appeared before him. Most of this group were dressed as outer sect disciples with varying levels of cultivation, but they all seemed to cluster around a plump, arrogant-looking youth. The plump youth wore the clothes of a menial disciple. It was Wang Luchuan who had made a big splash during the entrance test. Is that Lin Zhi'an? Qi Yuan immediately noticed Lin Zhi'an lying not far behind them. At this moment, the child of fortune seemed to have just been beaten, his face bruised and swollen, and he was struggling to get up from the ground in a sorry state. Hold it. Seeing this, Qi Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly and raised his hand to block the path of Wang Luchuan and his group. Called out by Qi Yuan, Wang Luchuan raised an eyebrow and said disdainfully, Senior Qi, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business or he'll beat you up too. Having just entered the sect, he had flaunted his status as an elder's nephew, and with his cousin being an inner sect disciple, at the foundation establishment stage, he soon threw his weight around in the outer sect, naturally no longer taking Qi Yuan seriously. Qi Yuan looked at him expressionlessly, speaking in a detached tone, Didn't I already say? Lin Zhi'an is under my protection. If you dare to touch him, you owe me an explanation. One must be careful with words. We have not bullied Lin Zhi'an. It was merely a few outer sect senior brothers testing his progress in the cultivation of his techniques. It is quite normal to have some bumps along the way, and even if you report this to Elder Mo, it will be of no use. Wang Luchuan wore a cold smile, exuding an air of confidence. As for you, you are nothing more than a waste with 4 spirit roots. Just because you have cultivated for a few days does not give you the right to flaunt yourself before me. Truly, you are unaware of your own limitations. With that, his expression grew increasingly fierce. Since you want an explanation, then fine. If you kneel and beg for mercy right now, I will reluctantly forgive you for offending me last time. If not, I'll make sure you end up like Lin Zhi'an, unable to survive in the outer sect. At this moment, the outer sect disciples accompanying Wang Luchuan also began to cheer. That's right. Quickly apologize to young Master Wang, or you will be in for it. Young Master Wang, why don't I test this junior brother's entry-level technique to see how well he has mastered it? Faced with such mockery, Qi Yuan showed no sign of emotion, only letting out a light sigh. Although there is no reward this time, I still want to bully you weaklings. What should I do? Then he gently raised his right hand and slowly said, You see this hand? Doesn't it look like a big slap? What is this guy babbling about? Kid, you're asking for death. Seeing Qi Yuan's provocative actions and words, the outer sect disciples with cultivation all wore furious expressions and prepared to strike. Bang! Wang Luchuan in the crowd felt a blur before his eyes, and suddenly a sharp pain shot through his face. He instinctively touched his face, then his body stiffened, and he knelt down. Realizing his current position, Wang Lichuan's complexion changed drastically. He hurriedly tried to stand, but found his knees seemed rooted to the ground. No matter how hard he tried, he could not rise. Faced with such a bizarre situation, Wang Lichuan was shocked and couldn't help but exclaim, "What have you done to me? Why can't I get up?" Qi Yuan had already positioned himself in front of him, leisurely retracting his palm, and casually replied, "I don't know. Perhaps I didn't control my strength well, and I accidentally knocked you out." Hearing this, Wang Lichuan instantly erupted in fury, shouting, "What are you all still doing? Help me teach this brat a lesson, and quickly help me get up." Due to the sudden turn of events, his companions finally regained their senses and rushed to help Wang Lichuan. The three outer sect disciples at the Qi refining stage surrounded Qi Yuan with fierce expressions, daring to strike. "Young master, Wang, we must teach you a lesson today." While speaking, the three surrounded Qi Yuan, each forming seals ready to cast their spells. However, before they could release them, Qi Yuan moved first, his speed akin to lightning. The next moment, bang, bang, bang. The protective Qi of the three at the Qi refining stage was easily shattered by his fists, and they all cried out in agony as they were sent flying backwards, crashing to the ground, clutching their ribs, unable to get up. Looking at the three lying on the ground, groaning, Qi Yuan smiled faintly, secretly marveling at his mastery over physical strength. Currently situated within the falling cloud valley, it would be undesirable to cause fatalities. Breaking a few ribs could still be attributed to a spar among fellow disciples, but if his strikes were too heavy, it would undoubtedly lead to considerable trouble. Thus, the hardest part of this confrontation was not whether he could defeat them, but how to avoid killing them. Seeing this scene, Wang Lichuan, who remained kneeling, was instantly dumbfounded, seemingly unable to believe his eyes. Without using a single grain of true energy, he had solely relied on physical strength to knock down three cultivators, all at least at the 5th level of Qi refining, one of whom was a 7th level expert. Is this even human? Not just him, but everyone else also displayed expressions of disbelief. It was said that Qi Yuan was a loose cultivator before entering the sect, and now a loose cultivator possesses such formidable body refining abilities. Is it true that loose cultivators are now this fierce? Or perhaps it was that the disciples of the sect had grown too comfortable to the point of not knowing the true standards of the outside world. Qi Yuan, without changing his expression, said, "I forgot to mention, as I, Qi Yuan, travel the world, besides seeking the truth, I also have a bit of knowledge in martial arts. If anyone is unconvinced, feel free to challenge me." The onlookers exchanged glances, their eyes filled with incredulity. "Why you call that a bit of knowledge in martial arts? It's almost heavenly." Seeing his side continuously suffer defeats, Wang Lichuan's face gradually turned ashen, gritting his teeth and saying, "Forget him, let's leave." At this moment, he remained as stiff as a wooden block, even being helped by two people still maintaining the awkward posture of one hand covering his face and kneeling on both knees. Seeing more and more fellow disciples gather around, he knew today was no longer salvageable. If he lingered any longer, more people would see him in this state. Thinking of this, he didn't even dare to utter harsh words. Under the support of his lackeys, he left the scene in disgrace. Not far away, Lin Zhi'an, who also struggled to rise from the ground, hobbled over with a face full of gratitude, saying, "Chiga, thank you for helping me teach them a lesson, but you'd best not involve yourself in my matters in the future. Wang Lichuan's uncle is a golden core elder here, and I don't want to drag you down." Then he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said angrily, "The more they bully me, the more it proves they are merely blustering. I refuse to believe they can kill me in broad daylight. As the saying goes, 30 years in the East and 30 years in the West, do not bully the young and poor. As long as I, Lin Zhi'an, still draw breath, there will come a day when I return this humiliation double." Huh. Qi Yuan felt somewhat perplexed, completely unable to understand the thoughts of this favored child of fate. Good grief, you clearly know that Wang Lichuan has a vast influence in Falling Cloud Valley, yet you foolishly chose to join it. Isn't that just asking for trouble? Wouldn't it be better to quietly switch to another sect, develop there, and return when strong enough to take revenge? That would surely be more satisfying. Even becoming a loose cultivator outside is better than staying in Falling Cloud Valley and getting beaten every day. What nonsense about 30 years in the East and 30 years in the West. Don't mention 30 years. With Wang Lichuan backed by an intersect elder, he can easily use some tricks, and if you live past 3 years, that would indeed be a miracle. Of course, while he complained, Qi Yuan also felt no inclination to offer advice. Perhaps it is this peculiar way of thinking that qualifies one to be the favored child of fate. Ordinary people simply cannot emulate it. At the Falling Cloud Valley, the outer sect. Elder, the assignments for the new batch of menial disciples who arrived yesterday have been arranged. Please review them. Within the grand hall, an elder in a green robe and lotus crown sat at the head, while a middle-aged man in the robes of an outer sect steward stood in attendance below. As he spoke, the middle-aged man respectfully presented a small booklet to the elder. "Very well, let me have a look." The elder nodded, took the booklet, and began to flip through it. After a moment, he looked up and instructed, assign that new disciple named Qi Da to the spirit herb fields, and have Wang Luchuan tend to the spirit beasts. Keep the rest as is. The middle-aged man was taken aback at this. He knew that overseeing the herb fields was a coveted position. Not only were the duties light, leaving ample time for cultivation, but the work environment was also rich in spiritual energy, far superior to chores like chopping wood or sweeping. It was rare for the notoriously impartial outer sect elder, Emo Xingyang, to personally arrange such a favorable post for a new disciple. Could it be that this Qi Da also had connections? Though puzzled, the middle-aged man dared not show any hint of surprise and quickly nodded in compliance. Your subordinate obeys. He then took back the booklet, crossed out the name, Wang Luchuan, in one place and replaced it with Qi Da. Although he had intended to place the nephew of the Dao Repository Hall elder there, as a favor, the immediate authority overruled such plans. Since his direct superior had spoken, he could only comply. If there's nothing else, you may take your leave. After giving a few more instructions regarding outer sect affairs, Emo Xingyang waved his hand, dismissing the middle-aged steward. After the steward left, Emo Xingyang was about to enter meditation when a commotion arose outside the hall. Frowning at the noise, he rose from his chair and strode out. Once outside, he saw several disciples carrying a motionless object towards him covered with a black cloth that faintly outlined a human shape. What was this about? A look of confusion crossed Emo Xingyang's face. Just as he was about to ask, one of the disciples hurried forward, pulled back the black cloth, and revealed Wang Luchuan's figure. Wang Luchuan was still in a kneeling position, his plump face flushed a livid purple from a mix of anxiety and rage. Upon seeing Emo Xingyang, Wang Luchuan's eyes reddened, and he looked on the verge of tears as he cried out, Elder Emo, I must report Qi Da for practicing dark arts and harming his fellow disciples. Please, you must seek justice for me. After returning to his dwelling, he had discovered that his Buddhist strange condition had not lifted, plunging him into panic. He had immediately ordered his men to carry him to the outer sect elder's residence, hoping Emo Xingyang would heal him, and in the process lodge a severe complaint. To avoid humiliation on the way, he had even covered himself with a cloth. Given the urgency, his men had only found a black cloth of suitable size, which looked dreadfully like a burial shroud, an incredibly bad omen. Qi Da, I will never let you get away with this. At that moment, Wang Luchuan's hatred for Qi Yuan had reached its peak, even surpassing his animosity towards Lin Zhi'an, whom he had always regarded as his fated rival. Dark arts. Seeing him in such a state, Emo Xingyang frowned. He stepped forward and placed his fingers on Wang Luchuan's wrist to examine him carefully. After a moment, he understood the situation. His expression relaxed, and he scolded, Nonsense. You insolent child, spouting such wild nonsense. This is merely a grappling technique to dislocate joints and seal the breath. Even if left alone, it would resolve on its own in time. How is that dark arts? As he spoke, Emo Xingyang gave a cold snort and circulated his true essence through the other's body, breaking through all the sealed meridians and pressure points. As the last obstruction within him vanished, Wang Luchuan's body went limp, and he collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. After recovering slightly, Wang Luchuan quickly rose and bowed. Thank you, Elder, for the healing grace. That Qi Da indeed struck your disciple, without cause, and even hit. Before he could finish, Emo Xingyang cut him off with a wave of his hand, his tone full of reprimand. Since you're fine, be on your way. Don't be so rash and reckless in the future, and watch your tongue. If you ever slander a fellow disciple again, I will not be lenient. With that, he flicked his sleeve and turned back into the hall without another glance. Yes, your disciple understands. Wang Luchuan dared not argue, and could only agree submissively. Young Master Wang, what do we do now? After Emo Xingyang left, one of his lackeys, seeing his boss standing frozen, couldn't help but ask. This isn't over. Wang Luchuan gritted his teeth, a flicker of malice in his eyes. I'm going to the inner sect right now to ask my cousin to deal with that bastard Qi. Also bring that woman Lu Yingying to see me later. Back at his dwelling, Qi Yuan casually pulled out a chair and sat down. With a thought, he summoned the system panel. After completing the system task of breaking through to the third layer of Qi refining, a new task had refreshed in the mission log. You have painstakingly joined the immortal cultivation sect Falling Cloud Valley, and your path of cultivation is gradually getting on track. Breaking through to the third layer of Qi refining brings you one step closer to fulfilling your wish. Deep within you yearn to return to your family as a foundation establishment cultivator and humiliate all those who look down on you. Now you must continue to strive and distinguish yourself among these menial disciples. Mission objective: hunt down a Qi refining stage demon beast in the rear mountains of Falling Cloud Valley. The beast must be at least at the third layer of Qi refining. Mission difficulty 3 stars average. Mission rewards 150 counterattack points, 5 top-grade rejuvenation pills, 300 low-grade spirit stones. Qi Yuan glanced at the mission info, his heart utterly calm. He now understood the counterattack system's pattern as long as he kept completing tasks everything, from spiritual root aptitude spirit stones and pills to magical artifacts and techniques insights, would be within easy reach. This system truly lived up to its reputation as one tailor-made for losers. With such all-encompassing support, even a pig of a host could soar to the heavens. But if the system was so powerful, why couldn't he feel happy while doing the missions? Qi Yuan looked down at his menial disciple uniform and sighed softly. Ever since this damned system showed up, the last shreds of my integrity have been completely shattered. After a brief moment of lament, he shook his head to clear his mind of stray thoughts, raised his hand to set up a warning barrier in the room, and then immersed himself in cultivation. Within his body, the golden core's light flowed in myriad streams entwined in colors, as if a vast spiritual essence was brewing within, ready to burst forth at any moment. The next day, at Falling Cloud Valley, the herb garden, a middle-aged steward spoke earnestly to Qi Yuan. Qi, from today onward you will work in Elder Kang's herb garden. If there is anything you do not understand, you may ask the senior brothers and sisters within the garden. But remember to mind your place. Without permission, you must not pick any spirit herbs. Those who violate this rule will face severe punishment from the sect. Qi Yuan quickly cupped his hands in acknowledgement. Thank you for the guidance, Uncle Steward. This disciple will do his utmost. He was fairly satisfied with being assigned to the herb garden, as it was a relatively quiet place. Ordinarily, aside from the elders' disciples who came with tokens to request herbs, no one else was allowed entry. He knew well that this favorable assignment was undoubtedly thanks to that beautiful senior sister. Very well, do your work here. If anything comes up, you can find me at the outer sect steward's office. The middle-aged steward nodded, then said to a young male cultivator in outer sect robes, Disciple, Lu, show him around the herb garden. I will return now. Yes, Uncle Steward. The male cultivator surnamed Lu watched the steward leave, then spoke warmly to Qi Yuan. Junior brother, I am Lu Tai, an outer sect disciple in charge of guarding the herb garden. Since you are new here, let me show you around. Thank you, senior brother Lu. Qi Yuan replied politely, then followed him into the garden. As they walked, Lu Tai said with a smile, For Steward Nio to personally escort you here shows that you are highly regarded in the outer sect. Your future is boundless. Hearing this, Qi Yuan sneered inwardly. He knew Lu Tai's words seemed like praise, but were actually probing his background. If he chose to feign weakness at this moment, he would likely be stuck with all the dirty and tiring chores in the garden from now on. With this in mind, he gave a modest smile, but spoke the truth. Senior brother flatters me. I am honored that Elder Mo took a special interest and assigned me to tend the garden. I am still filled with trepidation and only hope to repay Elder Mo's kindness soon. At such a time, one must openly acknowledge having a backer to avoid many future troubles. From Steward Nio, he had already learned that his assignment to the garden was at Elder Mo's behest. Compared to Baishiro, who was far away in the inner sect, a golden core elder who held the power of life and death over the entire outer sect was far more intimidating. He wasn't lying, merely stating facts. Whatever the other person imagined was none of his concern. Indeed, upon hearing this, Lu Tai's expression changed instantly. His gaze toward Qi Yuan became more respectful, even tinged with a hint of deference. Junior brother Qi, it is good that you have such thoughts. We are fellow disciples of the same sect. If you ever need anything, feel free to ask. This senior brother will not refuse. The herb garden in Falling Cloud Valley adjacent to the back mountain was vast. Besides some menial and outer sect disciples, a foundation establishment inner sect disciple was stationed to guard against spirit beasts from the back mountain invading and damaging the herbs. Most of the spirit beasts in the back mountain were deliberately raised by the valley for disciples to practice on. They were generally low-level, mostly at the Qi refining stage, with very few at the foundation establishment stage. This garden belongs to Elder Kong of the Alchemy Pavilion. He is perpetually in seclusion refining pills and rarely concerns himself with worldly affairs. When the pavilion is short on herbs, he sends his disciples to pick them. Also remember never to approach that small pavilion. Senior Sister Zhan of the inner sect dislikes being disturbed. After touring the garden, Lu Tai led him to the edge of a modest-sized spirit field. Junior brother Qi, you will take care of this patch of jade leaf grass. Just sprinkle it with spirit water every morning. The rest of the time you can use for cultivation. This field, about 100 zhang square, was planted with an alchemy material called jade leaf grass, its leaves of vivid emerald with a crystalline luster. Since a spirit spring was nearby, watering the field took no more than half an hour. It was an incredibly leisurely task. Qi Yuan was very pleased with this arrangement, as it meant he would have more time to work on the system's tasks. Now that he was on the verge of forming his nascent soul, he was eager to experiment. What effect would breaking through a realm while in a state of sustained enlightenment have? Of course, that would require a large amount of counterattack points. He silently hoped this damn system would stay steady and not screw up. And so, after finishing a day of tedious work, he accidentally lost his way back to his residence and somehow ended up in the back mountain. When no one was looking, he accidentally stepped on and killed a Qi refining layer 8 red claw bear, then enjoyed a grilled bear paw. Ding! Host has successfully hunted the first Qi refining stage spirit beast in their life. Task reward 150 counterattack points, 5 superior grade rejuvenation pills, and 300 low-grade spirit stones. Over the following days, Qi Yuan lazed about in the herb garden while transforming into a relentless task machine, frantically farming counterattack points. Ding! Host has successfully collected the first century-old heavenly treasure in their life. Task reward 150 counterattack points. Ding! Successfully set up the first basic formation. Reward 200 counterattack points. Ding! Defeated a formidable foe at Qi refining layer 6 or completed the first spar with a fellow disciple. Reward 300 counterattack points. Ding! Successfully mastered the first spell. Reward 300 counterattack points. With each completion, chime his counterattack points skyrocketed, quickly surpassing the 3,000 mark. System, what's wrong with you? Where are the new tasks? Inside his wooden hut, Qi Yuan stared at the empty task panel, his expression quite displeased. Hurry up and refresh the tasks. I want to take them. He had just found a bit of thrill in speedrunning tasks, only for it to come to an abrupt halt. In the past, new tasks would appear soon after completing old ones, but this time there was no response. Ding! Please calm down, host. The first time series of novice tasks has officially ended. The system is now automatically generating the next phase of tasks. System, you're slacking off. Qi Yuan rolled his eyes, a look of disdain on his face. It seemed he had pushed too hard in the past few days and drained this dog of a system dry. Wait, automatically generated. Qi Yuan's eyes lit up. Could it be that his hardships were finally over and the system tasks would finally take a normal turn? With this thought, he rubbed his hands together impatiently and silently cheered the system on. System, when you generate the tasks, make sure to open your eyes and look at this world. If you can really fix things, I swear I'll never curse you again. After a while, the long silent system panel finally stirred, displaying a few lines of clearly visible text. Here it comes. Qi Yuan's spirit lifted as he looked on with full anticipation. The next moment, his expression froze completely. Damn it. Just as Qi Yuan was wearing a strange expression, a sudden sound of footsteps came from outside the house, followed by a loud voice saying, "That servant disciple Qi lives here." Qi Yuan frowned, collected his thoughts, and stepped forward to open the door, immediately seeing several men and women with serious expressions. These individuals were dressed in the attire of outer sect disciples with the emblem of the law enforcement pavilion embroidered on their chests, clearly outer sect disciples working for the law enforcement pavilion. Upon realizing their identity, Qi Yuan was taken aback for a moment, then asked in a deep voice, "What do you want with me?" The leading disciple from the law enforcement pavilion was a girl around 17 or 18 years old, well-proportioned and quite charming, though her expression was cold, giving off an air of aloofness. She gave Qi Yuan a disdainful glance and said flatly, "Qi, your matter has been exposed, and now we ask you to come with us." Exposed. Qi Yuan's heart sank, his gaze sharpening as he quickly assessed the situation. Firstly, if the identity of the Daozi from the Taoist sacred land was revealed, even with the tenfold courage of the Falling Cloud Valley, they would not dare to act against him. The only risk lay in the possibility of the news leaking. Not only would it make the subsequent tasks regarding Falling Cloud Valley difficult to complete, but he would also face inquiries from within the Taoist sacred land with consequences difficult to predict. After all, it would be hard to explain why he had concealed his identity and joined Falling Cloud Valley as a servant disciple. Should he silence them before the news spreads, or find a way to erase their memories? Seeing Qi Yuan silence a disciple from the law enforcement pavilion, behind the girl snorted, saying, "Cheetah, what are you pretending to be innocent for? Let me tell you, since we have come to invite you, we certainly have solid evidence proving your collusion with Lin Zhi'an to steal the spirit herbs from the herb garden. Now, letting you confront this is merely giving you a chance to confess honestly. The rules are strict and will not take into account who you are." What? Stealing spirit herbs? Upon hearing this, Qi Yuan let out a heavy sigh of relief. He had thought his identity had been exposed, but it turns out to be a misunderstanding. Thankfully, he had not acted impulsively just now. Regaining his composure, he clasped his hands in apology and smiled. "I apologize, esteemed brothers and sisters. I was startled by this situation just now. Please bear with any rudeness. However, I truly did not steal any spirit herbs. Someone must be framing me." The law enforcement pavilion disciples, of course, had no idea that they had just narrowly escaped a crisis, and upon hearing this, they all showed signs of impatience. "Enough talking, come with us quickly." Upon reaching the outer sect's main peak, Qi Yuan saw Lin Zhi'an tightly bound and kneeling in front of the hall with a small bundle of freshly picked green leaf grass placed before him. Upon seeing Qi Yuan, Lin Zhi'an immediately began to struggle, shouting, "Qi Gu, I don't know. When a bundle of green leaf grass appeared in my room, it must be Wang Luchuan trying to frame us." As soon as these words were spoken, Wang Luchuan among the crowd turned red in the face and shouted angrily, "Nonsense! The green leaf grass was found in your own room. What does it have to do with me? As the saying goes, catch a thief with the stolen goods. Now that both the person and the goods are here, do you still want to deny it?" Lin Zhi'an's eyes were bloodshot as he stared fiercely at Wang Luchuan, gritting his teeth and saying, "You scoundrel, it's not enough that you frame me, but you also want to drag Qi down with you. How shameless can you be?" As he spoke, he seemed to remember something and looked despondently at Lu Yingying, who was standing next to Wang Luchuan, and shouted, "So it was you. No wonder you've been coming to my place these past few days. I thought you had a change of heart, but it turns out you were designing to harm me. Lin Zhi'an, I never expected you to be this kind of person. I wasted years of friendship with you. Truly blind I was." Lu Yingying coldly glanced at him and said, "You should admit it quickly. This way you can seek leniency from the law enforcement pavilion." With the situation becoming increasingly chaotic, Elder Emo Xinjiang from the outer sect frowned and reprimanded, "Quiet. In broad daylight making such a ruckus is utterly disgraceful." As everyone quieted down, Emo Xinjiang surveyed the crowd, finally resting his gaze on Qi Yuan, speaking calmly, "Qi, did you do this?" His tone was gentle, not at all resembling an interrogation, but rather like a casual conversation between friends. Seeing this, Wang Luchuan, who was initially confident, suddenly felt a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. Qi Yuan smiled lightly. In response to Elder Emo, "This matter has nothing to do with me." Seeing Qi Yuan adamantly deny it, the law enforcement pavilion disciples responsible for bringing him over became anxious. The leading girl stepped forward, pointing at the bundle of spirit herbs, and said, "Cheetah, don't quibble. You are responsible for managing the green leaf grass in the herb garden, and now over 10 freshly picked green leaf grass have been found in your fellow disciples' room. Is this not evidence?" Surprisingly, before Qi Yuan could open his mouth to argue, Emo Xinjiang, who was in charge of interrogating the case, shook his head and said solemnly, "Nie Shiji, you need not ask further, since Qi Da has stated it was not him. It is unlikely he would be guilty. I only asked you to bring him over so he could clarify publicly to avoid any rumors spreading later." He then shifted his gaze to Qi Yuan. "Qi Shiji, our Falling Cloud sect has always rewarded merit. You may now publicly state how much reward the sect granted you the other day." Qi Yuan, feeling a bit embarrassed, rubbed his nose and said slowly, "I by luck achieved a minor but insignificant accomplishment. To my surprise, the sect specially granted me 3,000 spirit stones, 50 high-grade gathering chi pills, and a medium-grade magical tool. I truly feel undeserving of such a reward." As soon as he finished speaking, a chorus of gasps erupted around him, eyes wide with disbelief, filled with envy and jealousy, as they looked at Qi Yuan. What great merit had this fellow achieved? A one-time reward of 3,000 spirit stones, 50 high-grade gathering chi pills, and even a medium-grade magical tool. Such a heavy reward actually bestowed upon a servant disciple who had only joined for a few days was simply astonishing. Emo Xinjiang nodded and said seriously, "Green leaf grass is a primary material for refining gathering chi pills, and it sells very well in the market, but these 10 or so green leaf grass are only worth about 4 to 5 spirit stones. Tell me, would someone who just received 3,000 spirit stones risk being stripped of their cultivation and expelled from the sect for a mere 4 to 5 spirit stones to pull off some kind of insider theft?" Indeed. Hearing this, the crowd, who had been skeptical, suddenly understood. That's right, according to common sense, the effort and reward of this matter were completely disproportionate. A menial disciple's monthly allowance was only 2 spirit stones. 3,000 spirit stones were equivalent to a full 150 years of allowance. It was highly unlikely that someone carrying such a vast fortune would stoop to stealing a mere 4 or 5 spirit stones. Of course, one couldn't rule out the possibility that someone was a psychologically twisted deviant who enjoyed the thrill of theft for its forbidden excitement. But this Qi Da had just passed the sect's entry-level temperament assessment and had even received a perfect temperament evaluation. It hardly seemed like he was a deviant. Seeing that Qi Yuan had essentially cleared his name, Lin Zhi'an, who was bound on the ground, was overjoyed and quickly said, "I told you earlier that Brother Qi and I were framed. We never stole any azure leaf grass. Please untie me now." As he spoke, he struggled to get up. "Stay still." The enforcement hall disciple standing guard immediately pressed him back down. The leading Nya girl glanced at him and said coldly, "Regardless, the azure leaf grass was found in your room. Even if this matter wasn't done by junior Brother Qi, you're still implicated. A menial disciple like you couldn't possibly enter the herb garden to steal spiritual herbs. I advise you to confess who your accomplice is. Otherwise, we'll take you to the enforcement hall right now. Once there are plenty of ways to make you talk." Lin Zhi'an, however, laughed upon hearing this and said mockingly, "I thought the enforcement hall was something special, but you can't even see through such a simple frame-up. How dare you?" The Nya girl was so furious that her willow-shaped eyebrows shot up. She raised her hand to slap Lin Zhi'an, But before her palm could reach his face, a large hand seized her wrist, stopping her mid-strike. She turned her head and saw that it was Qi Yuan who had grabbed her wrist. A flash of anger appeared on her pretty face. "Cheetah, what do you think you're doing?" As she spoke, she instinctively tried to pull away, but the hand on her wrist was clamped down like iron pincers. No matter how she struggled, it remained utterly immovable. Seeing this, the other enforcement hall disciples were enraged and quickly surrounded them. "How dare you lay a hand on senior sister? Release senior sister Tsuolan immediately." Qi Yuan glanced at Lin Zhi'an, then said calmly to the Nye girl, "Whether my good friend stole the azure leaf grass or not, neither you nor I have the final say. Let's use facts to get to the bottom of this case once and for all." With that, he smiled faintly and casually released the girl's wrist, continuing, "The azure leaf grass is a crucial material for refining qi-gathering pills, and it's used in vast quantities. My job in the herb garden is to tend a plot of azure leaf grass. If there's a mastermind behind this frame-up, then this bundle of azure leaf grass must have been picked from that very spiritual field. I start my shift at the Qin hour and return to my quarters at the Yu hour. That means out of the 12 2-hour periods in a day, I'm away from the field for 6. So whoever picked these azure leaf grasses must have done so while I was absent." Nye Tsuolan, both embarrassed and irritated, glared fiercely at Qi Yuan. "What use is all this talk? You weren't even there. How could you possibly know who did it?" Yet inwardly, Nye Tsuolan was secretly shocked. With her cultivation at the perfection of qi refining stage, she had been utterly powerless against this man just moments ago. Having suffered such a loss in public, she would have normally taught him a lesson. But for some reason, facing this menial disciple before her, she couldn't muster the courage to turn hostile. "Who says you have to be at the scene to identify the culprit?" Qi Yuan curled his lips slightly. "I'm a man of strong responsibility. I take pride in whatever I do. Since the sect assigned me to tend the spiritual field, I naturally have to be diligent. To monitor the growth of the azure leaf grass and prevent problems in the field, I place a low-grade memory talisman on the big tree by the field every day after my shift. That way, even when I'm not at the field, I can use the memory talisman to observe the grass growth at night. If anyone sneaks in to pick the azure leaf grass, they'll definitely be captured by the talisman." As he spoke, he pulled a talisman glowing with a faint white light from his bosom, grinning. "This is the recording from last night. I haven't had a chance to look at it yet, because you called me over right after my shift." As his words fell, everyone stared at the memory talisman in Qi Yuan's hand with strange expressions, dumbfounded. Holy shit! Who knew a memory talisman could be used like this? As the name suggests, a memory talisman can record images from a certain distance over a certain period of time. Though it has no sound, the visuals are clear and vivid, widely circulated in the cultivation world. Apart from transmitting messages and social matchmaking, the memory talisman had been developed for many additional uses. For instance, recording a debate or battle for study and contemplation. Some even used it to capture private stimulating scenes, making multiple copies to sell at high prices, once even stealing business from the Harmony sect's book trade. But no one had ever been so bored as to use a memory talisman to continuously film a patch of farmland, let alone claim it was to monitor the nocturnal growth of azure leaf grass. Even though a low-grade memory talisman was quite cheap in the cultivation world, it still cost at least 3 spirit stones. Using one like this would mean spending 90 spirit stones a month. And since a menial disciple earned only 2 spirit stones per month, this guy would be working in the herb garden for a month and making a net loss of 88 spirit stones. Recalling that Qi Yuan had just received a massive reward of 3,000 spirit stones, everyone suddenly felt this wasn't so unacceptable after all. After a strange silence, outer sect elder Mo Zhenyang was the first to react. He beckoned to Qi Yuan and said solemnly, "In that case, let me have a look." "Yes." Qi Yuan acknowledged respectfully and handed the memory talisman over. The moment Mo Zhenyang took the talisman, a menial disciple in the crowd suddenly turned deathly pale, trembling violently. "Junior brother Wen Tao, what's wrong?" A nearby disciple noticed his strange expression and quickly moved to support him. But the disciple seemed oblivious, muttering to himself, "Damn it, how could this be?" "So it was you." Qi Yuan suddenly strode over, grabbed the man from the crowd, and threw him in front of Mo Zhenyang. "Elder Mo, no need to check the memory talisman. He's the one who picked these azure leaf grasses." At that moment, the menial disciple's composure completely shattered. He knelt tremblingly, "Elder Mo, spare me. It really wasn't my idea. Wang Luchuan saw that I was on duty at the herb garden and gave me 10 spirit stones to steal the azure leaf grass. I was just blinded by greed." Hearing this, the crowd erupted in commotion. Those around Wang Luchuan involuntarily stepped away from him. Wang Luchuan's face turned ashen, and he glared venomously at the menial disciple. "When don't spout nonsense. I've never even seen you before. You say I ordered you to do it. Where's your proof?" Wen Tao said tearfully, "Wang Luchuan, you can't deny it. You sent someone to give me 10 spirit stones." "Enough." Mo Zhenyang roared, casting a cold glance around. "A bunch of worthless scum. Haven't you disgraced yourselves enough? The crowd fell silent, all of them clamping their mouths shut. After a moment of deliberation, Lin Zhi'an looked at Zhi'an and ordered, "Niece Nye, take Wen Tao to the enforcement hall for a thorough interrogation. We must get to the truth and punish those who violate sect rules without mercy." Then turning his gaze to the tightly bound Lin Zhi'an, he said, "As for Lin Zhi'an, given the current lack of clarity and insufficient evidence, release him for now. A decision will be made once the investigation is complete." Disciple obeys Uncle Master Mo's decree. Nye Zuilan shot a disgusted glance at Wang Luchuan, then waved her hand. Several enforcement hall disciples skillfully subdued Wen Tao. At this point, Mo Zhenyang tossed the memory talisman back to Qi Yuan, speaking with a mix of amusement and exasperation. "You little rascal, you even tried to bluff me. What's the meaning of handing me a blank memory talisman? If Wen Tao hadn't slipped up in the end, how would you have gotten out of this?" Qi Yuan chuckled. "How could that be? With your ironclad integrity and keen insight, the moment you picked up that talisman, those monsters and demons would be scared out of their wits. How could they not slip up? Blank." In an instant, the expressions of everyone present froze, their eyes going wide and vacant. After being untied, Lin Zhi'an completely ignored the dejected Wang Luchuan, and Lu Yingying, not far away, and went straight to Qi Yuan's side, moved to tears. "Brother Qi, this is the third time you've helped me. I'm extremely grateful for your great kindness." Qi Yuan waved his hand gently with a warm expression. "We are brothers, no need for thanks." Lin Zhi'an nodded heavily, then seemed to recall something. After a moment's hesitation, he finally made up his mind, and said solemnly, "Brother Qi, you have been as kind to me as a mountain. There is something I must tell you." "Oh." Upon hearing this, Qi Yuan's expression also turned serious. He said in a deep voice, "There are many eyes and ears here. Let's go to my place to talk." If it were anyone else, Qi Yuan wouldn't believe they could offer information that would interest him, the Dao son of Taoist. But Lin Zhi'an was different. Who knew what heaven-defying discovery this child of fortune might have made? Even if Lin Zhi'an were to say he would ascend to immortality in a couple of days, Qi Yuan would choose to believe him first. Soon the two arrived together at Qi Yuan's residence. Entering the wooden hut, they each sat down. Qi Yuan leaned forward, adopting an attentive posture, and asked, "Brother Lin, speak freely." Lin Zhi'an nodded as if he had made a certain decision. He first glanced warily at the door, and finding no one around, he lowered his voice and said, "Brother Qi, the spirit field you oversee where the azure leaf grass grows. There's a problem." "What problem?" Qi Yuan was taken aback. He had been there for 5 or 6 days and hadn't noticed anything unusual. If the spirit field really had a problem that he hadn't discovered, it meant this matter was of a very high level. Lin Zhi'an took a deep breath and continued, "I once read in an ancient text that wherever a wood spirit appears, the innate Yiwood Qi is sure to arise. Today I detected a faint trace of Yiwood Qi from those dozen or so azure leaf grass plants. This means that a fully grown wood spirit is likely hidden in that spirit field, at least 7 or 8,000 years old, or even 10,000 years. After saying these words, Lin Zhi'an stared intently at Qi Yuan, clearly observing his reaction. A 10th of sand-year-old wood spirit. Qi Yuan's expression changed slightly, and he couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. He hadn't expected that such a divine object was hidden in an ordinary-looking spirit field within the Falling Cloud Valley. If this were true, even some Mahayana cultivators would shamelessly come to seize it. A 10th of sand-year-old plant, even if it were just a 10th of sandy or azure leaf grass, could purify one's spiritual essence and greatly increase one's cultivation after consumption. Thinking of this, Qi Yuan's gaze toward Lin Zhi'an changed instantly. As expected of a child of fortune, merely helping him a few times had yielded such a great reward. Of course, Qi Yuan didn't believe a word of the excuse Lin Zhi'an had fabricated. Lin Zhi'an was of mortal origin and had only just barely managed to guide Qi into his body. How could he be so sensitive to the innate Yiwood Qi and deduce so much from just a few dozen azure leaf grass plants picked from the spirit field? Probably this child of fortune had awakened some special ability, and finding it hard to explain, had made up an excuse to cover it up. Qi Yuan understood this completely and was certainly not foolish enough to expose him. He had to admit this guy was willing to risk revealing his ability to share such news. That was truly loyal, at least not an ungrateful ingrate. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Qi Yuan smiled warmly and patted Lin Zhi'an on the shoulder, saying amiably, "Thank you for the reminder, Brother Lin. They'll find a way to investigate this. If there really is a 10th of sandy or spiritual herb in the field, you will certainly be rewarded." "Brother Qi, you've misunderstood me." Lin Zhi'an's expression changed slightly, and he said seriously, "If this is true, you must not offend that senior. Although wood spirits are often timid and weak in combat, rarely taking lives, they are not beings that we Qi refinement cultivators can provoke. You must be cautious in the herb garden and never act rashly." Hearing Lin Zhi'an's earnest words, Qi Yuan raised an eyebrow and then chuckled lightly. I'll be careful." After seeing Lin Zhi'an off, Qi Yuan sat back down in his chair and fell into thought. Perhaps he really should place a surveillance talisman around the spirit field. But before that, he needed to complete that damn task. Just thinking about the task made Qi Yuan's anger flare up. Wasn't it supposed to return to a normal style? How was it getting more and more twisted? That night, with a look of utter exasperation, Qi Yuan clad himself in a set of night clothes, covered his face tightly with black cloth, and vanished into the night like a shadow. Falling Cloud Valley. Outer Sect. The night was as dark as ink with faint starlight. On the gentle low hillside, spacious and luxurious spirit beast enclosures were arranged in a sprawling manner. Each enclosure was protected by its own independent restrictions and equipped with a specialized gathering formation, boasting a beautiful environment and dense spiritual energy, far exceeding the shabby wooden huts where the servant disciples lived. Inside the enclosures resided more than a dozen spirit beasts, most of which were pets collected by the elders and deacons. According to the rules of Falling Cloud Valley, these spirit pets could not be brought into the inner sect and were specifically kept in a designated area in the outer sect. For the servant disciples, serving these noble spirit pets was undoubtedly a dreaded and undesirable task. Not only did they have to handle the feeding of the spirit beasts, but they were also responsible for cleaning up waste, and with the slightest negligence they faced the risk of being attacked by the spirit beasts, resulting in frequent injuries. These spirit beasts were mostly cherished pets of the high-ranking elders of Falling Cloud Valley, and relying on their deep backgrounds, they held an air of arrogance and were often irritable, showing no regard for ordinary disciples. At this moment, within one of the enclosures, a massive striped tiger, several meters long and covered in dark patterns, lay on the ground, sound asleep, continuously exhaling hot air from its nostrils. Suddenly, the formation outside the enclosure shimmered, and silently a gap opened, allowing a figure clad in black to slip in. The target has been found. Upon seeing the giant tiger ahead, the eyes of the black-clad figure sparkled with excitement, and a smile crept across their face. It was as if a hunter had finally found its prey, and he stepped forward eagerly. Roar! The sudden noise caused the giant tiger to open its eyes, instantly glaring at the black figure in displeasure. "You blind fool, dare to disturb my rest. Are you tired of living?" This Foundation establishment realm black tiger had already developed spiritual intelligence and could speak. "Get lost. Otherwise I'll swallow you whole." It thought this was just some foolish servant disciple interrupting its sleep, not even bothering to lift its eyelids, speaking in an extremely arrogant tone. "You must be the spirit pet Qian tiger of Inner Sect Elder Su, right?" The black-clad figure seemed unbothered and did not rush to attack, but leisurely walked towards the black tiger. "No way. If you don't even recognize me, you must not be one of the servants here." Upon realizing this, the giant tiger immediately became alert, rising to its feet, with its fur bristling and claws bared, glaring at the intruder. "How dare you trespass on my territory? I won't spare you today." As it spoke, a cloud of black mist suddenly erupted around the giant tiger, swinging its sharp claws as it lunged fiercely at the black-clad figure. In the next moment, bang! Before it could even prepare, a plain fist struck its massive head, and the black tiger instantly felt dizzy, its limbs going weak as it heavily fell to the ground. Then the black-clad figure closed in and began to beat it. Moments later, "Woo woo woo. Stop. I concede. I was wrong. Please spare me." The black tiger whimpered, covering its head with its paws and crying for mercy. "I'm not the Qian tiger. I'm the Haisha tiger, Elder Yang's spirit pet from the inner sect." The black-clad figure paused, then smirked coldly. "You little beast, how dare you deceive me? It seems I still haven't beaten you into submission." As it spoke, the black-clad figure delivered another round of punches to the black tiger. "I'm not lying. I really am the Haisha tiger." "Umph. More excuses." The black-clad figure clearly didn't believe it. Bang, 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 bang. "No, don't hit me. I yield, I truly yield. I admit I'm the Qian tiger, is that enough?" Upon hearing this, Qi Yuan, who had transformed into the black-clad figure, finally stopped his assault, letting out a sigh of relief, secretly thinking, "It seems this Qian tiger has been tamed by me. The task should be considered completed." With this in mind, he focused his thoughts and summoned the task list. "Due to your lack of backing in the sect, you have been assigned to the most laborious and arduous spirit beast peak, as a servant responsible for feeding inner sect Elder Zu's spirit pet, the Qian tiger. The Qian tiger is a Foundation establishment realm spirit beast known for its unruly temper, having harmed people multiple times, and has made your life as a servant extremely difficult. Task goal: please educate the Qian tiger through your own efforts, making it more obedient. Task difficulty: 4 stars difficult. Task rewards: 400 counterattack points, 1 high-grade spirit cultivation pill, 500 low-grade spirit stones, and the talent universal affinity, increase all non-human beings' favorability towards the host. Looking at the trembling black tiger hiding in the corner, who had been thoroughly beaten into submission, Qi Yuan couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Perhaps due to the changes in the timeline, he was not assigned to the spirit beast peak, but instead went to the herbal garden. Since he no longer held the identity of a servant at the Spirit Beast Peak, if he wanted to educate the spirit beasts kept there, he could only do so secretly during the quiet of night. Of course, there were many ways to tame spirit beasts. Besides, using love and patience fists were also a good method, and it was even more effective. Qi Yuan pondered silently. However, after a while he still had not received the notification of task completion. Frowning slightly, he glanced at the black tiger in the corner. Aren't you convinced yet? The black tiger shook violently, its head bobbing like a rattle drum. Big brother, I know I truly submit. Seeing that the other's expression did not appear to be feigned, Qi Yuan's eyelids twitched, and a sense of foreboding suddenly arose in his heart. He hurriedly asked, "What did you say your name was?" Upon hearing this, the black tiger wanted to cry, but had no tears, wailing, "Don't. I really made a mistake. Oh, just tell me what to call me, and I'll do it. If you say I'm called Dog Egg, that's fine too." Qi Yuan's expression darkened, his tone softening slightly. "As long as you speak the truth, I won't hit you." The black tiger looked confused but still steeled itself to say, I am called Haisha Tiger, Elder Yang's spirit pet. The Qian tiger lives next door to me. Damn, I really got the wrong tiger. Are the elders of Falling Cloud Valley insane for keeping so many tigers for no reason? Qi Yuan's expression froze, wishing he could slap this guy a few more times. Why didn't you say that earlier? The Haisha tiger. After threatening the Haisha tiger to keep quiet, Qi Yuan swiftly dashed into the neighboring enclosure. Not long after. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task of educating the Qian tiger. Rewards 400 counterattack points, 1 high-grade spirit cultivation pill, 500 low-grade spirit stones, and the talent universal affinity. The next day, Qi Yuan arrived early at the medicinal herb garden, appearing as if he had nothing to worry about. The highest-ranked disciple in the outer sect, Mo Xingyang, was merely at the late stage of Golden Core, a small realm below Qi Yuan, which was why he had dared to sneak into the Spirit Beast Peak last night without restraint. Although there were some slightly awkward moments, they did not cause any significant damage, and he successfully completed his task, leaving him in good spirits. After greeting a few disciples passing by the medicinal herb garden, he arrived at the patch of byegrass. Looking around, there were tens of thousands of byegrass plants in the field, lush and vibrant, growing splendidly, with no signs of any abnormalities. Qi Yuan picked up a water bucket, drew water from the nearby spiritual spring, and skillfully began watering the spiritual field, even giving extra water to a few drooping spiritual plants. Thanks to Lin Zhi'an's reminder, he pretended to be nonchalant, while secretly focusing his attention searching for suspicious grass plants in the spiritual field. However, even after watering the entire spiritual field, he found no clues. All he saw were the most ordinary byegrass plants. Though he found nothing, Qi Yuan sensed that something was amiss. Someone was watching him. This gaze was extremely well concealed. If he had not been highly focused at that moment with sharp senses of the surrounding environment, it would have been difficult to detect. Who? Could it be a master from Luoyun Valley? Qi Yuan's gaze sharpened. The ability to spy on him silently was no simple feat, at least in nascent soul-level existence. Despite his heightened vigilance, he remained outwardly calm, finishing his watering as usual. After returning the bucket to its original place, he sat down under a tree by the spiritual field, slowly absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy, pretending to begin his cultivation. As expected, once he left the spiritual field, that faint sense of being spied upon immediately vanished, as if it had never existed. This made Qi Yuan even more certain of his thoughts. The mysterious observer was not targeting him intentionally, but was monitoring this spiritual field. If it was someone from Luoyun Valley, why did that handyman disciple named Wen Tao not intervene when he was stealing byegrass from the spiritual field? Qi Yuan frowned in silence, pondering for a long time before deciding to remain still for now. Compared to the elusive Tintasandier spiritual herb, he was more concerned about whether he could continue to hide his identity in Luoyun Valley until he completed his current task. At this moment, a familiar, graceful figure approached from afar, her complexion like jade, eyes resembling autumn waters, with a serene and elegant demeanor. She was Baishiro, the inner sect's senior sister. Seeing her, Qi Yuan immediately stood up and cupped his hands in greeting, saying, "Greetings, senior sister." Baishiro paused her steps before Qi Yuan, nodding slightly in acknowledgement, her beautiful eyes revealing concern. "How have you been these days working in the medicinal herb garden? Are you getting used to it?" Her voice was crisp and pleasant like pearls falling on a jade plate, extremely melodious. Qi Yuan hurriedly put on a surprised expression. "Thank you for your concern, senior sister. I am doing quite well here." At this moment, Baishira's arrival drew the attention of many, as several disciples of the medicinal herb garden were curiously looking over, especially some male disciples whose gazes toward Qi Yuan were filled with admiration. "As long as you are happy," Baishiro nodded, a gentle smile blooming on her lips. Then her expression turned serious as she directed her gaze toward the nearby spiritual field, speaking solemnly. "I know you and Lin Zhi'an were framed yesterday. Although the final outcome was that the innocent were publicly cleared of suspicion, preventing those wicked individuals from succeeding, such an incident is still a scandal for the sect. Thus, the law enforcement hall chose to act decisively after clarifying the truth, pursuing only the responsibility of a few individuals without implicating too many others. So the handyman disciple Wen Tao was punished for stealing herbs from the medicinal herb garden without permission, having his cultivation abolished, and being expelled from the sect. The newly admitted handyman disciple Lu Yinging deliberately placed the stolen by grass in Lin Zhi'an's room with malicious intent to frame a fellow disciple. Since she had not begun gathering qi, she could not be considered a cultivator. According to sect rules, her punishment was not to have her cultivation abolished, but to have all her memories of the sect's techniques erased and to be expelled from the sect. As for the principal perpetrator handyman, disciple Wang Luchuan, he showed a good attitude in admitting guilt, and with a few inner sect elders speaking on his behalf, he was ordered to compensate the victim with 1,000 spirit stones and to serve a year of hard labor at the Spirit Beast Peak, during which his monthly allowances would be suspended for observation. Upon hearing this, Qi Yuan was first taken aback, then couldn't help but sigh inwardly. What a situation. Indeed, one cannot escape the complexities of human relationships. The mastermind with connections was lifted high and gently set down, while the unconnected accomplice was struck down, without mercy expelled from the sect, without leaving any room for negotiation. It was truly a harsh reality. Wang Luchuan came from a family of profound sects, and had plenty of spirit stones. A fine of 1,000 spirit stones was no more than a tickle. As for serving a year of hard labor at the Spirit Beast Peak, that was even more ridiculous. The chubby little guy was not favored by the outer sect elder Mo Xingyang, and had already been assigned to the Spirit Beast Peak as a handyman. All in all, rounding it off, it was essentially equivalent to no punishment at all. Seeing Qi Yuan's expression was somewhat strange, Bashiro thought he was dissatisfied with such a handling, and a hint of apology appeared on her face as she gently explained, Junior brother Qi, Wang Luchuan possesses a rare dual spirit root talent, and many intersect elders have high hopes for him. Therefore, the law enforcement hall showed leniency, giving him a chance to reform. Of course, if there is a next time, even if it offends those elders, I will not continue to be lenient. Qi Yuan shook his head. I have no objections to the sect's handling. In terms of palace intrigue, he didn't consider a scoundrel like Wang Luchuan worth his attention, not even a hint of threat. Keeping him around was merely to serve as a stepping stone for Lin Zhi'an, the child of fortune, and it would be even better if he could trigger some side quests. Of course, if Wang Luchuan continued to flail around like a fly in front of him, Qi Yuan wouldn't mind swatting him down to avoid being annoyed. Well, that's good. Seeing that he did not sound insincere, Bashiro seemed to breathe a sigh of relief and shifted the topic. Junior brother Qi, regarding the theft of the Array Spirit Senior's cave dwelling, I can confirm it was not perpetrated by any fellow disciples. The key to entering the core of the sect's great formation has always been kept deep in the treasure pavilion, protected by layers of restrictions set up by our great ancestor. No one has touched it for thousands of years. Without the key, it is extremely difficult to enter the core of the great formation. Not only are the cultivation requirements exceedingly high, but one also needs profound knowledge of formations. If there were truly such individuals within Luoyun Valley, the sect would not have fallen to such a state. Qi Yuan nodded, feeling quite in agreement with Zyra's judgment. Though he was not well versed in formations, he still had basic knowledge. It was nearly impossible for ordinary cultivators to infiltrate the core of a sect's great formation without breaking it. A formation master capable of such feats would not likely lower themselves to care about the trifling matters of the Array spirit. As they conversed, Bashiro pointed toward the bamboo grove in the distance and said with a smile, "Let me introduce you to Junior Sister Zhi'an. She is an inner disciple guarding the herb garden here. If you encounter any difficulties in the garden, you can seek her assistance." Observing Zyra's considerate and attentive demeanor, Qi Yuan felt a flicker of confusion. A female cultivator of such exceptional talent and striking beauty, the epitome of a perfect Tao companion, would surely attract countless admirers in the cultivation world. Yet now he was merely a lowly menial disciple, outwardly displaying only a meager spirit root aptitude, with an unremarkable appearance to boot. It seemed utterly implausible that this esteemed senior sister would bestow such favor upon him. Utterly baffled, he could only attribute it to her unique taste. It seemed that a young man venturing into the world must always be cautious. Unaware of Qi Yuan's wandering thoughts, Bashiro led him through the herb garden to a lush bamboo grove. Junior Sister Zhi'an's primary duty is to prevent beasts from the rear mountain from invading the herb garden. Therefore, her residence is located on the periphery of the garden, bordering the rear mountain, quite a distance from the spirit fields. It was precisely because of this that when Tao had the opportunity to stealthily pick the verdant leaf grass the night before last. Moreover, Junior Sister Yin cherishes tranquility and rarely interacts with others. However, we are as close as sisters. Once I introduce you to her, she will surely not refuse your request for help in the future. Deep within the bamboo grove stood an elegant two-story wooden pavilion adorned with spirit flowers and lush grass, creating a serene and pleasant environment. Approaching the small pavilion, Baishiro halted and called out, "Junior sister Yen, I've come to see you." After a moment, the door opened and a young woman in a purple dress emerged. Her figure was ordinary and her features could only be described as delicate, with nothing particularly striking except for a pair of clear, lively eyes that were hard to forget. Upon seeing Baishiro, the woman smiled warmly and said, "Senior sister, what brings you here today?" Baishiro stepped forward, took her hand, and replied with a smile, "I've brought a new disciple to meet you. He will be working in the herb garden from now on. I hope you'll look after him, junior sister." The woman cast a calm glance at Yuan and gave a slight nod. "Since he comes recommended by senior sister, I will naturally offer some assistance." Feeling her gaze upon him, Yuan quickly stepped forward and said, "Greetings, senior sister Zhen." Yuan knew this female cultivator was named Zhen Yuyin, a Foundation Establishment mid-stage cultivator who had been stationed here for 3 years. She rarely emerged from seclusion, and this was his first time seeing her in person. Although Zhen Yuyin appeared ordinary and unremarkable, Yuan felt an inexplicable sense of something amiss about her, yet he couldn't quite pinpoint what it was. "Let's talk inside," Zhen Yuyin said with a gentle smile, about to lead them into the house. Baishiro shook her head and said seriously, "No need. Besides introducing this new junior brother to you, I mainly came to see how you are. Junior sister Zhen, you have guarded the herb garden in this remote place for 3 years, a truly meritorious service. In a couple of days, I plan to request Elder Su to transfer you back to the inner sect. What do you think?" "No." Hearing Baishiro mention this, Zhen Yuyin seemed somewhat anxious and refused without hesitation. "Senior sister, please do not mention this to Elder Su. You know I dislike being in the public eye. This place suits me perfectly, allowing me to distance myself from the clamor and focus on cultivation. I am willing to stay here as long as needed." Seeing Zhen Yuyin's resolute attitude, Baishiro sighed and did not press further. "Very well, I agree. But if you ever wish to transfer in the future, you can come to me anytime." Witnessing this, Yuyin's suspicion deepened. Unlike menial disciples like himself, guarding the herb garden was hardly a desirable task for inner disciples. It required constant vigilance day and night and facing attacks from beasts of the rear mountain. Given the opportunity for a transfer, Zhen Yuyin's vehement resistance was truly peculiar. A possibility crossed his mind, and Yuyin's brow furrowed slightly. His peripheral vision swept over Zhen Yuyin, who was still chatting with Baishiro, and his expression grew more serious. This woman is no simple character. Meanwhile, within the inner sect, in a scenic and spiritually rich cave dwelling. "Cousin, you must help me this time. Those bastards Lin Zhi'an and Qida have repeatedly bullied me, and this time they even turned the tables, leaving me disgraced and unable to even protect the woman by my side. They know full well that you are my cousin, yet they act so recklessly. This is a blatant disregard for you. And that old fool, Mo Zhenyang, always looks down on me because of uncle's influence favoring those two scoundrels. If I don't get my revenge, how can I ever be at peace?" Wang Luchuan stood by the table, his face etched with hatred, pouring out his grievances to the young man seated on the wooden chair. The man at the head, dressed in a brocade robe and a jade crown with a handsome countenance, was Yin Hong, one of the top 3 inner disciples of Luoyun Valley. "You can't even manage a simple frame-up without leaving a trail of blunders, making a fool of yourself. What a waste." Yin Hong shot Wang Luchuan a contemptuous glance and said coldly, "If my father hadn't personally intervened to save you, you would have long been stripped of your cultivation and expelled from the sect. You'd have no place to spout nonsense here." Wang Luchuan lowered his head, his face full of shame. "You're right, cousin. I was foolish. Who could have imagined that Qida would be so cunning?" Before he could finish, Yin Hong cut him off. "Shut up. If you're stupid, don't assume everyone else is as stupid as you." Wang Luchuan shuddered in fear and quickly clamped his mouth shut, daring not to argue further. A shadow crossed Yin Hong's eyes as he thought of something. He asked in a cold tone, "I've heard that Baishiro has taken a particular interest in that Qida and even visited the outer sect several times to see him. What's the truth of this matter?" Hearing this, Wang Luchuan's face lit up with joy as he eagerly added, "I've heard about this too. Senior sister went to find Qida on the very second day after his induction. They left the outer sect together and didn't return for a long time. No one knows what they were doing. Within 2 days, Qida was personally assigned to the herb garden by Elder Mo and received a substantial reward. There's no doubt that this was connected to senior sister. He knew that his cousin Yin Hong had long harbored desires for Baishiro, seeing her as his future Dao companion. He would never tolerate anyone else coveting her. Upon hearing this, how could Yin Hong possibly remain composed? True to expectations, Yin Hong's face turned ashen upon hearing these words, and his gaze blazed with murderous intent. Before Wang Luchuan could fan the flames further, Yin Hong abruptly stood up and said in a sinister tone, "Our Luoyun Valley is not a demonic sect. Killing fellow disciples is a cardinal sin. Even I cannot directly make a move against that brat." but you are different. You are in charge of feeding the spirit beasts on the spirit beast peak. Those beasts are wild and untamed. An unexpected attack is not entirely out of the question. He then retrieved a jade bottle from his storage pouch and handed it to Wang Luchuan. When you take the spirit beasts out for exercise, bring that foundation establishment stage crimson flame tiger to the path Chi must take to return to his dwelling. Then give it this pill. His voice grew progressively lower, eventually fading into a murmur, while Wang Luchuan's eyes lit up, nodding incessantly. After leaving the herb garden, Qi Yuan walked to the outer sect's main peak. The main peak was evidently taller than the other mountains, standing out among the surrounding peaks with a much richer concentration of spiritual energy. As he approached the hall, Qi Yuan was stopped by two disciples guarding the entrance. Having gained some notoriety in the outer sect over the past few days, the two disciples clearly recognized him and spoke politely, not attempting to drive him away. Qi Yuan cupped his hands in greeting and directly stated his purpose. "Senior brothers, I am here to find Elder Mo. I would appreciate it if you could relay my message." The two guards exchanged glances, nodded, and sent one of them inside to report. Soon the disciple emerged from the hall and said to Qi Yuan, "Junior brother Qi, Elder Mo requests your presence." Qi Yuan thanked him and stepped into the grand hall. At this moment, Mo Zhenyang was sitting at a desk holding a jade brush and writing vigorously in a golden book. Hearing the noise, Mo Zhenyang slowly raised his head, his gaze landing on Qi Yuan, and asked kindly, "Junior nephew Qi, what brings you to see me?" He had a good impression of Qi Yuan, the new servant disciple, appreciating not only his excellent temperament, but also his clever mind, though sadly his aptitude was somewhat lacking, which would make his path difficult. As he pondered this, he suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "How come you are already at the 4th level of Qi refinement?" It was known that the other party was only at the 2nd level of Qi refinement upon entering, yet within less than 10 days, he had managed to break through 2 levels to reach the 4th level. Such a speed of cultivation was simply unprecedented. Is this really the result of having 4 spirit roots? Qi Yuan smiled modestly, saying, "The 50 upper-grade spirit-gathering fruits you bestowed last time were indeed effective. After consuming them, I felt my spiritual power surge, and my spirit invigorated, allowing me to fortuitously break through 2 levels." Hearing this, Mo Zhenyang couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth, secretly thinking that a spirit-gathering pill couldn't possibly enable a cultivator with 4 spirit roots to rise 2 levels in just 10 days. Despite his doubts, he didn't dwell on it any longer and looked back at Qi Yuan, saying, "You must have other matters to discuss today, right?" Qi Yuan respectfully replied, "I indeed have a request for the elder." "Speak." Mo Zhenyang raised his eyebrows, waiting for him to continue. Qi Yuan nodded, smiling gently as he said, "I have heard that the sect will hold an outer sect competition in half a month, and the top 10 can enter the inner sect directly. I hope to participate in this competition, and I ask for your permission." "You wish to participate in the outer sect competition?" Mo Zhenyang was somewhat surprised by this, looking deeply at him. "Although the sect does not prohibit servant disciples from participating, you and your peers have only just entered. It seems a bit too much for you to compete this year." Fearing that Qi Yuan might not understand the situation, Mo Zhenyang stroked his beard and continued to explain, "Based on past years, to enter the top 10, one would need at least the 9th level of Qi refinement. Your current level is only the 4th. If you rashly participate, you might not even pass the first round." Qi Yuan remained undeterred, his expression earnest as he stated, "I merely wish to gain some experience in the competition. Whether I win or not is of no consequence. It's all about participation." Seeing his determination, Mo Zhenyang no longer dissuaded him. He nodded and said, "Very well, since you are intent on trying, I will grant you this opportunity. Later, take my token to Steward Nyo to register." Qi Yuan was immediately delighted, saying, "Thank you, Elder Mo, for your support." Mo Zhenyang said no more, tossing Qi Yuan a token and waving him off. "You may go and prepare now." After leaving the main peak, Qi Yuan couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Even without this system task being activated, he would find a way to quickly enter the inner sect of Luoyun Valley. Once he became an inner sect disciple, he could leave Luoyun Valley to complete sect missions or travel without fear of affecting subsequent tasks. It was truly a choice that yielded multiple benefits. Of course, the most crucial point was that the additional rewards of this task were immensely appealing to him, leaving no reason to give up. Thinking of this, he cast aside distractions and plunged his mind back into the system interface. In half a month, Luoyun Valley will hold the annual outer sect competition. The top 10 not only gain direct entry into the inner sect, but also receive corresponding rewards. For you, it is a vital opportunity to escape the fate of being a servant disciple. Note, this task is open-ended and can be voluntarily abandoned. Task objective: obtain qualification to participate in the outer sect competition and secure a top 10 position in the competition. Additional reward condition: shock everyone in the outer sect competition and claim the first place. Task rewards 500 counterattack points, 15 top-grade spirit gathering pills, 1 top-grade foundation establishment, pill 1000 low-grade spirit stones. Additional reward and appropriate enhancement of the host's spirit root aptitude. Once more the opportunity to elevate his spirit root aptitude. After the previous enhancement, Qi Yuan's spirit root aptitude was already astonishing. He couldn't even imagine how terrifying his potential would become if he were to enhance it again. Perhaps it was indeed possible to touch the realm of legendary immortal spirit roots. A cultivator who does not aspire to become an immortal is not a good cultivator, and Qi Yuan was no exception. However, according to the records within the Holy Land of Taoist, although the laws and techniques of this vast world were prosperous and strong practitioners emerged, no cultivator had ascended to the immortal realm for several 100,000 years. Even if there were extraordinary prodigies who survived tribulations and reached the great ascension stage, they remained trapped within this world, unable to transcend. Thus, many fully realized great ascension cultivators chose to leave this realm, self-exiling in the endless void in search of a sliver of opportunity to become immortal. There were even rumors that unless one was born with immortal spirit roots or possessed immortal fate, ordinary mortals would have no chance of becoming immortal. Immortal fate is too ethereal, and immortal spirit roots are even rarer than 1,000 years. Even if the living beings of the world are as numerous as the sands of the Ganges, few can attain the immortal position and enjoy eternal life. Although great ascension cultivators are also regarded as immensely powerful, with long lifespans, they cannot withstand the ravages of time. Even if they can live for tens of thousands of years, they ultimately cannot escape death, and their efforts become futile. Such an ending is something no one wishes to endure. Now that the opportunity to further enhance his spirit root is right before his eyes, how could it be missed? After a surge of emotions, Qi Yuan steadied his mind, humming a tune as he walked towards his residence. At that moment, a massive red tiger suddenly emerged from a remote thicket ahead. This giant tiger was enormous, measuring 7 to 8 zhang in length, with billowing red smoke surrounding it, emanating a terrifying aura. Roar! The giant tiger roared majestically, opening its enormous mouth wide and pouncing toward him with its claws bared. Cheetah, you are definitely dead this time. Watching Qi Yuan standing still, Wang Luchuan, hidden in the shadows, flashed a sinister glint in his eyes and murmured, "Cousin's strategy is indeed brilliant. This time, I want to see how you can still struggle." The Qian tiger is on the verge of a breakthrough and urgently needs nourishment. Killing a foundation establishment stage servant disciple for that bottle of high-grade beast spirit pill is nothing to it. It's just a reckless beast, and with Elder Su backing it, even if it kills someone in the outer sect, it would only be confined and disciplined for a few days with absolutely no consequences. As long as you die, that brat Lin Zhi'an will also be left helpless and soon meet his end without a grave. Wang Luchuan became more and more pleased with himself, almost bursting into wild laughter. On the other side, facing the ferocious Qian tiger pouncing towards him, Qi Yuan's expression remained calm, showing no intention of dodging, and spoke indifferently. "You fool, do you want to die?" Seeing this scene, Wang Luchuan, who was observing from the shadows, was momentarily stunned. At the brink of death, this guy is acting so tough. Does he think this way is more dignified? In the next moment, his face suddenly changed and disbelief filled his gaze as he looked at the scene. The moment the Qian tiger heard Qi Yuan's voice, its mighty body trembled violently, freezing in place, its imposing aura visibly deflating as it crouched on the ground, like a frightened kitten stammering, I didn't. It was a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding." "Is that so?" Qi Yuan snorted coldly and stepped towards the Qian tiger. As Qi Yuan approached, the Qian tiger reacted as if it had encountered a flood or a ferocious beast, its crimson, bloodthirsty eyes betraying a hint of human-like fear, trembling and crawling on the ground, its tail obediently tucked between its legs. Finally, a pool of foul-smelling liquid spread out from beneath the Qian tiger, filling the air with a pungent odor. "Ow!" In an instant, Wang Luchuan felt as if struck by lightning, his whole being turned dazed. Am I seeing things? Shouldn't that Qian tiger be extraordinarily ferocious and vicious? Why is it shrinking back like this? It's important to note that the Qian tiger is a mid-foundation establishment spirit beast, its combat power not inferior to that of late foundation establishment human cultivators, yet now it is scared witless by a mere servant disciple at the 4th layer of Qi refinement. Before he could comprehend it, Qi Yuan had already arrived in front of the Qian tiger and lightly kicked its massive fierce head. "Who the hell allowed you to relieve yourself anywhere? It's disgusting, get back now." Woo! The kicked Qian tiger dared not retaliate at all, though instead, as if granted amnesty, it sprang up from the ground, wagging its tail in a bid to please Qi Yuan, then scurried away in a hurry. Only after Qi Yuan had walked far away did Wang Luchuan recover from his shock, still feeling a strong sense of unreality. In the next moment, a chilling killing intent enveloped him, locking him in place. Under the immense pressure, Wang Luchuan's hair stood on end as he slowly turned to look where the killing intent was coming from, only to find that the Qi-Yin tiger, which had left earlier, was now standing behind him looking at him with an extremely cold gaze. Wang Luchuan swallowed hard, his face filled with fear, and said, "Tiger Lord, what are you going to do? My uncle is Elder Yin Yuan of the Golden Core stage. If you dare to harm me, Elder Yin will not let you off." However, the Qi-Yin tiger was utterly unmoved, a thick malevolence radiating from its scarlet eyes. "You almost got me killed just now. At this time, I don't care who your uncle is. Even if the sect master himself came, he couldn't save your life. If you don't die, then I, the Tiger Lord, will die tonight." With that, the Qi-Yin tiger let out a roar, its sharp claws raised high, and pounced forward. "No, spare me, spare me." In an instant, blood splattered everywhere, and the screams that had just begun abruptly ceased. After dealing with Wang Luchuan, the Qi-Yin tiger picked up the corpse and quickly vanished into the dense forest. The next day, news spread throughout the outer sect that Elder Zu's spirit pet, the Qi-Yin tiger, had gone on a rampage and killed the servant disciple Wang Luchuan, causing a huge uproar. Wang Luchuan had a special identity. Not only was he the only new disciple in recent years with dual spirit root qualifications, but he was also the nephew of the elder of the Tao Enlightenment Pavilion. Normally, this matter would definitely be investigated thoroughly, and the spirit beast that committed the offense would be severely punished. However, the owner of the Qi-Yin tiger, Elder Suzhou, just happened to be an elder of the Law Enforcement Pavilion, holding significant power in the Falling Cloud Valley, which could easily suppress Elder Yin Yuan of the Tao Enlightenment Pavilion. Because of this, the final outcome of the case left many people astonished. After a thorough investigation by the Law Enforcement Pavilion, it was confirmed that the victim Wang Luchuan had been resentful towards the law enforcement elders after having been punished not long ago. In his spite, he began to abuse Elder Zu's beloved pet, the Qi-Yin tiger, often not feeding it. The Qi-Yin tiger had only retaliated out of extreme hunger. Although its means of resistance were somewhat extreme and accidentally killed Wang Luchuan, it was still a case of provocation leading to retaliation. Thus, the offending spirit beast, the Qi-Yin tiger, was put under house arrest for 3 months, with its rations reduced by half as a warning to others. When Shi Yuan saw the notice posted outside the hall, he felt that he was still too young. The contents of this notice, aside from the name, were entirely fabricated, yet oddly logical. Moreover, most of the Falling Cloud Valley disciples who saw this notice believed it, cursing Wang Luchuan for being narrow-minded and inhumane, even bullying beasts. It was simply insane. If the victim saw this, he would probably be so angry that he would come back to life on the spot. When Shi Yuan discovered that Wang Luchuan had plotted against him again, he had already sentenced him to death. Yesterday was merely executing the sentence through the Qi-Yin tiger. A dignified disciple of the Taoist Tao could never tolerate a disgusting clown continually provoking him. Crushing him directly was the right thing to do. He was not the type of Qi refinement master who enjoyed leaving enemies alive to continue causing trouble. Since someone had jumped out to seek death, he naturally had to oblige. That scoundrel Wang Luchuan is dead. Haha, the heavens truly have eyes. Beside him, Lin Zhi'an looked excitedly at the notice ahead and said with resentment, "It's just a pity I didn't get to kill him myself. Letting scum like him die so easily is a waste." Shi Yuan patted Lin Zhi'an's shoulder and said ambiguously, "His fate today is entirely self-inflicted. This is actually quite good, sparing us the trouble of getting our hands dirty." Lin Zhi'an nodded, saying, "The wheel of heaven turns, good and evil are rewarded. I never expected that a spirit beast would end his life. Such is the unpredictability of the human world." Shi Yuan smiled faintly and replied nonchalantly, "Perhaps this is fate." Meanwhile, he was thinking about something else in his heart. Silently, Lin Zhi'an had already reached the 3rd layer of Qi refinement. The path of his cultivation was even beyond his comprehension, and even the way he spoke had changed, flowing eloquently. Could it be that there was a grandfather figure hidden in that ring? That evening, within a quaintly adorned cave dwelling in the inner sect, Yin Yuan sat dejectedly on a cloud-adorned couch, his eyes brimming with fury. Not far before him, Yin Hong knelt, trembling, his head bowed low, not daring to breathe. "Is what you just said true?" Yin Yuan cast a faint glance at his kneeling son, asking in a calm tone. Yin Hong quickly nodded and replied respectfully, "Father, every word is true. I had my cousin use the Crimson Flame Tiger to eliminate that cheetah, but I never expected." Slap. Before he could finish, a crisp sound rang out. Yin Hong's cheek instantly swelled and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Then Yin Yuan snorted coldly and said in a frosty voice, "Do you know where you went wrong this time?" Facing the slap, Yin Hong dared not even wipe the blood from his lips, answering cautiously, "I should not have instigated my cousin to harm a fellow disciple." Bang! No sooner had he spoken than he received a heavy kick, sending him flying into a wooden chair behind him, which shattered into pieces. After tumbling to the ground, Yin Hong scrambled to his feet, enduring the pain in his shoulder, and knelt properly again. "Fool! Compared to what we must do now, harming a fellow disciple is nothing. Yuan looked at his son with disdain, his tone sinister. It was not wrong to vent anger for your cousin Wang Luchuan. After all, he is family. But you should never ever have dragged that beast Crimson Flame Tiger into this at such a time. Though the tiger itself is insignificant, its backer, Elder Su Zhou of the Enforcement Hall, is not to be trifled with. Now that Wang Luchuan, the legitimate son of the Wang family, is dead, whether by Qi Da's schemes or the Crimson Flame Tiger's betrayal in killing him for the pill, it forces me to confront that old fool Su Zhou, prematurely creating an unnecessary powerful enemy. I have painstakingly built connections in the valley over the years, yet you have caused such a mess. You are utterly foolish. Hearing this, Yin Hong's face turned pale, and he hastily kowtowed to confess his fault. Father, please calm down. I know my mistake. I will never act on my own again. Good that you understand the severity. Seeing his son truly frightened, Yin Yuan composed himself and said solemnly, For a century I have dedicated myself to Luoyun Valley, working diligently. Even without merit I have earned some credit. Yet the Enforcement Hall humiliates me, so leaving me no dignity. It seems my earlier choice was correct. Only by siding with the sacred sect can our Yin family rise higher, free from groveling and humiliation. As he spoke, the hatred deep in Yin Yuan's eyes grew thicker, eventually turning into resolve. Your cousin, with his dual spiritual root aptitude, had a bright path ahead and was cherished by the Wang family, especially your aunt. Now that he has died mysteriously in Luoyun Valley, if I do not seek justice, how can I face the Wang family in Puzhou City? Cheetah, Crimson Flame Tiger, Mo Xingyang, and that old fool Su Zhou, who always shields his people. They all deserve death. Since things have come to this, we might as well go all the way and remove every obstacle. Hearing this, Yin Hong's heart trembled, and he asked in shock, Your meaning is? Yin Xingyin narrowed his eyes, a cold glint flashing in his gaze. I risked the destruction of our family to serve the sacred sect. Now that I face difficulties, the sacred sect cannot stand idly by. The sacred sect wants to secretly control Luoyun Valley through me planting a thorn in the righteous domain. I in turn want to use them to eliminate my enemies and ascend to the position of Valley Lord. This is a mutually beneficial exchange. Since it is a transaction, the other side must offer their chips. That sacred sect true disciple has been lurking in the herb garden long enough. It is time to show the sincerity of our deal. Apart from the 7 sacred lands, only one sect in the world dares to call itself the sacred sect, the Netherfiend sect. The Netherfiend sect is the strongest among the 4 evil factions, also known as the Demon sect. At the mention of sacred sect true disciple, Yin Hong, still kneeling, could not help but catch his breath, a flicker of desire flashing in his eyes. Though he was infatuated with by Shiro, he had to admit that the beauty and allure displayed by that demon sect true disciple could drive any male cultivator mad. Of course, recalling the terrifying tales of the Netherfiend sect, Yin Hong could not help but shiver, quickly shaking his head to cast aside such impractical thoughts. A Netherfiend sect true disciple. How could a petty figure like him ever covet such a prize? Meanwhile, in the outer sect, the herb garden, the sun had long set, but Qi Yuan did not rush back to his quarters. Instead, he fetched another bucket of water from the spirit spring and went to the rows of emerald leaf herbs planted in the fields. Aware of the hidden surveillance, he showed no unusual behavior. As usual, he watered the spiritual plants along the ridges while focusing his senses, listening for any sound. Not long ago, he had sensed a faint, strange rhythm. That sound wave came from underground like a call, but was very weak, making it impossible to discern its content. Had Qi Yuan's spiritual perception not been sharp, he might have easily missed it. The outer sect competition was imminent. Originally, Qi Yuan had no intention of courting trouble before achieving his goal. Unfortunately, trouble still found him. As it stood, the spirit field not only hid a mysterious plant spirit, but also harbored a sinister observer. Qi Yuan's duty was to tend the field, making it impossible for him to feign ignorance and stay out of it. Without uncovering the truth, how could he feel safe continuing his mission in Luoyun Valley? One day he might find himself capsizing in this shallow stream, not from playing dumb, but from genuine foolishness. After all, playing dumb requires being in control. He was utterly clueless now, so what was the point of pretending? Nevertheless, he refrained from rash action, choosing instead to test the waters first. After a while, the familiar call echoed in his ears again, still intermittent, but clearer than before. Big brother. Please, save me. The voice was crisp and childish, as if from a young child. Qi Yuan's expression shifted slightly. He instinctively sought the source of the sound, but just as he was about to act, the eerie voice abruptly ceased, as if it had never existed. The next moment, a familiar female voice came from behind. Junior brother Qi, why haven't you returned yet at this late hour? Zhen Yuan. Upon seeing the visitor, Qi Yuan's gaze sharpened, his heart on high alert, yet he said, Reporting to senior sister Zhi'an, the azure leaf grass hasn't been growing well these past 2 days, so I thought to water it more frequently lest it affect future harvests. Oh, I see. Zhen Yuyan nodded noncommittally, a smile spreading across her face. No wonder you're favored by the senior sister, thorough and meticulous in all you do. At this, Qi Yuan raised an eyebrow slightly. Pointing to the empty bucket in his hand, he said impassively, Senior sister Zhen flatters me. I dare not accept such praise. I've just finished watering the spirit fields and was about to return for cultivation. So I've disturbed you, junior brother. Zhen Yuyan smiled faintly, her eyes growing dreamy as she spoke softly. Did you hear any strange sounds just now? Her voice seemed to possess a mystical allure, sweet as a song refreshing the soul, while a purple light swirled in her gaze, carrying an indescribable enchanting charm. Qi Yuan appeared bewitched, standing frozen, as his expression gradually turned dazed. He murmured, What? What sound? I didn't hear any sound just now. Oh, perhaps I misheard. Zhen Yuyan frowned slightly and waved him off. Return and rest early. When you wake, you will completely forget meeting me tonight. Yes, I understand. Qi Yuan nodded woodenly, then turned and left without looking back, though his steps remained somewhat stiff. Only after he had distanced himself far from the herb garden did he let out a heavy sigh, his eyes instantly regaining clarity, showing no signs of having been enchanted. At that moment, his heart still pounded fiercely, and a thin layer of cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Such formidable soul enchantment. If not for my life-bound treasure protecting my spirit, I would have fallen for her trick. Qi Yuan thought, with lingering fear, his expression turning extremely grave. A demon sect. As a Tao child of the Taoist sacred land, Qi Yuan was naturally well-versed in the many enemies the sacred land faced, and the overwhelmingly sinister Netherfiend sect was of paramount importance. The Netherfiend sect led the evil factions known for its strict rules and ruthless cruelty. Its demonic cultivators were adept in various insidious and wicked arcane arts, making them difficult to guard against, and their combat prowess generally surpassed that of cultivators of the same rank. To gather intelligence on the Netherfiend sect's techniques, the 7 sacred lands had lost countless undercover agents in secret. Thus, he recognized at a glance that the technique Zhen Yuyan had just employed was none other than the Netherfiend sect's foundational scripture, the Sun Luo, Huanyin Grand Art. Within the Netherfiend sect, only disciples who were at least core true disciples were qualified to cultivate this heritage. Before this, Qi Yuan had never imagined that the seemingly mediocre Fallen Cloud Valley hid a true disciple of the demon sect at the nascent soul level. The situation had been perilous to the extreme. Had his acting not been convincing, things would have turned disastrous. Exposing his identity from the Taoist sacred land before a true demon sect disciple would have dire consequences. Although Qi Yuan was confident he could escape from her, any conflict would certainly alert other cultivators in Fallen Cloud Valley, leading to the complete failure of the subsequent system mission. Something utterly unacceptable. As it stands, this female cultivator from the Netherfiend sect clearly isn't after me. She's hiding her identity in Fallen Cloud Valley, going to great lengths to secure the task of guarding the herb garden. Her target is likely that 10th of sand-year-old spiritual herb. Qi Yuan took a deep breath, suppressing the palpitations in his heart. Now that I know who's monitoring the spirit fields, as long as I remain cautious, I needn't worry about her launching a sudden attack. With that thought, he set aside his distractions and continued toward his dwelling. Returning to his residence, Qi Yuan had just begun to meditate when the mission system interface appeared before him once more. Host has met hidden conditions. New side mission activated. In the herb garden of Fallen Cloud Valley, a phantom stargrass on the verge of becoming a 10th of sand-year-old spiritual herb is trapped by a formation. Please locate the phantom stargrass imprisoned position and break the seal within 3 months to rescue it. This is a side mission and can be abandoned. Mission difficulty 5 stars, extremely difficult. Mission reward upon completion, you may choose one of the following 2 paths. 1. Turn ruthless crush the 10th sandier phantom stargrass into medicine and consume it for a chance at spiritual infusion, greatly enhancing your cultivation. 2. Release it willingly, earning the gratitude and recognition of the 10th sandier phantom stargrass, while acquiring a wisp of heavenly Tao Qi. With this Qi, you have a chance to achieve heavenly Tao foundation establishment. Note: undertaking this mission will offend the nascent soul cultivator, Jichaner. If discovered, death is certain. It is advised to abandon this mission. Qi Yuan's spirit's sword and clarity dawned in his heart. It seemed the one who had called for help earlier was that 10th sandier phantom stargrass. Its risky contact with him was likely due to the effect of his spiritual affinity talent. Having spent days watering the spirit fields coupled with his talent for increasing the goodwill of non-human beings, it was only natural that the phantom stargrass would grow fond of him over time. As for the first path, he had no interest whatsoever. The Taoist sacred land abounded with heavenly treasures that could greatly boost cultivation. Consuming them would bring advancement, but at the cost of impure and mixed spiritual power within the body. Unless purified again, further progress would become exceedingly difficult. Given his talent, the time spent purifying spiritual power might yield even greater cultivation gains. What truly tempted Qi Yuan was the wisp of heavenly Dao Qi in the second option. He had once learned from his master Hengzhen Taoist about the different qualities of nascent souls, and the legendary heavenly Dao nascent soul remained vivid in his memory. And the Heavenly Dao Foundation establishment mentioned by the system shared the term Heavenly Dao with the Heavenly Dao nascent soul, clearly indicating a connection. Although he had already achieved Foundation establishment, if a wisp of Heavenly Dao Qi could enable Heavenly Dao Foundation establishment, might it also allow him to achieve a Heavenly Dao nascent soul? Heavenly Dao nascent soul, just the name sounded supremely noble and imposing, a perfect fit for his temperament. With such an opportunity before him, how could he abandon it? Though the demon sect true disciple who went by the alias Zhen Yuyin was troublesome, judging by the level of her techniques, she was likely at the early nascent soul stage. Protected by his life-bound treasure, and with the advantage of surprise, he might just be able to contend with her. As for the system's advice, it was even more absurd. In the system's view, he was merely a Qi refining novice, and going up against nascent soul Ji Chaner would naturally mean certain death. With that in mind, Qi Yuan, who was on the verge of forming his nascent soul, made up his mind without hesitation and chose to accept the mission. However, before that, he still needed to complete the main mission of the outer sect competition to avoid any unexpected complications at a critical moment. Meanwhile, deep within the bamboo grove, inside a delicately structured pavilion, Ji Chaner sat cross-legged, suspended in midair. Around her, eerie gusts of wind swirled and shadows rippled, emitting waves of uncanny and ominous energy that blurred her figure, making her appear like a ghostly apparition. As she was cultivating, Ji Chaner shed her disguise, revealing a strikingly beautiful and enchanting visage. Clad in a flowing lavender dress, her graceful and slender form was subtly outlined. With light makeup enhancing her allure and skin like jade and ice, she resembled a blooming purple mandala, exuding a deadly charm. Compared to her usual plain appearance as Zhen Yuyin, she was as different as clouds from mud. Suddenly, she opened her eyes, a terrifying glint flickering within her dark, profound pupils like an endless shadowy night. Someone is coming. She frowned slightly, then flicked her sleeve. The space before her rippled like water, reflecting the scene outside the pavilion. Upon seeing the visitor, Ji Chaner's expression relaxed slightly. She waved her hand to dispel the formation's barrier outside and said indifferently, "Enter." With a creak, the door was gently pushed open. From the darkness outside, a figure shrouded entirely in a black cloak stepped inside. "Your subordinate pays respects to true disciple Ji." Upon seeing Ji Chaner inside, the figure quickly lowered its hood and knelt respectfully in greeting. The visitor was tall and lean with dignified features. It was none other than Yin Qingyuan, an elder of the Rodeo Hall in Luoyun Valley. "Why have you come? Did I not instruct you to lie low and not seek me out unless necessary?" Ji Chaner's expression was cold, her tone laced with disdain. Though the woman before him was breathtakingly beautiful and alluring, Yin Qingyuan dared not show the slightest disrespect. He did not even lift his head and spoke cautiously, reporting to true disciple Ji, "I have followed your orders to cultivate forces and gather intelligence within Luoyun Valley, and I have achieved some results. However, recently, I have been constantly targeted and squeezed out by some rivals within the sect. This has caused everything to go awry and greatly diminished my prestige. It is nothing for me to suffer some losses in silence, but if this jeopardizes the Holy Sect's grand plan, I would be guilty beyond redemption." Hearing this, Ji Chaner saw through his intentions immediately and sneered inwardly. Jeopardize the Holy Sect's grand plan? Do you even qualify? If it ever came to relying on an old traitor like you, the mighty Yinsha sect might as well disband on the spot. So you mean to ask me to stand up for you? Ji Chaner raised an eyebrow, looking at Yin Qingyuan with a mocking smile. Yin Qingyuan trembled and quickly said, "I would not dare to trouble true disciple Ji, but I am isolated and weak in Luoyun Valley. I implore you to lend me your aid." "Very well." A flicker of barely perceptible contempt passed through Ji Chaner's eyes. After a moment of silence, she spoke slowly, "I can help you resolve those troubles. However, I am currently at a critical juncture in cultivating a Holy Sect technique and need 3 more months to complete it. During this time, keep a low profile and do not cause me trouble. In 3 months, I will personally act to clear your obstacles and even find an opportunity to kill Bai Qingwu and elevate you to the position of Valley Master of Luoyun Valley." Hearing this, Yin Qingyuan's face lit up with ecstasy. He had chosen to ally with the Yinsha sect precisely to seize the position of Valley Master. Now that his wish was finally within reach, how could he not be thrilled and excited? Overwhelmed with emotion, Yin Qingyuan repeatedly kowtowed in gratitude. "Understood. Rest assured, true disciple Ji. I will dedicate myself to the Holy Sect, sparing no effort until my dying breath." Ji Chaner waved her hand dismissively. Go back. I will contact you when I am ready. Yes, yes, yes. Your subordinate takes his leave. After another round of profuse thanks, Yin Xingyuan rose and silently withdrew from the room. After Yin Xingyuan left, Ji Chaner narrowed her beautiful eyes, a cold, sinister curve forming on her infinitely charming lips. She murmured, it seems my master was right. The false path is full of insatiable fools. How convenient they are to manipulate. Do you really think the holy sect would covet a negligible force like Luoyun Valley? Why would they bother to support you as some measly valley master? As she spoke, Ji Chaner let out a derisive laugh. Her gaze shifted toward the window of the pavilion. In 3 months, that star illusion grass will fully mature, reaching 10,000 years of age. Then I can use it as the main ingredient to refine a cauldron of 9-fold illusion divine pills. After taking them, my 1,000 illusion heavenly demon body will reach perfection. The position of holy maiden will be within easy reach. These 3 years of hardship will not have been in vain. Then I will be merciful and eliminate you and your foolish son together, ridding Luoyun Valley of a scourge. With this thought, Ji Chaner couldn't help but reveal a charming faint smile. Then she closed her eyes again and resumed her cultivation. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye another half-month went by. At the break of dawn, the outer sect was already buzzing with noise and excitement. Today was the annual outer sect competition. Not only were many outer sect disciples eager to vie for a good ranking, but several inner sect senior brothers and sisters had also come to watch the spectacle and assess the rising talents of the sect. Although Luoyun Valley had lost its former glory and declined to a mid to small sect, it still had 2,000 disciples. Apart from over 300 menial disciples, there were more than 1,000 outer sect disciples. They gathered on a vast open ground, creating a sea of people jostling and crowding. At the very center of the crowd were the disciples who had signed up for the competition, numbering 200 to 300. The vast majority of these participants were outer sect disciples with the lowest cultivation at the 7th layer of chi refining. In such a setting, a few individuals wearing menial disciple robes stood out conspicuously. Look, that guy is the new disciple who got a perfect mind evaluation in this year's entrance exam. His name is Chi something. No matter how much they praise him, he's still just a waste with 4 spiritual roots. What good is a perfect mind? As a menial, he should stick to his chores instead of delusionally joining the outer sect competition. Has he lost his mind? Look, there's another menial beside him. These 2 brats probably won't even make it past the first round. They're going to make huge fools of themselves. They're probably just here to make up the numbers. They should take a good look at themselves and see if they're worthy. Facing all the ridicule and mockery around him, Qi Yuan's expression remained calm and undisturbed, completely unfazed. In contrast, Lin Zhi'an beside him had a face flushed red, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked. Let me deal with these scum. Suddenly, Qi Yuan turned to Lin Zhi'an with a slight smile, then strode toward the group that was shouting the loudest. Brat, who are you calling scum? Before he could get close, a fierce-looking male cultivator jumped out from the crowd and demanded angrily. Qi Yuan cast a faint glance at him and shook his head. Don't misunderstand. I'm not just targeting you. I mean, every single one of you here is scum. At these words, the air in the field suddenly grew stagnant. The entire group fell silent in unison, their gazes fixed on Qi Yuan, burning with intense fury. After a brief moment of silence, an uproar erupted in the hall. Kid, do you have any idea who you're talking to? Damn it. This guy is courting death. Has he always been this reckless? How dare he provoke all of us? This little bastard is way too arrogant. In an instant, all the outer disciples participating in the grand competition were seething with indignation, glaring over with fury. Some hot-tempered individuals even rolled up their sleeves and began to surround them. They'll make you pay today. The ferocious-looking youth snapped out of his shock, glaring viciously at Qi Yuan and his companion before preparing to strike. What do you think you're doing? Fights are strictly prohibited before the competition begins. Violators will be disqualified immediately. Just then, a squad of Inner Affairs Hall disciples rushed over to restore order and bring the escalating situation under control. Seeing no chance to teach Qi Yuan a lesson, the crowd reluctantly suppressed their rage, glaring hatefully at Qi Yuan and Lin Zhi'an. They threatened in unison. You'd better pray you don't run into me in the competition, or else. Just you wait. That's right, count me in. If we don't eliminate those 2 brats first, how can we outer disciples ever show our faces? Me too. If I don't beat you until you beg for mercy, they'll write my name backward. Hey buddy, your name written backward is still Li Dali. Damn it. Don't sweat the details. My name is Li Dali, so what? Hearing the curses around him, Qi Yuan remained unafraid. A mocking smile curled at the corner of his lips as he said disdainfully, if you want to target me, you'd better work hard. Let me tell you, today's outer competition champion is mine. Not even the Tao ancestor can stop me. I said it. These words sparked another wave of public outrage. Nearly all the outer disciples were incensed, gnashing their teeth, as if ignited by a blazing fighting spirit. This guy is way too arrogant. We have to teach him a lesson. I can't take it anymore. Even if I don't get a ranking this time, I'll make sure he's the first one eliminated. Absolutely right. Let's unite and take down this braggart first and see how he shows off. Seeing his goal achieved, Qi Yuan smiled faintly and pulled Lin Zhi'an away quickly. The crowd was too agitated any longer, and even the inner affairs hall disciples might not be able to control the situation. Brother Lin, why is your face so pale? After leaving the crowd, Qi Yuan noticed Lin Zhi'an's unusual pallor and asked with slight confusion. Lin Zhi'an looked on the verge of tears. Brother Qi, is it too late to withdraw now? He was genuinely terrified. At the 4th layer of Qi refinement, he had only signed up for the outer competition to gain some experience. Now before the competition even started, he had offended all the participating outer disciples. How could he possibly play? Under the current circumstances, he would likely be mobbed right at the start with grim survival prospects. Don't panic. Qi Yuan patted Lin Zhi'an on the shoulder, looking confident. Just stick with me when the time comes and nothing will happen. Lin Zhi'an forced a faint smile. Better forget it. I probably won't even make it past the first round. Qi Yuan said nothing more. His reason for provoking the other competitors was to increase the challenge, ensuring that his victory would achieve a shock the audience effect. After all, the additional mission objective was shock the audience, claim the top spot. Given the system's tendency to be lenient with itself and strict with others, the phrase shock the audience in the mission was likely not just an adjective, but a hard requirement. Although a menial disciple winning the competition at the 5th layer of Qi refinement would already be astonishing, the word shock was too subjective. Just how much surprise counted as shock was hard to define. Moreover, Qi Yuan had once publicly knocked back an outer disciple at the 7th layer of Qi refinement using only his physical strength and had earned a perfect mind entry evaluation. Many people would instinctively overestimate his abilities. If these people weren't shocked by his victory, wouldn't that be disastrous? With the improvement of his spiritual root aptitude at stake, he couldn't afford any risk of mission failure. In short, to shock everyone, he needed to claim the top spot in a far more breathtaking manner. Just as Qi Yuan's thoughts were churning, a commotion rang out across the square. Look, the sect leader himself has arrived. At the sound of this voice, the noise immediately ceased. Everyone looked up toward the distant sky. Soon dozens of streaks of light shot across the sky and landed in the open space before the square. They were the high-ranking officials of Fallen Cloud Valley. Leading them was a middle-aged man in brocade robes with a refined demeanor. His face was solemn and his aura was formidable, none other than Bai Qingwu, the sect leader of Fallen Cloud Valley. However, a hint of decline lingered between his brows, clearly indicating that his recent attempt to break through to the nascent soul peak had failed. Elder Yang, begin. Bai Qingwu glanced around, then nodded to the elder of the Inner Affairs Hall behind him. Yes. Yang Xiuda, the elder of the Inner Affairs Hall in charge of this outer competition, nodded in acknowledgement. He stepped forward and announced loudly, this year's outer competition is now officially underway. The next moment, he ascended into the air, releasing the oppressive pressure of a golden core realm cultivator. Instantly, all participating disciples felt a tremendous force bearing down on them, their breathing turning rapid and labored as they hurriedly channeled their true qi to withstand the pressure. Qi Yuan perfunctorily squeezed 2 beads of sweat onto his forehead, then stood still, waiting for this first round of screening to end. Beside him, Lin Zhi'an suddenly relaxed, collapsing with a thud. He said sheepishly, Brother Qi, sorry, I really can't hold on anymore. Qi Yuan knew that Lin Zhi'an was far from his limit. This display was likely intentional. Of course, given this chosen one's personality, it wasn't because he was scared, but because he feared holding his friend back in the competition. Qi Yuan didn't mind and nodded lightly. Go rest. Remember to bet on me winning in the competition's betting pool later. Lin Zhi'an. Thud, thud, thud. Soon one after another disciples collapsed, unable to endure, and some even fainted on the spot. Finally, after a full half-incense stick's time, Yang Xiuda withdrew his pressure, sweeping his gaze over the remaining disciples. He said sternly, all who fell are eliminated. Only those still standing are qualified to proceed in the outer competition. Hearing this, many drew in sharp breaths. It meant that at least half of them were out before even setting foot on the competition grounds. The outer sect grand competition officially begins now. As he spoke, Elder Yang Xiuda of the Internal Affairs Hall waved his hand, and a group of disciples from the hall surged into the arena, distributing a teleportation talisman and a translucent jade token to each participant. After a round of selection, approximately 150 disciples were deemed qualified for the outer sect competition. Their identities were quickly verified, and they were led before a massive flying vessel. All disciples, listen well. The jade tokens you have received are the credentials of this competition used for scoring. Do not lose or damage them, or you will be immediately disqualified. This outer sect competition will be held in the rear mountains of the sect, lasting 3 days. Within the competition area, slaying demonic beasts or collecting rare herbs and treasures will earn you corresponding points displayed on your jade tokens. After the competition ends, the 10 disciples with the highest points will be the top 10. During the competition, disciples may engage in combat with one another. Interference and plundering are permitted. If you defeat an opponent and seize their jade token, the points on their token will be transferred to you. However, all battles must be conducted with restraint and wanton killing is forbidden. Violators will have their results nullified and will face sect punishment without leniency. Plundering is permitted. At these words, many were invigorated, casting hostile glances toward Qi Yuan, eager to charge forward and knock him to the ground. Qi Yuan completely ignored the hostile stares around him, curiously weighing the jade token in his hand. Its surface was bare, faintly shimmering with a layer of fluorescence seemingly designed for scoring. Yang Xiuda continued. If you encounter an insurmountable danger or wish to withdraw mid-competition, simply activate the teleportation talisman to exit the mission area. Those who withdraw will have their competition results cancelled. Additionally, during the competition, the use of talisman treasures or pills that forcibly elevate combat power is prohibited. You may use your own magical artifacts and recovery pills. Bear this in mind. After speaking, Yang Ziyud's expression turned stern as he declared, "If there are no objections, we shall depart now. This flying vessel will transport you to the mission area. We obey your instructions." The participants of the outer sect competition responded in unison, then guided by several internal affairs hall disciples boarded the flying vessel. Once everyone had boarded, Yang Xiuda turned and nodded to the steward commanding the vessel. The steward understood and waved his command flag. Instantly, white light radiated around the vessel, and it transformed into a streak of light piercing through the sky. Meanwhile, in the square, a colossal Dharma mirror slowly ascended its surface, vividly reflecting clear, detailed images. The images depicted a vast forest spanning 100 li in radius, which was the mission area for the outer sect competition. After the giant mirror appeared, the surrounding disciples of Luoyun Valley grew excited, eagerly seeking the best vantage points around the square to watch. Many pointed at the images, conversing animatedly. In recent years, the scale of the outer sect competition has surpassed the previous one each time. This year, they've spared no expense. It seems the sect is truly committed to nurturing new disciples. An older disciple sighed with emotion, his tone laced with envy. The number of participants this year is nearly double that of last year, making the competition fiercer. The victorious disciple will undoubtedly be a dragon among men, highly valued upon entering the inner sect with boundless prospects. Another outer disciple interjected. In my view, senior brother Xie Yuxing of the outer sect possesses extraordinary strength, only half a step away from foundation establishment. He is sure to secure first place. Someone nearby immediately shook their head in rebuttal. I favor senior brother Han Ziyuan. After his defeat last time, he reflected deeply and trained hard for a year, all for the sake of winning the competition and making a stunning comeback. I've bet 100 spirit stones on senior brother Han's victory. The mention of betting odds instantly invigorated everyone, and the atmosphere grew lively. Hey, you're bound to lose everything this time. Senior sister Nye Tsolan of the Law Enforcement Hall has a deep background, and her wood element techniques are unparalleled in the outer sect. She will surely triumph in the end. I've bet 300 spirit stones. Senior brother Lu Kuang is the true formidable one. This competition's first place is undoubtedly his. I wager 500 spirit stones. As the crowd debated, Lin Zhi'an approached the bookmaker at the edge of the square, pulling out a storage pouch from his robe. With a serious expression, he said, I bet 1,000 spirit stones on Qida winning first place in this competition. Who is Qida? The bookmaker was taken aback, turning to look at the list marked with names and odds behind him. Confused, he asked, why isn't the person you mentioned on this list? Qi Gu isn't even listed in the odds. Lin Zhi'an's expression twisted with oddity, but he patiently explained, Qida is a menial disciple participating in this competition at the 5th level of Qi refining. I'm betting on his victory. As soon as he spoke, the surrounding cultivators turned to stare at him as if he were a fool. Is his mind broken? Betting on a menial disciple at the 5th level of Qi refining to win. Are you sure? The bookmaker frowned, confirming once more. Of course. Lin Zhi'an nodded firmly. Very well. After all, business was business, and there was no reason to refuse a customer. The bookmaker shook his head helplessly, accepted the storage pouch, inspected it, and issued a receipt to Lin Zhi'an. The person you wish to bet on is not on the list, so we can only calculate at the current highest odds 1 to 10. Settle after the competition with this receipt, which is non-transferable. 1 to 10. Taking the receipt, Lin Zhi'an couldn't help but be moved, silently calculating, if Qi Gu truly wins, then this 1,000 spirit stones will become 10,000. After a moment's thought, he subtly touched the ring on his finger and murmured inwardly, Elder Sure, I have followed your instructions and bet all my spirit stones on Qi Gu. The next moment, an ethereal, weathered voice echoed in his mind. Boy Lin, just wait to earn spirit stones. That cheetah is no ordinary person. Whatever happens in the future, do not lightly offend him. On the other side, the flying vessel slowly descended until it was about 10 zhang above the ground, then opened its hatch. Beside the hatch, a steward from the Internal Affairs Hall scanned the crowd with an expressionless face and said indifferently, "Line up and jump from the vessel one by one with an interval of no less than 10 breaths. After landing, you may form teams freely. Jump down." Everyone inside the cabin was stunned. Generally, only cultivators at the Foundation establishment stage or above could fly without external aid. A height of over 10 zhang was not particularly high, but a mortal would surely die from such a fall. Qi refining cultivators could manipulate their spiritual energy to slow their descent, but if they were not careful enough when landing, they risked injury, especially since the vessel was still moving at high speed. Thus, upon hearing the order to jump, many disciples hesitated, and some who were naturally afraid of heights began to pale. "Stop dawdling." The steward sneered and barked. "Hurry up, or he'll personally throw you down. He'll go first." Under the watchful eyes of the others, Qi Yuan stepped to the hatch, leaped out of the vessel, and left behind a provocative remark. "Didn't you all say you wanted to deal with me? He'll be waiting. So arrogant. I can't stand it. I'm going down to teach him a lesson now." Hearing this, the cabin's occupants were roused as if injected with stimulants, jumping without hesitation. In the square, watching the scene in the Dharma mirror by Qingwu, the sect leader of Luoyun Valley nodded repeatedly and said approvingly, "This year's batch of disciples has good courage." They all jumped voluntarily. No one was thrown down. The other high-ranking officials present also nodded in unison, all feeling a glimmer of anticipation for the upcoming competition. Luoyun Valley. The back mountain. Bang. With a muffled thud, Qi Yuan descended from the sky, landing steadily on a patch of soft earth. Looking up, all he could see was a dense, lush forest, deep and silent, broken only by the occasional roar of a beast in the distance. He glanced around, but found no trace of anyone else. Since the flying boat was moving swiftly when everyone jumped and a rule stipulated that only one person could descend every 10 breaths, the disciples participating in the grand competition were scattered across different locations. Of course, this was a deliberate arrangement by the Internal Affairs Pavilion to prevent disciples from attacking each other the moment they landed. Apart from setting a few rules, the pavilion had no further interest in how the competition unfolded. Only those who excelled amidst fierce competition would be qualified to enter the inner sect. Qi Yuan glanced at the scoring jade token at his waist and silently marveled, setting aside everything else, Luoyun Valley truly had substance. They were earnestly selecting talent, striving to simulate the harsh realities of the cultivation world to weed out the truly strong. As these thoughts flickered through his mind, his figure blurred, and he vanished into the depths of the dense forest. Meanwhile, Xie Yuxing, gripping a long dark blade, cautiously navigated through the thicket. Suddenly, a gray shadow silently brushed past the grass and trees, lunging at his back like lightning, carrying a gust of foul wind. What was that? Startled yet vigilant, Xie Yuxing didn't even look back. He swung his long blade backward in a fierce arc. Schlick! The razor-sharp edge sliced through the creature without resistance, splattering a spray of blood. The grayback wolf, a beast at the 7th layer of Qi refinement, let out a pained howl before its body was neatly cleaved in two, crashing to the ground. The next moment, the jade token at Xie Yuxing's waist flickered with light, revealing the number 2. 2 points. Seeing this, Xie Yuxing's face lit up with joy. Although he was at the peak of Qi refinement and one of the top contenders in the competition, his luck had been poor so far, with this being his first encounter with a beast. Before the competition began, all beasts in this area had been meticulously cleared by the Internal Affairs Hall. All Foundation establishment beasts were driven to another zone, leaving only those at the Qi refinement stage. Given that beasts were stronger than cultivators of the same rank, the rules stated that killing a beast below the 6th layer of Qi refinement earned 1 point, while killing one at the 7th layer or above earned 2 points. Having easily slain a 7th layer wolf demon, earning 2 points was an unexpected delight. Before he could catch his breath, a rustling sound came from the nearby forest. Xie Yuxing tightened his grip on his magic blade, warily eyeing the source of the sound. The noise grew closer, shaking the leaves along its path until it was right upon him. Another beast. His eyes narrowed as he swung his blade horizontally, unleashing a visible sharp blade aura that howled toward the direction of the sound. Swoosh! The blade aura raged, slicing through surrounding trees and clearing a wide space. As he prepared to strike again, 2 figures leaped out from the woods, shouting, "Senior brother, Xie, don't attack. It's us." Seeing who it was, Xie Yuxing breathed a slight sigh of relief, but didn't sheath his blade. He asked warily, "Junior brothers Lu and Liang, why are you two here?" At this, one of the two, a tall, stout young cultivator, put on a fawning smile and explained, "We just met up. Since we saw you land nearby earlier, we came specifically to find you." "To find me for what?" Xie Yuxing frowned, looking at them with suspicion. The stout cultivator smiled earnestly and said, Senior Brother Xie is exceptionally brave and outstanding. You will surely take first place in this outer sect competition. But as they say, one person's plan is short, many hands make light work. Fighting alone is a disadvantage. Why don't we team up with you as our leader, and let us too just follow along for scraps? The other disciple nodded, then his face twisted with malice. For me, the top 10 doesn't matter. I just want to find that Chi Yuan kid, give him a good beating, and snatch his token. That'll be satisfying. Exactly. If we see that guy, we can't let him off easily. With the three of us together, we'll have a better chance, and won't let him escape. Hearing this, the three of them felt a surge of shared animosity, drawing them closer. After a moment's thought, Xie Yushing nodded. Fine, you two can follow me. But let me be clear, I take 70% of the points our team earns, and you two split the remaining 30. These two junior brothers, one at the 7th layer, and the other at the 8th, were no match for him, even together. He didn't worry about them causing trouble, and they would serve as adequate helpers. Thank you, Senior Brother Xie, for taking us in. The two expressed their gratitude with feigned tears of joy. However, a clear voice shattered the harmonious scene. Didn't you want to give me a good beating? I'm right here. What do you have to say? Hearing the voice, the three's faces changed instantly. They quickly turned and looked toward the source. A familiar figure emerged from a bush over 10 zhang away, watching them with a faint mocking smile. Chi Yuan, it's you. Recognizing the newcomer, they were momentarily stunned, then their eyes blazed with fury. Fine. We didn't even have to look for you, and you deliver yourself to us. Let's see how you die this time. With a roar, the three summoned their artifacts and charged at Chi Yuan. If you've got the guts, come and get me. Chi Yuan smiled faintly, then turned and bolted. Trying to run. We won't let you off this time. Seeing him flee, the three gave chase relentlessly. After an unknown amount of time, the three were panting heavily, having completely lost track of Chi Yuan. Damn it, how is this guy so fast? The stout cultivator wiped the sweat from his brow and cursed. Next time he'll break his legs. Xie Yushing looked around to confirm their location and pointed in a direction. It seems he went east. If we keep going this way, we'll run into him eventually. Oh woo. Just then howls erupted from all directions. Over 20 grayback wolves leaped out of the forest, forming a circle around the three. The wolf pack was robust and sleek. The alpha wolf at the 9th layer of chi refinement stared coldly at its prey. Here comes some work. Seeing the pack, the three were not afraid, but pleased. These were nothing but shining points. Grayback wolves were the weakest beasts in the back mountain, with nothing going for them except their numbers. They didn't even have innate spells, making them perfect for farming points. Brothers, let's kill these beasts. Xie Yushing waved his hand and charged first. The other two followed like tigers, descending a mountain, hacking wildly into the pack, as if venting all their anger. In an instant, wolf corpses littered the ground and blood flowed like a river. A quarter of an hour later. Not bad. We earned a full 50 points. Xie Yushing wiped the blood from his head, his face brimming with excitement. His two underlings were equally delighted. But before they could savor the joy of their gains, another pack of grayback wolves appeared. After another fierce battle, they annihilated this pack, as well, leaving them utterly exhausted, too weak to speak. They pulled recovery pills from their storage pouches and sat down to meditate. Soon Xie Yushing had recovered 70 to 80% of his spiritual energy. Seeing his team's points break 100, he was thoroughly satisfied. Phew, though it's tiring, it's worth it. At this rate, I should have no problem taking first place in the competition. However, roar. Two thunderstorm bears crackling with electricity charged at them, forcing the three to rise and fight. After struggling to kill the thunderstorm bears, they were beset by a group of flame-spitting apes, thin-horned salamanders, giant-toothed lizards, silver moon leopards. An endless variety of beasts appeared at short intervals, keeping the three constantly on the defensive. It didn't stop until the sun set. So tired. Confirming no more beasts were around, the three collapsed to the ground, drenched in sweat, gasping for air. How many points do we have? About 500. Sigh. How did we get so many? We've probably killed almost every beast within 10 li. What do you think? Suddenly, as if remembering something, Xie Yushing quickly untied his storage pouch and took out a jade bottle. When he opened it, he found it completely empty. Damn, I'm out of recovery pills. Do you two have any? The other two checked their pouches, their expressions darkening. Mine are all gone. Mine too. The three looked at each other, frustration written all over their faces. The competition was supposed to last 3 days. Without recovery pills, their situation would become extremely difficult. Just then, thud, a soft sound came from in front of them. A dusty storage pouch fell from the sky, landing less than a foot away from them. Who? Staring at the suspicious pouch, the three tensed up, scanning their surroundings warily, but finding nothing unusual. After confirming the pouch wasn't poison, Xie Yushing picked it up and found 3 bottles filled to the brim with rejuvenation pills. Could it be that the Internal Affairs Hall saw my outstanding performance and sent an airdrop of supplies? Holding a glossy, fragrant pill, Xie Yushing was dumbfounded. In the square, the higher-ups of Luoyun Valley looked at each other, their gazes fixed on the magic mirror with expressions of utter bewilderment. After a long silence, Elder Yang Xioda of the Internal Affairs Hall finally muttered, "This kid is suspicious." Baishiro bit her thin lip and murmured, "Junior brother Qi, what are you trying to do?" Watching Xie Yuxing's team cheerfully accept the free gift of rejuvenation pills, Qi Yuan nodded with satisfaction, feeling that he had once again fully motivated his employees' enthusiasm. With these recovery pills, this group of laborers would have the strength to produce more points. As the saying goes, without sowing, how can there be harvest? Although he had the ability to slaughter all the surrounding beasts in a very short time, doing so would likely immediately expose his true strength, arousing immense suspicion afterward. As the saying goes, rather than draining oneself, it's better to drain others. Wouldn't it be better to recruit some employees to earn points for him? Of course, to avoid overexploitation that would kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. In other words, to avoid wearing out this excellent team. Qi Yuan decided to recruit several more new teams later. Let everyone happily farm points together, and also let the natives of this world experience the blessings of the 996 work culture. These three have rested long enough, it's time for them to get back to work. With this thought, a faint smile curled at the corner of Qi Yuan's lips. He slowly pulled an exquisite jade bottle from his bosom. After opening the lid, waves of peculiar medicinal fragrance wafted out from the bottle's mouth, diffusing into the air. This supreme-grade spirit-nourishing pill was a reward from the system for completing the last mission. Also known as the Beast Spirit Pill, it is a type of pill that can rapidly enhance the cultivation rank of beasts, an irresistible temptation for them. A supreme-grade spirit-nourishing pill is a rare find indeed. This pill can emit an extremely special fragrance that only beasts can detect. Once this fragrance spreads, beasts within several li would soon follow the scent, making it an excellent tool for luring monsters. Products from the system are always of the finest quality. Before long, a pack of golden mastiff lions at the Qi refining realm came charging over, frantically accompanied by the furious roars of Xie Yuxing and his two companions not far away. Damn it. Is there no end to this? More beasts are coming. I just finished off a batch. Hell, we'll be exhausted to death at this rate. Where the hell are all these beasts coming from? You ask me, who do I ask? Let's just fight, they're all points anyway. After confirming that his employees were capable of killing this group of beasts, Qi Yuan recapped the jade bottle, flickered his figure, and vanished silently from the spot. The next day, in the competition zone, a group of 5 trudged through the forest listlessly, each wearing a deeply frustrated expression. Swish! The leading disciple drew his long sword and angrily hacked away the vines blocking their path, gritting his teeth. What the hell is going on with this outer sect competition? It's been a whole day, and we haven't seen a single beast. It's nothing but trees. At this rate, how are we supposed to compete? I'm about to lose my mind. Another disciple lamented in equal frustration. I've participated in 3 competitions, and this is the first time I've encountered such a situation. Where have all the beasts gone? Did the affairs hall forget to release them? At this moment, the only female disciple among the 5 spoke weakly. Elder Yang said that collecting rare herbs also counts as points. Why don't we split up and search? Her suggestion was immediately met with rebuttals from her companions. Elder Yang was just saying that. There aren't that many rare herbs. In past competitions, very few disciples ever found any. If we had that kind of luck, we wouldn't be unable to find even a single beast. Just then, the faint sounds of a battle drifted from afar. Though the distance made it impossible to discern the details, it was clear that someone was fighting beasts. Listen, there's something going on. Let's go check it out. Even if we can't snatch the beasts, we might grab some point tokens. Their eyes lit up, and they exchanged glances. Then each of them dashed forward, eagerly rushing toward the direction of the battle. As they drew near, everyone froze, staring ahead with wide eyes, a string of curses flashing through their minds. Before them in the clearing, the bodies of beasts were piled up like a mountain, numbering at least 200 to 300. A few cultivators were wearily finishing off a group of silver-armored boars. After the slaughter, those cultivators wore expressions of utter numbness, too exhausted to even wipe the blood from their weapons, let alone acknowledge the newcomers. They simply sat down cross-legged to regulate their breathing. Seeing this, the newly arrived disciples were all stunned into silence. What the hell? This was a classic case of some having too much, while others had none. They had searched all day without encountering a single beast, while these guys were practically sick of killing. Though their eyes burned with envy, a glance at the leading cultivator among the group quickly extinguished any thought of snatching the tokens. They stood there dejectedly, for they had recognized him. The leader of this group was Lu Kuang, the top contender to win this outer sect competition. The leader of this group was Lu Kuang, the top contender to win this outer sect competition. After hesitating for a while, the leading disciple cautiously approached Lu Kuang and tentatively expressed his doubts. Senior brother Lu, we haven't encountered a single demon beast today. Why are there so many here with you? To his surprise, Lu Kuang did not dismiss him, but instead glanced at the surrounding carcasses of demon beasts with a complex expression, saying softly, "I don't know why either. Since yesterday, a group of demon beasts has appeared at regular intervals, almost as if they have coordinated their attacks, striking whenever we are almost fully restored. No matter where we run, we cannot escape the encirclement of the demon beasts, as if an invisible hand is pushing us forward from behind. Even more bizarre is that whenever our recovery pills run out, new supplies descend from the sky into our hands. We've already earned over 1,000 points. I even have the feeling that I am being manipulated, turned into a heartless point-grinding machine. Indeed, the joys and sorrows of humanity do not resonate with one another." This statement left the new disciples exchanging glances, momentarily speechless. If they encountered such a lucrative point-grinding opportunity, they would probably be so happy they could wake up smiling in their sleep, yet this guy seems to be complaining. Based on previous years' experiences, earning over 1,000 points would already guarantee being ranked first in the competition. However, upon reflection, Lu Kuang's current mindset is understandable. Competing with fellow disciples and hunting demon beasts is supposed to be a thrilling and challenging endeavor, yet now it has turned into a formulaic grind, with every action meticulously planned out, naturally breeding a sense of frustration. Unknowingly thinking of something, the 5 new disciples' eyes brightened as they huddled together to discuss, briefly making a decision on the spot. Although they didn't have the courage to forcibly seize each other's jade tokens, cooperating was still a viable option. After discussing, the leading disciple immediately bowed and smiled at Lu Kuang. "Since you seem tired, Senior Brother Lu, why not take some time to rest and recuperate? After all, there is still a long time before the competition task ends. Leave the upcoming demon beasts to us junior brothers and sisters to handle." Before he could finish, noticing Lu Kuang's unfriendly expression, he hurriedly added, "Of course, we will only take 50% of the points earned. The remaining 50% will be handed over to you, Senior Brother. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Lu Kuang's 3 companions immediately showed interest. After enduring a series of tough battles, they felt quite fatigued. Although they could recover their mana with recovery pills, they were still rather mentally exhausted. Thus, having someone willing to share the burden wasn't a bad thing. After pondering for a moment, Lu Kuang nodded and said solemnly, "All right, you can follow us for now. If you dare to pull any tricks, do not blame me for being ruthless." Meanwhile, at the Luoyun Valley Square, nearly everyone focused their attention on a certain individual, and the discussions below the magic mirror became lively. "Look, he has led a group of unicorn salamanders to Senior Brother Tang. What exactly does Chi-Da want to achieve? Strangely, ever since the competition began, he hasn't killed a single demon beast, and his points are still 0. Is he working so hard to attract demon beasts for those teams, and offering pills just to help them earn more points?" At this moment, someone seemed to have thought of something, and said uncertainly, "I heard he offended quite a few outer disciples before the competition started. If he doesn't mend things a bit, his future could be dire. Perhaps he's trying to win favor with the senior brothers and sisters through this method." This remark immediately sparked a lively discussion. Indeed, whether it's Senior Brother Jie, Senior Brother Tang, or Senior Brother Lu, they are all popular candidates to win the competition. Chi-Da probably feels he has no chance himself, so he is trying to curry favor with these potential inner disciples while he can. If he is doing a good deed, why doesn't he do it openly, and instead does it in secret? A disciple questioned in confusion. A companion nearby scoffed and casually replied, "What's there to understand? Right now, he is being hunted by every disciple participating in the outer competition. If he were to show himself, he might immediately be beaten up. Instead of that, it's better to wait until the competition ends to claim credit. After all, by then, Senior Brother Jie and the others will have successfully become inner disciples, and in their good spirits, they are more likely to regard him, the one who helped them, favorably." Upon hearing this analysis, everyone suddenly understood. No wonder he received the evaluation of perfect temperament. When he entered the sect, his mind works quickly. In the front of the square, Elder Yang Xiota from the Internal Affairs Pavilion's expression changed slightly as he frowned and said, "Elder Kong, can you tell what that item Chi-Da is using to attract demon beasts is?" "It's likely a beast spirit pill." Elder Kong Wanyan stroked his beard, appearing contemplative. "A high-quality beast spirit pill can emit a unique medicinal fragrance that attracts many low-tier demon beasts that have yet to develop intelligence to come and snatch it." Then he shook his head, his tone filled with astonishment. "However, beast spirit pills are second-tier pills, and high-quality ones cost at least 500 to 600 spirit stones. How could a mere servant disciple afford such pills, let alone that middle-tier artifact used for concealment?" Before he could finish, Mo Jinyang beside him explained, "Elder Kong, you may not know, but that kid Chi-Da has achieved great merit before, and the sect specially rewarded him with 3,000 spirit stones, including a middle-tier artifact, the Shadow Mask. With that Shadow Mask, as long as he doesn't reveal himself, demon beasts and cultivators at the Chi refinement stage won't be able to detect his presence at all." "I see. Hearing this, the sect's higher-ups present all revealed a look of realization, yet no one inquired about the specifics. Since Mo Zhenyang only mentioned the reward and did not publicly discuss Qi Da's merits, it proved that the matter was sensitive and not suitable for public discussion. Everyone present was shrewd and naturally would not touch this sore spot. Among the crowd, Bai Sierra frowned, seemingly lost in thought. Noticing that his daughter had an unusual expression, the sect leader Bai Qingwu could not help but secretly transmit a message asking Sierra, "What are you thinking?" Bai Sierra gathered her thoughts and responded through the transmission, "Father, I have a feeling that junior brother Qi's actions are not without purpose. By helping those disciples quickly accumulate points, he might be preparing for something." Before she could finish her sentence, Bai Qingwu understood her meaning and immediately shook his head with a smile. "Impossible. The outer competition ultimately comes down to strength. No matter how clever that kid is, he is merely a newcomer at the 5th layer of Qi refinement. How could he dare to reach into the tiger's mouth and compete with those who have perfected their Qi refinement? It's even more impossible for him to hope to benefit from the chaos. Those teams would not give anyone the opportunity to take advantage of them unless they are foolish. The reason he is doing this is probably to establish a good relationship with future inner disciples, paving the way for his own advancement as an outer disciple. Just being able to think of this is already quite remarkable." After hearing this analysis, Bai Sierra nodded, choosing to trust her father's judgment. At the rear mountain of the falling cloud valley, the competition area unfolded before the eyes. A clear winding stream bordered by dense grass and low shrubs, surrounded by towering stone peaks and layered wonders. 3 outer disciples, all around 20 years old, paced about, as if searching for something. "Senior Sister Nia, I've found it." Suddenly, a young male cultivator discovered a hidden cave in a crevice among the rocks, crying out in excitement. "The ice rat's lair is right here." Hearing this, the only female among the 3 beamed with joy and darted toward the cave, while another male disciple scratched his head in frustration and reluctantly followed. Soon they surrounded the cave entrance with magical artifacts. It's indeed the rat demon's lair. Rat demons are gregarious by nature. There might be more than one inside. The female speaker, Niet Suolan, was somewhat attractive, but her sharp chin and fierce demeanor gave her a harsh look. She was an outer disciple of the enforcement hall. At that moment, a male disciple suggested, "The entrance is narrow, we shouldn't go in. Ice rats fear fire most. Let's set a blaze outside and smoke them out." "Agreed." Niet Suolan nodded, took out a fire striker from her storage pouch, and ignited the moss and vines at the cave mouth. Thick smoke billowed and surged into the cave with the wind. Before long, a clatter came from within, and several ice-blue figures darted out, 4 ice rats at the Qi refining stage. Seeing this, Niet Suolan snorted coldly. Her long whip transformed into over a dozen vines, shooting toward the ice rats like arrows, instantly binding them tightly in place. Squeaking shrilly, the trapped ice rats struggled desperately, their tiny eyes filled with terror, crying out as if seeking help. "Die!" Faced with easy points, Niet Suolan showed no mercy. Just as she was about to finish off the 4 ice rats, she heard a whoosh behind her and instinctively dodged. Bang! 2 magical artifacts grazed past her ear, striking the ground and kicking up dust. Turning back, she saw her 2 companions had attacked her. Nia Quilin's face twisted in fury. "Miao Kong, Yin Quan, have you both lost your minds?" She never expected her 2 devoted suitors to ambush her together. But the 2 wore strange, murderous expressions, shouting, "How dare you harm Senior Sister Nia, you beast! Die!" With that, they brandished their artifacts and charged at her again. Meanwhile, in Nia Quilin's eyes, the 2 male cultivators vanished, replaced by 2 snarling thunderstorm bears. Startled, she quickly summoned a green ruler from her storage pouch to engage them. Bang! 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 In an instant, the 3 were locked in a fierce, chaotic battle. Amid the turmoil, a snow-white fox slowly emerged from a nearby flower bush. The fox stood about 5 feet tall, its fur smooth and lustrous like silk. As it walked, its fluffy tail curled and swayed lazily. It first glanced at the battling trio, a mischievous glint flashing in its amber double pupils, then stepped gracefully toward the ice rats bound by vines. Whoosh! The fox raised its claws, easily slicing through the tough vines to free the trapped ice rats. Squeaking gratefully, the ice rats chattered at the fox before scurrying into the bushes and disappearing. The fox, now alone, turned to the 3, ensnared in illusion, its gaze icy. Then it opened its mouth and spewed a white mist that quickly enveloped them. This white mist seemed to be the fox's innate technique. After using it, its aura visibly weakened. Under the influence of the eerie mist, Niet Suolan and the others grew increasingly disoriented, eventually pulling sharp implements from their storage pouches and preparing to stab themselves. Suddenly, a capture net dropped from above, ensnaring the fox. Squeaking frantically, the fox struggled, but the artifact-grade net was unyielding, tightening with each movement. Under the net's suppression, its innate technique failed. The mist dissipated, and Niet Suolan and the others collapsed unconscious. The next moment a stranger leaped down from a tree, tightly binding the fox. He grinned, a four-pupil spirit fox at the peak of chi refining. Finally caught you. This figure was Qi Yuan. After assigning tasks to his employees, he had ventured alone into this forest, targeting the rare four-pupil spirit fox. The four-pupil spirit fox, born with a trace of nine-tailed celestial fox blood, was cunning and adept at illusions. Its only weakness lay in its timid nature and low combat prowess. Sensing doom, the fox ceased struggling, clasped its paws together, and its amber eyes pleaded with human-like desperation, as if begging Qi Yuan for mercy. Qi Yuan sneered coldly, "You vicious beast. If I hadn't arrived in time, my 3 fellow disciples would have been driven to suicide by your tricks." His face darkened, and he put on a fierce expression. "They are my senior brothers and sister. How dare you harm them, little fox? You deserve death. Only by skinning you and turning you into a fox fur scarf can I quell my rage." Hearing this, the four-pupil spirit fox trembled violently, its eyes filled with deeper despair, whimpering, as if pleading endlessly. Just then Qi Yuan's tone shifted, his expression softening. "Heaven favors life. If you wish to live, I can offer you a way out." Smiling, he pulled out a brown beast-hide scroll from his robe. "Sign this beast-taming contract, and swear allegiance to me as your master. He'll not only spare you, but also give you a top-grade spirit-nourishing pill to help you break through to Foundation establishment. If you refuse, you'll be a fox fur scarf." At these words, the fox froze. Witnessing this scene, Yang Xiota, the elder of the Internal Affairs Hall responsible for organizing the assessment, breathed a sigh of relief, his expression brimming with admiration. "Excellent, excellent. This Qi Da is truly courageous and resourceful, of upright character. Had he not intervened to save them, these 3 outer disciples would likely have perished here. For this alone, this youth deserves focused cultivation." Although a certain degree of casualties was permitted during the outer sect assessment, losing 3 promising elite disciples at once would undoubtedly be a grave incident. Moreover, failing to eliminate dangerous beasts like the four-pupiled spirit fox beforehand constituted a dereliction of duty by the Internal Affairs Hall. If deaths occurred as a result, Yang Xiota, as the elder, would be held accountable. Now that the crisis had been resolved, Yang Xiota felt an immense relief, his heart swelling with gratitude toward Qi Yuan. This junior disciple had performed remarkably well. Once the assessment concluded, he resolved to recommend Qi Yuan for promotion to outer disciple status before the sect leader and recruit him into the Internal Affairs Hall. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the elder of the Falling Cloud Valley beside him let out a soft exclamation, his tone tinged with surprise. "I thought Qi Da would slay that demon fox to earn points, yet he intends to subdue it with a beast-taming scroll. What is he planning?" Hearing this, Yang Ziyud's brows shot up, his expression shifting slightly, as he couldn't help but remark, "Though the four-pupiled spirit fox is exceedingly cunning, it is naturally timid and fears death. Now that Qi Da has captured it with its life under threat, it might indeed yield and sign the contract acknowledging this lad as its master. If he can tame this Qi refinement perfection four-pupiled spirit fox, he might yet achieve something in the assessment." At that moment, Qing Yuan, the elder of the Dao Entry Hall, let out a cold snort, his face full of disdain. "Qi Da is nothing but a sly and opportunistic schemer. In terms of true strength, he cannot even be compared to Han Ziyuan, Xie Yuxing, Lu Kuang, and the others. Even with the four-pupiled spirit fox's aid, it would be futile. That beast's combat prowess is meager, it can only employ crude illusions. A cultivator of the same Qi refinement perfection realm need only be slightly vigilant to easily resist them." Wasn't Niet Solon at the 9th layer of Qi refinement also ensnared by its illusions at first? If not for her mind revealing a flaw in extreme terror, how could the four-pupiled spirit fox have exploited the opportunity? At these words, the several Falling Cloud Valley high-ranking officials present nodded in unison, deeply convinced. Although the four-pupiled spirit fox's illusions were troublesome, they were not entirely unmanageable. Cultivators of equal or higher cultivation levels found it difficult to be deceived. Among the disciples participating in the outer sect assessment, there were many at Qi refinement perfection. Relying on a single four-pupiled spirit fox to secure a top 10 position was virtually impossible. Meanwhile, you have 2 choices now: obediently sign this beast-taming contract or die. Qi Yuan spoke in a detached tone, his gaze cold as he stared at the four-pupiled spirit fox before him. The fox's eyes flickered as if hesitating. Seeing this, Qi Yuan let out a cold laugh, slowly placing his hand on the fox's neck. "It seems you've chosen death. In that case, I shall grant your wish." At that moment, his face radiated killing intent, as if he would immediately channel his spiritual power to shatter its cervical bones. The fox relented reluctantly, spitting out a drop of vivid red blood, its very lifeblood essence. "Smart of you." Qi Yuan smiled faintly, unrolling the beast-taming scroll in his hand and dripping the blood essence onto the contract. Then with a thought, he swiftly imprinted his soul mark onto the scroll. In an instant, he sensed a faint, intangible connection with the fox before him, as if a mere flicker of intent could decide the four-pupiled spirit fox's life or death. The beast-taming contract was in essence a pure master-slave pact akin to an indenture for demon beasts. During the contract period, the beast could not defy its master's will in the slightest, otherwise it would suffer the contract's backlash, instantly scattering its soul and losing even the chance for reincarnation. As a specialty of the premier sect, the beast-taming scrolls were not hard to come by in the cultivation world and were not costly. The sole difficulty lay in forcing a demon beast to sign such an unequal contract. Of course, if one encountered a beast of fierce and untamable nature, it would likely choose death over signing such a pact. But the naturally timid four-pupiled spirit fox was clearly not among them. After the contract was sealed, the fox's aura withered further, its demeanor utterly despondent. What, still unconvinced? Qi Yuan cast a disdainful glance at it. If you weren't of some use, a petty demon like you wouldn't even qualify to be my spirit beast. Do your work dutifully, and you'll soon regain your freedom. With that, he untied the capture net and released the fox. Once free, the fox hesitated for a moment before ultimately approaching Qi Yuan in trepidation. Seeing the four-pupiled spirit fox thoroughly subdued, Qi Yuan casually stowed the beast-taming scroll and retrieved a jade bottle from his storage pouch. Upon opening it, a peculiar fragrance of pills wafted out. A top-grade nourishing spirit pill. Could this villain, master, be telling the truth? The fox's spirits soared, its gaze toward Qi Yuan shifting dramatically, filled with intense longing. Break through to the Foundation establishment realm before dawn tomorrow, or you will die most unpleasantly. As he spoke, Qi Yuan poured the system-produced top-grade nourishing spirit pill from the jade bottle and tossed it before the fox. Upon hearing this, the fox's furry ears instantly drooped, feeling that the top-grade nourishing spirit pill before it had lost its allure. Seeing its master's displeased expression, it hastily swallowed the pill and then vanished into the forest in a flash. After the fox departed, Qi Yuan approached the three unfortunate souls lying unconscious nearby. He glanced curiously at the jade tokens at their waists, then lost all interest. Perhaps because the demon beasts had been snatched up by those workhorse teams, this trio had fared miserably. Nyaquilin's score token still held 4 points, while her two followers' tokens were empty, perfectly embodying the adage, a lackey gains nothing. With a flicker of thought, he vanished from the spot, silently leaving behind a gentle stream of true qi that awakened all three. Moments later, the three on the ground slowly opened their eyes, finding the area in disarray with signs of combat everywhere, their own hands gripping weapons and artifacts. Recalling something, Nyaquilin's anger flared. She leaped to her feet and slapped both companions across the face. I remember now. You two actually ambushed me from behind and let those frost rats escape. No wonder you specifically sought me out to form a team. You intended to sabotage me, didn't you? The slapped pair were utterly bewildered, unable to fathom what they had done wrong. As the final day arrived, the disciples participating in the grand competition grew increasingly cautious. By this time, most of the spirit beasts and rare treasures within the competition area had been swept clean. For many, the most practical choice to continue accumulating points was to seize the jade tokens from others. Thus, conflicts among disciples became frequent, and the air was thick with tension and a murderous aura. Bang! Lu Kuang's face darkened as he thrust both palms forward, unleashing a surge of profound yellow energy that repelled an opponent at the 9th level of qi refinement. Then he stomped his right foot heavily on the ground, launching his entire body into the air and breaking free from the encirclement formed by 8 cultivators. Don't let him escape. He alone has over 3,000 points. If we can snatch his jade token, it's enough to secure all of us a spot in the top 10 of the competition. Hearing this, the cultivators involved in the siege grew excited and scrambled to chase after him. As Lu Kuang sprinted forward, anxiety churned within him. He hadn't expected these people to be so greedy, daring to oppose him for the sake of points. The cultivators behind him were originally his allies in hunting spirit beasts, but they had suddenly turned against him midway and were now rivals hunting him down. If he hadn't been alert, he might have truly fallen into their hands. Now his body was covered in wounds from the earlier battle. Though they were superficial, if he delayed any longer, his internal true qi would give out. He had to shake off his pursuers quickly and find a safe place to wait for the competition to end. With this thought, Lu Kuang suddenly had an idea. Accelerating his escape, he formed hand seals and murmured, "Earth burst technique." The next moment, the soil behind him suddenly trembled violently, as if a massive boulder had been thrown into a calm lake, sending mud flying everywhere. Caught off guard, the pursuing cultivators were struck by the splashing mud and stones, forcing them to slow down. Meanwhile, the ground in front of Lu Kuang split open with a crack. Without hesitation, he leaped into the fissure and vanished in an instant. Elsewhere, a large group of imposing cultivators surged through the dense forest, shouting, "Cheetah, come out here. Didn't you say you'd win first place in the competition? Why are you hiding like a turtle? Umph. Even if I have to forego points, I'll beat you up and make sure you never act so arrogant again. However, a long time passed, and though more and more people joined the search, they still found no trace of Qi Yuan. Damn it, that kid must be hiding. No worries. He'll come out on his own when the competition ends. We may have let him slip this time, but the monk can't run away from the temple. We'll catch him in the outer sect and beat him every time we see him. Just as everyone was fuming with frustration, the sound of footsteps echoed from nearby, and a young man in servant's robes emerged from the depths of the forest. They all turned to look. It was the very Qi Yuan they sought. Kid, you finally decided to show your face. Haha, I've got you now. Brothers, let's teach this waste a good lesson. The crowd sneered, cracking their knuckles as they surrounded Qi Yuan. Facing the imminent beating, Qi Yuan didn't even bat an eye. Instead, he curled his lips in disdain and sneered, "A bunch of trash. Come at me if you dare." Infuriated by his provocation, the group erupted in rage, raising their artifacts and lunging at him viciously. Just then a stern voice rang out, "Enough. Stop right there." As the words fell, Elder Yang Xiuda of the Internal Affairs Hall descended from the sky, his sharp gaze sweeping over the crowd. Hearing him, the disciples quickly restrained their power and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Elder Yang." Yang Xiuda snorted coldly and said, "The competition is over. Fighting is strictly prohibited. Hand over your jade tokens. A Qi will be in charge of tallying everyone's points. Also, after submitting your tokens, go find the others and tell them to come here to settle their points. If they don't arrive within an hour, their results will be voided." "Yes, we'll go find them." Hearing this, everyone nodded obediently, then honestly took out their jade tokens and handed them to Qi Yuan. At the same time, on the square, Elder Yang Xiuda of the Internal Affairs Hall stared blankly at the scene in the magical mirror, his mind buzzing as if he couldn't believe his eyes. In the image, the disciples, upon seeing Qi Yuan, acted as if bewitched. First, they bowed respectfully, then one by one they handed over their jade tokens to him, behaving with unbelievable docility. Not only him, but the entire square was frozen in silence. Oh, everyone felt as if they were dreaming. It's an illusion. Bai Qingwu, the sect leader of Falling Cloud Valley, was the first to come to his senses, speaking in disbelief. His spirit beast suddenly broke through to Foundation establishment, greatly enhancing its illusionary powers. Those outer disciples couldn't resist and were completely fooled. Elder Kong Wanyin of the Alchemy Hall also recovered from his shock and exclaimed in awe, "Exactly. The pill he fed the furried fox was likely a top-grade spirit-nourishing pill. After taking it, the fox reached Foundation establishment overnight. Compared to its Qi refinement stage, the furried fox at Foundation establishment has undergone a complete transformation. With its help, Qi Da can dominate the competition." This is unbelievable. An intersect elder beside him was also dumbfounded. Could it be that he helped others earn more points earlier just to snatch their jade tokens at this moment? If that's the case, this kid is simply monstrous. At these words, the other high-ranking members of Falling Cloud Valley collectively gasped, and the scene fell into a brief silence. After a long moment, Elder Yinqing Yuan of the Dao Entry Hall steadied himself, furrowed his brows, and said in a stern tone, "Elder Yang, this boy's actions are clearly cheating. I believe we should immediately stop this farce, disqualify him from the competition, and impose severe punishment according to sect rules as a warning to others. That's not appropriate." Yang Xiuda shook his head and mused. According to the rules, no one may interfere with the outer sect competition before it ends. This competition still has over an hour left, so until then, I will not intervene. Moreover, the sect has not prohibited the use of spirit beasts in the outer sect competition. His actions are entirely within the rules. Bai Qingwu nodded as well. Elder Yang speaks wisely. Since Qi Da hasn't violated any rules, let us continue observing. With the sect leader having spoken, Yinqing Yuan had no choice but to shut his mouth bitterly, his expression extremely grim. The great competition had ended. Hearing the shouts from outside, Lu Kuang, hidden in a crevice in the earth, felt his spirits lift and his tense nerves relax considerably. He had chosen to hide here just to safely endure until the competition's end. He was already certain that with his 3,500 plus points, he would unquestionably be the champion of this outer sect competition. In such a situation, ensuring he didn't stumble was the top priority. Out of caution, he didn't emerge immediately. Instead, he listened carefully to the sounds around him until he was sure no one was nearby. Only then did he silently crawl up from his underground hiding spot. Once on the surface, Lu Kuang patted the dust off his clothes and dashed in one direction. He had overheard that jade tokens had to be handed in within an hour. Much time had already passed, and he had to hurry. So it's really over. Arriving at the assembly point, Lu Kuang quickly spotted Elder Yang Xiuda of the Internal Affairs Hall among the crowd. His last shred of doubt vanished, replaced by irrepressible joy. According to past custom, the champion of the outer sect competition received a generous reward and would be specially nurtured after entering the inner sect with a bright future ahead. At this thought, Lu Kuang couldn't help but grin, already envisioning a glorious path of cultivation ahead. Suddenly, a slightly teasing voice interrupted his reverie. Lu Kuang, why are you so late? Could it be your results are so dismal you're too ashamed to show them? Lu Kuang snorted and turned to retort. Han Ziyun, I do hope your luck isn't as terrible as usual this time. Otherwise, you might not even reach a tenth of my score. Han Ziyun and Lu Kuang were both outstanding outer disciples. Their relationship wasn't particularly hostile, but they often clashed in subtle ways, each seeing the other as a rival. To Lu Kuang's surprise, Han Ziyun, usually quick-tempered, didn't get angry at this taunt. Instead, he appeared utterly unruffled, as if untouched by the barb. Oh, I'm truly looking forward to it. Let's see if you can produce a decent score. Han Ziyun curled his lips slightly, casting a nonchalant glance at the jade token at Lu Kuang's waist, and said calmly, If you lose, remember to call me senior brother in the inner sect. Hearing this, Lu Kuang raised an eyebrow, and then laughed heartily. Fine, let's settle this with our results. Just then Xie Yuxing, who had been watching from a distance, approached, and said, Everyone calls us the three talents of the outer sect. Since there's a contest, I can't be left out. Let's take this chance to see who among us is truly the rising star of the valley. These words immediately drew everyone's attention. A spectacle was about to unfold. All three were top-tier outer disciples, evenly matched in skill. Now each seemed brimming with confidence, clearly ready to compete on points. Whatever the outcome, the scene was sure to be thrilling. What are you three waiting for? Hurry up and hand over your tokens. Don't waste everyone's time. Elder Yang Ziyud's face darkened as he urged sternly. Yes, Elder. Lu Kuang, Han Ziyun, and Xie Yuxing exchanged glances, then simultaneously tossed their tokens to Qi Yuan, who was in charge of tallying scores, and urged in unison, Tell us now which of us has the highest score. Success. Qi Yuan took the tokens from the three outstanding disciples with a smile, glanced at the points, and announced, Han Ziyun, 3,122 points. Not bad, not bad. A sharp intake of breath rippled through the crowd. Many ignorant disciples were stunned. How many spirit beasts must he have killed? No wonder we have no points. They all went to him. Seeing the reactions around him, Han Ziyun smiled smugly, casting a glance at his two rivals. But his smile froze halfway. He noticed that while the other two showed slight surprise, it vanished in an instant, and neither displayed any sign of dismay. What's going on? At that moment, Han Ziyun finally sensed something amiss. He frowned and instinctively looked toward Qi Yuan. Lu Kuang, 3,581 points, ranking second. Keep up the effort. 3,581 points. Everyone's eyes went wide, almost doubting their ears. Even more absurdly, 3,581 points, only placed second. Even Lu Kuang himself was dumbfounded. He stared at Qi Yuan in disbelief and asked, There's someone higher than me. How is this possible? Qi Yuan shrugged and continued, Xie Yuxing, 4,027 points. Seems extra effort really pays off. Though he didn't understand the last remark, Xie Yuxing, upon learning he was ranked first, was flushed with excitement. He looked triumphantly at his two crestfallen rivals and said, Apologies, fellow junior brothers. It seems I, your senior brother, have the upper hand. I yield. Just then, Elder Yang Xiota cleared his throat, cutting through the chatter. Enough, everything is settled. Activate your teleportation talismans and leave the competition area. In the square, watching disciple after disciple teleport from the back mountain, everyone from Luoyun Valley stood frozen under the magic mirror, their expressions stunned and eyes vacant. They were too shocked to speak, their minds filled with one thought, damn. From an outsider's perspective, it was as if the participants in the competition were under a spell. Before the event ended, they had already formed a long line, each handing their jade token to Qi Yuan, some even saying, Thank you. After handing over their tokens, they used teleportation talismans to leave, seemingly unaware that withdrawing early would nullify their results. This scene was utterly bizarre. After a long silence, someone finally stammered, What just happened? Was I seeing things? Why would such a strange thing occur? Just then someone suddenly exclaimed, Never mind that. Do you realize what this means, eh? According to the rules, aside from that handyman, everyone in this outer sect competition is disqualified. There will be no top 10. There is only one victor, and that's Qi Da. Heavens, how did he manage that? These words were like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, instantly stirring up a storm. Amid the rising waves of exclamations, Ji Chaner, mingling among the inner disciples, recovered from her shock, a gleam of wonder flashing in her eyes. Unorthodox and ruthless, patient and meticulous, striking with precision, leaving no room for mercy. The demonic sect needs talent like this. Because of the outer sect competition, the entire back mountain was sealed off, so she didn't have to guard the herb garden these days. To avoid suspicion, she decided to show herself in public, and unexpectedly made a discovery. With a flash of white light, Xie Yuxing was teleported to the square where the Dharma mirror stood. His face was brimming with pride, ready to receive the congratulations of the crowd. Before activating the teleportation talisman, he had even prepared an acceptance speech intending to recite it publicly upon receiving the award, leaving a legendary tale for this outer sect competition. Yet an unexpected turn awaited him. Silence. The atmosphere in the square was frozen so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Everyone, including the other disciples who had participated in the competition, looked at him with strange expressions and a faint hint of pity. What had happened? Could his score of 4,000 points be so dazzling that it stunned everyone? Confronted with this bizarre scene, Xie Yuxing was utterly bewildered, questions rising in his heart. Suddenly, he spotted Elder Yang Xiuda of the Internal Affairs Hall, standing not far away, and froze in shock. Wasn't Elder Yang supposed to be cleaning up the mess at the back mountain? Why was he here? Just as he was racking his brains in confusion, Yang Xiuda cleared his throat and spoke with a grave expression. Disciple Xie, you used the teleportation talisman to withdraw early before the competition ended. According to the rules, your results are hereby cancelled. I hope you can learn from this experience and strive harder next year. What? Cancel the results? Hearing Yang Ziyud's words, Xie Yuxing felt as if struck by lightning, standing frozen in place. Regaining his senses, he rushed before Yang Xiuda, his expression seething with agitation. Elder Yang, you announced the end of the competition and instructed us to hand over our jade tokens before teleporting. Why are you canceling my results now? Despite Xie Yuxing's impolite demeanor, Yang Xiuda did not take offense. He simply shook his head gently and explained patiently, alas, disciple Xie, what you saw was not me, but a false illusion. You were merely deceived by a Foundation establishment stage furied spirit fox. The competition has not yet concluded, so teleporting out early naturally results in cancelled scores. Seeing his still stunned face, Yang Xiuda couldn't help but sigh. Even if you hadn't withdrawn early, giving your jade token to someone else would have been futile. Your results still wouldn't have been recorded. Illusion. Xie Yuxing stared blankly, lifting his gaze to the Dharma mirror suspended in midair. He saw that the competition area was now devoid of other disciples, leaving only a single figure and a snowy white fox by his side. Cheetah, this. How is this possible? In that moment, he finally understood. All his painstaking efforts to gain points over the past few days had been in vain, only to benefit another. At the thought, he felt like weeping, but had no tears, overcome by a surge of fury that nearly made him vomit blood. He roared in anger, that scoundrel Cheetah is utterly despicable. Seeing Xie Yuxing so devastated, Han Ziyuan and Lu Kuang, the other major victims, felt a sense of relief. Witnessing their once arrogant rivals suffer even more than themselves brought a measure of balance to their hearts. After a while, Bai Qingwu, the sect leader of Falling Cloud Valley, suppressed his astonishment and spoke with a complex tone. Elder Yang, the time has come. Let us go retrieve that young man together. You wish to go personally? Yang Xiuda was taken aback. He had never expected Bai Qingwu to personally fetch a Qi refining stage junior, an unprecedented event in the competition's history. Though momentarily bewildered, he naturally would not question the sect leader's decision. Nodding in assent, he transformed into a beam of light alongside Bai Qingwu, flying toward the competition area. At the back mountain, Qi Yuan waved his hand, sweeping the pile of jade tokens beside him into his storage pouch. Glancing at the fox spirit still earnestly playing the role of elder of the Internal Affairs Hall, he instructed, enough, dispel the illusion. You've done well this time. The furied spirit fox immediately ceased its spell, then scampered over to Qi Yuan, wagging its fluffy tail in a bid for praise. Master, how did I perform this time? Its voice was sweet and pleasant, much like that of a 13 or 14-year-old human girl. After reaching Foundation establishment, certain beasts that had awakened their intelligence early could refine the crossbone in their throats and speak human language. The furied spirit fox was no exception. Qi Yuan stowed away the storage pouch, while responding perfunctorily, didn't I just say? You did well. Then, master, could you be merciful and set me free? The furied spirit fox rolled its amber eyes, gazing at Qi Yuan with hopeful expectation. You said that if I served you well, I would soon regain my freedom. Dream on. Qi Yuan gave it a dismissive glance and said flatly, considering your merit, I'll reluctantly forgive your earlier attack on my 3 fellow disciples. But don't forget, you still owe me a top-grade nourishing pill. Until that debt is cleared, you'll obediently work for me. Oh. The furied spirit fox wore a distressed expression and asked weakly, Master, how many spirit stones is that top-grade nourishing pill worth? Qi Yuan smiled faintly, not much, barely 500 spirit stones. 500 spirit stones. Hearing the amount, the furied spirit fox's eyes lit up, and it eagerly said, I had some savings before reaching Foundation establishment, storing a few heavenly treasures in my cave. There's certainly enough to repay those 500 spirit stones. Is that so? Qi Yuan squinted at it and nodded. Fine. If you can gather 500 top-grade spirit stones, I'll release you immediately. Top-grade spirit stones. The fox spirit was stunned. Did you mean low-grade spirit stones? Qi Yuan snorted coldly. The pill I gave you was a top-grade nourishing pill, so naturally it's calculated in top-grade spirit stones. Think about it. With your mediocre aptitude without a top-grade pill, how could you have achieved foundation establishment overnight and awakened the celestial fox bloodline? He wasn't wrong. The system's top-grade pills were of perfect quality with exceptional effects, otherwise the Furied Spirit Fox might not have succeeded in breaking through to foundation establishment. Hearing this, the Furied Spirit Fox instantly wilted, its head drooping. Top-grade spirit stones. It had never even heard of them, let alone encountered any. Seeing this, Qi Yuan frowned with a hint of displeasure. What are you trying to renege on your debt? The Furied Spirit Fox flinched and immediately flattered he. No. But inwardly it seethed with resentment. Bah, what a heartless master. If you hadn't ambushed me with a capture net when I was weak, how could you have bested me? And worse, you wanted to turn my fur into a scarf. Once this contract ends, I'll make sure you know that revenge is a dish best served cold, even for a fox. Judging that the competition was nearly over, Qi Yuan turned to the fox spirit. Stay in the back mountain and cultivate. I'll contact you if needed. Also, from now on, your name is Xiaobai? Xiaobai. Does he think I'm a cat? The fox's face twisted in disdain, frantically waving its paws in refusal. Seeing its reluctance, Qi Yuan thought for a moment. If you don't like Xiaobai, then how about Mao Qiu? Mao Qiu? The fox spirit panicked. No, please stop. He'll take Xiaobai. If that dog of a master kept naming it, who knew how ridiculous it would get? Resigned to being saddled with the absurd name Xiaobai, the fox spirit felt its entire existence was a tragedy. Qi Yuan nodded slightly. Good. Remember to keep a low profile and don't get yourself killed. Despite his words, the little fox had awakened a trace of the celestial fox bloodline during its foundation establishment breakthrough. Among the foundation establishment beasts in the back mountain of Falling Cloud Valley, it could easily dominate. Safety was hardly a concern. Got it. The fox spirit vanished in a flash, disappearing deep into the forest. Soon after, two beams of light streaked across the distant sky and landed before Qi Yuan. Disciple greets the sect leader and Elder Yang. Spotting the arrivals, Qi Yuan hurried forward and bowed respectfully. No need for formalities. Bai Qingwu, the sect leader of Falling Cloud Valley, gave him a profound look. The outer sect competition is over. You are the only disciple to have completed it, eliminating all opponents. Since the founding of Falling Cloud Valley, such an outcome has never occurred. Truly a formidable young talent. Qi Yuan rubbed his nose sheepishly. I was merely lucky to emerge victorious. In his mind, he thought, even the sect leader has been stirred. This mission should be secure, right? When Qi Yuan was brought to the square, countless gazes converged upon him, filled with awe, envy, admiration, and even reverence. Meanwhile, the elder of the Internal Affairs Pavilion beside him steadied his emotions and announced solemnly, Qi, a menial disciple, has scored 17,236 points in this outer sect grand competition, securing first place. Though the result was known beforehand, the shocking score still ignited a fervent uproar throughout Falling Cloud Valley. A menial disciple at the fifth layer of Qi refining who had not slain a single beast throughout the entire competition, yet claimed the top spot in an utterly inconceivable manner. What an earth-shattering miracle. With merely a slight intervention, he eliminated all other competitors, even making them labor for 3 days to earn points for him before closing the net. An act of sheer ruthlessness and depravity. What is brutality? This is true brutality. The most terrifying part was that everything he did fell within the competition's rules, leaving no flaw to exploit. Moreover, he saved the lives of 3 fellow disciples, earning merit rather than blame. Such masterful manipulation was unprecedented and unheard of. For a moment, the disciples of Falling Cloud Valley in the square, including the high-ranking elders, were all stunned into silence. Even the outer sect disciples who had been outmaneuvered in the competition stared at Qi Yuan in disbelief, as if beholding a monster. Noticing the outer sect disciples' stiff expressions and disordered aura, their Tao hearts, seemingly shattered and deeply demoralized, the sect leader Bai Qingwu seemed to realize something. He swiftly flew before the crowd and declared, "Disciples, heed my words. In light of the special circumstances in this competition, the sect will increase the number of slots for inter-sect promotion in the next grand competition. The top 20 will be directly elevated to inter-sect disciples. Furthermore, all disciples who participated in this outer sect grand competition under Elder Yang's selection will have their monthly allowances doubled and may choose a technique from the scripture pavilion to cultivate." At these words, the previously disheartened outer sect disciples perked up, their expressions brightening. Many who doubted their ability to secure a top 10 spot cast off their gloom and beamed with joy. Though the competition had been ruined by an unscrupulous individual, at least there was a consolation prize, one that was shared equally among all, making it a worthwhile deal. Seeing the atmosphere grow lively, Bai Qingwu breathed a sigh of relief and adopted a stern tone. Henceforth, a new rule will be added to the outer sect grand competition. No spirit beasts may be commanded during the competition. Violators will be disqualified. This competition serves as a warning to you all. The path of immortality is fraught with peril, and the world is treacherous. If you remain so careless and lax in the future, the price you pay will be 1,000 times greater than today. Let this be a lesson and a caution. We disciples heed the sect leader's instruction. The assembled disciples bowed in unison, their expressions solemn. Qi Yuan nodded, inwardly acknowledging that the falling Cloud Valley sect leader was no ordinary figure. With just a few words, he restored the confidence of the defeated disciples while enhancing their loyalty and sense of belonging to the sect, a testament to his skill and resolve. Just as Qi Yuan was slightly distracted by King Wu's gaze, turned to him, filled with admiration and praise. With a broad smile, he announced, "From this day forth, the menial disciple Qi Da is promoted to inner sect disciple. He shall be granted 5,000 spirit stones, 100 high-grade Qi gathering pills, 1 foundation establishment pill, 3 mid-grade magical artifacts, and access to the second floor of the scripture pavilion to select any cultivation method." Disciple Qi Da thanks the sect for its cultivation. As by King Wu's words fell, Qi Yuan promptly bowed in acknowledgement, then walked calmly to the front under the crowd's gaze to receive the storage pouch filled with rewards. The next moment, a cold chime echoed in his ear. Ding! Host has completed the mission objective. Qualify for the Outer Sect Grand Competition and achieve a top 10 ranking. Reward: 500 rebellion points, 15 high-grade Qi gathering pills, 1 high-grade foundation establishment pill, and 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Ding! Host has completed the additional mission. Astound all in the Outer Sect Grand Competition and claim first place. Reward: 1 opportunity to enhance spiritual root aptitude. As the system's voice faded, Qi Yuan sensed a subtle change, a warm current seemingly flowing through his entire being. Then the scene before him began to shift. All things twisted and transformed under his gaze, dissolving into intricate, mysterious lines, each bearing ineffable principles of the Tao. At the same time, countless unprecedented insights surged within him, bringing an indescribable joy and comfort. Yet Qi Yuan knew he was in a public setting. To avoid losing composure, he immediately steadied his mind and forcibly withdrew from this state. Of course, with this enhancement of his aptitude, he could now enter that wondrous state at will, comprehending heaven and earth, greatly increasing his efficiency in cultivating techniques. Moreover, Qi Yuan discovered another peculiar change. Whenever he wished, he could continuously draw spiritual energy from his surroundings into his body, without circulating any technique, effortlessly compressing, purifying, and refining it. So this is what lies beyond a heavenly spiritual root. Qi Yuan marveled inwardly, his heart brimming with joy. The system had truly delivered this time, making his elaborate efforts, and even his sacrificed dignity, well worth it. The next day, within the inner sect. Junior brother Qi, congratulations on your promotion to an inner disciple. I have been sent by Elder Yang to escort you to select your residence. Please follow me. After receiving the token that signified his status as an inner disciple, Qi Yuan was led out of the affairs hall by a disciple and brought before a peak that stood roughly 500 to 600 zhang tall. The place was lush with verdant vegetation and abundant with spiritual energy, conditions far superior to the outer sect. Seeing this, Qi Yuan was quite satisfied. Though it could not compare to his lavish cave dwelling in the Taoist Holy Land, the environment here was at least serene and secluded, unlike the noisy and crowded outer sect. After the grand competition, he had thoroughly offended many outer sect disciples. It would not be an exaggeration to call him a public enemy of the outer sect. Yet Qi Yuan paid it no mind, for he was now an inner disciple of the falling Cloud Valley. In terms of status, inner disciples were utterly superior to ordinary outer sect disciples. Even if some harbored resentment, they could do nothing to him. In the future, they would have to obediently step forward and greet him as senior brother Qi. However, it was predictable that under these circumstances that fellow Lin, who had once openly called Qi Yuan his brother, would likely suffer again. After all, that child of destiny still had to continue surviving in the outer sect. Thinking back, Lin Zhi'an had not had a single peaceful day since entering the falling Cloud Valley. He was either framed or ostracized by his peers. If not for the system's confirmation, Qi Yuan would have suspected whether that kid was a child of destiny or a child of misfortune. Of course, Qi Yuan felt no guilt about this. Why should he feel guilty? He was not Lin Zhi'an's babysitter. Reject mental exhaustion. At that moment, the disciple from the affairs hall took out a map marked with many courtyards and handed it to Qi Yuan, saying warmly, "Junior brother Qi, you may choose a courtyard on this 1,000 emerald peak as your dwelling. However, you can only pick an unowned one without a name marked beside it." After the dramatic conclusion of this outer sect competition, Qi Yuan's name had spread throughout the entire falling Cloud Valley. As the only man in the sect's history to single-handedly force a change in the competition rules, he had become the most talked about figure in the past 2 days. Therefore, although his outwardly revealed cultivation was merely at the 5th layer of qi refining, making him the weakest inner disciple in history, the disciple from the affairs hall still dared not be negligent and treated him with great courtesy. Thank you for the reminder, senior brother. Qi Yuan glanced roughly at the map and quickly set his sights on a small, rather remote courtyard. This courtyard was located halfway up the mountain, surrounded by dense forests where hardly anyone walked. The nearest courtyard was over 10 li away. It perfectly suited his low-key and unassuming personality. Having made his decision, he pointed at the courtyard and asked, "Can I choose this one?" The disciple from the affairs hall looked at the spot Qi Yuan had indicated and said with some hesitation, "You can, but it was once an abandoned courtyard. It has fallen into disrepair over the years and may require some time to clean and tidy up." Qi Yuan smiled unconcerned and said, "No matter. I happen to enjoy the quiet." The disciple from the affairs hall nodded and then said, "Very well, since you have decided, I will register your name there now. From now on, that will be your residence in the inner sect." Before long, Qi Yuan dismissed the disciple from the affairs hall and stood alone, surveying the small courtyard now enveloped by green moss. The courtyard was not large. Besides a meditation chamber specifically for cultivation, it had a front hall and 2 side rooms. In the front hall sat a stone table and 3 stone stools with nothing else. After a brief cleanup of the mess within the courtyard, Qi Yuan sat down in the front hall and silently summoned the system interface. Aside from the side quest in the lower left corner, the area representing the main quest had refreshed again. It read, "New quest. After the outer sect competition, you have finally shed the identity of a menial disciple and entered the inner sect for cultivation. The host's outstanding performance has attracted the special attention of Falling Cloud Valley sect leader by Qingwu and senior sister by Shiro. At the same time, an unexpected crisis is about to descend. Quest difficulty 4 stars hard. Quest objective: please have the host survive this crisis and investigate all demon sect spies hidden within Falling Cloud Valley. Quest rewards 800 counterattack points, increased favorability from Senior Sister by Shiro, and the Heaven Grade Dual Cultivation Technique Yin Yang Life Transformation Sutra." What the hell? After reading this, Qi Yuan was momentarily speechless. He just wanted to ask one thing: was this Yin Yang Life Transformation Sutra legitimate? It was supposed to be a simple survival quest, not unlike ones he had done before. But what was up with this string of rewards? This damned system had placed the favorability of the beautiful Senior Sister by Shiro alongside a dual cultivation technique, giving him a vague sense that something was off. The quest on the interface was not marked as abandonable, meaning it had to be completed. If he failed, no further main quests would refresh. If even dual cultivation techniques were appearing at this rate, was the persona of being single for 2 lifetimes about to be ruined? Realizing this, Qi Yuan's expression turned strange. Without needing to think, he knew that the newly refreshed main quest was definitely related to the ongoing side quest, and it was highly likely that something would go wrong on Ji Chan'er's end. After all, in the eyes of this idiotic system, he was still a rookie at the Qi refining stage, utterly unqualified to face a nascent soul demon cultivator Hedon. Even so, the system had issued the quest to rescue the illusion stargrass. This proved that the system believed he had a chance to accomplish this seemingly impossible task. Otherwise, wouldn't it be deliberately sending its host to his death? Under the tight surveillance of a nascent soul cultivator, a Qi refining cultivator could not even approach the illusion stargrass, let alone rescue it. Therefore, the only possibility for a Qi refining rookie to snatch something from a nascent soul true lord was if the true lord was either lured away or occupied. In short, if a variable occurred. The crisis mentioned in the main quest was highly likely related to this variable. According to the quest description, the demon sect spies in Falling Cloud Valley are certainly not limited to Ji Chan'er alone. We must find all the spies to pass. It seems that until the situation becomes clear, I really cannot act rashly lest I alert the enemy and affect the quest's completion. Qi Yuan silently complained to himself. Small sects are just unreliable. They've been infiltrated by the demon sect like a sieve, and they can't even detect it. Meanwhile, within the inner sect, the scripture pavilion. "Niece, by what brings you to my place?" Looking at the uninvited by Shiro, Elder Yin Qingyuan of the scripture pavilion flashed a hint of surprise across his face before stepping forward with a warm smile. Bai Shiro gave a faint smile. Elder Yin Shiro has come to consult the archived records of all new disciples in recent years. I would appreciate your convenience. Yin Qingyuan's heart skipped a beat at her words, but he remained outwardly composed. Feigning difficulty, he said, "I see. Although the records you mention are not classified information, according to the rules, one needs the sect leader's approval to access them. Perhaps you could tell me the person's name, and I will fetch the record for you." "No need. I will search myself." Bai Shiro shook her head and produced a gleaming token from her sleeve. "This is the sect leader's command token. I trouble Elder Yin to open the restriction outside the archive." Upon seeing this, a flicker of wariness flashed deep in Yin Qingyuan's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. Very well, follow me. Much obliged. Baishiro replied politely. Much obliged. Baishiro replied politely. Junior Disciple. By this is the archive pavilion where records of all disciples who have entered the sect over the past millennium are stored. A moment later, Yuan led Baishiro to several spacious storehouses. He then took a small pale golden orb from his bosom and activated it. The restrictions on the storehouses immediately dissipated, revealing a passage. Elder In, you may attend to your duties. I shall enter alone. Baishiro nodded to him, then pushed open the heavy door and stepped inside. Trouble. Gazing at her graceful, slender figure, Yuan's expression gradually darkened, and he inwardly cursed his misfortune. This girl had always been sharp-minded if she discovered any flaws. As if struck by a sudden thought, Yuan immediately turned and left, hurrying towards his own cave dwelling. Upon returning to his cave, he took a deep breath, then lightly brushed his sleeve, activating a formation within the room that shielded against celestial scrutiny. After confirming that no one could spy on him, he carefully retrieved a communication talisman covered in silver patterns from a hidden compartment beneath his bed and infused it with spiritual power. Soon a deep, indifferent voice emanated from the talisman. What is it? Yuan's expression turned solemn as he respectfully replied, Master, as you previously instructed, I have been monitoring true disciple Jia's movements at Falling Cloud Valley. I have kept this in mind. For the past 3 years, she has remained steadfastly at the outer sect's medicinal garden, never leaving for a single step. I humbly believe that true disciple Jia's purpose here is not to control Falling Cloud Valley, but rather to seek something else. The object of her interest is likely within that very medicinal garden. Upon hearing this, the voice on the other end seemed to pause for a moment, then spoke with evident interest. You speak wisely. My esteemed junior sister holds a revered status in the sacred sect and possesses an exceedingly proud nature. Without immense benefits, she would never deign to waste 3 years in such a backwater. Regardless of what Ji Chaner is searching for as her senior brother, I ought to share her burdens and ease her troubles. That would be fitting for our bond as fellow disciples. Hearing this, Yuan's brows twitched slightly as he probed. Then, Master, what are your intentions? A sinister chuckle came from the talisman. I plan to go there personally and give junior sister Ji a little surprise. Yuan's eyes lit up as he quickly responded. Master, Baishiro, the daughter of Falling Cloud Valley sect leader, is currently investigating the situation of disciples who have joined in recent years. She may well trace it back to true disciple Ji, which could lead to unnecessary complications. At this reminder, the voice on the other end fell silent for a moment, then turned icy. A mere Falling Cloud Valley. I could annihilate it with a wave of my hand. Why all this hesitation? Yuan quickly agreed. Master is wise. This wretched servant certainly knows how to flatter, the other sneered. I shall arrive soon. Continue to keep a close watch and report any developments immediately. Yes. Yuan responded with deference once more. After putting away the talisman, a sinister grin spread across his face. Ji Chaner, just because you hail from the sacred sect and hold a lofty status, did you truly think I was a fool? You constantly speak of helping me seize the position of sect leader, yet you show not a shred of sincerity. You merely hide in the medicinal garden playing deaf and dumb, clearly intending to manipulate my son and me. Since you are so heartless and ungrateful, don't blame me for seeking another patron. As his words trailed off, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. He then quietly slipped out of his cave, summoned a beam of light, and sped towards the scripture pavilion. Within the inner sect, at the 1,000 Emerald Peak cave dwelling, Yuan slowly opened his eyes, a sharp gleam flashing through his clear pupils. His entire being was enveloped in sword intent, his aura chilling and formidable. The small golden sword he had hidden within his sea of consciousness began to vibrate rapidly, faintly, emitting a resonant hum. His cultivation had already reached the pinnacle of the golden core stage, and the true essence within his body could no longer increase. This allowed him to focus entirely on cultivating the cloud-soaring sword scripture, nurturing his sword intent, and tempering his physical form. When he entered the Taoist sacred land, his heavenly spiritual root was identified as a variant metal-type spiritual root most suited for the path of the sword. Thus, he chose one of the sacred land's supreme inheritances, the cloud-soaring sword scripture, as his primary means of attack. Of course, during this period, Yuan had not encountered a single worthy opponent, leaving him with no need to draw his sword. After all, one wouldn't use a cannon to swat a mosquito, nor would he employ a Dharma treasure like the profound heaven sword to slay a mere fifth-layer chi refining cultivator like Su Biao. The spiritual artifacts of the world were vast and numerous, broadly classified into 4 grades. The lowest grade was the magical artifact with limited power and faint spirituality, capable of only using its own power to engage enemies. Above magical artifacts were Dharma treasures. At this level, the artifact could communicate with heaven and earth, harnessing the power of the natural world to fight, thereby greatly increasing its might. Above Dharma treasures were spiritual treasures which represented a sublimation of the former. Possessing intelligence they could cultivate on their own and possessed overwhelming power. Almost every spiritual treasure served as the cornerstone treasure of a top-tier faction, never to be used lightly except in dire circumstances. Above spiritual treasures were celestial artifacts. In this great world, celestial artifacts existed only in legends and had never been seen. Qi Yuan's destined Dharma treasure was a high-grade Dharma treasure known as the Profound Heaven Sword. After his cultivation session, he was about to tidy up his new cave dwelling when he suddenly sensed someone approaching. He immediately stood up and walked towards the door. Upon seeing who it was, a flicker of surprise crossed Qi Yuan's eyes. "Junior brother Lin, what brings you here?" Lin Zhi'an's face was beaming with joy, and he was brimming with energy, clearly in excellent spirits. Upon spotting Qi Yuan, he immediately bounded over and excitedly thrust a storage pouch into his hands. "Brother Qi, I've brought you some spirit stones. Your place is really hard to find. I've been wandering around the mountain for ages, but I managed to find it in the end." "What spirit stones?" Qi Yuan was taken aback. He took the storage pouch and swept his divine sense through it, discovering a large pile of low-grade spirit stones, at least 4,000 or 5,000 in number. Lin Zhi'an chuckled gleefully. "Brother Qi, as you instructed, I bet all the spirit stones I had at the gambling den on you. 1,000 turned into 10,000. I made a clean 9,000 profit. If it weren't for you, I'd never have landed this incredible windfall. I figured we'd split it 50-50. This pouch has 4,500 spirit stones." Fearing Qi Yuan might refuse, he quickly added, "Brother Qi, this is just a small token of my gratitude. Please, you must accept it. Otherwise, I'll never have the face to see you again." "All right then." Seeing this, Qi Yuan didn't stand on ceremony and directly pocketed the storage pouch. Say what you will, but this kid was indeed loyal. A bit dense perhaps, but a good man at heart. Seeing him accept the pouch so readily, Lin Zhi'an broke into a wide grin. Then his expression turned serious as he solemnly said, "Brother Qi, there's a senior who wishes to speak with you." "What?" Qi Yuan's expression tightened slightly, but he quickly regained his composure and agreed without hesitation, "All right, no problem. Please reveal yourself, senior." The moment Qi Yuan agreed, a voice, ancient and profound, suddenly echoed in his mind. "Young friend, I can see not only that you have concealed your talent and cultivation level, but also that your aptitude is extraordinary, and you are merely one step away from condensing a divine radiance nascent soul. You are undoubtedly an unparalleled genius of the ages." Exposed. Qi Yuan's heart jolted violently. He hadn't expected that Lin Zhi'an actually possessed a hidden old master. He himself possessed the talent playing the fool, yet the other party could see through him at a glance. This meant that individual was at least a Tao Harmony Realm Grand Cultivator, or even higher. As if reading Qi Yuan's thoughts, the ethereal voice sounded again. "Young friend, there is no need for concern. I care not who you are, nor do I care about the purpose behind your concealment. I merely see that you are somewhat worthy of cultivation and are Lin Zhi'an's closest friend. Thus I intend to point you toward a bright path, lest you stray into error and regret it later." Qi Yuan's mind sharpened at these words, and his expression grew solemn. "Senior, please speak plainly. This junior is all ears." The mysterious voice paused for a moment before speaking slowly. "Do you know what the path of heaven is, eh?" This junior does not know. Qi Yuan shook his head, adopting an attentive posture. "I humbly request senior's guidance." Even as the heir of the Taoist Tao, he had truly never heard of the path of heaven. The so-called path of heaven is when a cultivator, after entering the Tao, achieves a flawless breakthrough at each major realm in perfect accord with the heavenly Tao. At foundation establishment, one must achieve heavenly Tao foundation establishment. At core formation, one must achieve the heavenly Tao golden core, then the heavenly Tao nascent soul, the heavenly Tao spirit transformation, until the condensation of an immortal seat and ascension to immortality. In this process, a single misstep will cause all efforts to be wasted. Even with the most exceptional talent, one would at most be forever confined to the Mahayana realm, unable to attain immortality. Therefore, the path of heaven is a path to immortality. Only by walking this path can one transcend tribulation, become an immortal, ascend to the immortal realm, and glimpse the great Tao of longevity. The path of heaven. Qi Yuan's expression shifted slightly. No wonder no one in this realm had ascended to immortality for hundreds of thousands of years. The conditions for immortality were so harsh. Each major realm breakthrough must be flawless, allowing no error whatsoever. The difficulty was simply terrifying. Thinking of his own situation, Qi Yuan couldn't help but frown. His previous method of foundation establishment was the derivative foundation establishment, which involved deriving the true meaning of the Tao based on the Taoist cave flower jade record. This method of foundation establishment was extremely difficult, with few ever succeeding. Once accomplished, it was enough to surpass one's peers, but it was clearly not the heavenly Tao foundation establishment. And the golden core he had formed was a peerless 1/10th quality core, yet it was not the heavenly Tao golden core. This meant that he was not currently walking the path of heaven. Even if he successfully condensed a heavenly Tao nascent soul this time, the two previous realm breakthroughs would still be considered failures and immortality would be unattainable. However, Qi Yuan's mind raced quickly, sorting through his thoughts. Since this mysterious elder had brought up the matter, it was unlikely just to mock him. From the tone of his voice, there must be a way to remedy the path of heaven. With this thought, Qi Yuan's expression turned serious and he asked respectfully, "Senior, if one failed to walk the path of heaven in previous breakthroughs, is there any way to make amends afterward?" "Of course there is." The mysterious voice said leisurely. "The heavenly Tao is supremely just and righteous naturally, leaving a sliver of opportunity for living beings to remedy their mistakes. Although your two previous breakthroughs were not perfect, your Tao foundation is solid and your talent is extraordinary. It is not impossible to patch the flaws, but you will need a single creation heaven-mending pill. The creation heaven-mending pill is a saint-grade pill. Only the first pill consumed has any effect, and it can only repair the imperfections left from your first two breakthroughs. If you fail to condense a heavenly Tao nascent soul this time, then all is lost. No amount of creation heaven-mending pills will help. That is precisely why I have specifically warned you today. Creation heaven-mending pill." Hearing this, Qi Yuan's expression froze. The system shop did have the creation heaven-mending pill, but the problem was its price: 1 million counterattack points. During this time, he had exhausted himself completing missions and had only accumulated less than 5,000 counterattack points. It would take an eternity to gather 1 million. Regardless of the outcome, it was still better than having no hope at all. Qi Yuan took a deep breath, temporarily consoling himself with this thought. For you, the most important thing now is to condense a heavenly Tao nascent soul. With your talent, if you can find a wisp of heavenly Tao Qi, there is still a chance. There are two types of heavenly Tao Qi: the Qi of heavenly Tao merit and the Qi of heavenly Tao creation. Each time you break through a realm, you must first find one of these two types of Qi to achieve a perfect breakthrough. I see. Qi Yuan instantly understood. To walk the path of heaven, one needed not only an extraordinary spiritual root aptitude, but also to fuse a wisp of heavenly Tao Qi during a breakthrough to achieve a flawless breakthrough. Both requirements were indispensable. Since his first two breakthroughs were not perfect, to regain the opportunity for immortality, he had to consume the creation heaven-mending pill to remedy the flaws. At this thought, his astonishment deepened. Among the numerous ancient texts of the Taoist sacred land, there was not a single word about the path of heaven. This matter was clearly an ultimate secret. Who exactly was this mysterious elder that he knew it so thoroughly? Concerning ascension to immortality, the value of this information was immeasurable. Just as Qi Yuan was lost in thought, the mysterious elder's voice echoed in his mind again, this time with a hint of warning. "I have told you what to do. Whether you can find the heavenly Tao Qi and condense the heavenly Tao nascent soul depends on you. Also, I will not tell Lin Zhi'an about your concealed identity. You must not divulge what I have just told you, nor pry into my true identity. Otherwise, do not blame me for turning ruthless. If you have the fortune to successfully condense a heavenly Tao nascent soul, you may come to see me. I have a matter that requires your assistance. Once you complete that task, I can tell you where to obtain the creation heaven-mending pill. If you fail to condense the heavenly Tao nascent soul, then say no more." With these words, the voice ceased abruptly. Qi Yuan came to his senses and quickly bowed deeply. "Thank you for your guidance, Senior. This junior is deeply grateful." After a moment, there was still no response, indicating that the mysterious elder had withdrawn. Then Lin Zhi'an's curious voice reached his ears. "Brother Qi, what did old man Sure tell you?" "Nothing much." Qi Yuan composed himself, shaking his head with a complex expression. "He merely saw that my cultivation method was flawed and offered some guidance." Their exchange had been through divine sense transmission, so Lin Zhi'an naturally heard nothing. However, this mysterious elder's surname was Sure. Lin Zhi'an seemed unaware that he had let something slip, speaking with earnest sincerity. "Brother Qi, please don't reveal old man Sure's existence. He doesn't wish his identity to be known." "No problem." Qi Yuan nodded, pondering inwardly. There were many powerful cultivators with the surname Sure in this world. A certain supreme elder of the Wuya sacred land was named Sure. Of course, compared to a supreme elder of the Wuya sacred land, this elder was more likely an ancient great power from a bygone era. Just as his thoughts began to wander, a series of furious curses suddenly erupted in Lin Zhi'an's mind. "You brat! How many times have I told you not to reveal my name in front of others? And you've just blurted out my surname." Lin Zhi'an scratched his head. "Old man Sure, I figure Brother Qi isn't an outsider. No need for such secrecy, right? Infuriating. Even a fool like you has a mortal destiny. Heaven has truly lost its mind." Lin Zhi'an scratched his head. "Old man Sure, I figure Brother Qi isn't an outsider. No need for such secrecy, right? Infuriating. Even a fool like you has a mortal destiny. Heaven has truly lost its mind. No sooner had Lin Zhi'an departed than another commotion arose outside the small courtyard. Qi Yuan turned his head and saw 3 male cultivators clad in intersect robes approaching his dwelling. The leading cultivator, adorned with a jade crown and silk sash, was tall and somewhat handsome, yet exuded an indescribable aura of malevolence that instinctively repelled others. The 2 intersect disciples trailing behind him were one stout and one lean. The stout one bore a face full of coarse flesh, his small eyes darting about with a cunning glint. The lean one, with a swarthy complexion and narrow, elongated eyes, resembled a rat in every aspect. The trio strode straight to the courtyard gate and halted. Upon spotting Qi Yuan within, the stout cultivator scrutinized him and rumbled, "So you're the new intersect disciple Qi Dao? Newcomers ought to pay respects to us veterans. How inconsiderate of you." The lean one chimed in, "We've heard you were quite arrogant in the outer sect. But this is the inner sect. Best you curb your insolence, or you'll find yourself in deep trouble." Qi Yuan instantly recognized their intent to provoke. With a slight raise of his brow, he chuckled and asked, "Elder brothers, what brings you to my humble abode? Lost your way, perhaps?" He then pointed solemnly in a direction. "Take a right turn out there, and you'll find your path. No need to see me off." Catching the disdain in Qi Yuan's words, the stout cultivator erupted in fury. "Who told you we're here to find a path? We're here to... Bah, you're the one who needs to find a path. Junior brother pang enough." At this, the leading cultivator could no longer bear it. He cut off the stout one with a cold shout, then fixed a piercing gaze on Qi Yuan. "Qida, I am Yin Hong, an executive disciple of the Merit Hall, and cousin to Wang Luchuan." Qi Yuan nodded and replied indifferently, "Elder brother Yin. My apologies, my apologies." His tone was languid, his words devoid of any genuine respect. Yin Hong's face darkened further at the perfunctory reply. "We're here to inform you that per sect rules, all new intersect disciples must complete their first sect mission assigned by the Merit Hall within 3 months. Failure to do so will result in suspension of your monthly allowance and deduction of merit points until the mission is fulfilled. You must report to the Merit Hall before the Chin hour tomorrow to accept your mission. Any delay will be deemed as forfeiture, and the Merit Hall reserves the right to deduct merit points 10 times the mission's reward." After delivering this, Yin Hong paused, awaiting a response. Yet Qi Yuan's reply remained as casual as ever. "Oh, I see." Toward this so-called cousin of Wang Luchuan, Qi Yuan's attitude was unchanged. If Yin Hong didn't provoke him, all would be well. But if he crossed the line... Oomph. Seeing himself utterly dismissed, Yin Hong felt his lungs about to burst with rage. He could only let out a heavy snort as a warning before storming off with his 2 lackeys. No sooner had the trio left than footsteps echoed once more from outside the courtyard before Qi Yuan could even return to his room. What in the world is going on today? Qi Yuan frowned involuntarily. To avoid disturbances, he had deliberately chosen the most secluded cave dwelling. Yet visitors kept arriving one after another all at once. How bizarre. As he pondered, a familiar female voice reached his ears. "Junior brother Qi, are you there? Ji Chaner, the true disciple of the demon sect." At the sound, Qi Yuan's eyelids twitched. He hurried out to greet her. "Senior sister Zhen, what brings you here?" Ji Chaner stood gracefully at the door. Seeing Qi Yuan, her merely comely face broke into a warm smile. "Junior brother Qi, I've come uninvited to congratulate you on winning first place in the grand competition and being personally promoted to intersect disciple by the sect leader. This is a gift from me." With that, she produced a jade bottle from her storage pouch and handed it to Qi Yuan. "These 10 top-grade kick-condensing pills are a small token of my regard." Qi Yuan's gaze flickered. After discreetly confirming the bottle bore no traces of poison, he accepted it with a smile. "Senior sister Jin, you're too kind. Your presence alone is enough. Oh, why trouble yourself with gifts? Please come in." As he ushered Ji Chaner inside, Qi Yuan remained on high alert, wary of a sudden ambush. He knew their relationship was far from close enough for such gestures. This demon sect true disciple, who should be guarding the Millennium Spirit Herb hidden in Fallen Cloud Valley, had instead come bearing gifts. How could that be normal? Demon sect disciples were notoriously cunning and treacherous. Qi Yuan dared not let his guard down. Of course, he would never dream of consuming the pills in the bottle. Ji Chaner entered and sat down, glancing around the room. "Junior brother Qi, your dwelling is rather Spartan. How about I send over some furniture in a few days to spruce it up?" Qi Yuan quickly shook his head in refusal. "Thank you for your kindness, senior sister, but I'm a man of simple tastes. I dislike excessive ornamentation. A roof over my head is enough." Ji Chaner didn't press further. Instead, she said with a smile, "Your performance in the outer sect competition was truly breathtaking. Such brilliance is rare, even among the 7 sacred lands. I am deeply impressed." As she spoke, her eyes gleamed with admiration. Something's off. The more she praised him, the more Qi Yuan suspected this demon sect cultivator harbored ulterior motives. As the saying goes, nothing is given for nothing. But on the surface he was merely a chi-refining novice who had just entered the inner sect, hardly worth a true disciple's scheming. If not theft then, could she be after my body? The demon sect's notorious reputation was tied to its many depraved practices. Rumor had it that many female disciples in the demon sect sought out robust male cultivators to drain their yang essence and bolster their own cultivation. At this thought, Qi Yuan began to panic. If that were truly her aim, should he resist? Or resist? We must not let them succeed. As Qi Yuan was thinking this, he saw Ji Chaner smile faintly and speak in an enigmatic tone. Junior brother Qi, I'd like to ask you a few questions, and I hope you'll answer them truthfully. To probe the true nature of the person before her, she refrained from using the Sanluo phantom in art to bewitch him this time. For once a person's soul is seized, their thoughts become heavily impaired, and their innate character is largely extinguished, making it impossible to obtain accurate information. What questions? Please, senior sister, go ahead. They'll tell you everything I know without reservation. Though Qi Yuan said this, his wariness deepened. This woman's probing surely meant she intended to ask some odd questions to provoke him and set the mood. At such a moment, he had to hold firm. He was a hallowed holy son of a sacred land. If he were drained by this enchantress, not to mention the loss of yang essence, wouldn't it become a laughingstock throughout the entire cultivation world? Seeing Qi Yuan so cooperative, Ji Chaner revealed a satisfied smile and asked softly, I heard you, junior brother Qi, come from a large family in the mortal world with many siblings. You left home to become a rogue cultivator because you were ostracized by your stepmother. If one day your enemy threatened you with your family's lives, and if you didn't comply, your kin would be slaughtered, would you be willing to sacrifice yourself for the safety of your entire clan? Hearing this, Qi Yuan was momentarily stunned, then suddenly realized. Damn, just as I guessed. A blatant threat. This demoness from the demon sect actually wanted to use his family's lives to force him into submission. Though she added the word if, the implication was crystal clear. When filling out the admission materials, he had borrowed the original owner's background, never expecting this enchantress would seize upon it as his weakness. Truly a demoness of the demon sect, stopping at nothing to achieve her goals, utterly despicable. He had thought she might seduce him first, but she went straight for the throat. But she miscalculated one thing. What did the original owner's family have to do with him? If it were the original owner, he might hesitate, but he couldn't care less about those people's fates. The only one with whom he had any connection, Qi Yao, was now at the Linglong sacred land, a far cry from a third-rate force like Luoyun Valley. Even this enchantress wouldn't dare infiltrate the Linglong sacred land. What was there to fear? With that thought, Qi Yuan's spine stiffened, and he declared with righteous indignation, relatives who cause me distress are no true relatives at all. Why should I care about their lives? Threatening me with their safety is wishful thinking. Ji Chaner's eyes brightened. This young man had a heart of stone, cold and ruthless. His views aligned perfectly with the sacred sect. He was a promising recruit. Though pleased with his answer, she remained impassive and pressed on. But they are your kin. If they die because of you, wouldn't you feel guilty? Qi Yuan laughed heartily, unconcerned. I didn't kill them, so why should I feel guilty? Blame the enemy for being ruthless and inhumane. What I can do is find the culprit afterward and send him to the underworld to repent to the Qi family's elders and children, atoning for his sins, not wallow in pointless self-blame and guilt. Well said. Ji Chaner's admiration for Qi Yuan grew, and her resolve to recruit him into the Insha sect strengthened. What's well said? Qi Yuan was puzzled, looking at her in confusion. Then Ji Chaner pondered briefly and continued. If you were cultivating a technique that required killing the woman you love to advance, what would you choose? What kind of twisted question was that? He frowned, thought for a moment, and replied. If killing a beloved woman advanced my technique, each time I'd first take an emotion-severing pill to cut off all feelings. Ji Chaner seemed unsatisfied with this answer. Why? Don't you want to become a powerhouse? Qi Yuan said with utmost seriousness. Of course I do. So after taking the emotion-severing pill, I'd take a love-binding pill to make a female enemy, my beloved, then kill her. Then I'd take another emotion-severing pill to clear my feelings, followed by another love-binding pill to choose another female enemy as my beloved and kill her again, until all my female enemies are dead. That's how vengeful I am. Does that scare you, enchantress? Such a maneuver. Ji Chaner felt her mind reel. She stared blankly at Qi Yuan for a long while, her gaze filled with oddity and a hint of fear. The emotion-severing pill could sever love and extinguish passion. The love-binding pill could make one instantly fall in love with a designated target. But she never imagined these pills could be used in such a way. This man was terrifying. If he grew powerful, his enemies would surely live in constant dread. Snapping back to reality, she forcibly composed herself and said with a complex expression, one last question. If your ideals were rejected by everyone, if you were isolated and targeted with the whole world against you, at that point, would you abandon your ideals and blend in with the crowd? The Insha sect was infamous in the cultivation world, notorious and hunted by the mainstream righteous factions. It's not hard to do evil once. The challenge is persisting in evil for a lifetime. Everyone craves recognition. Being condemned and reviled every day outside is hardly pleasant. If one's demonic resolve wasn't firm enough, they might betray the sacred sect in the future. Even if fear of the sect's power prevented betrayal, accumulated psychological strain could lead to chi deviation or even self-destruction. Thus, for disciples of the sacred sect, the third question was especially crucial. Why was she asking this? Qi Yuan paused briefly, then said with unwavering resolve, "If my ideals aren't accepted by this world, then the fault lies not with me, but with this world. What I must do is reshape this world, become the architect of a new order. From cultivators to mortals, all shall embrace my ideals." A sharp gasp escaped Ji Chan'er's lips as a storm raged within her heart. Such ambition and vindictiveness revealed his profound demonic nature, reminiscent of the demon ancestor of old. Introducing such a talent to the sacred sect would surely make him her strongest ally within the sect. Seeing Ji Chan'er's expression of being intimidated by him, Qi Yuan breathed a secret sigh of relief. It worked. He had just successfully crafted himself into a mad, obsessive image, someone without weakness who must avenge every grievance, making her feel reluctant to make a move. "Senior Sister Zhi'an." Qi Yuan called out tentatively, only to see Ji Chan'er snap back to reality. She gave him a deep look and said softly, "Junior brother Qi, your answer pleases me greatly. If you can hold fast to your original heart, your future will be boundless. It's getting late, and I should return." Compared to before, her voice was now indescribably soft and pleasant, sweet yet not cloying, causing Qi Yuan's body to stiffen slightly. He nodded and said politely, "Senior sister, take care." After Ji Chan'er left, Qi Yuan wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead and let out a long sigh. This woman certainly came with ill intentions. Fortunately, I was clever enough this time, otherwise the yang energy I've accumulated over 2 lifetimes would have been lost. Thanks to that wretched system, I've long parted ways with integrity, making what little chastity I have left all the more important. Haven't even found a kindred spirit among peerless beauties for a legendary dual cultivation. Wouldn't it be a tremendous loss to be drained by this ordinary-looking enchantress? A young man out in the world must always protect himself. After leaving Qi Yuan's cave dwelling, Ji Chan'er still pondered there, meeting her heart, unable to calm for a long time. Not long ago, that man not only perfectly passed her carefully crafted 3 questions for demon sect disciple interviews, but his performance even far exceeded the standard answers. Truly a born demon prodigy, terrifyingly so. Though his spiritual root aptitude was somewhat lacking, it was hardly a major issue. Compared to the moderate step-by-step cultivation of the false Taoist sects, the sacred sect's techniques are renowned for rapid progress and fierce dominance. Train as if your life depends on it, even if it kills you, making them more suitable for average cultivators. Moreover, the sacred sect has vast resources, including several secret arts that can transform one's physique and forcibly enhance spiritual root aptitude. Though these arts come with severe backlash or exorbitant costs, even a waste with 4 spiritual roots can become a genius with enough skill. With this in mind, Ji Chan'er narrowed her eyes and quickly made a decision. A figure like this stuck in a backwater false Tao sect like Falling Cloud Valley is a pearl cast before swine, destined to waste such a stunningly brilliant nature. Only the sacred sect can be the stage for his brilliance. However, her main focus now was on that 10th Sandier spiritual herb, leaving little time to engage with him. She would have to wait until after harvesting the herb to recruit him fully. Look, isn't that the menial disciple who eliminated all competitors in the outer sect tournament, Cheetah? It really is him. That monster turned the outer sect tournament into a massive scam. I saw it all. I was completely dumbfounded. Hey, last time I saw him, he was at Chi refining layer 5. How did he break through to layer 6 so quickly? Don't forget the sect rewarded him with so many chi gathering pills. Stacking those pills makes reaching layer 6 a breeze. TSK Tisk, he even has a foundation establishment demon pet. What incredible luck, truly enviable. As soon as Qi Yuan arrived at the Merit Hall's entrance, he immediately drew sidelong glances and murmurs from those around him. Though his reputation among the outer disciples was poor, having offended nearly all of them, those qualified to receive tasks at the Merit Hall were inner disciples, so the looks cast his way held little hostility, mostly curiosity and scrutiny. He ignored the surrounding chatter and went straight to the place where sect tasks were posted. The Merit Hall was one of the real power departments in Falling Cloud Valley, responsible for issuing sect tasks, monitoring disciples' cultivation progress, and meting out rewards and punishments. There were 2 types of sect tasks. One was publicly posted bounty tasks displayed on the task wall outside the Merit Hall, including, but not limited to, hunting rogue beasts, gathering spiritual herbs, and eliminating evil cultivators. Inner disciples could voluntarily take these and receive corresponding rewards. The other was tasks directly assigned by the sect to a specific disciple, typically used to test newly promoted inner disciples. These tasks were not difficult, but offered relatively high rewards, a sort of newcomer's benefit for many disciples. Completing these tasks would earn corresponding contribution points as rewards. Contribution points were a hard currency in the inner sect. By spending a certain amount, one could exchange for spirit stones, techniques, pills, talismans, artifacts, and more at the treasure pavilion. Of course, the Taoist sacred land also had its own task hall, and its contribution points were even more precious, allowing exchanges for items far beyond what a small sect like Falling Cloud Valley could offer, a hard currency even in the outside world. As a Dao heir of the Taoist sacred land, Qi Yuan did not take on tasks within the sacred land. On the contrary, he belonged to the class that issued tasks to others. In the Taoist sacred land, he could freely assign tasks to its disciples and set contribution points as rewards. Soon Qi Yuan arrived at a spacious study hall beside the merit hall, the place where tasks were assigned. Upon entering, he saw a familiar figure seated by a desk staring at him with cold eyes. It was none other than the merit hall steward disciple Yin Hong, whom he had met recently. Seeing Qi Yuan enter, a cold glint flashed in Yin Hong's eyes. He pulled out a jade slip from the table expressionlessly and said flatly, "Cheetah, this is your sect task. You have 1 month to complete it, or it will be automatically deemed a failure and 10 times the contribution points will be deducted." Qi Yuan took the jade slip and scanned it, understanding immediately. As expected, this was a task tailored for him. Though it seemed innocuous on the surface, it hid malicious intent, likely meant to exploit his low cultivation level and get him killed. The task location was Puzhou City outside Kanglin Mountain. Since the beginning of the year, passing cultivators had been disappearing there. After investigations yielded nothing, the city lord had to seek help from Falling Cloud Valley. Upon receiving the plea, the merit hall issued this task. 2 inner disciples who accepted it went to Puzhou City together, only to vanish as well. And now his task objective was to find those 2 missing disciples and uncover the truth behind the cultivators' disappearances. Not to mention the original 3-month deadline being compressed into 1 month. This kind of search mission was clearly extremely difficult. Those 2 disciples who took the task were both at the peak of qi refining, yet they mysteriously disappeared, likely meeting a grim fate. By leveraging his authority in the merit hall, Yin Hong had a qi refining layer 6 disciple like him take on this task. His intentions were obvious. More insidiously, Wang Lichuan's Wang family were the local power brokers in Puzhou City, and it was said they had a golden core ancestor seated there. Getting rid of a qi refining ant would be all too convenient, leaving no evidence behind. Though the Wang family was unlikely to know that Wang Lichuan's death was connected to him, they certainly wouldn't mind killing a former enemy of their direct heir to vent their anger. Cheetah, if you're scared, you can give up this task. You just need to pay 5,000 contribution points as a penalty. Seeing Qi Yuan silent, Yin Hong wore a smug expression, his tone dripping with triumph. Of course, next month there will be a new task waiting for you. Trust me, it will be 10 times harder than the one you've taken now. Also, your current contribution points are 0. If you're fined 5,000 points, you'll owe the sect that amount. If you can't pay it back in time, the consequences will be severe. If you are afraid, you may voluntarily give up your status as an inner sect disciple and return to the outer sect as a servant where you truly belong. I'm sure the outer sect disciples will welcome you. Yin Hong smiled, playfully eager to witness the despair on the other's face when they were left helpless. To his surprise, Qi Yuan remained calm and said lightly, "In terms of cunning schemes, you are indeed a bit more skilled than your cousin. You know how to exploit your status to harm others in secret rather than confronting them directly. It's just a pity that you are still a bit foolish. I have just won first place in the outer sect competition, and even the sect leader has a favorable impression of me. If anything were to happen during my first inner sect mission, the sect would definitely investigate rigorously. Once they investigate, they will discover that the task you assigned me was unreasonable. Although you will certainly have excuses to cover it up, as long as there is suspicion, you can forget about holding this important position in the future." At this, Yin Hong's expression shifted slightly, and he quickly fell silent. "Cheetah, I don't understand what you are saying. If you believe I am trying to harm you, you can certainly report me to the elders of the merit hall." Though he appeared to grit his teeth in anger, Qi Yuan's words still made him feel a bit flustered. Originally, this plot against the other was a sudden impulse intended to use his authority to eliminate this annoying fellow, but he didn't expect to leave so many flaws. He was well aware that what the other party said was highly likely to happen. The other party was currently in a position of strength, and if something were to happen now, the intensity of the investigation would certainly be different. According to common logic, the task concerning Puzhou City should actually have been assigned to the Foundation establishment disciples in the sect. Now, sending a disciple at the 6th level of qi refinement to do it, although it does not violate the rules, would still be seen as inappropriate. Moreover, given his familial connection to the deceased Wang Lichuan and the well-known enmity between Wang Lichuan and the other party, it would be easy for people to suspect retaliation. By then, even with his father Yin Qingyuan's connections, he would likely be unable to retain his position as a disciple in the merit hall. After all, this position was responsible for assigning sect missions holding significant power, and many were keeping a close watch. It was impossible to allow someone who made a mistake to continue serving. Thinking of this, Yin Hong couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. To him, Qi Yuan was merely a tiny ant that could be crushed at will. Losing his job over an ant seemed utterly unworthy. Seeing that Qi Yuan was about to turn and leave, he couldn't help but stand up and coldly say, "You've said so much, yet you merely think the task is too difficult. If you admit on the spot that you are useless, I might be merciful and change your task." Qi Yuan paused, looking at him with a half-smile. "You think too much. I find this task very simple and do not need a change." With that, he disdainfully curled his lip and strode out of the hall. Seeing this, Yin Hong felt a frustrating sensation, as if he had punched air. He angrily glared at Qi Yuan's retreating figure, and a sudden surge of murderous intent arose in his heart, as if an evil spirit was whispering in his ear. "Kill him. Kill, kill, kill. Personally kill this bastard." For some reason, an absurd thought kept swirling in his mind, refusing to dissipate. "Since Qi Da's task involves potential death that could implicate me, it's better to take no action and ensure he is dead before he reaches Puzhou City. I can disguise it as a demonic cultivator killing for treasure, and no one would suspect me. That kid has just been heavily rewarded by the sect and made a fortune in spirit stones. He must have at least 10,000 spirit stones on him, along with several decent magic tools. Once I kill him, I can claim all of it for myself. Even if I lose my job, it would be worth it." As he thought about this, the last bit of reason in his heart completely crumbled, his eyes flashing with madness and greed. This dark thought grew stronger, ultimately transforming into a fierce killing intent. After leaving the merit hall, Qi Yuan returned directly to his residence. After casually setting up a barrier to conceal the heavenly secrets, he took out a jade talisman covered in light golden patterns from his spatial ring. This jade talisman was the highest grade communication talisman, allowing both parties to easily communicate even over a distance of millions of miles. Each one was worth a fortune, and only the upper echelons of some top-tier powers could afford them. At this moment, Qi Yuan infused a trace of true essence into the jade talisman. Once activated, a respectful voice immediately came from within. "Subordinate greets Daozi." Qi Yuan calmly instructed Elder Liang, "I have 2 matters that require your attention. Please take note." Elder Liang, named Liang Huai, was a supervising elder of the sacred lands Yuhua Peak, which was the dwelling of the Daozi of the Taishan sacred land. Naturally, someone in this position was also one of Qi Yuan's staunch confidants. "Please give your orders, Daozi." The voice on the other side was filled with respect and sincerity. "The first matter is to immediately post an anonymous task in the Sacred Lands Task Hall. This task is limited to disciples at the Golden Core stage and above, with a reward of 20,000 merit points to be completed within 15 days. The content is to go to Puzhou City in the Eastern Divine region to investigate the matter of missing cultivators. For those who are missing, they must be found alive or dead." As he spoke, Qi Yuan's tone suddenly turned cold. "Also investigate the Xianmin family, the Wang family, in Puzhou City. If any wrongdoing is found, they will be severely punished without mercy. Once this task is issued, unless the Wang family in Puzhou City is a true sanctuary without any flaws, they will soon feel the righteous fist of the Taishan sacred land." "Understood." Elder Liang on the other side readily agreed. Qi Yuan paused briefly before continuing. "The second matter is that after posting the task, take the hand token I left with you to the information hall and retrieve all the information regarding the true disciple of the Yin Sha sect, Jichaner. Report back to me once completed." Upon hearing Qi Yuan mention the Yin Sha sect, Elder Liang on the other side noticeably paused. After a moment of silence, he finally replied, "Subordinate obeys the order." Sensing the hesitation in the other's tone, Qi Yuan furrowed his brow slightly and asked, "Is there something you wish to say? The Yin Sha sect is extremely dangerous. Daozi, your life is invaluable. How can you lightly tread into peril?" Before Liang Huai could finish his warning, Qi Yuan smiled wryly and said, "What are you thinking? I'm not crazy. How could I run to the Yin Sha sect to seek death? I simply want to understand the background of that true disciple of the Yin Sha sect." Hearing this, Liang Huai immediately breathed a sigh of relief. "I see. All right, let's leave it at that. Remember to report to me promptly once you have the information." With that, Qi Yuan ended the communication, a cold smile appearing on his face. "Yin, since you are seeking death, I will certainly oblige." Once Qi Yuan learned that Yin Hong wanted to use the sect's task to set him up, he would never let this person go. Although Yin Hong could not do anything to him, his occasional schemes were quite annoying, and he had to be dealt with sooner rather than later. While at the merit hall, he had used a technique from the Luo Tian Lian Shinju to leave an almost imperceptible mark in the other party's soul. Under the influence of this mental imprint, Yin Hong would soon fall into a semi-mad state, and the murderous intent in his heart would be infinitely magnified. With this in mind, Qi Yuan rose from the stone couch, casually strolling towards the outskirts of the falling cloud valley. After all, even if Yin Hong were mad, he would not dare to act within the sect. To kill a fish, one must first draw it out of the water. Falling Cloud Valley. The outer sect's herb garden. Junior Sister Jin, are you there? Outside the bamboo lodge, Baishiro gently knocked on the door and called out softly. After several knocks, there was still no sound from within. She wasn't there. Baishiro furrowed her delicate brows slightly. After a moment of contemplation, she slowly pushed open the closed door and peered inside. As expected, she did not see Jin Yian's figure. After confirming the room was empty, Baishiro did not leave immediately. Instead, she narrowed her beautiful eyes and stepped lightly into the bamboo lodge. The moment she stepped inside, the bells hanging from the eaves of the bamboo lodge began to ring urgently. Outside, waves of black mist started to spread, obscuring the light of day. For some reason, Baishiro seemed not to notice the anomaly outside. She cautiously began a thorough search within the lodge. In no time, she had inspected the entire room. Aside from some common ornaments, there was nothing unusual. Could I be overthinking this? Is Junior Sister Jin not a spy from another sect? Baishiro pondered for a moment and was about to leave quietly when her gaze suddenly shifted, landing on a meditation cushion in the corner. Compared to ordinary meditation cushions, this one seemed unusually large, and its placement was odd. After all, who would meditate while leaning against a wall? Thinking this, Baishiro quickly stepped forward and lifted the cushion. Beneath it lay a hidden passage leading deep underground. This discovery made her heart skip a beat, and her expression instantly turned grave. Something is wrong. Baishiro took a deep breath and without hesitation leaped down. The hidden passage was winding and twisted, descending dozens of zhang underground. As she reached the bottom, the space opened up before her, and an overwhelmingly rich surge of spiritual energy assailed her senses. Following the light ahead, she soon spotted a spirit herb radiating a purple fluorescence. The herb stood half a person tall, with 9 crystal-clear amethyst-like orbs at its top. Additionally, a slightly smaller orb was gradually taking shape. Star Dream Grass. Upon seeing the herb, Baishiro gasped in astonishment, her expression one of profound shock. Star Dream Grass was a 7th-grade spirit herb, not particularly rare, but this one was clearly far from ordinary. It was said that Star Dream Grass bore fruit only once every 1,000 years. If the records were true, this plant had likely reached an age of 10,000 years. Senior Sister, what are you doing here? Just as she was reeling in shock, a clear, melodious female voice suddenly came from behind her. Junior Sister Jin has returned. Baishira's delicate frame trembled. She instinctively turned to see Jin Yian looking at her with a smile. The next moment, wisps of dreamlike hazy smoke spread toward her. Baishiro felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, and then her vision went dark as she collapsed into unconsciousness. After knocking Baishiro out, Ji Channer glanced at the trembling Star Dream Grass and sighed. It seems I cannot afford to be careless. I've only been gone for an hour, and this young lady has already found her way here. Then she raised her delicate hand and pointed a slender finger at Baishira's brow, the sea of consciousness. In an instant, she erased the memories of the recent events. Fragrant jade marrow. At that moment, Ji Channer's eyes sparkled, and a look of delight spread across her face. To think that Baishiro, this pretentious woman, possesses the supremely rare cauldron constitution, fragrant jade marrow. If those old lechers in the holy sect were to discover this, they would stop at nothing to seize such a supreme cauldron. The entire Falling Cloud Valley would face utter annihilation. Suddenly her eyes lit up as she mused to herself. If I present Baishiro as a gift to that boy, not only will he gain a great fortune, but it will also steel his resolve to completely break away from Falling Cloud Valley. Baishiro is the sole daughter of the Falling Cloud Valley's sect leader. If Cheetah takes her primordial Een, he will commit an unforgivable sin, making him an outcast of the sect. Once Cheetah has nowhere left to turn, I will personally extend an invitation to him. By then he will surely not refuse, and will be eternally grateful, pledging unwavering loyalty to the holy sect. Looking at the unconscious, beautiful woman lying on the ground, Ji Channer curled the corners of her mouth, thoroughly satisfied with her scheme. Meanwhile, on Kinglan Mountain, Qi Yuan leisurely made his way toward Puzhou City, occasionally stopping to rest, pretending his true qi was depleted. A cultivator's pace far exceeded that of a mortal. Before dusk fell, he had already reached a spot over 100 li from Falling Cloud Valley. Feeling it was about time, Qi Yuan quickened his pace, feigning a desperate need to urinate as he hurriedly ducked into a secluded, dense forest. Suddenly, a murderous cold shout rang out from the sky. "Qi, to see how you die this time." Before the words faded, a beam of light descended from the heavens, blocking Qi Yuan's path. The newcomer was clad in a black robe and wore a lotus crown. It was Yin Hong, a deacon disciple of the Merit Hall. Upon seeing Yin Hong, Qi Yuan seemed startled and said in a terrified voice, "Senior brother Yin, what do you intend to do?" "What else?" "To kill you." Yin Hong's expression was as cold as a blade, his murderous intent unrestrained. Without another word, he drew a long, silver-glinting saber and slashed heavily at Qi Yuan. Swish! The sharp saber tore through the void, and the rolling blade aura produced a piercing, shrill whistle, arriving in an instant. Just as it seemed he would be cleaved in two, Qi Yuan neither dodged nor evaded. Only when the blade aura was upon him did his figure suddenly and eerily vanish from the spot. What's happening? Yin Hong's face changed drastically as he instinctively looked around. Then an overwhelmingly powerful force transmitted from his wrist. The long saber in his hand flew out of his grip and clattered to the ground. Immediately after, Yin Hong felt a searing pain in his chest and abdomen. His entire body flew backward like a kite, with a broken string crashing heavily into a tree trunk dozens of zhang away. He spat out a mouthful of blood mist. No, you can't be at the Qi refining stage. Who are you? Yin Hong collapsed limply on the ground, staring at Qi Yuan in terror, his eyes filled with disbelief. What kind of monster had he provoked this time? He himself was at the Foundation establishment late stage, and yet he couldn't even withstand a single blow. Qi Yuan couldn't be bothered to answer a dying man's question. He slowly withdrew his fist and walked step by step toward Yin Hong. Seeing this, Yin Hong's pupils contracted. He struggled to crawl away, but his injuries were too severe. His entire body was immobilized. All he could do was beg incessantly, "Qi, I was wrong. Don't kill me. I'm willing to hand over my storage pouch. Everything inside is yours. My father is Yin Qing." Before he could finish, a large hand pressed against his forehead. Then came an indescribable, soul-piercing pain. Bang! After a thorough soul search, Qi Yuan casually tossed Yin Hong's corpse, its eyes wide in death, aside. His expression gradually turned peculiar. He had initially thought that Yin Hong, being a veteran inner disciple, would possess plenty of valuable information. A soul search would be a way to make use of him, helping to investigate the demon sect spies in the future. Unexpectedly, well, the very person he had soul searched was a demon sect spy. It felt like scratching off a lottery ticket and hitting the jackpot. Now that he knew the demon sect spies were Ji Chaner and Yin Qingyuan and his son, what was there left to investigate? This meant that as long as he survived the so-called crisis, the main quest would be completed. It was almost too simple, with barely any difficulty at all. However, his mind was on something else. That seemingly ordinary-looking Ji Chaner had actually been in disguise. Her true appearance was a breathtaking beauty, no less than that of the radiant saintess. Actually, if he had given in to her last time, it might not have been such a bad deal. Qi Yuan mused silently. After effortlessly disposing of the evidence, Qi Yuan swaggered back to Luoyun Valley, his demeanor utterly composed, as if nothing had occurred. The matters of Puzhou City were left to the hands of the Tai-Shin's sacred ground, and he need not trouble himself over them. Only the elite disciples of the sacred ground were qualified to undertake such tasks. With their efficiency, it would not be long before the entire city was turned inside out, rendering any demon or fiend powerless. For him, the most pressing matter was to swiftly complete the current system task, obtain that wisp of heavenly Dao Qi, and then find a secure place to calmly form his nascent soul. He had refrained from acting rashly before because he had yet to ascertain the extent of the demon sect's hidden influence within Luoyun Valley. Now that he knew the identities of all their spies, his concerns were greatly diminished. No sooner had he returned to his dwelling than the transmission talisman within his spatial ring began to hum and flicker incessantly. News so soon? Qi Yuan paused in surprise, then quickly retrieved the talisman. Upon activation, a reverent voice emerged, reporting to the Daozi, "This subordinate has issued the task, as you instructed. As the rewards you set were exceedingly generous, 2 disciples at the Golden Core stage have jointly accepted the task. They have already departed for Puzhou City, and news should arrive shortly. Additionally, this subordinate has copied a detailed dossier on Ji Chaner, the true disciple of the Insha sect, from the intelligence hall. May I read it to you now?" "Proceed," Qi Yuan commanded in a detached tone. Liang Huai cleared his throat on the other end and began reading solemnly. Ji Chaner, female, bone, age 26, of great beauty, height 5 feet 2 inches, born under the sign of the tiger, waist measurement approximately 2 feet, weight estimated. Qi Yuan's lips twitched slightly as he interrupted, "Skip these trivial details and get to the point." "Ah, yes. The voice paused briefly before continuing with a cough. "Ji Chaner is the personal disciple of Ji Ningzhen, the Taishang elder of the Insha sect, and a He Dao realm old fiend. She is also a direct descendant of the Ji clan, one of the 3 great families within the sect. Her primary cultivation art is the sect's supreme secret manual, the Sun Luo, Huan Inde Fa. Due to her exceptional talent from a young age, she was highly valued within her clan and attained the status of true disciple early on. Renowned for her peerless beauty, she is hailed as one of the 4 beauties of the Insha sect and enjoys immense popularity among its members. Currently, Ji Chaner is vying for the position of saintess with other true disciples of her generation. However, she has not been seen in the 5 demonic domains for some time, and many within the sect are inquiring about her whereabouts. After hearing this intelligence, Qi Yuan furrowed his brow in contemplation. So Ji Chaner was indeed a member of the Ji clan of the Insha sect. Unlike other sects, the vast Insha sect had been dominated by the Ji Shun and Sidu families since its founding. Nearly every sect master hailed from these 3 families, and their founding patriarchs were all Mahayana realm demonic cultivators revered as the 3 demon lords. Of course, Ji Chaner was merely one of many talented juniors in the Ji clan, and perhaps not even the most favored. Otherwise, she would not have lurked for 3 years in a minor place like Luoyun Valley for a single 10,000-year illusion stargrass. Steward Liang, attend to your duties. Notify me immediately once the task is complete. After instructing Liang, Qi Yuan severed the connection to the Jade Talisman. Elsewhere, Baishiro groggily opened her eyes, finding herself lying on a bamboo couch with a blurry figure seated beside her. How did I get here? She rubbed her head, feeling as though she had slept for a long time, yet unable to recall how she arrived or what happened before losing consciousness. Senior sister, you're awake. Seeing her stir, Ji Chaner smiled softly, a mysterious glint flickering in her pale violet eyes. You accidentally inhaled the pollen of the Mi Sun flower in the herb garden and fainted. I happened to find you and brought you here. Mi Sun flower. Baishiro searched her memory, but found no trace. But I don't recall encountering such a flower. Ji Chaner gave her a knowing half-smile and said gently, remember you fainted from the Mi Sun flower's pollen and I rescued you. Her voice flowed like water, carrying an eerie, mesmerizing power that could bewitch the soul. Under its influence, Baishira's expression gradually dulled as she murmured, yes. I encountered the Mi Sun flower, its fragrance left me weak and I collapsed. Junior sister Yu Yin saved me. Seeing that her mind was now fully under control, Ji Chaner's expression remained calm, as purple light swirled in her deep pupils. From now on, Shida will be your one true love. You shall devote yourself entirely to him, holding nothing back until you become his woman. Only then will you awaken from this illusion and return to normal. Yes, you are right. Baishira's downcast eyes shimmered with a faint purple light, and 2 blushes rose on her jade-like cheeks as she whispered, Shida is the man I love most. I want to become his woman. Meanwhile, outside Luoyun Valley, a magnificent jade carriage tore through the clouds, arriving in an instant and halting gracefully in midair before the valley. At the side of the carriage, several Luoyun Valley disciples guarding the mountain gate grew alert and rushed forward, demanding, who goes there? Why do you approach our territory? Before they could finish, a cold snort echoed from within the carriage. The sound struck like thunder, and the guards were thrown to the ground, clutching their ears in agony. What manner of being is this? A mere snort nearly shook us to death. Trembling in terror, they looked up at the carriage. Then the mermaid silk curtains before the carriage parted slowly. 8 charming maids in ethereal gowns escorted a young man in resplendent attire adorned with a jade belt as he stepped out. The man was handsome, but bore a sinister aura between his brows, his demeanor carefree and arrogant, a clear sign of one accustomed to power. He looked down upon the guards and said coldly, where is your sect master? Tell him to come out and pay homage to this Daozi immediately, or he'll tear this shabby place apart. Tear down Luoyun Valley. Who are you to be so insolent? Before the guards could respond, an angry roar erupted from within the valley. A streak of light flew over and materialized into an old man in blue robes, Mo Xingyang, an outer sect elder of Luoyun Valley. The moment he saw the young man, Mo Xingyang's expression changed drastically. He could not discern the man's cultivation at all, a nascent soul cultivator. As he stood in shock, the young man curled his lips into a cold smile and declared, I am the Daozi of the Tianji sacred ground. Have your sect master come to pay respects within 1 incense stick's time. You are the Tianji Daozi. Mo Xingyang was terrified out of his wits and quickly bowed deeply. This old fool failed to recognize your eminence. Please forgive any offense. Kindly wait a moment. I shall fetch the sect master to greet you. With that, Mo Xingyang activated his escape technique to its fullest and scurried off to the main hall to deliver the news. Kindly wait a moment. I shall fetch the sect master to greet you. With that, Mo Xingyang activated his escape technique to its fullest and scurried off to the main hall to deliver the news. Kindly wait a moment. I shall fetch the sect master to greet you. With that, Mo Xingyang activated his escape technique to its fullest and scurried off to the main hall to deliver the news. Kindly wait a moment. I shall fetch the sect master to greet you. With that, Mo Xingyang activated his escape technique to its fullest and scurried off to the main hall to deliver the news. Before long, Bai Qingwu, the sect master of Luoyun Valley, hurried over with a group of elders. Upon seeing the young man outside the mountain gate, he quickly approached and said, So it is the arrival of the Holy Sun from the heavenly extreme sacred land. Forgive my failure to welcome you from afar, my apologies. The young man cast a sidelong glance at the crowd, his face brimming with arrogance. Sect master, by during my travels down the mountain, every sect I visited treated me with utmost respect and hospitality. Yet your Luoyun Valley has ignored me entirely. Could it be that you have colluded with heretics and no longer hold the heavenly extreme sacred land in esteem? Upon hearing this, Bai Qinghui's expression shifted slightly. He forced a smile and said, "The Holy Sun misunderstands. We were merely in seclusion and unaware of your esteemed arrival. Our preparations were lacking, and I beg your forgiveness." As he spoke, he discreetly sent a voice transmission to Yang Xiuda, the elder of the Internal Affairs Hall. Yang Xiuda immediately caught on. He stepped forward cautiously and said to the young man, "Holy Sun, could you first present your token so that we may verify your identity?" Hearing this, the young man smirked with scorn. "Are you doubting that I am an impostor?" I wouldn't dare. Yang Xiuda said, sweat beading on his forehead as he forced himself to continue. "It is merely a routine procedure. A small place with no shortage of rules." The young man let out a derisive laugh, then produced a jade token shimmering with multicolored radiance from his sleeve and tossed it to Yang Xiuda. Inspect it as you wish. I am the rightful Holy Son of the heavenly extreme sacred land. Who would dare impersonate me? Yang Xiuda quickly caught the token, brought it close to his eyes for a careful examination, and then respectfully returned it with both hands. The five-colored heavenly glory jade. It is indeed the token of Park Jinseok, the Holy Son of the heavenly extreme sacred land. At these words, everyone present in Luoyun Valley changed color, dispelling the last shred of doubt in their hearts. The young man lifted his chin and said smugly, "So now do you believe my identity is genuine?" Bai Qinghu and the others all stiffened, nodding in agreement. "The Holy Sun's visit brings great honor to our Luoyun Valley. Please allow us to escort you inside to extend our hospitality and welcome you properly." With these words, Bai Qinghu made a respectful gesture, his demeanor utterly humble. Seeing this, Park Jinseok curled his lips into a faint sinister smile and said with feigned restraint, "I will graciously grant Luoyun Valley this chance to curry favor with me." Rumor had it that the holy sons of the seven sacred lands were all peerless prodigies. How could this Park Jinseok of the heavenly extreme sacred land be so insufferable? Bai Qinghu felt a pang of contempt inwardly, but said aloud, "Of course." Surrounded by the crowd, Park Jinseok led his maidservants and swaggered into Luoyun Valley. Meanwhile, Qi Yuan was heading toward the library of Luoyun Valley. Though he had little interest in the legacy techniques of Luoyun Valley, he had been publicly granted the opportunity to enter the second floor of the library to select a cultivation method. For a Qi refining cultivator, this was an immense fortune, and declining it would only arouse suspicion. He also planned to browse the library, hoping to find clues about the spirit of plants and trees. He suspected that the plant spirit born from the 10th Sandier spiritual herb was the mastermind behind the emptied array spirit's cave, but he had no evidence yet. Of course, Qi Yuan was not particularly enthusiastic about this case. He was not the one who had lost the spirit stones. But if his conjecture was true, it would prove that the cave of some array spirit was connected to the vein where the 10th Sandier spiritual herb grew, facilitating the culprit's actions. Though plants and trees could attain sentience and enlightenment, they faced great limitations. Besides the difficulty of opening their intelligence, they could not leave the vein where they were born until they shed their true plant form. Thus, by tracing the corresponding vein, he could easily find the 10th Sandier spiritual herb imprisoned beneath the medicine garden by Ji Chon'er. After all, Ji Chon'er's goal was to wait for the herb to fully mature. She would not uproot it. Lost in thought, Qi Yuan arrived at the entrance of Luoyun Valley's library. The library was a 3-story building. To prevent fires and theft, all surrounding trees had been cleared, and a cascading waterfall hung nearby, its roaring currents suppressed by a formation so that not a trace of moisture rose. Unlike the examination hall, even outer disciples were allowed to borrow cultivation texts from the library, so the area was bustling with disciples coming and going. When they saw Qi Yuan, many outer disciples wore expressions of resentment they dared not voice. But given Qi Yuan's formidable reputation, they could only look away in frustration. Qi Yuan ignored the reactions around him and walked straight to the counter outside the library. Just as he was about to produce his token, a delighted female voice rang out behind him. "Qi, senior brother Qi, what brings you here?" Qi Yuan turned around and saw Nyet Solon dressed in a ruchuan hurrying over with an excited expression. Today, Nyet Solon seemed to have made a deliberate effort with her appearance. Her usual arrogance had softened, replaced by a touch of charm. Unlike usual, she was not followed by her group of suitors, though many young male cultivators still shot hostile glances in their direction. Junior sister Nya. Though Qi Yuan did not know why she sought him out, he nodded in greeting. Nya Quilin's cheeks flushed slightly as she spoke softly. "Senior brother Qi, thank you for saving me during the competition. If not for you, I might have died at the hands of that furied spirit fox." Qi Yuan nodded slightly. Junior sister, there's no need to be so polite. It was merely a small favor. Suelon doesn't know how to repay your life-saving grace. As she spoke, a hint of shyness flickered across Nyaquilin's face. Senior brother, if you have time, would you like to visit my quarters? Huh. At these words, everyone around was stunned. No one expected that the usually aloof and proud flower of the outer sect would take the initiative to invite a male cultivator to her private chambers. Visiting, a man and a woman alone in a room. Any fool could guess what might happen. It was too much to even think about. Any further and vivid images would form in the mind. Just then another soft, melodious female voice came from a distance. Junior brother Chi, so you're here. Everyone turned to look. A woman of striking beauty, ethereal and flawless, walked slowly toward them. She wore a pale yellow gown, her skin white as snow, her eyes like autumn pools. A celestial maiden stepping out of a painting. Senior sister. Before Chi Yuan could finish his greeting, a fragrant breeze swept over him. Then a soft, boneless body pressed against him, clutching his arm tightly. Holy shit. At the sight before them, everyone's eyes went wide. Mouths agape. No one could have imagined that someone so unassuming on the surface could secretly be a master of romance. Sensing the soft touch on his arm, Chi Yuan couldn't help but swallow his saliva, his heart pounding wildly. He never imagined that the senior sister, who usually kept a low profile, had such a perfect figure. Chi Yuan forcibly suppressed the stirring thoughts in his heart, subtly trying to pull his arm away. Instead of succeeding, he found himself held even tighter. Senior sister, what are you? I missed you, so I came to see you. Baishiro gazed at him with tender affection, her eyes so gentle they seemed to drip with emotion. At this sight, the atmosphere in the field turned into an eerie silence. Everyone around wore expressions as if their worldview had been shattered, standing frozen like clay statues. It was confirmed. The most beautiful woman of Luoyun Valley, the dream goddess of countless male cultivators, had been won over by a disciple who had joined less than 2 months ago. Looking at the peerlessly elegant and radiant Baishiro, Nyaquiline felt a daze and an involuntary sense of inferiority. Though confident in her own looks, she had enough self-awareness to realize she was far inferior to the ethereal beauty of the senior sister, not even worthy of comparison. Senior brother Chi, senior sister. Nyaquiline was momentarily stunned, then forced a faint smile. You two talk. I'll head back first. Without waiting for their reply, she hurried away, her steps somewhat flustered. Baishiro seemed oblivious to Nyaquilin's words, speaking to Chi Yuan in a soft, cajoling tone. Junior brother Chi, what are you doing at the scripture library? I came to pick a few cultivation techniques. With a warm, soft body pressed against him, Chi Yuan's mind was in turmoil. He couldn't fathom why she would act so intimately in public, and could only stammer out a reply. Junior brother Chi is indeed diligent and ambitious. Since that's the case, I won't disturb you. Baishiro nodded with a radiant smile. Remember to come back early. They'll be waiting for you at home. With that, she reluctantly released his arm and gracefully departed. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd as they snapped out of their daze. Am I dreaming? Someone snap me out of it. Good heavens, Chi Yuan and the senior sister are practically a couple, aren't they? No, I object to this union. Senior brother Chi. I mean Master Chi, could you teach me? Tuition is no problem. Junior brother Chi, is it too late to call you big brother now? At that moment, countless male cultivators present felt a pang of anguish, their eyes on Chi Yuan filled with envy and jealousy, wishing they could take his place. Seeing the situation spiral into chaos, Chi Yuan quickly extricated himself from the crowd and hurried into the scripture library. In the main hall of Luoyun Valley, a grand feast had been laid out with rows of disciples carrying various delicacies back and forth. The guest of honor, Piao Ginshu, the Tao son of the heavenly extreme, sacred land, unabashedly took the seat of authority, a smug smile on his face as he basked in the flattery of those present. Beside him, Bai Qingwu, the Valley Lord of Luoyun Valley, personally attended, introducing the spiritual wines on the table. Tao's son, please look. These bottles of drunken immortal brew are a specialty of our Luoyun Valley, made from dozens of spiritual fruits with a mellow and sweet flavor. Before he could finish, Piao Ginshu sneered disdainfully. What good produce could come from a backwater place like this? Don't embarrass yourself. How about offering something more substantial? At these words, the atmosphere in the hall instantly froze. Many high-ranking members of Luoyun Valley seethed with anger, but dared not openly defy him due to his status, swallowing their rage instead. Offending the Tao son of the heavenly extreme sacred land would mean inviting utter destruction upon Luoyun Valley with just a flick of his finger. Bai Qingwu took a deep breath, suppressing his disgust and indignation, and said calmly, You're right. Our Luoyun Valley is but a small sect unworthy of your attention. He then shot a meaningful glance at the elder of the treasure pavilion. The elder immediately understood, quickly pulling an ornately decorated ring from his sleeve and respectfully handing it to Piao Ginshu. This is a small token of our sect's esteem. We hope the Tao son won't find it unworthy. Piao Ginshu took the ring, briefly inspected it, and his face darkened. He casually tossed it to the ground, saying coldly, "You dare offer such paltry gifts? Do you take me for a beggar?" The ring contained a full 10,000 high-grade spirit stones, yet he was still dissatisfied. By King Wisai twitched as he quickly forced a smile. "Please, Dao Sun, state any request. If it's within our power, our sect will do its utmost to fulfill it." "Very well." Piao Genshu gave a faint, emotionless smile, pulling a jade slip from his bosom. "If you want to prove your sincerity, gather all the items listed here and deliver them to me. Otherwise, it will be seen as a slight against our heavenly extreme sacred land, and don't blame me for showing no mercy." At these words, everyone in the hall changed expression. Regardless of his demands, this behavior was tantamount to outright robbery. The Dao Sun's arrogant and overbearing conduct made one wonder, was this really from a righteous sect? Bai Qingwu took the jade slip and probed it with his spiritual sense. The next moment his face turned pale and cold sweat beaded on his forehead. 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. 50 top-grade magical artifacts. 20 beautiful virgins. After a long pause, he looked up and said bitterly, "Dao Sun, our Luoyun Valley simply cannot afford this amount." "Oomph." Piao Genshu snorted coldly, his tone threatening. "I will stay in your Luoyun Valley for 3 days. If you can't gather them, by then you'll bear the consequences." With that, he rose and strode out of the hall, without looking back, leaving the people of Luoyun Valley staring at each other in dismay. The library pavilion. No wonder a tenth sandier spiritual herb could emerge within Fallen Cloud Valley. Qi Yuan closed the thick tome titled Chronicles of Fallen Cloud Valley, a look of sudden realization dawning on his face. This book meticulously recorded a tale of fortuitous encounters that all cultivators would find delightful. It turned out that before the valley became a sect, this place was the secluded dwelling of a Saint Trank alchemist. Over 3,000 years ago, Bai Yinju, the founding ancestor of Fallen Cloud Valley, stumbled upon this site by chance. By then, the Saint Trank alchemist had long since perished, leaving behind a vast inheritance with no one to claim it. In the end, the entire inheritance fell into the hands of the first ancestor to discover it, becoming part of the original foundation for establishing the sect. Cultivating high-grade spiritual herbs consumes a great deal of terrestrial energy. Proficient alchemists were often skilled in observing qi and tracing veins. Since the Saint Trank alchemist had chosen Fallen Cloud Valley, it was highly likely that a vein of remarkable quality lay deep beneath the earth. With this thought, all doubt vanished from Qi Yuan's mind. He returned the book to its place, then went through the motions of copying a few techniques before rising and walking toward the exit of the library pavilion. "Junior brother Qi, please wait." Before he could leave, a duty disciple of the scripture pavilion blocked his path. "What is it?" Qi Yuan frowned slightly. "I don't believe I've violated any rules of the library pavilion, have I?" No, you misunderstand." The duty disciple quickly waved his hands, his tone full of flattery. "Senior brother, no, this younger brother would like to ask for your guidance. If Brother Qi could enlighten me, I would be eternally grateful." Qi Yuan raised an eyebrow and appraised him. "What question?" The other forced an awkward smile and said sheepishly, "To be honest, younger brother has deep feelings for junior sister Pan of the inner sect, but every time I confess my love, she gently refuses me. I wish to ask for your advice on how to win junior sister Pan's favor." As soon as these words left his mouth, several male cultivators nearby who were reading visibly perked up, pricking up their ears to eavesdrop. "Damn it, do they really take me for some kind of love guru?" Qi Yuan was utterly speechless. He asked casually, "How does she reject you?" The man quickly replied, "Junior sister Pan told me to go take a good look at myself in a puddle of my own piss." Tell me, does her words carry some deeper meaning? This is what she calls a gentle refusal. A dark line streaked across Qi Yuan's forehead. He said expressionlessly, "Perhaps junior sister Pan is quite concerned about future marital intimacy and wants to check your size in advance. If she says that again, just drop your pants right there and do it. If you are indeed exceptionally gifted and well-endowed, you might just win the bow tie's heart soon." Cough, cough, cough. At these words, a male cultivator nearby who was reading seemed to choke and began coughing violently. "I see. I never imagined junior sister Pan was thinking so far ahead for our future. It seems I've been wronging her all along." The man wore a look of sudden enlightenment. "Thank you, Brother Qi, for your invaluable guidance. Another day I will surely repay you handsomely. This guy is beyond hope. Bury him." Qi Yuan couldn't be bothered to waste more words. He quickly shook off the other's entanglement and quickened his pace to leave the library pavilion. Zyra's condition had clearly been abnormal earlier. He needed to return to his residence as soon as possible to find out what had happened to her. Meanwhile, the outer sect herb garden. Bamboo Lodge. Why is Shinwuji here? Staring at the young man who had suddenly appeared, Ji Chaner was momentarily stunned. Then, with murderous intent in her eyes, she glared at Yin Xingyun standing beside the man and transmitted a venomous message. "You old dog, how dare you betray me?" Yin Xingyun acted as if he hadn't heard. He stated blandly, This elder by order of the sect master is tasked with guiding the holy son of the heavenly extremity, sacred ground, through the valley's sites. In the presence of the holy son, all elders and disciples of the valley must show respect. Violators will be dealt with according to sect rules. Enough. Park Ginseok smiled faintly. Leave us. Allow no one to approach. I have some matters to discuss privately with junior sister Ji. Your will this old servant obeys. Yin Xingyuan bowed humbly and quietly retreated. Shin, since when did you become the holy son of the heavenly extremity, sacred ground? After Yin Xingyuan left, Ji Chaner furrowed her delicate brows and glared at Shun Wuji with undisguised disgust. Of course, by virtue of this five-colored heavenly edict. Shin Wuji grinned and produced a jade token shimmering with five-colored haze from his sleeve, waving it before Ji Chaner. This token is the genuine article. Even the one in Park Ginseok's hands is less authentic than mine. Seeming to show off, Shin Wuji toyed with the jade token smugly. That fellow Park Ginseok always fancies himself a romantic, forever chasing after women. He spends all his time either in brothels or on his way to one. A few months ago, while playing games with a group of girls, he carelessly lost his personal token. That brothel happened to be under the Shun family's control. Ha 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 ha. So with this token, I became the holy son of the heavenly extremity, sacred ground. What's even more laughable is that afterward the fool was too ashamed to admit his loss and had a fake one made. To this day, the heavenly extremity sacred ground doesn't know their holy son's token is missing. A false path is a false path full of nothing but filth and depravity. It's revolting. Ji Chaner listened with a look of disdain. Then her expression turned hostile as she glared at Shin Wuji. What exactly is your purpose here? Shin Wuji put away the token and said with a sly smile, with this token I've extorted quite a few false path sects lately and reaped a rich harvest. I heard you've been wasting away in this backwater for 3 years, so I came specially to keep you company and relieve your boredom. Spare me your nonsense. Ji Chaner snorted coldly, her voice dripping with menace. Leave this place at once or don't blame me for being rude. Junior sister Ji. Shin Wuji was not at all offended. His gaze toward Ji Chaner burned with fervor. I've told you before, if you agree to become my Dao partner with our Shun family's influence in the holy sect, the position of Holy Maiden would be within easy reach for you. Moreover, before long, I will defeat Situ Yi and ascend to the throne of Holy Sun. When the Ji and Shun families join forces, the entire holy sect will be ours for the taking. Stop dreaming. Ji Chaner's face was icy as she scolded. I would rather never become the Holy Maiden than marry a beast like you who is worse than a pig or a dog. Hearing this, Shin Wuji's eyes narrowed and his tone turned chillingly cold. Fine, let's see about that then. No matter what you're scheming here, I can guarantee you will never obtain it. You're asking for death. Ji Chaner could no longer contain her fury. Her slender hand rose, and a gale of Yin wind erupted around her. A streak of dark light brimming with terrifying energy howled forth and swept directly toward Shin Wuji. Junior sister, you are merely at the early nascent soul stage. How can you fight me? Shin Wuji curled his lips into a cruel smile and reached out to grab the air. In an instant, black mist churned in the void, coalescing into a colossal demonic face. Whoosh! The face suddenly opened its gaping maw, devouring the incoming dark light in one gulp before dissolving back into the void and vanishing without a trace. The entire exchange was as swift as lightning. Thanks to the formation covering the bamboo lodge, not a single ripple of spiritual energy leaked from their clash. After receiving that blow, Shin Wuji did not press the attack. Instead, he flashed a mocking grin. Since you refuse to be my Dao partner, don't blame me for treating you as nothing more than a cauldron for my pleasure in the future. I forgot to tell you, I have already demanded that Fallen Cloud Valley hand over 20 virgin cauldrons within 3 days. He'll be sure to include your name on the list. Of course, you are welcome to report my identity to Fallen Cloud Valley. But see if they dare to believe you and risk being wiped out afterward for attacking me, their holy son. With that, he laughed smugly, flicked his sleeves, and strode away. Ji Chaner's face was ashen, her killing intent reaching its peak. Damn bastard. Ji Chaner knew full well that his appearance at this moment was solely to ruin her plans. His fundamental goal was to make her lose the contest for the Holy Maiden position. After all, the legitimate daughter of the Shun clan also had her eyes set on the Holy Maiden throne. The reason he did not directly expose her identity to Fallen Cloud Valley was to give her the illusion that success was still possible, thereby making her vulnerable to mistakes under the pressure of hope and fear, ultimately revealing the existence of the 10,000-year phantom stargrass. In the end, Shin Wuji coveted the very thing that had compelled a true disciple of the demon sect to endure 3 years of hardship rather than seeking a complete rupture. With this realization, Ji Chaner took a deep breath, calmed herself, and murmured softly, "No, I must find a way to eliminate this nuisance." "Oh, Gazing upon the completely transformed small courtyard, Qi Yuan felt as if he had walked into the wrong place. He glanced left and right, and only after confirming this was indeed his own residence did he stride inside with a peculiar expression. The weeds and moss in the courtyard had been cleared away, entirely replaced by a variety of pleasing exotic flowers and jade-like trees. The soil at the roots of these spiritual plants was loose, clearly freshly transplanted not long ago. A refreshing fragrance of vegetation permeated the air, uplifting the spirit. "Junior brother Qi, you've returned." Just then senior sister Baishiro stepped out gracefully like the mistress of the house, a gentle and serene smile gracing her brows and lips. "I've just finished tidying up inside. Come in and see if it meets your satisfaction." Having spoken, she took the dazed Qi Yuan by the hand and led him into the main hall. The previous stone table and chairs had vanished, replaced by various exquisite and elegant furnishings. Silk rugs carpeted the floor, fine gauze hung as curtains, and the room was adorned with a few bonsai that aided tranquility, exuding an understated warmth. Good heavens! Could she truly intend to stay here and live with him? Qi Yuan rubbed his nose in bewilderment, then turned his gaze to Baishiro. "Senior sister, what are you doing? The place you live in is far too crude," Baishiro said, gazing at him with tender affection. "I simply couldn't bear it, so I redecorated. Now it's barely livable." A thought struck Qi Yuan, and he suddenly became serious. "Senior sister, did you happen to see Jin Yuyan earlier?" By now, even in his obtuseness, he could sense that her spiritual platform was clouded and her soul unstable, her state clearly abnormal. Recalling the demon sect's insidious methods of manipulating minds, he couldn't help but suspect Jichaner was behind it. Upon hearing the name, Jin Yuyan, a flicker of confusion passed through Baishira's eyes. Her enchanting face flushed a deep crimson, and her body began to grow feverishly hot. "How did you?" Before Qi Yuan could finish, a soft, fragrant, and silky sensation pressed against his lips. "Wait, are you serious?" He stood frozen, staring stiffly at the woman who had suddenly thrown herself into his arms. Before he could react, the daze and confusion on Baishira's face receded like a receding tide, restoring her clarity in an instant. At the same time, Baishira's delicate frame trembled. She abruptly pushed Qi Yuan away, crying out in disbelief, "Cheetah, why are you kissing me?" Qi Yuan, as if recalling something, Baishira's face turned scarlet. Then she shyly touched her lips and stammered, "Junior brother Qi, no, I mean, don't misunderstand. I didn't mean to kiss you. It was like I was possessed." With that, she fled as if escaping. What kind of nonsense was this? Watching her panicked retreat, Qi Yuan was utterly dumbfounded. He had braced himself for a sinister plot from the demon sect, yet it fizzled out so quickly. That enchantress had gone to such lengths to control Baishira's mind just to have her come over and give him a kiss. Was Jichaner out of her mind? Elsewhere. Heavens, I must be insane to have done such a thing to junior brother Qi. This is mortifying. Baishiro leaned against a tree, her heart in turmoil, panting heavily as she clutched her chest, her heart pounding wildly. Could it be? I've secretly adored junior brother Qi all along, but never realized it. A terrifying thought suddenly surfaced in Baishira's mind, turning her pale and nearly causing her to faint from shock. I just kissed a man. Will I end up pregnant? She had grown up without a mother, raised solely by her father, Bai Qingwu. Bai Qingwu, always busy with affairs and keen on maintaining his stern paternal image, naturally never imparted such knowledge to his daughter. As the sole daughter of the sect leader, her status was unique. No one dared to tell her risque jokes or even utter a coarse word in her presence. Thus, Baishira's upbringing was exceedingly monotonous. Her days were spent solely in cultivation, with not a shred of understanding about matters between men and women. She was as pure as a blank slate. In other words, Baishiro had no idea how to become a man's woman, as she mistakenly believed a kiss sufficed. This led her to subconsciously believe she had fulfilled Jichaner's demand, thus snapping out of the hypnotic state. Earlier, Jichaner had set Baishiro to awaken immediately after becoming Qi Yuan's woman, ensuring that Qi Yuan and the Falling Cloud Valley would become mortal enemies. If Baishiro, under the influence of the soul-capturing art, remained devoted to Qi Yuan for life, then enmity would be pointless. Qi Yuan could simply stay in the Falling Cloud Valley as a Livian son-in-law. To achieve the desired effect, Baishiro had to awaken after the incident and deem Qi Yuan a scoundrel who had ruined her purity, thereby escalating the conflict. Alas, Jichaner had accounted for everything except the possibility that a 19-year-old woman could be so innocent. In the mortal world, a married woman of that age would already have children old enough to run errands. Though Jichaner herself had little romantic experience, hailing from the demon sect whose ethos was utterly twisted, she had at least heard of such matters, having seen a pig run, even if she hadn't eaten pork. No, I must go to the scripture library now. There must be a way to prevent pregnancy and childbirth. With this thought, Baishiro bit her lip, then deployed her escape technique, and hurriedly flew toward the scripture library. Meanwhile, Qi Yuan left his residence and arrived at the formation nexus deep within the falling cloud valley. Unlike last time before he could speak, a flash of brilliant light appeared atop the iron pagoda, revealing a rosy-lipped youth, the spirit of the sect's grand formation. The youth glared at him indignantly and demanded, "Brat, seeing you pisses me off. Get lost, don't loiter around here." "Then he'll go." Qi Yuan made a show of leaving. "Just so you know, if you don't want to recover the spirit stones lost over the past millennium, don't blame me for not telling you later." At this, the youth's expression shifted slightly. He quickly called out, "Brat. I mean, young friend, hold on. Explain yourself. Have you found my lost spirit stones?" Qi Yuan smiled faintly. "Though the stones aren't recovered, I've found the thief. Do you want to meet them?" "Excellent." The formation spirit brightened, then skeptically added, "You're not fooling me again, are you? You've tricked me twice already, I haven't forgotten." "Believe it or not." Qi Yuan shrugged. "It's not my spirit stones that were lost." The spirit examined him suspiciously, then finally nodded. "Fine, I'll make an exception and trust you once more. Tell me, where is that thief?" Qi Yuan shook his head and said calmly, "That one is no thief, but a weed." "A weed?" The formation spirit was taken aback. "Damn, so it was just grass." After hearing Qi Yuan's analysis of the case, the spirit of the formation's expression shifted unpredictably, and he couldn't help but curse. "Let's go and uproot that thieving grass right now." As soon as he finished speaking, Qi Yuan felt a blur in front of him, and the surrounding scenery suddenly changed. When he regained his senses, he found himself in a strange underground space. This was the core area of the Falling Cloud Valley sect formation, and also the cave of the formation spirit. All around, vibrant and colorful formation energy surged, and at the center of this space stood an ancient jade tablet covered with countless intricate runes. These runes formed the operational framework of the entire formation, mysterious and unfathomable, subtly connecting with the heavens and the earth, clearly the eye of the formation. "Qi kid, follow me." After returning here, the formation spirit led Qi Yuan to the edge of the cave, where there was a huge, dark, prominent vein, resembling a network of tendons, as if a giant dragon lay across the underground, a naturally formed earth vein. This earth vein was connected to the core of the formation, continuously supplying the formation with the primordial energy of the earth, one of the powers sustaining its operation. The formation spirit pointed to the earth vein before him and said softly, "You just mentioned this earth vein. Due to the chaotic celestial mechanisms within filled with turbid air, it cleverly conceals the aura of that little thief, which is why I was unable to detect its existence before." As soon as Qi Yuan approached, he felt a tremendous earth energy rushing towards him. Under the influence of this earth energy, even the air became thick and viscous, tinged with a bone-chilling cold. The rocks and soil surrounding the earth vein exhibited a strange dark red color resembling the hue of coagulated blood, which looked somewhat eerie. As the saying goes, the heavens are clear while the earth is turbid. Although the earth's fiendish energy is dark and filthy, it is the source of life upon which all flora and fauna depend. Just as he was pondering, an urgent voice from the formation spirit interrupted him. "Hold steady, I will now take you through the earth vein to settle accounts with that thieving grass." As he spoke, the formation spirit grasped Qi Yuan's shoulder and pulled him deep into the earth vein. The person and spirit explored forward along the earth vein and soon discovered a cave beneath the medicinal garden, where they saw a spirit herb radiating purple gleams. "Found it." Upon seeing this spirit herb, Qi Yuan's spirit was jolted, and he carefully examined the task target not far away. This Huanqing grass only bore 9 fruits on its root, evidently not yet reaching the 10th ascendier level. Not far above it, a brilliantly glowing silver talisman hovered, emanating a powerful sealing force that firmly anchored the Huanqing grass in place. "You shameless little thief, finally I've found you." Upon seeing the Huanqing grass, the formation spirit snorted coldly and immediately wanted to confront it. "Hold on, senior." Seeing this, Qi Yuan quickly stopped it, saying earnestly, "The spirit of the grass is naturally timid. If you act so fierce, it won't dare to come out and speak. Think about it. If it doesn't speak, you won't be able to retrieve the stolen items. How about I go ask it first, and if that doesn't work, then you can take a tougher approach. What do you think?" His task was to save the Huanqing grass, not to eliminate it. If the formation spirit acted, it would likely lead to a disaster. After hearing Qi Yuan's words, the formation spirit pondered for a moment and then nodded in agreement. "You have a point, fine, you go ahead and try." "No problem." Qi Yuan responded and walked to the edge of the light shield formed by the talisman, speaking in a gentle tone, "Dear friend, weren't you just asking for my help not long ago? I'm here to save you now, so please come out quickly." As soon as he finished speaking, a vague shadow began to form around the Huanqing grass. As the shadow gradually solidified, a small humanoid figure emerged. The little figure looked like a child of 5 or 6 years, with 2 horn-like hair buns on its head and a round childish face, appearing quite adorable. Definitely the ideal dream grandchild in the hearts of countless grandparents. Upon seeing this innocent and naive appearance of the Huanqing grass spirit, even the formation spirit couldn't help but soften involuntarily, revealing a kind smile. After revealing itself, the Huanqing grass spirit looked at Qi Yuan with joy, its eyes shimmering with excitement. Great. Finally, someone has come to save me. Big brother, please hurry and take off the talisman from my head, then he'll be saved. Boo-hoo, that woman is truly terrifying. Qi Yuan nodded slightly, then pointed to the formation spirit behind him and softly asked, little grass spirit, did you ever steal anything from this senior? As soon as he finished speaking, the formation spirit impatiently walked over and put on what it thought was a not so menacing expression. Little one, speak honestly, did you sneak into my residence and take away all the spirit stones while I was undergoing the spirit tribulation? The Huanqing grass spirit shrank its neck in fear and weakly replied, I didn't steal your spirit stones. Grandpa Can once told me that taking things that are unguarded isn't stealing, it's picking up. I only go in to pick things up when the owner is away. Looking at the self-righteous little grass spirit, Qi Yuan was momentarily stunned. Isn't this teaching children bad lessons? Also, who is Grandpa Can? Could it be? Is there another spirit herb in Falling Cloud Valley? Are you still trying to argue? Hearing this explanation, the formation spirit's face grew darker and finally shouted angrily, it's clearly stealing. Bring out your Grandpa Can. I want to debate with him on the spot. The little grass spirit looked aggrieved. I don't know where Grandpa Can is. He told me that a grass spirit who doesn't like to wander is not a good grass spirit, so he left and never returned. Oh. The formation spirit's mouth twitched violently, but it still collected its emotions and asked the most important question, where are the spirit stones and treasures you took from my cave now? The little grass spirit pointed confidently at its stomach and said, I ate them all. Grandpa Can said that after obtaining good things, they should be disposed of quickly, lest there be long nights full of dreams. A good grass spirit never has loose bowels. Damn. Qi Yuan felt a bit dazed, wondering what kind of deity this Grandpa Can was to have raised the little grass spirit in such a manner. This Huanqing grass was supposed to be an upright good seedling, yet it had unexpectedly grown crooked from the very beginning. What? All my savings are gone. Upon hearing this devastating news, the formation spirit felt as if it were on the brink of death, nearly fainting. You little brat, so young, yet not learning properly. The formation spirit's eyes were bloodshot, gritting its teeth as it said, let me tell you, spit out everything you took from me, or don't blame me for being rude. The little grass spirit timidly lowered its head and said hesitantly, it's all in my stomach, I can't spit it out. Should I pull it out for you? Playing tricks are we? Upon hearing this, the formation spirit completely went mad and said fiercely, do you believe I will boil you the thieving grass right now and then pull you out? As it spoke, a vein on its forehead twitched violently, rolling up its sleeves to step forward. Senior, please calm down. Seeing the situation about to spiral out of control, Qi Yuan hurriedly stepped forward to intervene and said earnestly, you are the formation spirit, this child is the grass spirit. After all, we are all part of the spirit race. It's too cruel to eat and poop on each other among kin. I think it's better to negotiate rather than ruin the harmony. What is the spirit race? The formation spirit was clearly taken aback and then glared at Qi Yuan angrily, saying, you little brat, which side are you on? Why are you always speaking up for this little thief? I warn you, this thieving grass has robbed my cave multiple times, and today there must be an explanation, otherwise this matter will definitely not end here. Ahem. Qi Yuan chuckled dryly and said, Senior, you misunderstood. I'm of course on your side. Given the circumstances, blaming it further won't help, but it's better to find a way to recover the losses. Hearing this, the formation spirit finally regained some rationality, took a deep breath, and said solemnly, then tell me, how can I recover my losses? Qi Yuan turned his gaze to the little grass spirit, who seemed to have no guilt on its face, but instead took on a posture of indifference, speaking confidently. Big brother, you don't need to plead for me. Grandfather Tsung once said, when you mix in the world, if you capsize, you must accept it. If you get beaten, you must stand straight. A few thousand years later, you'll be a good spirit grass again. Unexpectedly, this little grass spirit was quite tough. Qi Yuan listened in speechless silence, but still managed to calm the formation spirit, advising, plants are inherently pure. The reason for their mischief is merely due to a negligent parent. Properly educating it may still yield results. Once the little grass spirit realizes its mistakes, it will surely take the initiative to correct itself. At that time, we can have it obediently go out to work and seek treasure, returning everything it stole with interest. The formation spirit fell silent for a moment after hearing this, its expression revealing deep fatigue. Sai, you are right. There's no point in arguing with this ignorant little brat. The fault lies with its parent. If I ever meet that scoundrel who corrupted the child, I will definitely be the one to uphold justice and teach that disrespectful fellow a lesson. As it spoke, the formation spirit glanced at Qi Yuan and said softly, all right, you can help it take that spirit suppression talisman away. You possess a mortal body, so the talisman has no effect on you. Just go over and remove it directly. However, afterward, I must take this little brat back to the cave for proper upbringing to prevent it from continuing its misdeeds and going down the wrong path. All right. Qi Yuan nodded and stepped forward to remove the silver talisman floating in midair. Buzz. Waves of rippling energy surged out, and the sealing force surrounding them visibly weakened until it completely disappeared. Haha, I'm free. I'm finally free. After breaking free, the illusionary Stargrass spirit immediately cheered and danced with joy, exclaiming, "Big brother, you are truly amazing." The next moment, ding. Host has completed the side quest, rescue the 10,000-year illusionary Stargrass. You now have the following two choices. 1. Take advantage of the moment and use the spirit suppression talisman to control the 10th Sandier illusionary Stargrass again, turning it into medicine to gain an opportunity for spiritual infusion. 2. Voluntarily release it and let the 10th Sandier illusionary Stargrass leave. Upon completion, you will receive gratitude and recognition from it, as well as a wisp of heavenly Tao energy. Faced with the options presented by the system, Qi Yuan did not hesitate at all and immediately decided to choose the second option. Just then a cheerful dog bark suddenly sounded in his ear. Woof, woof, woof. He turned his head and was immediately shocked. The formation spirit, which had been behaving normally, now acted as if it had lost its mind, barking like a dog, while getting on all fours, digging vigorously at the ground, occasionally sniffing, and then starting to eat dirt like crazy. It was devouring the dirt with an incredible flavor, as if savoring some supreme delicacy. Qi Yuan stared in confusion at this scene, saying, "Senior formation spirit, what happened to you?" However, the formation spirit ignored his question and continued to bury its head in the dirt. The little grass spirit proudly lifted its little head, boasting, "Grandfather Tsang once said good spirit grasses must be clear about grievances and rewards. I repay hatred without delay. This guy just dared to threaten to boil me and wanted to eat me. It's simply outrageous. Humph. As revenge, this little one naturally has to make it eat dirt to its heart's content. It now thinks it's a dog, mistaking this pile of dirt for poop and happily eating it." Qi Yuan. Suddenly, he seemed to realize something and said with a stern expression, "Even the formation spirit at the transformation stage fell for your illusion. It turns out you have already become a 10th Sandier spirit medicine." At this moment, he finally discovered the hidden information in the task description. Whether choosing be heartless or voluntary release, the target is the 10,000-year illusionary Stargrass, not the Suntomature 10,000-year illusionary Stargrass. This proves that the illusionary Stargrass has completely transformed and reached the level of 10,000 years. Moreover, it likely matured just in the past few days, because the last time the system issued this side quest, the description of the illusionary Stargrass was Suntomature 10,000-year illusionary Stargrass. Big brother, you guessed it right. Just as his thoughts raced, the little grass spirit giggled, and the unripe spirit fruit on its head suddenly blurred and transformed into a mature spirit fruit surrounded by purple energy. Actually, I became a 10th Sandier spirit grass 4 to 5 days ago. However, that wicked woman was determined to wait until I turned 10,000 to harvest me for alchemy. Grandfather Tsang said that when encountering trouble, a clever spirit, grass, must learn to tuck its tail and play meek. To avoid being eaten immediately, I had to hide the fact that I had become a 10th Sandier spirit grass and pretend to be unripe. Seemingly recalling the horror of Ji Chaner, the little grass spirit shuddered and then said resentfully, "That wicked old hag is simply too despicable. If it weren't for her ambushing me while I was reading, how could I have been captured? With your quality, you read books." Qi Yuan looked at him in disbelief, but he was still somewhat curious and asked, "What kind of books do you usually read?" Seeing him ask, the little grass spirit proudly took out a large pile of severely worn-out stitched books from its pocket. Grandfather Tsang once said that good spirit grasses should read more of these kinds of books, but he had hidden them so well before that he never let me read them. However, after Grandfather Tsang left, I specifically took these books out. Although I don't quite understand the content inside, the illustrations are quite interesting. Qi Yuan casually took a few books and was dumbfounded the next moment. Travelogues of Flower Towers, the Flirtatious Monk's Secrets of the Golden Vase. What the heck are these? The books a 10th Sandier-old child should be reading? Gazing at that relatively new copy of the Golden Vase secret record, Qi Yuan's expression gradually twisted into one of peculiarity as a dark and unbearable memory from his past surged into his mind. For the author of this book, Laughing Scholar, was none other than his own pen name. Back then, he had just transmigrated and was in a state of utter destitution. To earn a living, he had chosen the path of a literary plagiarist. To ensure an instant hit, he had deliberately selected a legendary masterpiece from his past life that was hailed as the foremost extraordinary book through the ages. A classic indeed remains a classic. From the moment Golden Vase's secret record was published, it was immensely popular, allowing him to amass a considerable fortune in spirit stones enough to cover the travel expenses for his journey to the Taoist sacred land in search of immortality. Who would have thought that today he would once again lay eyes on his magnum opus in the hands of a grass spirit? What an utterly absurd turn of events. The more Qi Yuan looked, the more mortified he felt. He promptly gathered all the books into his storage pouch, scolding, "Children cannot read such books. I shall confiscate them for now, but you may retrieve them when you come of age." The little grass spirit's expression stiffened, and it hung its head low, muttering, "Big brother, I am already over 10,000 years old. Besides, I was only looking at the illustrations. You must not look at the illustrations either." Having said that, Qi Yuan could no longer be bothered with this brat. He pointed at the formation spirit, who was still eating dirt nearby, and said sternly, "First restore my friend to normal, and then you may leave." "All right, big brother, I'll listen to you." The little grass spirit nodded and casually dispelled the illusion. The formation spirit quickly regained consciousness, only to find its mouth inexplicably filled with soil. Every time it belched, it tasted of earth. It hurriedly covered its mouth and coughed violently. Cough, cough, cough. Ugh. Recalling what had just happened, the formation spirit erupted in fury. "You wretched little weed, this old man will never forgive you." The next moment, it recklessly lunged at the little grass spirit, only to inexplicably revert to its previous state, midway change direction, and gleefully rush towards another mound of dirt to resume eating. The little grass spirit gave Qi Yuan an apologetic smile. "Big brother, since it's your friend, I won't go scavenging from its home anymore. As for the things it lost before, it'll return them once I've earned enough spirit stones." Then, gritting its teeth against the pain, it forcibly plucked 3 illusory star fruits from its head and handed them to Qi Yuan. "Grandpa Ginseng said a good spirit herb must know gratitude. As a token of thanks, I give you these 3 illusory star fruits. When you encounter danger, just crush one, and it will forcibly trap everyone nearby in an illusion, giving you a chance to escape." Hearing the effects of the illusory star fruits, Qi Yuan's eyes lit up, and he immediately reached out to take them. What a treasure! These 3 illusory star fruits came from a 10th-of-sand-year-old illusory star grass. If used wisely, they could likely ensnare even cultivators below the Mahayana stage, in an instant, their potency rivaling 3 disposable top-tier talisman treasures. "Your head seems to be bleeding. Are you all right?" Looking at the little grass spirit from whose head purple blood was still oozing, Qi Yuan couldn't help but show concern. "It's nothing." The little grass spirit touched its head, without changing expression, clenching its teeth, as it said, "It will heal soon. Your friend will wake up shortly. Goodbye, big brother." With that, the little grass spirit formally bowed to Qi Yuan, then flickered and vanished, burrowing into the ground. Ding. The host has chosen to release the 10th Sandier spiritual herb, successfully acquiring a wisp of heavenly Dao Qi. This reward will be automatically stored in the system's reward space and can be retrieved at any time. Hearing the system's cold notification tone, Qi Yuan's face lit up with joy as he eagerly opened the system's reward space. Within the system's space, a wisp of pale golden mist floated, serenely ethereal and graceful, resembling a lotus. Vast and magnificent phenomena faintly lingered around it, exuding an indescribable sense of ancient majesty. A wisp of heavenly Dao merit Qi. Although the tasks assigned by this wretched system were all sorts of infuriating, the rewards it gave were indeed honest and without discount. With this wisp of heavenly Dao Qi, he would have the chance to form the legendary heavenly Dao nascent soul. This infuriates me to no end. Just as his mood was improving, the formation spirit, looking rather disheveled, crawled out from a pile of dirt. Upon discovering the little grass spirit was gone, it entered a rage-filled roar. "Kid Qi, follow the map and head back on your own. This old man is determined to catch that wretched weed and give it a good thrashing." Saying this, it pulled a map marked with ley line locations from its sleeve, tossed it to Qi Yuan, and then, fuming, gave chase along the ley lines. The little grass spirit was incredibly fast, humming a tune as it traveled 1,000 li in an instant. "Big brother is such a kind person. Now I can finally go out and search for Grandpa Ginseng's whereabouts." Suddenly, it seemed to think of something and froze on the spot. "Oh no, the illusory star fruits I gave to Big Brother still have illusory star grass sap on them. The hallucinogenic effect of illusory star grass sap far exceeds that of the fruits. If it evaporates into the air, won't Big Brother be pulled into an illusion very soon?" Thinking this, the little grass spirit panicked and its swift pace slowed. "Should I go back and wake Big Brother up?" Just as it was about to turn back, another thought crossed its mind. Since Big Brother managed to rescue me, he must have already defeated that wretched woman. That place is deserted, so even if he falls into an illusion, there won't be any real danger. Anyway, the effect of the illusory star grass sap will dissipate after a while. Big Brother will be fine. After this meticulous analysis, the little grass spirit successfully convinced itself, set its mind at ease, and continued on its journey. Meanwhile, Qi Yuan felt a dizzying spin. When he came to his senses, he found himself standing at the city gate of a county town. The city was bustling with activity, filled with carts and pedestrians. Above the gate tower were inscribed the characters, Qinghe County. Where is this? He tried to recall, but found his mind in a fog and his memories extremely hazy. No matter how hard he thought, he couldn't remember how he had ended up here. Just then a greeting came from a headmaster Shiman. How come you're so at leisure today? Why not join your brother for some wine at the 10,000 Fragrance Pavilion? Miss Yuchuaner has been asking about you lately. Within a secluded, dense forest. Ji Chaner, her countenance frosty, instructed the hunchbacked old woman in black robes beside her. Granny Qi, send someone immediately to seek out Park Gyunxiak, the Tao child of the Tianji sacred ground. Tell him if he wishes to retrieve that item, he must come to the Falling Cloud Valley in the Eastern Divine region at once. If he is late, the object he lost will never be found. Yes, this servant will dispatch someone forthwith. Hearing this, the old woman respectfully bowed to Ji Chaner before transforming into a wisp of black smoke and drifting away without any hesitation. After the old woman departed, Ji Chaner narrowed her beautiful eyes, a cold glint flashing within them. Shen Wuji, since you choose to disregard the rules so blatantly, this seat shall let you experience the true might of the Tianji Tao child. Just then Ji Chaner's expression shifted drastically as she abruptly looked towards the direction of the Falling Cloud Valley. Not good. The formation at the illusion star grass has been triggered. Sensing the anomaly, she dared not delay. Her form moved like a dancing butterfly, traversing 1,000 zhang in an instant as she soared through the air. Soon Ji Chaner returned to the bamboo pavilion. She first noticed that all the various prohibitions outside were intact with no signs of intrusion, which eased her mind slightly. Let's hope it was just a false alarm. As she pondered, her steps did not falter. She swiftly reached the entrance of the secret passage, traversing underground for some time before finally arriving at the place where the illusion star grass was sealed. Oh, the sight before her utterly stunned Ji Chaner. The illusion star grass she had so securely trapped was nowhere to be found, leaving only a familiar figure standing motionless in place like a wooden sculpture. Cheetah, how could he be here? Ji Chaner's eyes widened as she stared blankly at the scene, her mind a complete blank, immense panic and shock sweeping over her. Soon after, she suddenly reacted. Her face ashen, she walked up to Qi Yuan, but just as she was about to speak, she felt a blur before her eyes, and her vision grew hazy. When she came to her senses, she found herself inside a low, crude, earthen house. The walls were bare, furnished with nothing but some worn-out furniture. Who am I? Where is this? Ji Chaner frowned, deeply lost in confusion. Meanwhile, at the 10,000 Fragrance Pavilion. My lord, you finally found time to visit. I have missed you so these past few days. Qi Yuan held a seductive woman in a pink dress, her attire revealing his expression still somewhat dazed. His surname was Shiman, given name Qing. His family ran an herbal medicine shop in Qinghe County. With his tactfulness and social grace, he thrived in both the lawful and underworld circles. Over the years, his career had been smooth, amassing a substantial fortune. Furthermore, he was a womanizer, his romantic history straightforward and unadorned. He disliked the tedious courtship rituals under the moonlight. When he found someone suitable, he simply married her. By now, he had only 6 wives and concubines at home. Am I Shiman Qing? Noticing his absent-mindedness, the woman beside him coyly tapped Qi Yuan's arm, pouting. Master, you are so heartless. I have been pining for you day and night, yet you appear so distracted the moment we meet. Have you found a new sweetheart outside and forgotten your old flame? With that, she looked as if she was about to cry, as though she had suffered a great grievance. Qi Yuan snapped out of his reverie, skillfully pinching the woman's cheek and chuckling. How could that be? Those common beauties outside lack even half of your allure, Yuchuaner. See, your lord has come especially to accompany you. The words flowed out naturally, as if ingrained in his instincts, surprising even Qi Yuan himself. Yuchuaner, the celebrated courtesan of the 10,000 Fragrance Pavilion, immediately brightened up, giggling as she nestled against his chest. My lord, you truly have a silver tongue. You've set this poor heart of mine aflutter. Qi Yuan instinctively added, I don't believe it unless you let me feel it. Naughty. Yuchuaner shyly pushed him away. My lord, I have prepared the finest spiritual wine for you. Please have a taste first. It was only noon, yet the 10,000 Fragrance Pavilion was already half full. The hall was vast, lavishly decorated with many patrons embracing women indulging in debauchery. The air was thick with the scent of heavy perfume. Strangely, although Qi Yuan felt completely at ease and adept in such surroundings, he inexplicably lacked any enthusiasm. The Yuchuaner before him was a rare beauty with rosy lips, delicate features, and a graceful figure. Yet he remained utterly unaroused. Despite his playful banter, his heart was as still as an ancient well, as if he were looking at empty air. In short, he was far from the behavior of a seasoned lecher. Sensing Qi Yuan's lack of interest, a sharp-faced thin man with 2 wisps of a mustache immediately sidled up and whispered, My lord, I have something to tell you that is sure to pique your interest. When you succeed, don't forget your little brother's reward. Qi Yuan raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Brothering, what matter do you speak of? From his somewhat jumbled memories, he recalled the man's name was Ing Boju, one of his many disreputable friends. Although Ing Boju's name contained the word count, it had nothing to do with nobility. The name was given purely for good luck. True to his family's hopes, Ing Boju grew up to become a glorious street thug. He was sharp-witted and smooth-tongued, relying on his sycophantic skills to thrive in Qinghe County, earning the favor of many influential figures. Seeing Qi Yuan's interest, Ing Boju perked up, grinning from ear to ear. 2 days ago, a couple moved here from neighboring Yanggu County. The man wooed to sells flatbreads, a filthy oaf with a stunted, ugly figure. Of course, that's not the important part. The key is his wife. TSK. Your little brother here isn't well-educated and can't describe her properly, but I can assure you a woman as beautiful as her cannot be found elsewhere in all of Qinghe County. As he spoke, Ing Boju's rat-like eyes glistened, clearly reminiscing about the pleasing sight. Forget it. Even so, Qi Yuan showed little excitement. He stood up directly and said perfunctorily, I have matters to attend to. Brother Ing, enjoy yourself here. We'll meet another day. With that, he casually tossed a bag of silver coins onto the table and left the 10,000 fragrance pavilion. Out on the street, Qi Yuan finally let out a long sigh and decided to visit his own pharmacy. Halfway there, a sudden gust of wind blew. The next moment, a thin bamboo pole used to hold up a curtain fell from a window by the street, landing squarely on his head. Falling Cloud Valley. The Scripture Pavilion. So this is how it is. Baishiro glanced around with a hint of guilt, and upon confirming no one was watching, swiftly returned the book titled 36 Chamber Arts of the Boudoir to the shelf, a rosy blush spreading across her delicate face. She never imagined she would one day peruse such an embarrassing tome within the Scripture Pavilion. It was simply too thrilling. Fortunately, she had successfully confirmed one crucial thing: kissing a man does not lead to pregnancy. After a brief moment of relief, Baishiro pressed her hand to her chest, calming her flustered heart. She then hurried out of the Scripture Pavilion, her steps slightly unsteady, as if a ferocious beast were chasing her. Little did Baishiro know the moment she left the previously silent Scripture Pavilion erupted into chaos. Many disciples of Falling Cloud Valley who had been quietly observing her wore expressions of disbelief mingled with barely concealed excitement. Heavens, are my eyes deceiving me? Was the senior sister just reading that kind of book? Exactly. That's the 36 Chamber Arts of the Boudoir. The contents are quite exquisite. I secretly borrowed it just a few days ago. Nonsense. The senior sister has always been as pure as ice and clean as jade, a celestial being. How could she be interested in erotic art? You must have seen wrong. Just then a young disciple interjected. Haven't you heard? The senior sister herself confirmed that she and Shida, who just won first place in the outer sect competition, share mutual affection. They have long since become Tao companions in secret. It's said that the senior sister has now moved into junior brother Qi's cave dwelling. Now that she has a Tao partner, isn't it perfectly reasonable for her to occasionally study the techniques in the erotic art to add spice to their relationship? Upon hearing this, many male disciples who were learning of the rumor for the first time let out sighs and wails, their faces etched with a sorrow worse than death. I refuse to accept it. That Shida isn't even half as handsome as I am, yet he has won the senior sister's favor. Why? My heart aches. I waited for years, never realizing this secret love would be nothing but a flower in a mirror, the moon's reflection on water. Whoa. The senior sister, such unparalleled beauty, married to a completely ordinary fellow. The heavens are unjust. Alas. This news is utterly heartbreaking. Without the senior sister, my heart now belongs only to senior sister Jiang, junior sister Lu, junior sister Wei, and junior sister Pan. I hope their taste is more discerning. Damn it. You still have your eye on junior sister Pan. Believe me, he'll punch you. Amidst the chaos in the Scripture Pavilion, Baishiro was steering her magical artifact, flying towards the main hall of Falling Cloud Valley. Where are you off to in such a hurry, my little beauty? Suddenly, a somewhat lecherous laugh echoed from afar, followed by a streak of light that swiftly appeared, blocking her path. Baishiro furrowed her delicate brows regarding the suddenly appearing young man with a wary expression and asked in a low voice, "Who are you?" The man, dressed in opulent robes with a face full of sinister aura, was clearly not a disciple of Falling Cloud Valley. I never expected to encounter a top-tier beauty in such a remote and desolate place. It seems this Taoist luck is quite good. The man scrutinized her without restraint, a barely perceptible glint of greed flashing in his eyes. I am Park Ginseok, the Tao child of the heavenly extreme sacred land. Are you also a disciple of Falling Cloud Valley? What is your name? The Tao child of the heavenly extreme sacred land. Baishiro was momentarily stunned, then quickly regained her composure, offering a respectful salute. Baishiro, true disciple of Falling Cloud Valley, greets the heavenly extreme Tao child. Although the fiery gaze he cast upon her made her deeply uncomfortable, she could only suppress her irritation and step forward to greet him. The heavenly extreme sacred land was one of the most formidable powers in this realm, and Falling Cloud Valley was as insignificant as an ant before it. This Tao child was not someone she, a mere true disciple of a minor sect, could afford to offend lightly. Well said, Shun Wuji chuckled slyly. Junior sister, by need not stand on ceremony. I have always had a tender heart for beauties. Since fate has brought us together, why don't we find a place to have some tea and chat to foster our fellowship as fellow cultivators? What do you say? Hearing this, Baishiro immediately shook her head in refusal. Apologies, Senior Brother Park. I have urgent matters to attend to, and am afraid I cannot spare the time to reminisce. Shinwuji's eyes narrowed and his tone turned hostile. It's your fortune that I've taken a liking to you. Don't be ungrateful. Baishiro gritted her teeth about to refuse again when In Xingyuan's reprimanding voice came from the side. Niece, do not be rude. Daochild Park is an honored guest of Falling Cloud Valley. If you dare to slight him, even if your father Bai Qingwu were here, he would not be able to protect you. You are the daughter of the Falling Cloud Valley sect leader. Upon learning this, Shinwuji's interest grew. I never thought Bai Qingwu with his wretched appearance could father such a stunningly beautiful daughter. Hearing his disrespectful words about her father, Baishiro no longer wished to engage in this pretense. She said coldly, Shiro has important matters to attend to and cannot stay. Elder Een can accompany you for tea and conversation. Farewell. With that, she gracefully turned and flew off in another direction. Insolent. In Xingyuan's face darkened, and he was about to intercept her when Shun Wuji raised a hand to stop him. No need to chase. I have plenty of docile and charming women. This one has character. Taming her will be all the more satisfying. This old servant understands master. I spoke out of turn. In Xingyuan quickly nodded in agreement, then lowered his voice and said, as per your instructions, this old servant has already contacted in your name the elders within the valley who are dissatisfied with the Bai family, leading them to believe that Bai Qingwu is a traitor colluding with evil sects. As long as you can assassinate Bai Qingwu, your status as the Tao child of the heavenly extreme sacred land will be enough to suppress any dissent and install this old servant as the sect leader of Falling Cloud Valley. At that time, everything in Falling Cloud Valley will be yours for the taking. After hearing this secret plot, a sinister smile crept across Shinwuji's face. What is a mere Falling Cloud Valley? Junior sister G, this time senior brother will not only claim you, but also take the very thing you have so carefully guarded. Meanwhile, within the illusion realm, crack, a bamboo pole fell to the ground. Qi Yuan instinctively looked up, seeing a woman leaning half her body out of a window looking down at him with an apologetic expression. What a breathtakingly beautiful woman. Though she was dressed in simple cloth and wore a thorn hairpin, it could not conceal her celestial beauty, especially her deep azure eyes, which were lively, dreamy, and utterly captivating. Upon locking eyes, Qi Yuan was frozen in place, stunned by her otherworldly grace. On the other side, gazing at the handsome youth below, Ji Chaner felt her heart flutter uncontrollably, her cheeks burning with heat. Under the influence of the illusion realm's power, both were ensnared in the same predicament. An inexplicable mystical summoning seemed to draw them irresistibly closer to one another. The illusion continued. After an unknown span of time, in Widow Wang's establishment, Qi Yuan lounged with an air of indolence, his arm wrapped around a supple, fragrant form, his expression one of smug satisfaction. In his embrace, Ji Chaner's expression still carried a hint of shyness, her eyes shimmering with a dazed allure like a pool of spring water. After a moment of tender intimacy, Ji Chaner gently pushed against Qi Yuan's arm and spoke in a soft voice. My lord, I feel that what we are doing is not quite right. Isn't it? Isn't it a bit too soon? You know I am anything but quick. Qi Yuan teased playfully, tracing her flawless cheek, then assured her with a chuckle, my dear, rest assured. Tonight I shall send a grand sedan chair to welcome you into my home. From this day forth you shall be my seventh wife. Just then a clamor of noise erupted from outside the room, followed by a furious roar that faintly reached their ears. Woman Wang, get out of my way. I'm going in to find my wife. I want to see for myself what shameless deeds this pair is up to inside. Hearing the shout, Ji Chaner's face drained of color, and she stammered in panic. Oh no, that Wu. Suddenly Ji Chaner sensed something amiss. Though in her memory, she had been married, she had not the slightest impression of her so-called husband, knowing only his name was Wu. Stranger still, not long ago she had been a virgin. In an instant, countless suspicious details flooded Ji Chaner's mind, fueling her growing doubts. Soon, as if struck by a terrifying revelation, her delicate face turned deathly pale. Could it be? Bang! With a thunderous crash, the door was shattered inward, and a short, stocky man burst into the room. The next moment, like a mirror shattering, all the surrounding scenes dissolved instantly, and her consciousness snapped back to clarity. After a dizzying whirl, Ji Chaner felt her mind clouded and her limbs weak. But when she realized her current state, she was utterly stunned. How could this be? Ji Chan'er's beautiful eyes widened in sheer disbelief. Only when a chill crept over her skin did she snap out of it. Get away! Get away from me! She struggled free from the man's embrace, enduring waves of searing pain, grabbed her gown from the ground, and hastily dressed. After a long moment of utter disorientation, Ji Chan'er finally composed herself. Dragging her weakened body, she staggered over to Qi Yuan and spoke with venom. You reckless fool! I saw your exceptional spirit and deemed you worthy of guidance. I intended to bring you into the sacred sect and grant you a tremendous fortune. But your demonic nature runs far deeper than I imagined. You commit evil without restraint. With mere qi refining cultivation, you not only stole my millennium spirit herb, but dared to defile my pure body. Even if all the demon patriarchs of past ages descended, none would be as audacious and unruly as you. For such deeds, dying 10,000 times would not be enough. Amid her overwhelming fury, an indescribable conflicting emotion surged within her, unsettling her mind, and the killing intent she had mustered slowly receded. But this little thief's cultivation was pitifully low. How could he have managed to steal the millennium spirit herb? There must be more to this. Even if this damned man were hacked to pieces, it wouldn't quell her hatred. She couldn't let him die so easily. At the very least, she needed to extract the whereabouts of the millennium illusion stargrass. Having temporarily convinced herself, Ji Chan'er slowly returned to her original position, gazing coldly at Qi Yuan, who was still trapped in the illusion, without uttering a word. Bang! 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 After casually beating up Wu, Qi Yuan shook off the illusion with a jolt and emerged from it. He rubbed his nose drowsily, quickly spotted Ji Chan'er beside him, and blurted out, Jinlian, where are we? Seeing Ji Chan'er's expression darken, he immediately came to his senses and barely stifled a curse. Damn it! He had carelessly fallen for it too. That brat was always reading indecent books like the Golden Lotus Secret Record. One couldn't expect the illusion it conjured to be anything proper. The moment he recalled playing the role of the infamous lecher Shimin Qing, he felt like vomiting blood and wished he could give that ill-behaved little spirit herb a thorough thrashing. What was even more absurd was that, judging by the look on Ji Chan'er's face, he knew exactly who had played Pan Jinlian. No wonder the sensation had felt so real. It had actually been her. Perhaps due to her mental turmoil, Ji Chan'er had dropped her disguise spell, revealing her true appearance. Her figure was graceful, her skin luminous and fairer than snow, her delicate features carved like jade. Beneath her curved brows lay a pair of captivating autumn water-like eyes, adding an irresistible charm to her beauty. She looked exactly like the Lady Jinlian he had seen in the illusion. Oh no! Recalling the various antics he had performed in the illusion, Qi Yuan couldn't help but blush. Fumbling to pull up his pants, he continued to play dumb. Miss, who might you be? Logically, he shouldn't recognize Ji Chan'er without her disguise, so he couldn't call her senior sister Jin directly, or he'd give himself away immediately. True to his expectations, upon hearing his question, Ji Chan'er frowned and said coldly, Zhen Yuyin was merely an alias of mine. My true identity is Ji Chan'er, a core disciple of the Netherfiend sect. You now have two choices. First, explain why you are here and honestly reveal the whereabouts of the illusion stargrass. Second, I will personally extract your soul and refine it, and that will also yield the answers I seek. Truly worthy of a demon sect core disciple, ruthless indeed. Just moments ago, she was sweetly calling him my lord, and now with her skirt on, she had turned her back on him completely. Despite his inner complaints, Qi Yuan wisely chose the first option. Fairy G, this is a long story. It began with the theft of a formation spirit's cave dwelling. In short, I was merely investigating the case. It had nothing to do with me. The formation spirit itself demanded the release of the illusion stargrass. Who would have thought that little spirit herb was a sly one? Despite being a millennium spirit medicine, it still pretended to be immature. The moment the suppression talisman was removed, it fled without a trace, even setting me up before leaving. If I ever see it again, I'll beat it every single time. Qi Yuan grew more indignant, acting as if he were the real victim. Is that true? Ji Chan'er narrowed her eyes, her tone softening slightly, as if she was beginning to believe his story. When he spoke, his gaze was steady and his soul was clear, nothing like a liar. Observing the innocent smile on Qi Yuan's face, Ji Chan'er's expression darkened, yet inwardly, she was a whirlwind of turmoil, her mind buzzing with chaos. As a legitimate daughter of the Ji clan revered within the sacred sect, and overshadowing her peers, she never imagined that through a twist of fate, she would be treated thus by a mere Qi-refining pseudo-disciple. Recalling the myriad of fawning and submissive postures she had displayed before him, a wave of intense shame and fury washed over her. Under the influence of the illusion earlier, she had genuinely adored this man, before her even willing to offer herself to him. That forbidden, fervent, intoxicating sensation of lovers, as if floating amidst the clouds, was truly too wondrous. This scoundrel so young had learned so many wicked tricks from who knows where. Realizing her mindset was veering off course again, Zhi'an quickly bit down on the tip of her tongue, barely managing to steady her heart and awaken from that captivating tender memory. Cheetah. In the next moment, Zhi'an's fair and exquisite jade-like face was instantly covered in frost, her tone icy, as she issued a warning. What happened between us was nothing but an absurd dream. You had better bury it all deep in your stomach. If you dare let anyone else know, even if you flee to the ends of the earth, I will drag you back and make sure you die without a burial place. Realizing that Zhi'an had no intention of killing, to vent her anger, Qi Yuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief and quickly nodded Pan. "Oh no, Fairy Ji, rest assured. What happened today aside from you and me, no one else will ever know." Although he wasn't afraid of her turning hostile, she had, after all, just become his first woman. To immediately become bitter enemies would be far too tragic. What troubled Qi Yuan even more was the awkwardness of their identities. One was a Holy Land's Tao child, the other a true disciple of the Netherfiend sect and a future candidate for the demon sect Saintus. They seemed anything but compatible. This was the real reason he hadn't revealed his identity to Zhi'an directly. She was currently in a state of emotional turmoil, and if further provoked, who knew what dreadful things she might do. He could only wait for an opportunity to resolve this issue in the future. "Remember what you said." Seeing Qi Yuan agree, Zhi'an's expression softened slightly, and she spoke coldly. "This time I was caught off guard. But don't think there will be a next time. If you dare humiliate me again, I will kill you." These words were spoken with great bravado, yet they carried an unmistakable tone of bluster. Although she was born into a demon sect, she had always kept herself pure, devoted solely to cultivation, never having entertained the thought of giving herself to another. Now not only had she lost the coveted 10th sandier illusory stargrass, but she had also inexplicably lost her purity. It could be said she had lost both the person and the grass. This left her unable to calm down for a long time. In other words, she was utterly dumbfounded by the loss. "What are you saying, Fairy Ji? I, Qi Yuan, have always been pure and upright in conduct. Naturally, I would never do anything to humiliate you." Qi Yuan smiled slightly, his face full of righteous assurance as he promised, "When we meet next, I will certainly be proper. Unless I have your consent, I will never overstep the bounds." As he spoke these words, he was solemn and oath-bound, his expression one of integrity. "I hope so." With her mind in turmoil, Zhi'an did not delve into the impropriety of Qi Yuan's words. After a light snort, she fled, as if escaping, floating into the air, leaving only a wisp of fragrance lingering around his nose. The events of today were far too shocking. She needed to find a place to compose her heart, or even her Tao heart would be affected. After all this circling, I never thought my yang essence accumulated over 2 lifetimes would still end up given to this enchantress. Watching Zhi'an's retreating figure, Qi Yuan rubbed his slightly aching lower back, a hint of reminiscence appearing on his face. "Oh well, who told me to be set up by that brat? But I must say this enchantress is not only beautiful, but also has a truly wonderful figure." Just then his expression suddenly shifted. The golden core within him began to spin rapidly. The true essence in his qi, started to roil, and strands of lively, spirited energy began to escape uncontrollably. The time to form the nascent soul had arrived. Qi Yuan's heart leaped. This meant his accumulation had reached the absolute limit of the golden core stage, and he must immediately find a place to condense the nascent soul. Otherwise, he risked losing control of his mana and falling into qi deviation. With this thought, he immediately retrieved a jade talisman covered in golden patterns from his spatial storage. Upon activation, this top-grade teleportation talisman instantly transformed into a brilliant cluster of golden light enveloping Qi Yuan. Then a surge of overwhelming spatial force erupted, pulling his form and silently vanishing him from the spot. The next moment, a flash of gold, and Qi Yuan appeared tens of thousands of li away. Before his eyes were towering ancient trees and winding vines, a scene of primeval wilderness. This place was nestled among majestic mountains, rich in spiritual energy and uninhabited for 1,000 li in every direction. A perfect, excellent ground for breaking through to a new realm. He had found this location before entering Falling Cloud Valley and had designated it as his nascent soul formation site, even setting up numerous restrictions and defensive arrays in advance to prevent any accidents during the process. After landing, Qi Yuan immediately extended his divine sense, swiftly scanning the surroundings. Confirming that none of the various alert restrictions he had laid down had been triggered, he then sat cross-legged, swallowed the elixirs and heavenly treasures he had prepared, and readied himself to assault the nascent soul realm. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, Qi Yuan closed his eyes slightly. His aura surged rapidly, and in that instant his essence, energy, and spirit reached their peak. System began the epiphany of the grand, profound cavern jade record. He had accumulated quite a few counterattack points precisely to break through under this state of enlightenment. As the thought settled, the grand, profound cavern jade record, the supreme scripture of the grand, profound sacred land, began to circulate automatically within Qi Yuan's body. Each cycle's path was flawless, even faintly carrying a rhythm of the great Tao. At this moment, the golden core within his Qi Si seemed to transform into a black hole, madly devouring the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for 100 li in every direction. Simultaneously, the originally clear sky began to gather dark clouds. Centered on his location, pitch-black masses of clouds spread continuously to the surroundings. Rumbling. Bolts of lightning intertwined like serpents amidst the muffled thunderclaps as the sky gradually darkened. Under the overwhelming might of the heavens, flocks of birds and beasts in the mountains fled in panic towards the distance, terrified of being caught in the tribulation lightning and facing utter annihilation. At this moment, Qi Yuan was in a state of epiphany, countless insights regarding the nascent soul realm flooding his mind. The cultivation technique within him cycled in a flawless manner. He felt as though he had merged with heaven and earth, with endless spiritual energy surging around him. Soon after, the rolling tribulation clouds in the sky finally finished brewing. Boom! A thick pillar-like bolt of azure tribulation lightning tore through the void, descending from the heavens and striking down upon Qi Yuan's location. With a deafening roar, Qi Yuan's body was instantly engulfed by the thunderbolt. The crackling and roaring continued incessantly, obliterating everything within 1,000 zhang radius into dust with irresistible force. Crack, crack, crack. This tribulation lightning seemed to shatter some shackles for Qi Yuan. The violently trembling golden core within his dantian suddenly fractured like porcelain, revealing a crystal-clear infant barely an inch tall. The infant bore an exact resemblance to Qi Yuan, exuding strands of profound, ethereal spiritual aura as clear and pure as crystal glass. It was unmistakably a divine nascent soul of the highest quality. Then, as if struck by a flash of insight, Qi Yuan swiftly withdrew a wisp of heavenly Tao aura from his system space and infused it into the nascent soul. The next moment, the moment the heavenly Tao aura merged, the nascent soul burst forth with countless rays of light, illuminating the surroundings as bright as day. A vast, profound aura spread from the newborn nascent soul. Behind it, a faint halo of the heavenly Tao, symbolizing perfection and purity, emerged, appearing ethereal and boundless, as if capable of encompassing all things in the world. As the heavenly Tao nascent soul gradually took shape, the dissipating tribulation clouds above began to gather once more, intensifying rapidly. In the blink of an eye, they covered most of the sky, and the aura of destruction in the air grew even denser than before. Soon, boom, a tribulation lightning bolt far more powerful than the previous one tore through the pitch-black clouds, instantly engulfing Qi Yuan and blasting a massive pit beneath his feet. After the second thunderbolt struck, the tribulation clouds in the sky slowly dissipated, revealing the azure firmament. At the bottom of the deep pit, a blackened figure stumbled up from the ground, trembling as he raised his right hand towards the sky. He extended his middle finger halfway, then silently retracted it, as if wanting to protest against the heavens, but thinking better of it. The epiphany mode had ended. Qi Yuan barely managed to stand upright, surveying the equipment scattered all around him, his face etched with pain. According to common sense, breaking through to form a nascent soul should not attract a heavenly tribulation. Such a trial usually only occurs when a cultivator breaks through to the divine transformation stage, where the nascent soul transforms under the baptism of lightning, allowing one to manifest Dharma forms and roam thousands of miles with divine consciousness. That was precisely why he had never anticipated undergoing a lightning tribulation when forming his nascent soul, and thus had made no preparations. Now his clothes had been reduced to ashes by the two tribulation lightning bolts. His entire body was charred black, and even the storage pouch at his waist had been shattered by the lightning, spilling its contents onto the ground, leaving him in a truly miserable state. Fortunately, he had stored all his important items in his personal space. The storage pouch was merely for show, containing only a few low-grade spirit stones and pills. Otherwise, the loss would have been immense. Books say that cultivators don't get struck by lightning when forming their nascent soul. Damn it, when it's my turn to form a nascent soul, the heavenly tribulation comes so unexpectedly. Did I break some heavenly law, or what? One bolt is bad enough, but two. Heaven, I only wanted to form a nascent soul, no need to go this far. As Qi Yuan muttered to himself, the scattered tribulation energy surged towards him like a mighty tide. His aura climbed steadily, quickly reaching the early nascent soul stage. Then, with a slight circulation of his spiritual power, the charred layer on his skin instantly peeled off, revealing smooth new skin that shimmered faintly like precious jade. Looking inward, he saw that the nascent soul within him was brimming with Tao resonance, radiating extraordinary phenomena. Streams of pure, resplendent light and auspicious clouds surrounded it, constantly absorbing and refining the most potent spiritual energy. As expected of the heavenly Tao nascent soul far superior to that divine nascent soul from before, all my efforts were worth it. Feeling this unprecedented surge of power, Qi Yuan's mood greatly improved, and all his previous frustration vanished. After the initial joy with a mere thought, his originally clear eyes were filled with dense golden runes. His bones, muscles, and blood roared like dragons and snakes, stirring the land, echoing with the might of thunder, shaking the 9 heavens. Simultaneously, his aura began to skyrocket, ultimately reaching the peak of the mid-nascent soul stage. This state lasted for only a few breaths before abruptly ceasing. As the eerie runes vanished from Qi Yuan's eyes, his cultivation base reverted to the early nascent soul stage. The power is quite impressive. Qi Yuan reopened his eyes, a hint of satisfaction flashing across his face. After condensing the heavenly Tao nascent soul, not only had his strength surged, but he had also acquired an innate divine ability. The Blood God Fourfold Refinement. This divine ability allowed him to greatly enhance his combat power in a short time by burning his blood essence with the degree of enhancement tied to the amount of blood essence consumed. As the name suggests, the Blood God Fourfold Refinement could unlock 4 levels of blood-burning states. The most terrifying 4th level could even temporarily quadruple the user's strength. Of course, the 4th level came with severe repercussions. Activating it would either kill the user or leave them half dead. What Qi Yuan had just used was the 2nd level. In this state, bursting his blood essence cost him virtually nothing, yet it doubled his strength instantly. This alone revealed the terrifying nature of this innate divine ability, making it a perfect tool for the weak to overcome the strong. In the cultivation world, such a lethal technique would at least be considered a saint-level art comparable to the top inheritances of the 7 sacred lands. Moreover, as Qi Yuan's innate divine ability, the Blood God Fourfold Refinement, required no mastery to be used perfectly. As his cultivation grew in the future, this ability would only become stronger. I never expected that achieving the heavenly Tao nascent soul would come with such a formidable, innate divine ability. This is truly an unexpected delight. With this in mind, the corners of Qi Yuan's mouth lifted into an irrepressible smile, his satisfaction with the gains from this breakthrough growing ever deeper. After pondering for a moment, he casually donned a standard robe from the falling cloud valley. With a single step, his figure appeared 100 li away as if by teleportation. When a cultivator breaks through to the nascent soul realm, they can traverse 100 li in an instant, compressing distance with each stride. Puzhou City. After achieving the heavenly Tao nascent soul, Qi Yuan's strength had grown beyond compare. He flew swiftly until he arrived before a magnificent city. The city walls stretched over 100 li, towering more than 30 zhang high, like a colossal beast crouching at the foot of Mount Kanglan. Puzhou City was a vital stronghold in the southwest of the Great Xia Kingdom, home to 1 million souls where mortals and cultivators mingled in a chaotic yet vibrant tapestry. Endless caravans came and went, painting a scene of opulent prosperity. The Great Xia Court was a subordinate power under the boundless Holy Land, always deferential and obedient to other holy lands, offering tributes year after year. Their philosophy was one of social grace, which allowed them to endure as a nation with deep foundations. It was said that the Great Xia royal family even had a Tao integration realm cultivator as their guardian, making them a formidable power in their own right. It was sunset now, yet the streets were still thronged with people, the clamor of spirit beasts filling the air. Qi Yuan strolled through the crowd, a faint sense of nostalgia washing over him, like wandering through a temple fair in his past life. He had originally planned to return directly to Falling Cloud Valley, but on the way he received news from Liang Huai that the mission was complete. Thus he made a detour to Puzhou City to inspect the results of the 2 Holy Land disciples' work. News had come in just 6 or 7 days. Truly worthy of elite disciples from a Holy Land, their efficiency was remarkable. Qi Yuan mused silently as he took in the sights and customs of Puzhou City. Suddenly, he frowned slightly and instinctively glanced in a certain direction. A gaunt figure in a black cloak and had crept up to him, whispering furtively, a plate of braised pork head. What? Qi Yuan was taken aback, momentarily confused. Seeing no reaction, the figure lowered their voice and repeated, a plate of braised pork head. This time Qi Yuan caught it clearly and blurted out, 2 tails of plain liquor. Hearing this, the figure's eyes lit up. He quickly pulled down his face covering, revealing a pair of shifty eyes that gazed at Qi Yuan with excitement. The King of Heaven covers the tiger. Qi Yuan gave him a strange look. The pagoda suppresses the river demon. Who are you? The man's tone grew even more animated. Earthquake on the high ridge, a stream of hills for 1,000 ages. By now Qi Yuan had caught on. Before the man could finish, he waved his hand and asked with a peculiar expression, spare the nonsense. Are you Li Mingwang or Zhang Caiqiang? The 2 names he mentioned belonged to the Holy Land disciples who had taken the mission. Seeing that Qi Yuan had even gotten the names right, the black-robed man beamed with joy. He quickly removed his hood, revealing a round head. "Comrade, I've finally found you. Li Mingwang here specifically to report on the mission." As expected, Qi Yuan's mouth twitched and he asked with a mix of exasperation and amusement, "Who taught you those code phrases? And what shady business have you two been up to? You're dignified Holy Land disciples. Why are you sneaking around like thieves?" Li Mingwang chuckled, slyly, a hint of pride in his expression. "These codes were taught to us by Steward Liang from Yuhua Peak. He said the person coming to inspect the mission would definitely know the answers. As for this disguise, my brother and I figured that since the higher-ups who issued the mission used anonymity, the esteemed elder must want to keep their identity hidden. As Holy Land disciples, it's only right to consider the elder's wishes and maintain a low profile during the mission to avoid being recognized." "You little genius." Qi Yuan was speechless. He had indeed set up some code phrases for patrol and guard duties on Yuhua Peak, but he never expected Liang Huai to put them to such creative use. He had chosen anonymity mainly to avoid drawing attention from certain interested parties within the Holy Land. The mission itself was nothing shameful. You two could have just come openly to report it. Why all this secrecy? Remembering his purpose, he suppressed his irritation and asked, "Where's Zhang Saiqiang?" "Senior brother Zhang is waiting in a hidden spot," Li Mingwang replied earnestly. "The more important the mission, the more we must split up. Otherwise, would give the enemy a chance to catch us all at once." "Senior brother Zhang is waiting in a hidden spot," Li Mingwang replied earnestly. "The more important the mission, the more we must split up. Otherwise, would give the enemy a chance to catch us all at once." By now, Qi Yuan's face was dark with exasperation. The mission was already complete. Why were you two still so paranoid? To avoid wasting time, he cut the nonsense short and said directly, "Lead the way." Under Li Mingwang's guidance, they turned through 4 or 5 alleys, took 7 or 8 detours, and finally stopped in a secluded, dead-end lane. "Is he here?" Qi Yuan's tone was irritable. He felt his patience nearing its limit. Li Mingwang flashed a mysterious smile. "Senior brother Zhang is a master of concealment. We just need to climb a few more walls to reach him." Qi Yuan. After scaling over a dozen walls, Li Mingwang finally stopped in a derelict courtyard. He pointed to a dry well inside. "It's here." Qi Yuan shook his head and followed. "Senior brother Zhang, I've found the contact. Come on out." Li Mingwang leaned over the well's edge and called down twice. "Senior brother Zhang, I've found the contact. Come on out." Li Mingwang leaned over the well's edge and called down twice. But the well was silent, returning only hollow echoes. Seeing this, the veins on Qi Yuan's forehead throbbed as he fought the urge to kick this fool. Li Mingwang sheepishly pulled back, muttering, "That's odd. Senior brother Zhang was here last time. Could he have moved, because I didn't contact him for so long?" Just then, bubbles began to rise from a nearby tranquil pond, and a plump, dark figure emerged from the water. "Ha, didn't expect that, Junior Brotherly. I hid in the water this time." The newcomer was tall and stout, wearing a bamboo hat, and clad in a black water-repellent suit that dripped with droplets. Li Mingwang gave a thumbs up. "Senior brother Zhang, your hiding skills have improved again in just a day. Enough." Qi Yuan had reached his limit. He took a deep breath, struggling to suppress his urge to strike. "Let's get to business. How did the two of you fare with the mission?" "The mission is complete, just waiting for someone to verify it." As he spoke, Zhang Saiqiang grinned and produced a large vat from his storage ring, slamming it onto the ground. The whole earth trembled 3 times. "What is this?" Qi Yuan looked closely. The vat was filled to the brim with grayish-white ash, and he couldn't help but frown. To be honest, Zhang Saiqiang rubbed his fleshy hands together, explaining with gusto, "The mission asked us to investigate the missing cultivators, specifically noting see the living or see the dead. But the victims had all their flesh and essence drained away. There were no bodies, no corpses, just some bone fragments. Not only couldn't we identify them, we couldn't even tell if they were male or female in life. To leave evidence of completing the mission, my brother and I had to bring back the ashes." Ashes? Staring at the vat full of ashes, Qi Yuan fell into deep thought. Were these two messing with him? How could the illustrious Taoist Holy Land produce such a pair of buffoons? He seriously suspected they had pulled strings to get through the entrance exam. "Stop messing around." Looking at the 2 smug faces before him, Qi Yuan took a deep breath and said expressionlessly, "Describe your mission process in detail. If there's another word of nonsense, they'll count it as a mission failure immediately." At this, the duo of Wulong and Fengchu instantly fell silent and began recounting their mission experience obediently. "It's like this. Senior sister Shang's 90th birthday is coming up. I thought I'd prepare a surprise for her to deepen our bond." Before Zhang Saiqiang could finish, Li Mingwang's expression stiffened. He tugged at Zhang's sleeve and said, "Wait, how do you know senior sister Shang's birthday is coming? Why wasn't I informed?" Zhang Saiqiang shook off Li's hand disdainfully and said arrogantly, "Of course. My relationship with senior sister Shang is nothing like yours. You are just the most annoying among her many sycophants. Such private matters are naturally not meant for your ears. I suggest you stay away from senior sister Shang from now on. What standing do you have? Someone of her caliber isn't something you can pursue. Leave it to me. Li Mingwang deflated instantly, his face full of grief. I can't believe senior sister Shang didn't even inform me of her 90th birthday. What? Could it be that in her heart I'm still an outsider after all? As they spoke, they suddenly felt a murderous glare directed at them, jolting them both. Zhang Caiqiang quickly continued. So I went to the mission hall to take on a task, planning to earn some contribution points for senior sister Shang's gift. But this task was also eyed by Li Mingwang. We argued and decided to settle it with a duel. Only the winner could take the mission. After hundreds of rounds, we were still evenly matched. The scene was incredibly intense. Stop right there. That's not what I want to know. I'm asking what happened after you arrived in Puzhou City. Get to the point. Seeing the conversation veering off track, Qi Yuan was nearly losing his mind. He feared that if he kept listening, he might lose control and kill these two bastards. Zhang Caiqiang scratched his nose awkwardly and continued, considering the mission also required investigating the Wang family's misdeeds in Puzhou City, we decided to split up upon arrival to tackle them separately. I posed as an outsider at the Qi refining stage, acting foolish and ignorant to make the culprit think I was an easy target, thus luring out the mastermind. Meanwhile, junior brother Li planned to infiltrate the Wang residence as a guard to secretly investigate the family and gather evidence of their wrongdoing. That sounded more like it. Hearing this, Qi Yuan nodded slightly. Though these two seemed absurd, they did have some ideas when it came down to it. But Zhang Caiqiang suddenly shot a hateful glare at Li Mingwang, his voice filled with fury. To uncover the truth behind the missing cultivators, I played the fool for days. But I never imagined that the one who knocked me out would be Li Mingwang, that traitor with the honest face. Qi Yuan was baffled and turned a questioning gaze to Li Mingwang. I didn't want to either. Li Mingwang rubbed his nose sheepishly, his tone full of helplessness. At that time, I concealed my cultivation to the peak Qi refining stage and successfully infiltrated the Wang family as a senior guard. Maybe because I was quick-witted and good at ingratiating myself, within 2 days, I had become familiar with the Wang family's steward. Later, the steward pointed me to a way to earn spirit stones. He said that for every young, robust cultivator I kidnapped, I'd get 200 spirit stones. The more I caught, the more I'd earn. Kidnapping. Qi Yuan was stunned. Could it be? Damn it, you bastard, Li Mingwang. Before Li Mingwang could finish, Zhang Caiqiang flew into a rage and began cursing. Didn't you say it was a misunderstanding before? So you did it on purpose? And am I only worth 200 spirit stones in your eyes? With that, he dragged Li Mingwang before Qi Yuan, shouting, Comrade, you be the judge. We're both from the Holy Land, but this guy knocked me out from behind when I wasn't looking and handed me over to the Wang family cellar. When I woke up, I found a perverted old man eyeing me maliciously. I was scared out of my wits. Wouldn't you say he's harming a fellow disciple? Li Mingwang shrugged helplessly. I, Li Mingwang, come from a righteous sect and would never kidnap innocents. To continue my infiltration of the Wang family, I had no choice but to temporarily inconvenience you. I originally thought some female member of the Wang family was feeling amorous and wanted a virile man. Who knew the Wang ancestor was so despicable? To extend his life, he secretly practiced forbidden arts, draining the flesh and blood essence of living people to nourish himself. What? The missing cultivator's case was the work of the Wang family. Qi Yuan was shocked. This was too much of a coincidence. Recovering his composure, he asked curiously, and then, as if recalling his heroic moment, Zhang Caiqiang's anger subsided, and he said smugly, though the situation was dire, Zhang Caiqiang wouldn't disgrace the Holy Land. No matter how deranged that old pervert was, he was only at the early golden core stage. I beat him down in a few moves and taught him that evil never triumphs over righteousness. As he spoke, he pulled a round head from his ring and tossed it carelessly to the ground. See, I'm not lying. This old bastard is Wang Tianda, the Wang family ancestor. Qi Yuan looked down and saw the head with white hair and withered skin like dead wood, its eyes wide open, still bearing an expression of terror and disbelief at the moment of death. Truly, heaven's net is vast and wide, letting nothing slip. It seems the Wang family, having committed every evil, deserved this calamity. After a moment of thought, Qi Yuan shook his head slightly and casually stored the Wang ancestor's head in his storage pouch. He asked in a deep voice, what about the rest of the Wang family? Hearing this, Zhang Caiqiang sneered coldly, his voice brimming with murderous intent. Wang Tianda slaughtered hundreds of innocent cultivators to forcibly extend his life. His crimes are heinous and appalling. According to the Holy Land's rules, those who practice forbidden arts are to be eradicated without mercy. We brothers carefully screened them. All those in the know, including the Wang family head, were executed. They've gone underground to serve their ancestor. The rest of the Wang family, though spared from death, are no longer fit to be cultivators. All with cultivation aptitude had their spiritual roots removed and dantians destroyed to eliminate future threats. You have done well. After listening to their account of the matter, Qi Yuan nodded, offering a rare word of praise. If the 7 Holy Lands were truly a group of honest and benevolent gentlemen, they would have long been devoured by those ruthless and cunning heretics, leaving not even a trace. How could they have stood unshaken for hundreds of thousands of years, firmly holding the dominant position in the world of cultivation? On the contrary, the 7 Holy Lands have been passed down through the ages precisely because of their strict rules and sharp methods. When faced with something that needs to be eradicated, they show not a shred of mercy. From the moment the Wang family's ancestor was discovered practicing forbidden arts, the Wang family's fate was sealed with no chance of redemption. Even if a few stragglers remained, their paths to cultivation were severed, preventing them from becoming cultivators in the future. Naturally, the Wang family of Puzhou City could never rise again. Excellent. It seems the evidence was useful. Our hard work collecting that jar of bone ash was not in vain. Seeing that they had earned the approval of their mission evaluator, Li Mingwang and Zhang Caiqiang were overjoyed. Thank you for your understanding, brother. Later the 3 of us should go to the Drunken Joy Pavilion to have some fun. My treat. Li Mingwang slapped his thigh excitedly, then winked at Qi Yuan, extending a warm invitation. Before he could receive a reply, Zhang Caiqiang immediately kicked him away, glaring at him in annoyance. Li, have you lost your mind? You said you were treating, so why are you slapping my thigh? I'm telling you, Li Mingwang, if you don't explain why you ambushed me last time, you'll dissolve our partnership right now. Qi Yuan was at a loss for words with these two. He sighed in disdain, then said seriously, it seems you were right to hide your identities. Remember, never say you are disciples of the Taoist Holy Land when you are out in the world, for it would be quite embarrassing. Remember, never say you are disciples of the Taoist Holy Land when you are out in the world, for it would be quite embarrassing. Hearing this, the two who were arguing paused, simultaneously puzzled. Li Mingwang asked, what do you mean? Our Taoist Holy Land is one of the most prestigious powers in the world, renowned and glorious. There's nothing embarrassing about that. You misunderstand. I meant it would bring shame to the Holy Land. Qi Yuan, unwilling to waste more words on them, took a token from his sleeve and tossed it to the two. Take this token back to the mission hall. They will deem your mission complete and grant you your reward. After saying this, he waved them off and prepared to leave. Hold on, brother. Just as Qi Yuan was about to step away, Zhang Caiqiang hurriedly called out to stop him. What's wrong? Qi Yuan frowned slightly. Zhang Caiqiang exchanged a glance with Li Mingwang, then sidled up to Qi Yuan with a fawning smile. To be honest, this mission was far too easy. That elder even pointed out the true culprit for us, so we wouldn't go astray. It makes us a bit embarrassed. Qi Yuan raised an eyebrow, a little confused. What do you mean? Zhang Caiqiang smiled sheepishly. Since that elder was so generous, we feel we must accomplish something substantial. Otherwise, those 20,000 contribution points would feel undeserved. Hearing this unexpected remark, Qi Yuan grew interested. Go on. What do you intend to do? Zhang Caiqiang looked around furtively, ensuring no one was nearby, then whispered mysteriously. While searching the Wang residence, we discovered that the forbidden art used by their ancestor Wang Tianda was not his own creation. Someone taught it to him. That person who taught him the forbidden art is Wang Tianda's superior. Wang Tianda had to hand over 70% of the flesh and blood essence he harvested, keeping only 30% to extend his own life. This suggests there is a bigger fish in Puzhou City. According to the clues, that fish is likely connected to the city lord's mansion. If we follow the trail and expose the mastermind behind it all, wouldn't that prove our capabilities even more? Zhang Caiqiang chuckled. If we handle this matter flawlessly, that elder will surely think of us first for any future good missions. Don't you agree? A bigger fish. Qi Yuan was taken aback, but he didn't dwell on it. He had issued this mission merely to fulfill the sect mission of Falling Cloud Valley. The current results far exceeded its requirements, and the so-called heretical mastermind had nothing to do with him. Though that was his thought, he didn't want to dampen their enthusiasm for slaying demons and eliminating evil, so he nodded and said, all right, I look forward to your good news. After offering a few more words of encouragement, Qi Yuan turned and left, resuming his journey back to Falling Cloud Valley. Their main mission awaited him, and he wondered what the system meant by crisis. Qi Yuan pondered silently as he traveled. Meanwhile, at Falling Cloud Valley, in the main hall of the sect. How are the items I requested coming along? Shun Wuji sat arrogantly in the seat of honor, addressing Bai Qingwu, the sect master of Falling Cloud Valley, who stood nearby. Behind him, 4 maidservants draped in sheer fabric, their features delicate and beautiful, carefully massaged his shoulders and back, attending to him with diligence. Not far away, Bai Qingwu kept his eyes forward, his expression respectful, as he produced an ornate storage pouch from his robes and handed it to one of the maidservants. Daozi, the spirit stones and top-grade magical artifacts you requested have been prepared by Falling Cloud Valley. However, He paused, then steeled himself, and continued, Falling Cloud Valley simply cannot provide 20 beautiful maidens. I beseech you in light of our sincerity to waive this requirement. Is that so? Shen Wuji took the storage pouch from the maidservant and casually scanned it with his divine sense. His expression immediately darkened. So you're telling me you can't deliver what I asked for? You misunderstand. Sensing the hostility in Shen Wuji's tone, Bai Qingwu took a deep breath and said solemnly, if you agree to cancel this request, Falling Cloud Valley is willing to offer an additional 5,000 high-grade spirit stones for your travels. You are quite considerate. Shen Wuji said with a sardonic smile. Very well, I won't force the issue lest anyone say I as a Daozi am bullying the weak. However, I have another request. Take a look at this. With that, he handed a jade slip to Bai Qingwu, who stood nearby. If you can fulfill this, I will leave immediately, and you can keep those 5,000 high-grade spirit stones. Oh, Bai Qingwu, suspecting no trick, quickly reached out to take the jade slip and examine it. Just then, whoosh. Suddenly, eerie black light burst from the jade slip, and a jet-black mass surged forth, enveloping the caught-off guard Bai Qingwu. Suddenly, eerie black light burst from the jade slip, and a jet-black mass surged forth, enveloping the caught-off guard Bai Qingwu. Suddenly, eerie black light burst from the jade slip, and a jet-black mass surged forth, enveloping the caught-off guard Bai Qingwu. Heavenly Extreme Dao Sun, what are you doing? Witnessing this sudden change, Bai Qingwu's pupils contracted sharply. Shocked and enraged, he retreated repeatedly, attempting to break free from the black mist. Yet this ever-expanding black substance clung to him like a stubborn leech, firmly locking him in its grip. Wherever it passed, whether sinew, bone, flesh, or even his nascent soul and divine sense, everything was utterly frozen, leaving him unable to move. Shen Wuji grinned, speaking indifferently. Considering that your Falling Cloud Valley has been sincere enough toward the heavenly extreme, sacred land, I naturally must send you a gift in return as a token of appreciation. Just accept it peacefully. No. This is the method of a demon sect. You are not Park Ginseok. Bai Qingwu suddenly realized the truth, letting out a furious roar through gritted teeth. Just as he prepared to make a last-ditch effort, his entire body was dyed pitch-black, frozen solid, like a statue on the spot. This violent commotion immediately drew the attention of the disciples outside the hall. Soon a group of guarding disciples rushed inside, only to freeze in shock at the scene before them. What is this? Sect leader. What did you do to our sect leader? How did he end up like this? In an instant, chaos erupted within the hall. All the disciples who had rushed over were panicked and at a loss for what to do. By common sense, they should have immediately apprehended the suspect who had apparently harmed the sect leader. Yet over the past few days, they had been repeatedly instructed that this person was a distinguished guest of Falling Cloud Valley of exalted status and must never be offended. Moreover, this was a direct order from the sect leader himself. Utterly bewildered, they lacked the courage to lay a hand on the nascent soul realm Dao Sun of the heavenly extreme, sacred land. Meanwhile, Shen Wuji remained seated leisurely in the main seat, sipping tea with self-satisfaction, completely ignoring the gazes of those around him. Soon another commotion arose outside the hall. Elder Yin Qingyuan of the Entry Dao Pavilion strode in furiously, accompanied by several other elders. Seeing sect leader Bai Qingwu, who had been utterly suppressed, a flicker of joy passed through Yin Qingyuan's eyes. Yet on the surface he feigned great surprise and scolded. What are you all crowding around for? Haven't you been told not to be disrespectful to the Dao Sun? The disciples exchanged bewildered glances, retreating step by step and clearing a path. Just then another group of Falling Cloud Valley elders rushed in frantically. Upon seeing the scene, they were struck with horror and terror, each frozen in place. Sect leader. Once they recovered, many elders loyal to Bai Qingwu erupted in fury and immediately stepped forward to demand an explanation. Park Ginseok, how dare you commit violence against our Falling Cloud Valley's sect leader? Do you think our Falling Cloud Valley has no one left? The valley has 3,000 disciples and the grand formation left by our ancestors. If you do not provide an explanation today, even if it means mutual destruction, we will fight you to the bitter end. Indeed, we have served you with utmost dedication and respect, yet you have poisoned our sect leader. Where is the justice in this? Even if we must appeal to the heavenly extreme sacred land, we will seek retribution for our sect leader. Seeing the crowd seething with righteous indignation and the situation on the verge of spiraling out of control, Shen Wuji let out a cold laugh and spoke in a sinister tone. Falling Cloud Valley sect leader Bai Qingwu secretly cultivated evil arts and colluded with the demonic path. When I, the Dao Sun, exposed him, he flew into a rage and, driven mad, attempted to murder me. Thus I suppressed him on the spot. Now with all this uproar, could it be that the entirety of Falling Cloud Valley is in league with Bai Qingwu? If that is truly the case, I will summon forces from the sacred land and raze Falling Cloud Valley to the ground, lest it breed future calamities. These words plunged the hall into dead silence. The esteemed sect leader of Falling Cloud Valley had actually colluded with the demonic path. This accusation was far too grave, almost preposterous, yet coming from the mouth of the heavenly extreme sacred land's Daoist, it was all the more shocking and awe-inspiring. If the charge were confirmed, not only would Bai Qingwu himself be utterly disgraced, but the entire Falling Cloud Valley would be implicated, potentially facing destruction. At this moment, even Bai Qingwu's most loyal confidants could not help but show hesitation, their momentum greatly diminished. Nonsense. My father has always been upright and abhors evil. How could he possibly collude with the demonic path? Just then a crisp female voice suddenly rang out, shattering the silence in the hall. All eyes turned to see Bai Shiro striding quickly in from outside, her face frosty, as she glared at Shen Wuji, her expression filled with immense grief and indignation. You are clearly slandering him deliberately. If your conscience is clear, then release my father immediately and let him confront you publicly. Then right and wrong will be discerned by all the uncles and senior brothers here. What a sharp-tongued little beauty. Shen Wuji sneered, taunting. If I release your father right now and confirm his cultivation of demonic arts, what will you do then? Hearing this, Bai Zyra's delicate frame trembled slightly, a flicker of unease passing through her heart. Yet her expression remained firm as she declared word by word, my Bai family has devoted itself to the sect for generations. My father could never do anything like colluding with the demonic path. If you can prove that my father has indeed cultivated demonic arts, then we father and daughter willingly submit to your judgment. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Shen Wuji suddenly threw his head back and laughed heartily. Excellent. Since you have said so, how could I disappoint your kind offer? As he spoke, he lightly flicked his sleeve, and a majestic, pure stream of qi shot forth from within, swiftly surging into Bai Qingwu's body. The next moment, as the pure qi circulated through his body, the inky blackness on Bai Qingwu's form dissipated as rapidly as snow under a warm sun. His frozen skin and joints gradually relaxed. Father, sect leader. Seeing Bai Qingwu regain his mobility, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and rushed forward to greet him. Amidst the calls, Bai Qingwu suddenly opened his eyes. His once dim pupils instantly turned pitch black, devoid of any whites, appearing utterly eerie and bizarre. Bai Qingwu's usually composed features gradually twisted into a grotesque and ferocious expression, his entire body radiating a suffocatingly brutal aura. Kill, kill, kill. I'll slaughter every last one of you. Then he let out a beastly roar and raised his hand to launch an attack in all directions. Witnessing this, Bai Zyra's face turned deathly pale. She stared at Bai Qingwu in disbelief. Father, what's wrong with you? Wake up. The other Falling Cloud Valley cultivators were also shocked, retreating hastily. Shen Wuji sneered. See, this is the consequence of cultivating demonic arts, losing all sense of kinship, becoming utterly deranged. With that, a triumphant smile spread across his face. He slowly raised his palm, and a blood-red longsword gleaming with an eerie light materialized, abruptly slashing straight toward Bai Qingwu. Don't kill my father. Bai Zyra's face drained of color in fright, and she rushed forward recklessly to stop him. Suddenly, bang! A flash of white light descended from the heavens, forcefully shattering the blood-red sword into a rain of light that scattered across the floor. Who goes there? Shen Wuji frowned, narrowing his eyes as he gazed in a certain direction. What a bunch of useless fools. Someone is about to kill your sect leader right in front of you, and you're all still here playing the coward. If Bai Yanji were to see this, he'd probably be turning in his grave. Accompanied by this indignant voice, a figure resembling a young boy slowly materialized in the hall, casually subduing the frenzied Bai Qingwu. Senior Array Spirit. Upon seeing the young boy, all the Falling Cloud Valley cultivators in the hall were stunned, their faces filled with utter disbelief. After more than 1,000 years of silence, the legendary Grand Array Spirit of the sect had finally appeared. The Array Spirit. Shen Wuji's expression stiffened as he stared at the Array Spirit that had materialized out of thin air before him. He had never imagined that a mere Fallen Cloud Valley would harbor an Array Spirit at the nascent soul level. It was as if you were casually crushing weaklings in a beginner's village, only for a final boss to suddenly emerge from within. This was somewhat awkward. You treacherous wretch, how dare you deceive me? Shen Wuji's face darkened as he shot a malevolent glare at Yin Xingyuan. At that moment, Yin Xingyuan also felt a cold sweat break out. He simply couldn't understand why the Array Spirit, which had lazed about for over 1,000 years, would choose this very moment to reveal itself. Over the past millennium, Fallen Cloud Valley had faced several crises that threatened its very existence, each far more severe than the current one. Yet the Array Spirit had always remained a cold observer, sometimes even deliberately lowering the sect's protective formation strength to let enemies storm in, as if bearing a grudge against those within Fallen Cloud Valley. This matter had plagued Fallen Cloud Valley for 1,000 years. Nearly every sect leader in that time had attempted to communicate with the Array Spirit, but each effort was futile, only provoking further disdain from the spirit. It was precisely for this reason that he had completely dismissed the array spirit's existence when plotting his rebellion. Yet today, before Fallen Cloud Valley had even suffered any real harm, the array spirit appeared immediately, leaving him utterly bewildered. After a moment of silence, Baishiro was the first to recover her expression, brimming with joy. "Thank you, Senior Array Spirit, for your timely assistance. This junior is deeply grateful." Then she deliberately performed a deep bow towards the array spirit, her tone exceedingly reverent. For her, if not for the array spirit's timely arrival, the consequences would have been unthinkable. No amount of gratitude could be too much for saving her father. "It's nothing at all." The array spirit waved a hand dismissively. "If I hadn't confirmed that matter wasn't the work of anyone from your Fallen Cloud Valley, I wouldn't have bothered with your fate. You've investigated it thoroughly." The others were baffled. Only Baishiro seemed to grasp the implication, asking in surprise, "Senior, have you already found the true culprit in that case?" "Not me." The array spirit shook its head, then said indignantly, "It was that lad Chi who helped me root out that treacherous weed. But I regret that the brat still managed to escape Sai." "Junior brother Chi." Baishira's lips parted slightly, astonishment filling her heart. She had poured countless efforts into investigating this case, yet had found nothing, not even a decent clue. She never imagined someone else had accomplished it silently. Could it be that junior brother Chi investigated that case for my sake? At this thought, an inexplicable sweetness welled up in her heart. Just as Baishira's mind was racing with thoughts, the array spirit swept its gaze over Shin Wuji, whose expression was shifting between uncertainty and gloom, and asked in a deep voice, "And who might you be?" Hearing this, Shun Wuji's expression remained unchanged as he said calmly, "I am the sacred son of the heavenly extremity, sacred land Piao Jianshua. While traveling outside the sect, I passed by here and discovered that your Fallen Cloud Valley sect leader, Bai Qingwu, has colluded with the demonic path, a crime beyond pardon. As the array spirit of this place, do you intend to shield him?" In truth, while an array spirit at the nascent soul level made him wary, it did not instill fear in him. This was because array spirits were often bound by the rules of the Grand Formation. Their primary role was to operate the sect's protective array to defend against enemies. They rarely acted to harm others unless the formation itself was attacked. Moreover, his current identity was the sacred son of the heavenly extremity, sacred land. Even if the array spirit were mad enough to court death, it would have to consider the fate of everyone in Fallen Cloud Valley. Upon hearing his self-proclaimed identity, the array spirit immediately furrowed its brow and muttered, "The heavenly extremity, sacred son. This fellow's background is quite formidable." Seeing this, Baishiro panicked and quickly explained, "Senior array spirit, my father must have fallen victim to this man's sinister schemes, which caused his mind to change drastically. He has not been practicing demonic arts." Shin Wuji let out a cold laugh. "You are his daughter, so naturally you would speak for him. With the evidence so clear, what is there to argue?" Then he cast a mocking glance at Baishiro. "Junior sister, weren't you just saying you would submit to my judgment? Why go back on your word now? If you obey me meekly and please me well, I might consider showing leniency and sparing your father's life." "You?" Baishiro trembled with rage, gnashing her teeth as she spat. "Despicable wretch. I would sooner die than submit to you." Meanwhile, the people in the hall exchanged glances with varied expressions, momentarily unable to speak. "Enough." At this moment, the array spirit withdrew its hand from Bai Qingwa's forehead, then said thoughtfully, "A strand of netherworld demonic chi indeed resides within the sect leader's sea of consciousness, but I detect no signs of him practicing demonic arts. Since you both insist on your own versions, I am loath to jump to conclusions. However, I now trust only one person's words. If he comes, the truth may soon be discerned." "Who?" At these words, everyone was stunned. Who could this venerable being be to have earned such trust from this temperamental array spirit? The array spirit let out a soft sigh and solemnly uttered a name, Cheetah. Meanwhile, after leaving Puzhou City, Qi Yuan wasted no time. He journeyed straight to the outskirts of Fallen Cloud Valley. Just as he was about to enter the mountain gate, he saw a figure swift as lightning tear through the air and charged directly towards him. As the figure drew near, it retracted its flying light and landed not far from Qi Yuan. Why is he here? Upon recognizing the newcomer, Qi Yuan's eyelids twitched, and he grew inwardly vigilant. "Esteemed Taoist friend, may I ask if this is Fallen Cloud Valley?" The speaker was a young man in his early 20s, clad in a deep green robe. His features were quite distinctive. With a flat nose and small eyes, he looked at first glance like a plucked monkey. Upon closer inspection, he looked even worse. Qi Yuan, however, knew that this man was no ordinary figure. He was none other than the sacred son of one of the 7 sacred lands, the heavenly extremity, sacred land, Piao Jianshua. Realizing that the other had not recognized him, Qi Yuan's vigilance eased slightly, and he gave a slight nod. "This is the Fallen Cloud Valley." A flicker of curiosity crossed his mind. Why would this fellow have come here? Could it be that a brothel he didn't know about had opened inside Falling Cloud Valley. Finally found it. The green-robed man breathed a sigh of relief, lifting his gaze to survey the surroundings before settling his eyes on Qi Yuan. I am Park Gun. On no Park Jongjik. May I ask your name, brother? Piao Jingji. Qi Yuan's expression froze. Good heavens, even his alias was so refreshingly unique and fitting to his nature. This was definitely the real deal. I am Qida, an inner disciple of Falling Cloud Valley. Seeing that the other was deliberately concealing his identity, Qi Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly, but chose not to expose him on the spot. After all, his own identity was also false. The two were equally matched, neither better than the other. So your brother Qida? What a stroke of fate between us. Hearing this, Park Ginsik's eyes lit up, and he immediately stepped forward with an air of familiarity, slinging an arm around Qi Yuan's shoulder. In an enthusiastic tone, he said, I've long heard of your great reputation, brother Qi, and have always wanted to visit you here at Falling Cloud Valley. To think I'd run into you today. Truly, life is full of unexpected reunions. As he spoke, Park Ginsik's somewhat abstract face beamed with a brilliant smile, as if he had truly encountered an old friend he hadn't seen in years. Hold on. Have we met before? Qi Yuan shuddered with revulsion and quickly shook off Park Ginsik's arm. State your business. We're not that close. He thought to himself, could this heavenly extreme Dao Sun have fried his brain from too much debauchery? Haha, of course not. Park Ginsiak chuckled slyly. But I'm a straightforward man, and I love making friends with heroes and gallants from all over the world. Today I feel an instant kinship with you, brother. If you don't mind, we could go into the valley, find a place to have a few drinks, and talk about life and dreams. You claiming to love befriending heroes. You're more likely to befriend brothel girls. Qi Yuan gave a wry smile. Taoist Park, just say what you want. I'm busy and don't have time for your nonsense. With that, he turned to leave. Hey, wait. Seeing Qi Yuan's reaction, Park Ginsiak grew anxious and quickly grabbed his arm, speaking sheepishly. Brother, to be honest, I left something in your valley. I'd appreciate it if you could do me a favor and let me in to look for it. He wants to enter Falling Cloud Valley. Qi Yuan raised an eyebrow and asked with curiosity, what did you lose? Park Ginsiak scratched his nose awkwardly. Sorry, to avoid alerting the enemy, I need to keep that secret for now. Then he thumped his chest and vowed with conviction, rest assured, brother Qi. I am a man of my word. I only want to find something. I will do nothing to harm your valley. Seeing that Qi Yuan remained unmoved, Park Ginsiak seemed to think of something. After checking that no one was around, he quickly retrieved a pouch of spirit stones from his ring and discreetly pressed it into Qi Yuan's hand. A small token of my sincerity. I only ask for your help. Once I find the item, there will be a generous reward. Oh. Qi Yuan gave the pouch a curious squeeze, pondered for a moment, then tucked it away, putting on a reluctant expression of agreement. Fine, but let me make one thing clear. Falling Cloud Valley is no place for you to run wild. Once inside, you're not to wander off. Stay close to me and tell me where you want to go beforehand. Given the heavenly extreme Dao Sun's abilities, even if he refused, Park Ginsiak would find countless ways to sneak in. It was better to agree and see what the man was up to. Great. Thank you, brother. Seeing Qi Yuan finally nod in agreement, Park Ginsik's face lit up with joy, and he followed cheerfully into Falling Cloud Valley. Look, it's really Junior Brother Qi. Junior Brother Qi, you're back at last. We've been waiting for you. The moment they passed through the sect's grand formation and entered the valley, several Falling Cloud Valley disciples rushed up to them, their voices filled with excitement. People are already coming to welcome me the moment I return. Could I be this popular in the valley now? With a bewildered expression, Qi Yuan grabbed one of them and asked, what are you waiting for me for? Junior Brother Qi, you don't know. Something huge has happened in the sect. The disciple looked at him with a hint of reverence and said anxiously, the Array Spirit Senior has specifically requested your presence. Everyone is waiting for you in the main hall. Array Spirit. Qi Yuan was completely baffled. That old man is at least a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator. What problem could he not solve that had specifically summoned me? Despite his confusion, he dragged the gawking Park Ginsiak straight toward the main hall of Falling Cloud Valley. As they approached, they saw many disciples gathered in layers outside the hall. Many disciples looked terrified, their faces filled with barely concealed anxiety and confusion. Some were pale, their breaths erratic, as if even their Dao hearts were troubled. What on earth happened? Seeing this, Qi Yuan's heart skipped a beat, and he couldn't help but recall the crisis the system had mentioned. Cheetah is here. The moment Qi Yuan appeared, the Falling Cloud Valley disciples' spirits lifted. All eyes turned to him, and they actively stepped aside to clear a path. Junior Brother Qi. Just then, a beautiful woman in a light yellow dress hurried out of the hall. Her eyes lit up with joy when she spotted Qi Yuan. Senior sister. Qi Yuan nodded in greeting to Baishiro. Before he could speak, Park Ginsiak eagerly pushed forward. Greetings, fair immortal. May I ask your age and if you are betrothed? Come quickly. The Array Spirit Senior is waiting for you. Bai Shiro completely ignored Park Ginseok taking Qi Yuan's hand and leading him into the hall. Hey, brother, wait for me. Left standing alone, Park Ginseok was momentarily stunned before feeling the unfriendly gazes from all directions. He quickly scrambled to catch up. As soon as Qi Yuan entered the main hall, everyone turned to look at him. The array spirit inside immediately stood up and waved him over. Young friend Cheetah, you've come at the right time. I've been racking my brains over this. He pointed at Shun Wuji nearby and said gravely, he is Park Ginseok, the Tao son of the heavenly extreme sacred land. He has accused your sect leader Bai Qing Wu of colluding with the demonic path and practicing evil arts. This concerns the safety of the entire Falling Cloud Valley. You must investigate thoroughly. Hearing this, Qi Yuan's expression twisted in confusion. He is Park Ginseok, the Tao son of the heavenly extreme sacred land. Then who is the one standing behind me? How dare you? Just as Qi Yuan was momentarily stunned, the man behind him, Park Ginseok, sprang forward, his face flushed with indignation as he demanded loudly, where did this fellow come from? And how dare you impersonate me? No, how dare you claim to be the heavenly extreme Tao son? Who gave you the audacity? His words startled many, who only then realized an outsider had somehow infiltrated the hall, and all eyes turned to him. Damn, why is he here? Shun Wuji, who had noticed Park Ginseok hiding behind Qi Yuan, felt his heart sink, a sense of utter exasperation washing over him. Ugly freak, where did you crawl out from? After a brief moment of unease, Shun Wuji quickly regained his composure, sneering and rebuking without restraint. As an exemplary disciple of the demon sect, remaining unruffled and twisting the truth were fundamental professional traits. Such a minor disturbance was far from enough to rattle him. Strangely, no matter the commotion outside, the maidservants beside Shun Wuji seemed utterly oblivious, standing quietly by his side, gazing at him with affectionate eyes that seemed to exclude everything else. Who the hell are you calling an ugly freak? Believe me, he'll beat you to a pulp right now. Stung by the words, ugly freak, Park Ginseok erupted in fury, rolling up his sleeves and preparing to attack. Brother Xingji, calm down. Before he could take a step, Qi Yuan grabbed his arm. You say he's impersonating the heavenly extreme Tao son. Do you have any proof? He's certainly not the heavenly extreme Tao son. Park Ginseok, his face red with rage, glared at Shun Wuji through gritted teeth. Trust me, the Tao son of the heavenly extreme sacred land doesn't look like this at all. He's a fraud. Then tell me, what should the heavenly extreme Tao son look like? Shun Wuji sneered, his tone dripping with mockery. At this, Park Ginseok puffed out his chest, declaring with pride, like me, of course. In an instant, the atmosphere in the hall turned eerily strange. Even the array spirit, along with nearly everyone present, looked at Park Ginseok as if he were a fool, their gazes tinged with pity. This man was not only ugly, but also dim-witted. How could the esteemed heavenly extreme sacred land choose such a shifty-eyed, weasel-faced, kidney-deficient wretch as their Tao son? Would they have no regard for their own reputation? In truth, aside from those within the heavenly extreme sacred land, very few in the cultivation world knew what their Tao son actually looked like. Even the occasional portraits that leaked out were heavily, artistically enhanced, bearing as much resemblance to the real person as a modern beauty filter. For the heavenly extreme sacred land, while their Tao son's talent was top-notch, his appearance was undeniably ugly, and his personal conduct left much to be desired. Naturally, they couldn't publicize him prominently lest it tarnish the sect's glorious image. Thus, mention of the heavenly extreme Tao son always evoked an air of inscrutability and reclusive behavior. What's with those looks? Can't the heavenly extreme Tao son look like this? Sensing the crowd's suspicion, Park Ginseok grew even more agitated, tugging at Qi Yuan's arm. Brother, this guy's a fake. You have to believe me. Enough. Qi Yuan shook off his hand in disdain, turning to Shun Wuji with a genial expression. My friend here accuses you of impersonating the heavenly extreme Tao son. Of course, I personally don't agree. But to clear your name thoroughly and silence my friend, could you please produce something to verify your identity? If you can, I swear I'll sever ties with this man here and hand him over to you without a word. Brother, and I thought you were my best friend. How could you do this to me? Park Ginseok stared at Qi Yuan in disbelief, his eyes reddening, his expression one of heart-wrenching sorrow, like a pure-hearted youth about to be abandoned. Qi Yuan, however, ignored him, his gaze fixed on Shun Wuji. Oh. Shun Wuji raised an eyebrow, glancing sideways at Park Ginseok before a smirk curled his lips. You said it. If I can prove it, the Falling Cloud Valley must hand over this ugly freak to me. No backing out. Inwardly, he was overjoyed. This Qi Yuan was his lucky star. If he could use the Falling Cloud Valley to capture the heavenly extreme Tao son alive, he'd be laughing in his sleep. With such a monumental achievement, he would not only become renowned within the sacred sect as the undisputed prodigy of the younger generation, but also secure the position of sacred son without any doubt. Seeing a fortune beyond measure beckoning, Shen Wuji wasted no time in pulling out the Dao Sun token from his bosom and holding it aloft for all to see. This is the exclusive token of the Heavenly Extreme Sacred Lands Dao Sun, made from a unique 5-colored heavenly jade found nowhere else in the world. It cannot be forged. With this 5-colored heavenly jade, my identity should be proven, shouldn't it? Let me have a look. Qi Yuan nodded with a smile, stepping forward to take the palm's eyes token from Shen Wuji. Brother, that's mine. I lost it. Give it back. Seeing the token, Park Ginxiak grew frantic and lunged to snatch it, only to be kicked away by the nascent soul stage array spirit crashing into the wall with a thunderous thud. Satisfied now, give the token back. Once he deemed the inspection complete, Shen Wuji immediately reached out to reclaim it. But no sooner had he spoken than Qi Yuan with lightning speed darted to the side of the array spirit, the token in his hand vanishing without a trace. Shen Wuji, regaining his senses, he erupted in fury, bellowing, "What's the meaning of this? Give me back the 5-colored heavenly token this instant, or it'll make you regret it." But Qi Yuan nonchalantly rubbed his nose and said with feigned seriousness, "Apologies, the token looks fake to me, though you seem genuine enough. I'm a bit conflicted. Given the gravity of the matter, to be certain, I'll have to take it to the Heavenly Extreme Sacred Land for authentication. Don't worry, I'm an honest and trustworthy man. Even if it's fake, I'll return it to you eventually." Everything happened so abruptly that everyone in the hall was left dumbfounded, their minds struggling to keep up. Everything happened so abruptly that everyone in the hall was left dumbfounded, their minds struggling to keep up. No, I almost got tricked by this kid. Shen Wuji suddenly came to his senses. He was, after all, the Dao Sun of the Tianji Sacred Land. If his identity token was snatched by a mere Qi refining stage nobody, he shouldn't be reacting so spinelessly. Realizing this, his killing intent surged instantly as he threatened viciously, "Kid, do you have any idea what you're doing? According to the rules of the Tianji Sacred Land, publicly robbing the Dao Sun's token is a capital offense. And as for your Luoyun Valley, if you let him continue this madness, you'll find it hard to believe you're not in cahoots with him. Add that to your sect leader's crime of colluding with the demonic path, and it's enough to ensure everyone in Luoyun Valley dies without a burial ground." Hearing this, many Luoyun Valley elders instantly changed expressions and began to plead. "Dao Sun, you misunderstand. This is merely Qi Da's personal action unrelated to Luoyun Valley. Junior disciple Qi, return the token at once. Your actions will bring disaster upon us all. That's right, hand it back immediately. You simply cannot bear the consequences of this." Amidst the clamor, Yin Xingyuan knew it was time for him to step forward. He walked straight to Qi Yuan and said coldly, "I've said it before. This boy is a rotten apple. See, he's caused a catastrophe now, hasn't he? Qida, if you still consider yourself a disciple of Luoyun Valley, return the token to the Tianji Dao Sun, immediately kneel and apologize and submit to his judgment. Otherwise, for the survival of our sect, this elder will have no choice but to purge you." Having said this, Yin Xingyuan bowed deeply to the array spirit beside him and spoke with a respectful tone, "Senior array spirit, I am Yin Xingyuan, an elder of the initiation hall. Our sect now teeters on the brink of destruction. Any misstep will not only cost the lives of 3,000 disciples, but also destroy the legacy our founder built. I beseech you to hand Qida over to us for judgment. If we can survive this crisis, Luoyun Valley will honor you as our sovereign for generations, never defying your will." These words, seemingly reasonable and sincere, immediately garnered recognition and resonance from some Luoyun Valley cultivators. Elder Yin is indeed thoughtful. In these turbulent times, we need a prudent person like him to take charge and stabilize the situation. Exactly. This disciple is audacious and reckless. Keeping him will only invite disaster. He must be severely punished. You are absolutely despicable." Before Qi Yuan could speak, Baishiro, standing beside him, stepped forward and rebuked with fury in her beautiful eyes, "My father still lies unconscious, yet you all cower before this so-called Tianji Dao Sun. You contribute nothing and instead make things difficult for junior disciple Qi, who is trying to help. Anyone who wishes to punish junior disciple Qi must first face my cold moon sword." As she spoke, her delicate hand flipped, and a short sword radiating a faint blue light appeared in her palm, resolutely shielding Qi Yuan behind her. Meanwhile, Piao Genshua had climbed to his feet, casually brushing the dust off his clothes before walking to Qi Yuan's side. He sneered sarcastically, "A bunch of utter morons. Your cultivation has rotted your brains. Brother, there's no need to stay in this Luoyun Valley. Come back with me to the Tianji Sacred Land. He'll make sure you get a spot as a true disciple." This foul-mouthed remark ignited the crowd's fury, and they erupted into curses. "Bastard! Who are you calling a moron? You're the moron. How dare you be so arrogant on our turf? Do you have a death wish?" Silence. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, the array spirit, who had remained silent, finally spoke, halting everyone. Instantly the scene fell into utter silence, as everyone obediently shut their mouths. Even Piao Genshua, who had been kicked by the array spirit moments ago, kept quiet. Within the bounds of Luoyun Valley, a nascent soul mid-stage array spirit represented absolute invincibility. In the profound stillness, the array spirit let out a light sigh, its tone laced with helplessness. I, this old man, am truly cursed with bad luck. No sooner do I emerge than I'm faced with this heap of troubles. Had I known, I'd rather have hidden in my cave for peace and quiet. Then it turned its gaze to Qi Yuan and spoke deliberately. You sly little fox wouldn't do something suicidal for no reason. Since you dared to act, there must be a reason. Now this mess is yours to handle. Do as you see fit. This old man just wants to be done with it. I'm tired, truly. At these words, the entire assembly was once again stunned into silence. Everyone stared at Qi Yuan in disbelief, almost doubting their own ears. What the hell? This wasn't how the script was supposed to go. Wasn't Qi Dai supposed to see the error of his ways under universal condemnation, kneel and beg for mercy, and return the token with both hands? Why had the situation suddenly reversed? Someone had gone from being a player to becoming the referee. And worse still, this referee had the backing of the sect's most powerful formation spirit. What was the point of them applying pressure now? Weren't they just asking for trouble? Meanwhile, the smile on Shun Wuji's face froze, and a wave of indignation churned within him. Damn array spirit. Is Qi your father or something that you trust him so blindly? Hearing the array spirit's words, Qi Yuan was momentarily taken aback before rubbing his nose sheepishly and saying, "Thank you for your trust, senior." Actually verifying the truth doesn't require a trip all the way to the Tianji sacred land. Just find a disciple from the Tianji sacred land to confirm it. Isn't that simpler? As he spoke, he pulled a ferocious-looking head from his storage pouch and displayed it to the crowd. This is... What was going on? Many widened their eyes, staring at the blood-drenched head in confusion, unable to fathom Qi Yuan's intention. Impossible. This is the head of the Wang family's patriarch from Puzhou City. It was Qi Yuan who first recognized the head, letting out an involuntary cry of shock. His gaze toward Qi Yuan was filled with incredulity, as if he had seen a ghost. Wang Tianda, the Wang family patriarch, was a golden core cultivator. How did you get his head? Hearing this, the others realized the significance of the head and were struck with profound astonishment. This was madness. A junior at the Qi refining stage had publicly produced the head of a golden core cultivator. Such a bizarre and surreal sight completely shattered everyone's understanding. Qi Yuan chuckled, lightly tossing the head to the ground with a composed expression. Not long ago, I accepted a sect mission at the Merit Hall to investigate the disappearance of cultivators in Puzhou City. I set off for Puzhou City after receiving the mission, but before I could investigate much, I discovered that 2 passing sacred land disciples had already solved the case. It turned out that the Wang family's patriarch Wang Tianda had been practicing forbidden arts to extend his lifespan. The missing cultivators were all secretly abducted by the Wang family, their flesh, blood, and essence used as nourishment for Wang Tianda longevity. Thus, after the incident was exposed, the Wang family was uprooted by the sacred land disciples who upheld justice, and the main culprit Wang Tianda was executed on the spot. I'm naturally likable, so I got along well with those 2 sacred land disciples. When they learned I was working on this mission, they gave me the patriarch's head as proof of its completion. Hearing this, everyone in the hall suddenly understood, as if a great weight had been lifted. That made sense. If he had claimed to have taken the head himself, it would have been pure fantasy, and no one would have believed it. But Qi Yuan smiled faintly and pulled out a communication talisman from his storage pouch, continuing, "Of course, none of that is the point. The key is that those 2 sacred land disciples are still in Puzhou City. For a late golden core cultivator, flying from Puzhou City to Luoyun Valley takes less than an hour. If we summon them to verify the facts, won't the truth come to light immediately?" Late golden core Tianji sacred land disciples. Shun Wuji's face changed drastically as a chill shot up from the soles of his feet, straight to his crown. With such cultivation, they were at least elite inner disciples of the Tianji sacred land, and they would certainly recognize their own Dao Sun's face. If they really came, he would be in grave danger. At that moment, everyone was immersed in this seemingly plausible story, naturally assuming that the sacred land disciples Qi Yuan mentioned were indeed from the Tianji sacred land. What was to be done? Shun Wuji's expression flickered between uncertainty and resolve, a faint trace of retreat beginning to stir within his heart. He knew that within the falling cloud valley resided a nascent soul stage array spirit. If his identity as a true disciple of the demon sect were exposed, he might well be trapped here, possibly even facing mortal danger. Yet if he were to abandon this endeavor now, a bitter reluctance gnawed at his core. Just then, Qingyin let out a cold sneer, his face etched with disbelief, as he said, "You brat have always been full of tricks and deceit. How could 2 golden core stage elites from the Holy Land hold a mere Qi refining cultivator of a minor sect in such high regard, even lowering themselves to befriend you? Huh. Spinning tales of Holy Land disciples. In my view, you're simply trying to weasel out of this. Upon hearing this, Shen Wuji's expression relaxed slightly, a flicker of hope kindling within him. Indeed, if the other party was bluffing, his own nervousness would only give him away. With that thought, he suppressed all unease, feigning composure as he declared in a resonant voice, "Boy, there's no need for your hypocritical posturing here. Go ahead and summon those two to pay respects to this Tao child. If it proves you're lying, I'll make sure you regret it." Then listen carefully. Qi Yuan did not retort, but smiled faintly, activating the communication talisman in his hand and deliberately turning the volume to its highest. The assembled crowd in the hall instinctively held their breath, straining to listen. Soon a seductive, coquettish female voice emanated from the talisman. "Honored cultivators, the ladies are waiting outside as requested, each one as fresh as morning dew. Please take your pick." "Pick what? The neighbors will think we can't afford it. Send them all in. We'll take every one of them." The next moment, a deliberately lowered voice sounded from the talisman. "Brother, I'm in the middle of something here. Get to the point." Meeting the weird stares around him, Qi Yuan's lips twitched involuntarily, a wave of exasperation washing over him. "Li Mingwang, where are you two now?" Li Mingwang. Upon hearing the name, Park Ginxiok frowned, racking his brain, but failing to recall any such figure from the Tianji Holy Land. Li Mingwang replied swiftly, "Senior Brother Zhang and I are at the Drunken Joy Pavilion in Puzhou City. The ladies here are truly exquisite. Care to join us, brother? My treat." At this, Park Ginxiok, who had been puzzling over Li Mingwang's identity, perked up immediately and blurted out, "Junior brother, if that's the case, I'm wide awake now. Send me the location and it'll be right over." Before he could finish, the array spirit kicked him flying, sending him crashing against the wall with a thud. Then from the talisman came a chorus of sweet greetings. "This humble one greets the honored cultivators. Two honored cultivators have such stamina, ordering all of us at once." Qi Yuan's face darkened as he said coldly, "Find a quiet place now. I need to talk to you." "All right, give me a moment." Sensing the murderous intent in the words, Li Mingwang quickly agreed. After a brief pause, the talisman fell silent. Soon a sly voice came through again. "Don't worry, comrade. We remembered your instructions, never revealing ourselves as Holy Land disciples outside. There's a minor sect called Falling Cloud Valley near Puzhou City. We told the madam we were cultivators from there." Li Mingwang's tone carried a hint of pride. "So, did we not disgrace the Holy Land?" The people of Falling Cloud Valley were left speechless. "Don't talk. Listen to me." Qi Yuan pressed a hand to his forehead, suppressing his fury, as he said gravely, "Go fetch Zhang Saiqiang. I'd like to invite you both to Falling Cloud Valley for a task." Unexpectedly, Li Mingwang agreed, without a moment's hesitation, no questions asked. "All right, brother, hold on. We'll be there soon." Then came Li Mingwang's shout, "Senior Brother Zhang, stop groping around. We've got work." The talisman went silent, and the hall fell into a dead hush. In an instant, everyone's gaze toward Qi Yuan shifted. Good heavens! They had thought he was bluffing, but he had actually summoned two elite disciples of the Tianji Holy Land. Though those two seemed rather unorthodox, the talisman conversation had made it clear they were indeed Holy Land disciples. Moreover, this communication had taken place in full view, with no possibility of prior collusion. He couldn't let this continue, otherwise he would only be waiting for his doom. Hesitation only breeds disaster. With that resolve, Shen Wuji made a swift decision, darting toward the hall's exit, while flinging a final threat. "This Dao child has no time to waste on you worthless lot. He'll remember today's score. We'll settle it slowly in the future." With that, he moved like lightning, reaching the hall's entrance before anyone could react, abandoning even his attendant maidens. Just as planned. A cold glint flashed in Qi Yuan's eyes as he addressed the array spirit. "Senior array spirit, a guilty conscience betrays itself. His Dao child identity must be false. Do you have a means to capture him?" "Humph. I despise thieves the most. Rest assured he won't escape." With a sinister smile, the array spirit pointed a finger toward Shen Wuji's fleeing figure. In an instant, a surging wave of array energy twisted the void, descending upon Shen Wuji. Not good. Shen Wuji's expression shifted drastically as an invisible mountain seemed to press down upon him, freezing his limbs and rendering him immobile like an insect trapped in amber. The array spirit, empowered by the sect's grand formation, could unleash power far beyond that of an ordinary nascent soul midstage cultivator. As a midstage nascent soul true disciple of the demon sect, he couldn't even struggle in its presence. Realizing this, a wave of utter despair surged within him. If he didn't fight with all his might, he would be finished here. With that, a ruthless glint flashed in his eyes. Ignoring the risk of exposing his techniques, he began to fully activate his demonic nascent soul. The next moment, bang, 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 bang. The spectral maidens in the hall burst apart, simultaneously transforming into clouds of pure black demonic qi that flowed like rivers returning to the sea, merging into Shen Wuji's body. At the same time, Shen Wuji's aura skyrocketed. A surging tide of Insha energy rolled forth, forcibly pushing back the encroaching array energy, granting him a temporary reprieve. Seizing the opportunity, he accelerated, fleeing madly toward the valley's exit. Little demon brat, finally showing your true colors. The array spirit sneered. If I let you escape, I'd be a laughingstock. With that, it vanished in a flicker, clearly giving chase. The sudden turn of events left everyone in the hall stunned. After a long moment, they snapped back to reality, their faces etched with shock and terror. A demon embryo of the netherworld. They had mistaken a demon cultivator for the Tianji Dao child. Worse still, that demon cultivator had nearly pinned their sect leader with the accusation of colluding with the demonic path, almost causing a catastrophic disaster. What was he to do now? Sensing the peculiar gazes of those around him, Yin Qingyuan felt an urge to vomit blood. He had originally believed that by aligning himself with Shun Wuji, a formidable true disciple of the demon sect, securing the position of sect master of the Falling Cloud Valley would be as easy as reaching into his pocket. Yet unexpectedly, the situation had reversed so swiftly. From an overwhelming advantage that seemed impossible to lose, everything had completely capsized in less than half an hour. The only silver lining was that although his actions had appeared highly suspicious, he had not directly clashed or bared his fangs. If he could weave a plausible excuse afterward, he might just barely manage to muddle through. For now, all he could do was hope that Shun Wuji would die quickly and quietly and not reveal his betrayal of the Falling Cloud Valley before his end. Otherwise, everything would be lost. This was all that little bastard's fault. Yin Qingyuan cast a covert glance at Qi Yuan standing within the hall, his heart seething with murderous intent and simmering hatred. As if recalling something, he furrowed his brow slightly, paced slowly before Qi Yuan, and demanded coldly, "Cheetah, my son, Yin Hong has been missing for days. I heard he assigned you a task at the Merit Pavilion before he vanished. Do you know where he has gone?" "You're asking about senior brother Yin." Qi Yuan's expression remained unchanged as he replied indifferently, "I don't know where he went either. Perhaps he committed too many shameful deeds, feared exposure, and fled before his crimes were discovered." "How dare you speak like that? My son has always been upright in character. How could he commit any shameful acts?" Hearing this, Yin Qingyuan's face instantly darkened, his tone growing even more frigid. "He must have left the sect for a journey. When he returns, I will have him teach you proper manners." With the entire hall watching, no matter how furious he was, he could not strike out against the other. He could only bide his time, waiting for the day he would make this insolent junior pay a heavy price. Qi Yuan shrugged nonchalantly, a mocking smile curling at the corner of his lips. "Fine, I'll be waiting then." Then shifting his tone, he said, "However, since Elder Yin is here, I do have a question to ask of you." At this, Yin Qingyuan's expression tightened. He watched him warily before replying coldly, "If you have a question, just ask it directly. Why beat around the bush?" Qi Yuan nodded with a brilliant smile and asked casually, "Then Elder Yin, please explain to everyone present why, as a perfectly fine elder of the Doctrine Pavilion, would you collude with the demon sect to plot against your own sect master?" These words instantly stirred the entire hall into an uproar. Most faces registered shock as they stared at Yin Qingyuan in disbelief. Compared to the suspicious Yin Qingyuan, the cultivators of Falling Cloud Valley were now far more willing to believe the words spoken by Qi Yuan. Any discerning person could see that if not for Qi Yuan's decisive intervention to turn the tide, the entire sect might still be venerating a demon cultivator as a heavenly extreme Dao San. The consequences thereafter were simply unimaginable. If this colossal blunder were to spread, even if the Falling Cloud Valley managed to escape annihilation this time, it would lose all face in the aftermath, becoming a laughingstock for 10,000 years and forever be ostracized from the righteous path. Yin Qingyuan, so you are a traitor. Bai Shiro, standing beside Qi Yuan, was momentarily stunned, then her pretty face turned cold as she rebuked, "My father placed such great trust in you, and yet you commit such heinous acts. Do you have no conscience?" Seeing this, Piao Jinshua, who had just picked himself up off the floor, crossed his arms and played the part of an onlooker, commenting with relish, "What's there to ask? This guy was definitely planning to take over, get rid of your father, and become the sect master himself. But at the foundation establishment stage, you want to usurp power. Your ambition is a bit too strong." "Cheetah, what nonsense are you talking?" Seeing several elders who usually held grudges against him slowly closing in, Yin Qingyuan's face turned ashen as he spluttered angrily, "Don't slander me. I was merely deceived earlier, thinking that demon cultivator was truly the heavenly extreme Dao San, which is why I spoke on his behalf. Everything I did was for the safety of the 3,000 disciples of Falling Cloud Valley. How dare you defame me? You say I colluded with the demon sect. Do you have any proof?" "You want proof?" Qi Yuan, tired of bickering directly, pulled a sound recording talisman from his bosom. Activating it, a familiar voice echoed throughout the hall. "Recently, your subordinate has been constantly ostracized and targeted by some rivals within the sect, causing everything to go wrong and my prestige to plummet. It's nothing for your subordinate to suffer some losses in secret, but if this were to ruin the holy sect's grand plans, even death would not be enough to atone for my sins. This voice was clear and resonant, though everyone present heard it distinctly. Although it was only 2 short sentences, it was not hard to detect the speaker's profound and sincere devotion to the holy sect. Even the sect master of the Netherfiend sect would likely be full of praise and bestow rewards upon hearing it. Yin Qingyuan was dumbfounded. Excellent. You damn traitor. Before Yin Qingyuan could react, several inter-sect elders who had been eyeing him eagerly subdued him on the spot, binding him tightly. Amid the strange looks from those around him, Qi Yuan calmly retrieved the sound-recording talisman, silently marveling to himself. Offend anyone you want, but never offend a woman, especially a woman from the demon sect. Their hearts were as narrow as the eye of a needle. Back when he was still on his way from Puzhou City back to Falling Cloud Valley, this sound-recording talisman had descended from the sky, landing right in his hand. Attached to it was a priceless high-grade communication talisman. It took no thought to know who had sent it. Clearly, Ji Chonner's main goal was to deliver the communication jade talisman for easier contact later. The sound-recording talisman was merely an afterthought. Nevertheless, he was perceptive and understood the implication. Almost instantly, Ji Chonner no longer wished for Yin Qingyuan to live. He had no objections to this. Since he had already sent Yin Hong ahead, having Yin Qingyuan join his son in the afterlife for a family reunion was a fitting end. After all, neither father nor son of the Yin family were good people. They were insidious, venomous, and ambitious. They had offended both him and his woman, and dying 10,000 times would not be unjust. Qi Yuan mused silently. The only thing that truly troubled him was that communication talisman. What if one day that enchantress insisted on rekindling their old flame? What would he do then? Could it be that he would actually have to go all the way to deliver some warmth? Just then the array spirit returned to the hall with a disgruntled look. Ignoring Yin Qingyuan, who was bound and trembling on the ground, it muttered sullenly, "In my moment of carelessness, that demon brat chose to self-detonate, his demon infant dodging my killing blow and managing to slip away. But that cunning fellow has lost his natal demon infant and 80% of his cultivation. Even if he survives, he won't be able to stir up trouble for a long time." Meanwhile, at Kanglin Mountain, in a hidden underground cave, a mass of pitch-black mist swirled and tumbling and writhing in midair before finally transforming into a sinister-faced man in black robes who landed on a cold, hard rock. Buffed. The moment he landed, Shen Wuji violently coughed up a mouthful of blood. His entire aura was withered, his face deathly pale, and the vitality within him flickered like a candle in the wind on the verge of extinguishing. There was no joy of escape on his face. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth expressionlessly, briefly inspected his internal condition, and then his brows furrowed deeply, his expression growing even more grim. Though he had managed to preserve his life through the secret art of using his demon infant as a substitute for death, the backlash was severe. Not only had his cultivation instantly plummeted to the foundation establishment stage, but his physical body was riddled with holes from the erosion of netherworld demonic qi, severely damaging his Tao foundation. To return to his peak, he would need countless precious pills and heavenly treasures along with at least a century of arduous cultivation. The thought of this loss made even the iron-willed Shen Wuji feel as if his internal organs were aflame, overwhelmed with agony. "Chida, Falling Cloud Valley. If I don't extract your souls, refine them, and tear you into 1,000 pieces, I this venerable swear I will not rest. Just wait one day." Shen Wuji growled through gritted teeth, his eyes blazing with frenzied brutality and violence. Suddenly, a melodious, pleasant female voice reached his ears. "Senior brother, Shen, didn't you say you wanted to treat me as a cauldron for unrestrained harvesting? Why have you come to hide here now? Also, who were you just talking about killing? Would you like junior sister to help you?" Ji Chonner. Upon hearing this voice, Shen Wuji's pupils constricted sharply, and his heart sank to the depths. "Junior sister Ji, this senior brother was merely jesting before. Please do not take it to heart." Shen Wuji mustered his spirit, forcing a parched smile. "Besides, I've been exposed as a fraud by the people of Fallen Cloud Valley. That soul formation stage array spirit has gravely wounded me, yet even in that dire moment, I did not drag you down with me. Given that I didn't ruin your plans, how about you spare your senior brother this once?" Terrified and trembling, he still referred to himself as senior brother, feigning harmlessness in a desperate attempt to awaken a shred of pity that did not exist within her. As a disciple of the sacred sect, he knew their ways all too well. Though the sect did not encourage its genius disciples to slaughter each other, neither did it forbid it. Moreover, this place was tens of millions of miles from the sect. By the time they discovered his soul lamp had extinguished and sent someone to investigate, he would be long dead. What could they possibly uncover then? If possible, he would rather face 100 righteous experts than this fellow disciple. "How you dare claim you didn't ruin my plans?" As her words fell, a graceful, enchanting silhouette emerged slowly from the darkness beneath the earth. She wore a luxurious purple gown, her skin fair as snow, her features exquisite as a painting, like a purple mandala blooming in the night, breathtakingly beautiful. On any ordinary day faced with such a stunning beauty, the lustful Shinwuji would have at least teased her. Now he dared not even glance her way, fearing to provoke this ruthless demoness. Shinwuji lowered his head, pleading incessantly, "Junior sister Ji, this truly was my fault. If you spare my life, I will immediately swear a heart demon oath never to be your enemy in this life or the next. Also, I've extorted quite a lot from those false Taoist sects under the name of the Heavenly Extremes Taoist. Am willing to give it all to you. What do you say?" Under the threat of death, his voice quivered and large beads of sweat rolled down his cheeks. "Spare you?" Upon hearing this, Ji Chan'er's lips curled into a cold smirk, her tone growing even more sinister. "If you hadn't barged in, I wouldn't have left Fallen Cloud Valley to find Granny Chi and arrange matters against you. Had I stayed there, that thing could never have escaped so easily. Later, I wouldn't have fallen into an illusion and suffered a heavy loss due to a momentary lapse. In short, everything stems from you. If I don't kill you, how can I quell the hatred in my heart? What a—" Though Shinwuji was utterly baffled, he sensed the deadly intent in her words. His body trembled violently as he gritted out, "Ji Chan'er, don't forget I'm the legitimate son of the Shin clan. If you kill me, my father will not rest. Do you want to start a war between the Ji and Shin clans?" Ji Chan'er sneered coldly. "Stop putting on airs. You're not worthy of starting a war between our clans. Your father doesn't have only you as a son. If you die, your brothers might even thank me." With that, she raised her delicate hand and lightly tapped the air with her pale fingertip. A blood hole burst open on Shinwuji's forehead, and the light in his eyes instantly dimmed. In his final moments, his face held an expression of disbelief, never understanding what he had done wrong or why Ji Chan'er was so determined to end his life. After dispatching Shinwuji, Ji Chan'er opened her palm and deftly extracted his soul. Amidst a series of piercing, agonizing screams, Shinwuji's soul disintegrated into nothingness beyond even the salvation of a golden immortal descending to the mortal realm. Then Ji Chan'er swiftly conjured a ball of spirit fire, completely refining Shinwuji's corpse until not a trace remained, not even a speck of ash. After meticulously searching the area several times to ensure it was spotless, she let out a soft sigh and lifted an intricately patterned storage bracelet from the ground. "Kill you, and all your possessions become mine," Ji Chan'er murmured to herself, then casually erased Shinwuji's imprint on the bracelet. She extended her divine sense into it, examining its contents carefully. In the next moment, her eyes lit up with surprise. This Shinwuji had extorted so many sects. His wealth was astonishing. With these resources, she could easily trade for a ninefold illusory divine pill and achieve the 1,000 illusions demon body. Meanwhile, Fallen Cloud Valley. Ding! The host has completed the main quest, surviving the crisis in Fallen Cloud Valley and uncovering all demon sect spies hidden within. Reward 800 rebellion points, increased favorability from Senior Sister by Shiro, and the Heaven Grade Dual Cultivation Technique Yin Yang Transformation Sutra. Accompanied by the system's chime, Chi Yuan immediately noticed by Zyrus' gaze shift, brimming with tenderness that seemed ready to overflow. "Junior brother Chi, we owe this all to you. If not for your exposure of that sinister demon cultivator, and the traitors within our sect, Fallen Cloud Valley would have suffered greatly." At that moment, Zyrus' eyes reddened, glistening with tears as she looked at him, speaking her heartfelt gratitude. "Moreover, if you hadn't helped resolve the Array Spirit's inner conflict, it wouldn't have intervened in time, and my father might have been killed." The more Shiro spoke, the more she felt the man before her had been immeasurably kind. Overcome with emotion, she suddenly threw herself into Chi Yuan's arms, weeping like a pear blossom bathed in rain. Chi Yuan felt a fragrant scent fill his nostrils as her soft, warm body pressed against him, making him stiffen. Startled, he quickly composed himself, silently reminding himself that he was a gentleman. For some reason, every time he touched Shiro, he felt a loss of control. Could it be that this senior sister of Fallen Cloud Valley possessed some special constitution? He bore the innate pure Yang Dao body, a constitution naturally endowed with astonishing vitality and abundant Yang energy, granting rapid cultivation progress and an inherent allure to women with certain special physiques. In public, Chi Yuan dared not dwell on such thoughts. To avoid embarrassment, he gently pushed Shiro away and changed the subject. "Senior sister, you should go check on your father. He was recently afflicted by demonic energy, but with the Array Spirit's healing, he should awaken soon." Hearing this, Shiro snapped back to reality. Her face flushed as she nodded, then hurried away to tend to her unconscious father Qingguo. "Brother." As soon as Shiro left, Park Ginseok eagerly approached, his gaze filled with envy. "You look so ordinary and have such low cultivation, yet you're a master of romance, easily winning over such a beauty. Impressive. With your looks, how dare you call me ordinary? Qi Yuan raised an eyebrow disdainfully and said coldly, aren't you going to look for your lost item? Why are you here? Park Ginseok smiled mysteriously, then straightened his robes with great seriousness. Brother, let's reintroduce ourselves. I am none other than Park Ginseok, the Tao heir of the Heavenly Extremes Sacred Land. The five-colored heavenly command token you took is mine. Please return it. Oh, is that so? Qi Yuan gave a wry smile. There are too many frauds these days. Our fallen Cloud Valley nearly suffered a heavy loss. If you claim to be the Heavenly Extremes Tao heir, do you have any proof? Park Ginseok grew anxious. I am Park Ginseok. How else can I prove it? Then an idea struck him. Wait, those two disciples from the Heavenly Extremes Sacred Land will be here soon. You can ask them. When did I ever say those two were from the Heavenly Extremes Sacred Land? Qi Yuan chuckled, dousing his hopes without mercy. I only said they were Sacred Land disciples, not from Heavenly Extremes. They're actually from the Taoist Sacred Land. How could they recognize the Heavenly Extremes Tao heir? At these words, everyone in the hall was shocked, once again staring at Qi Yuan in utter disbelief, as if they had never seen the world before. Good heavens! So that demon cultivator had been tricked to death by someone. Hearing this, Park Ginseok's expression froze. He asked with a troubled look, then tell me, how can I prove him the Heavenly Extremes Tao heir? Qi Yuan smiled faintly, his tone turning warm. I've long heard that the Heavenly Extremes Sacred Land's prized saint-grade pill, the Heavenly Extremes body-tempering pill, is so precious that only the most esteemed may use it. If you can show me 50 pills to demonstrate your standing, then I'll believe you're the Tao heir. You want the Heavenly Extremes body-tempering pill? Upon hearing this, Park Ginseok's eyes twitched violently. Brother, you must be joking, right? Park Ginseok shot Qi Yuan a peculiar glance, his expression somewhat speechless. Do you take the Heaven Extreme body-forging pill for a common cabbage? Even if we emptied the secret vault of the Heaven Extreme Sacred Ground, we couldn't scrape together 50 of them. Qi Yuan sighed, his face full of reluctance. A figure as exalted as the Heaven Extreme Tao Sun. How could he possibly fail to produce a mere Heaven Extreme body-forging pill? At this rate, it's hard for me to trust you. Park Ginseok hesitated for a moment. He knew that within the hall resided a nascent soul-stage array spirit, making it impossible to resort to brute force, even if he wished to save face. As for 50 Heaven Extreme body-forging pills, that was utterly impossible. Even selling himself wouldn't cover the cost. Seeing the other party still hesitating, Qi Yuan rubbed his nose thoughtfully and spoke again. Brother Park, although this token is of little use to me, I can't simply hand it over to you. If the true Heaven Extreme Tao Sun comes looking for it, wouldn't I be in a heap of trouble? To be safe, why not publish a lost and found notice in the cultivation world, letting everyone know I found the Tao Sun token of the Heaven Extreme Sacred Ground? If no one claims it within 3 months, I'll hand it over to you then. Even if the Heaven Extreme Tao Sun comes after me later, I'll have grounds to defend myself. What do you think? Brother, please don't do that. Upon hearing Qi Yuan's words, Park Ginseok's face changed drastically as he hastily intervened. If this lost and found notice truly spread, soon the entire cultivation world would know that the esteemed Heaven Extreme Tao Sun had lost his identity token and someone else had picked it up. As the saying goes, good news stays within doors, but bad news travels 1,000 miles. The cultivation world was full of gossiping onlookers eager for entertainment. With a few embellishments, this rumor would spiral into something absurd. At that point, not only would he be thoroughly humiliated, but the entire Heaven Extreme Sacred Ground would lose face. Moreover, since the token was lost during a visit to a brothel, his own master would surely take it upon himself to cleanse the sect of such a disgrace. At this thought, Park Ginseok immediately abandoned his resistance. With a pained expression, he retrieved a jade bottle from his storage bracelet and said through gritted teeth, Brother, you want the Heaven Extreme body forging pill, don't you? 50 I truly don't have. I only have 3 on me now. Take them all. At the same time, Park Ginseok's heart was bleeding. These 3 Heaven Extreme body forging pills had been bestowed by the Sacred Ground when he first became Tao Sun. Because they were so precious, he had always been reluctant to consume them, planning to use them when he was on the verge of breaking through to the nascent soul stage. He never imagined they would end up benefiting someone else. The pills of the world were divided into 7 tiers ranked from highest to lowest according to their effects and rarity: Immortal Tao, Saint, Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow. Among them, yellow tier pills were the lowest and most common. The Qi gathering pills taken by Qi refining cultivators belonged to the initial yellow tier, easily refined by any alchemist. The foundation establishment pill used by cultivators to build their foundation was a mid-grade profound tier pill. An alchemist capable of refining profound tier pills was called a profound tier alchemist. The Heaven Extreme body forging pill could help cultivators temper their physical bodies, greatly enhancing their corporeal strength. It was a genuine saint tier pill. Although only an initial saint-tier, its value far surpassed that of heaven-tier pills. As for the creation heaven-mending pill that Qi Yuan sought, it was a high-grade saint-tier pill, even rarer than the heaven extreme body-forging pill. Pills of this level were hard to come by and could no longer be measured by spirit stones. Easy enough. Taking the priceless bottle of heaven extreme body-forging pills, Qi Yuan's expression remained composed, though inside, he was overjoyed. This was a massive win. He had only probed on a whim, never expecting this lad to actually possess heaven extreme body-forging pills and to offer 3 at that. After discreetly confirming the pill's authenticity, his gaze toward the heaven extreme Dao Sun grew increasingly warm, as if regarding a rare and gullible benefactor. Brother, I've even given you the heaven extreme body-forging pills. Surely you can trust me now. Seeing Qi Yuan accept the pills, Park Ginseok rubbed his hands impatiently and urged, quickly return the 5-colored heavenly glory token to me. I'm still waiting to go to Drunken Delight Tower to unwind. At times like this, only the warm embrace of maidens could soothe his wounded heart. A faint smile curled at the corner of Qi Yuan's mouth. With an air of nonchalance, he stored the heaven extreme body-forging pills into his storage pouch and said calmly, given our bond, 3 pills will do. But since I'm entrusting you with something so important, you should at least give me a token of faith. That jade pendant hanging at your waist looks quite fine. What a... Before he could finish, Park Ginseok instinctively covered the jade pendant at his waist, eyeing Qi Yuan with full vigilance. This 9 Radiance Luoli pendant is a top-grade defensive artifact. Don't you get any ideas? Seeing the other's caution, Qi Yuan put on an innocent smile and patted his chest in assurance. Relax, I don't want your pendant. I mean for you to leave it with me for safekeeping for a while. Once the storm blows over, I'll return it to you. Think about it. I'm only at the 7th layer of Qi refining. You a dignified nascent soul cultivator surely aren't afraid it'll swindle your belongings. If I dare not return it afterward, you can simply snatch the pendant back and give me a beating to boot. Isn't that right? As he spoke, he retrieved the 5-colored heavenly glory token from his storage pouch and dangled it before Park Ginseok. In 3 months, feel free to come to me, Qi, to reclaim it. The Array Spirit Senior surely won't interfere in such matters. That made sense. Qi was merely a Qi refining cultivator. How could he possibly cheat him out of his belongings? After some thought, Park Ginseok found Qi Yuan's words reasonable. He unfastened the jade pendant from his waist and handed it over. Take good care of it. Don't lose it. Qi Yuan nodded, took the pendant with a grin, and tossed the 5-colored heavenly glory token back to him. Rest assured, such a fine artifact, how could I possibly misplace it? Gazing at the Dao Sun token regained in his hand, Park Ginseok found for some reason that he was not as joyful as he had imagined. Instead, he felt like crying. Very well, brother. I'll take my leave. We'll meet again then. With these words, Park Ginseok gloomily stored the token, mustered his spirits to clasp his hands at Qi Yuan, and then turned to depart. His footsteps were heavy and desolate, evoking the feeling of having both his wallet and body drained after a visit to a brothel. At this moment, the faces of the Falling Cloud Valley group within the hall were somewhat complex. No one here was a fool. From the moment Park Ginseok produced that bottle of Heaven Extreme body forging pills, his identity as the Heaven Extreme Dao Sun was clear to all. After all, only someone of high status within the Heaven Extreme Sacred Ground could qualify for 3 Heaven Extreme body forging pills. Add to that his nascent soul cultivation. Who else could it be but the Heaven Extreme Dao Sun? The arrival of the true Heaven Extreme Dao Sun should have been a momentous event for Falling Cloud Valley, worthy of solemn reception. Yet at this critical juncture, the entire sect had been stunned into numbness by a series of upheavals. A sudden appearance of a Heaven Extreme Dao Sun no longer seemed so thrilling. If blame were to be placed, it would be on a certain monstrous individual whose every move defied expectations, leaving everyone mentally exhausted. From start to finish, their dropped jaws had yet to close, nearly dislocated. Cough, cough. Breaking the eerie silence, by Qingwu, the long unconscious sect leader of Falling Cloud Valley, suddenly coughed violently twice. Then he slowly stirred awake, his eyes gradually opening with a hint of bewilderment. Father, you're awake. Sect leader, you've finally awakened. Oh, everyone has been hoping you would come out to take charge of the situation. That scoundrel of a demon had the audacity to falsely accuse you of colluding with the demonic path. At the time, your subordinate was firmly opposed to it. My loyalty to you is as clear as the sun and moon. Reports sect leader. There is a traitor among us. Hearing the clamor around him, by Qingwu, whose mind was already in chaos, asked in a dazed and bewildered tone, what happened? Why is everyone gathered here? And what did you just say came out among you? A traitor. As everyone was fussing over by Qingwu, the array spirit walked over to Qi Yuan with his hands behind his back and said approvingly, Young Qi, you did well. You didn't disappoint this old man. Then it gently shook its head and muttered, this Falling Cloud Valley must have stumbled upon incredible luck to have recruited a prodigy like you. It seems its fate hasn't run out yet. Haha. Qi Yuan laughed dryly and replied modestly, "Your junior merely relied on your authority, senior erase spirit. As the saying goes, having an elder at home is like having a treasure. You senior are the stabilizing pillar of Falling Cloud Valley. Don't give me that." The erase spirit glanced at him. This old man wants a few more peaceful years. To put it bluntly, who becomes the sect leader is the same to me. If I weren't repaying a favor to you, I wouldn't bother coming out to meddle in this mess. I'm leaving. Don't come bothering me with trivial matters in the future. As it spoke, the erase spirit's form flickered and vanished in an instant. All right, those two fools were still on their way. Remembering this, Qi Yuan quickly took out the communication talisman from his bosom, but just as he was about to activate it, the task list of the counterattack system appeared before him again with a new task message refreshed. New main quest released: the Falling Cloud Valley you belong to has undergone a catastrophe. Intersect Elder Yinxing Yuan conspired with a demonic cultivator to murder sect leader Bai Qingwu and launch a rebellion. After a brutal battle, Yinxing Yuan successfully seized power and took control of Falling Cloud Valley. Because you discovered in advance that Yinxing Yuan and his son were spies of the demon sect and were already vigilant, you not only survived the crisis, but also rescued the severely injured senior sister Bai Shiro amidst the chaos. After a narrow escape from death, you fled Falling Cloud Valley with her. However, you discovered that a strand of nether demon chi lurks within senior sister Bai Xira's body, putting her life in imminent danger. Mission objective: before senior sister Bai Shiro dies, the host must use the Yin-Yang life transformation scripture to save her, while also raising your own cultivation to the foundation establishment stage. Mission difficulty 3 stars average. Mission rewards 100 counterattack points, 15 top-grade spirit condensation pills, top-grade magic artifact Dark Light Qilin sword, expand personal space to 500 cubic meters, awaken talent eating soft rice. With style, you can arbitrarily choose a Dao partner whose cultivation is higher than yours as a binding target. After binding, you can freely use that Dao partner's strongest divine ability. Note: the binding target must be your dual cultivation partner. You can only bind one partner at a time. Unbinding will prevent you from using this divine ability again. After a moment of utter shock, Qi Yuan's fist clenched. In anger. Holy shit. Motherfucker. Listen here, system. Is this a fucking mission a normal system would come up with? What decent system makes its host do such a heinous task? Find the mission description is ridiculously absurd. After all, with someone like me in Falling Cloud Valley, the outcome of this crisis has changed considerably. I can understand all that. But what the hell is this mission objective? Right now, senior sister Bai Shiro of Falling Cloud Valley is perfectly fine without a single scratch. If I were to go up to her and suggest dual cultivation as a treatment, I'd immediately be labeled a pervert and a scoundrel, and the glorious image I've painstakingly built would be shattered in an instant. Even if Bai Shiro herself agreed, it wouldn't be good. I was just flirting with that demoness from the demon sect not long ago, and now I'm turning around to discuss dual cultivation with a pure and innocent righteous girl. Wouldn't that make me a scumbag? What's even more infuriating is that, like the last mission, this one isn't marked as abandonable, meaning it's a mandatory mission. If I don't complete it, subsequent missions won't refresh. Fortunately, the deadline for completing the mission is before Bai Xira's death. For now, Bai Shiro is still lively and kicking death is far off, so there's plenty of time to think of a way. At the very least, I need to cultivate some feelings first, or else I'll truly become a scumbag. Also, there's a relatively good piece of news. According to that damn system, the current mission progress has moved beyond Falling Cloud Valley. From now on, I won't have to be cooped up in this small sect playing undercover. As his thoughts wandered, Bai Qingwu, the sect leader of Falling Cloud Valley, had already been helped to the highest seat by the crowd. He looked at Qi Yuan with a kind gaze and said, his tone full of gratitude, "Qi, to this time the sect faced a great calamity. It was all thanks to your efforts in turning the tide. You have rendered such a great service, it is only right that you be handsomely rewarded. Speak, what do you desire? As long as it is within my power to give, this sect leader will not be stingy." Upon hearing this, everyone in the hall revealed expressions of intense envy and chimed in. Junior disciple Qi's contributions are evident to all. He should indeed be rewarded well. That's right. This debt of gratitude the sect will never forget. With such a prodigy in our midst, in time our Falling Cloud Valley will surely rise again. Amidst the chorus of praise, Qi Yuan rubbed his nose a little sheepishly and said in a relaxed, casual tone, "You are all too kind. But I only want senior sister, I don't want anything else." Huh. The moment these words were spoken, the entire hall fell into dead silence. Everyone stared blankly at him. "What did you say?" The smile froze on Bai Qingwu's face. For the first time in his life, the man who was always confident in his hearing ability began to doubt whether his ears were playing tricks on him. As for the party in question, Bai Xira's delicate frame trembled, and her fair, pretty face instantly flushed crimson. Realizing the other party was not joking, Bai Qingwu's face stiffened as he spoke expressionlessly. "Your demand is utterly unreasonable. I cannot agree. You still have time to choose something else." No need to change. Qi Yuan smiled faintly and repeated with quiet solemnity, I only wish for senior sister Bai. Bam! In the bewildered gazes of those present, Bai Qingwu surged to his feet in furious indignation, his voice resounding like a cleaver striking iron. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You insolent brat. I'll grant you anything you ask, but never shall you harbor improper intentions toward Rower, if you persist. Before he could finish, Bai Shiro, her cheeks flushed crimson, tugged gently at his sleeve. Father, senior brother Qi is not the sort of person you imagine. He must have his reasons. Please hear him out. What a... Bai Qingwu's eyes widened in shock as he stared incredulously at his own daughter, suddenly gripped by an unsettling tremor of unease. Rower, this boy is clearly scheming for you. Why on earth are you defending him? In past years, her temperament would have demanded an immediate stern refusal, not this hesitant protective intervention. Could it be? He dared not pursue that thought further. Instead, he watched as Bai Shiro lowered her head shyly, her voice soft yet unwavering. Senior brother Qi has always treated me with kindness. I trust him completely. Rower. At those words, Bai Qingwu felt his chest constrict violently, as if a torrent of old blood were rising, threatening to burst forth. Though her phrasing was delicate, even a fool could discern the subtle undercurrent of reluctant surrender woven into her tone. The image flashed before him, his cherished, carefully nurtured blossom now poised to be uprooted, pot and all by another hand. The venerable patriarch slumped, his expression hollow with existential despair. Regaining his composure just enough, he glared at Qi Yuan, calm as still water, with eyes blazing like twin furnaces, and ground out through clenched teeth. Boy, give me a sound explanation, now, or I swear I'll show you no mercy. Father, sensing danger, Bai Shiro swiftly stepped between them. Please don't frighten senior brother Qi. He saved your life. This will be the death of me. Bai Qingwu's eyelids twitched wildly, fury surged like a volcano about to erupt. He rolled up his sleeves and strode forward, shouting, No, first I'll thrash this brat senseless, even if I must pay with my life. Seeing this, the elders, who had been idly savoring the spectacle, rushed forward to intervene. Master, please remain calm. It's merely youthful folly. No need to take it so seriously. Everyone leave now. This is a private family matter. Nothing more to see. Also, dispatch several disciples to escort the traitor Yin Qingyuan to the disciplinary pavilion for trial. His cultivation has been severed. Watch him closely and prevent suicide at all costs. A few sharp-minded elders quietly ushered away all bystanders, retaining only the most venerable senior leaders of the sect. Amidst the chaos, Qi Yuan, standing squarely at the storm's center, suddenly let out a light, clear laugh and declared aloud, May I interject, honored elders? Simultaneously, a formidable aura erupted from his being, sweeping across the entire hall in an instant. All present froze, drawn instinctively, irresistibly toward him. One glance, and utter bewilderment seized every soul. Some even pinched themselves, desperate to verify whether they dreamed. Who am I? Where am I? What should I do? A cascade of existential questions echoed within their minds, leaving them wide-eyed and motionless, like statues carved from wood. A nascent soul cultivator, Bai Qingwu as sect master, and having recently survived mortal peril, recovered first. His gaze hardened with wary vigilance as he demanded in a low, resonant voice, Who are you? And where is the real Qi Da? He sensed it instinctively. This was no ordinary nascent soul cultivator. Far from it. The aura radiating from him was profound, ancient, and exquisitely refined. Though merely at the early nascent soul stage, it sent chills down the spine of even him, a late-stage nascent soul master, an impossibility bordering on the surreal. Such a figure would be rare even among top-tier sects, utterly inconceivable as a product of minor sects or wandering cultivators. Bai Qingwu's voice shattered the silence. Others stirred back to awareness, their eyes now fixed upon Qi Yuan, blending shock, awe, and deep-seated wariness. The Luo Yun Valley had barely weathered one catastrophe. Now a mysterious nascent soul cultivator appeared without warning. How could anyone not shiver with dread? Even Bai Shiro instinctively retreated several paces, her almond eyes glistening with unshed tears as her voice trembled. You. How did you become a nascent soul cultivator? Are you truly senior brother Qi? Qi Yuan inclined his head gently, his tone warm and reassuring. Senior sister may rest easy. I have been Qi Da since stepping foot into Luo Yun Valley. You rushed there to save Lin Zhi'an, but I arrived first. You withdrew silently without revealing yourself. Had I not been Qi Da, I could never have known that detail. At those words, Bai Shiro exhaled slowly, relief washing over her like gentle tide. She murmured, Yes, you truly are him. That is enough. Esteemed elders of Luo Yun Valley. Qi Yuan swept the hall with a calm, detached gaze, then drew forth a small, lustrous jade seal wreathed in shimmering light. To speak plainly, I am Qi Yuan, disciple, heir of the Taoist sacred sect, sent down the mountain on a pilgrimage. En route, I detected the trace of a demon cult sorceress. She had assumed the false identity of Zhen Yuyin and infiltrated Luo Yun Valley, her purpose unknown. To uncover the demon sect's true machinations, I concealed my identity and entered Luo Yun Valley as the wandering cultivator Qida. Later, I confirmed their vile ambition to collude with traitors and seize covert control of Luo Yun Valley, embedding a dagger deep within the righteous sect's domain. As he spoke, his features blurred and reformed, revealing his true countenance. To thwart their treacherous plot, I engaged the sorceress in fierce combat across multiple rounds, driving her from the valley before returning to confront another malevolent cultivator. Fortunately, your valley houses a spirit formation sovereign at the divine transformation realm. The rogue disciple was swiftly subdued, sparing me the necessity of direct intervention. Taoist disciple heir. In that moment, every elder of Luo Yun Valley stood frozen, staring at the transformed, radiant young man before them, too stunned to utter a single syllable. How utterly astonishing. They had scarcely bid farewell to the TG disciple heir, only to find another, even more illustrious heir descending upon them. Though the 7 great Holy Lands held no formal hierarchy, the Taoist Holy Land wielded greater influence across the cultivation world than the TG Holy Land, secluded in the northern frontier. Thus, in truth, the status of the Taoist disciple heir carried greater weight, even surpassing that of the TG heir. In the hushed stillness, Qi Yuan turned toward Bai Shiro, her lips parted slightly, her expression dazed, and offered a gentle, luminous smile. My request for senior sister stems from her impeccable character and peerless talent. She deserves nothing less than the finest guidance available. Should uncle Bai consent, I shall bring her to the Taoist Holy Land and recommend her as a true disciple. Her Tao path shall flourish, her future radiant beyond measure. To claim the sect master's cherished daughter openly and honorably, the simplest and most effective method was to reveal his identity outright. His mission at Luo Yun Valley complete, he now moved with absolute freedom. At those words, Bai Qingwu snapped back to himself. He stared intently at the jade seal in Qi Yuan's hand, then sighed deeply, his expression layered with disbelief and reluctant awe. This seal is indeed the authentic token of the Taoist disciple heir. Yet I still find it difficult to believe that such a lofty heir would descend to serve as a menial laborer in our humble valley. Just then, a Luo Yun Valley disciple's voice rang out from beyond the hall, reporting, "Sect Master, 2 unfamiliar cultivators have arrived outside requesting an audience." Upon learning from a few trusted elders that the visitors were disciples of the Taoist Holy Land, Bai Qingwu slightly restrained his emotions and replied, "Hurry and invite them in." Soon 2 boisterous voices approached from afar. "Comrade, we've come to help. Tell us who the enemy is and we'll beat him together." "Right, let's make it quick this time. The ladies at Drunken Joy Pavilion are waiting for us." Bang! Before the words faded, the hall door was kicked open heavily and 2 male cultivators, one thin, one fat, leaped in. They were Li Mingwang and Zhang Caiqiang, who had rushed over upon hearing the news. "Hey, who bullied my brother? Step forward if you dare. I'm in a hurry." "Senior brother Zhang, don't waste words on them. I can handle this kind alone." "My apologies, I'm just looking for someone." As soon as he entered, Li Mingwang saw a group of cultivators, all at least at the golden core stage, staring at them, including one at the late nascent soul stage. Startled, he swallowed the harsh words on his lips, his momentum visibly wilting. Beside him, Zhang Caiqiang couldn't help shrinking his neck. He then pretended to look around, feigning ignorance, even when spotting a familiar silhouette, muttering to himself, "It seems the person we're looking for isn't here. We must have gotten lost. Carry on, carry on." As they spoke, the 2 exchanged glances, wanting to slip away, but lacking the courage, leaving them awkwardly frozen. Seeing this, Qi Yuan, who had been facing away, twitched his lips slightly and turned to wave them off. "If you 2 want to leave, just go. There's nothing for you here." Hearing this, they felt as if pardoned. While retreating swiftly, they said, "Brother, you're really loyal. If you die, well, at least erect a monument for you." Holy crap. But when they saw the person's current appearance, they were struck as if by lightning. Their legs, which had just moved, froze, and their bodies stiffened uncontrollably. "Didaozi, why are you here?" Li Mingwang's eyes bulged as he stammered, "So, it was you who issued the mission. I thought you were some elder's illegitimate son left outside." Thinking of how he had called the Daozi brother and even invited him to a brothel, he wanted to die. Zhang Caiqiang's heart pounded wildly, sweat pouring down his face. "Daozi, please listen to my defense." "No, listen to my explanation. We never meant to abandon you. We planned to rally more people. Believe me." "Shut up." Qi Yuan's face darkened instantly as he roared, "What nonsense are you spouting? Falling Cloud Valley is a righteous sect, not our enemy. Why would you need to rally people?" The 2 immediately fell silent, nodding frantically like chicks pecking rice. Yes, the Daozi is right." Seeing their pathetic demeanor, Qi Yuan waved his hand in irritation. "What are you still standing there for? Get lost." "Yes, Daozi. Please continue your chat. We'll take our leave now. Zhang and Li, as if granted amnesty, scrambled out of the hall, thoughtfully closing the door behind them. After fleeing Falling Cloud Valley, Li Mingwang slumped in relief, panting heavily to Zhang Caiqiang. Damn, it really was the Daozi himself. I nearly wet myself. We're doomed. Do you think he'll remember us? Zhang Caiqiang wiped the cold sweat from his brow and said guiltily, how should I know? But judging by his attitude, he seems unwilling to settle scores for now. Still, I think we should make amends, or it'll be trouble if he brings up old grudges later. Li Mingwang nodded in agreement, then frowned. But for a big shot like the Daozi, we can't even find a way to flatter him. Zhang Caiqiang pondered for a moment, then said, we'll have to start with that mission. Didn't the Daozi encourage us to dig deeper? Let's do a stellar job on the case and earn his respect. Senior brother Zhang, you're truly wise and clever. Hearing this, Li Mingwang's eyes lit up, gazing at Zhang Caiqiang with admiration. In that case, tomorrow we'll apply as servants at the Puzhou City Lord's mansion. I heard the City Lord's wife is a stunning beauty. A good chance to see her. With that, they exchanged smiles, reaching a tacit agreement. Meanwhile, back at Falling Cloud Valley's main hall. After they left, the atmosphere in the hall grew strange. The disciples of Falling Cloud Valley looked at Qi Yuan with complex expressions, a mix of shock and awe. Though the two seemed somewhat dim-witted, they were genuine disciples of the Taoist Holy Land. Their attitude alone proved the identity of the man before them. In an instant, Bai Qingwu, the Valley Lord of Falling Cloud Valley, snapped to attention. With a solemn expression, he bowed respectfully to Qi Yuan. Bai Qingwu, sect leader of the subordinate sect, pays homage to the Taoist Daozi. May the Daozi enjoy boundless longevity and flourishing fortune. Behind him, everyone stepped forward to bow, their tones reverent. We pay homage to the Taoist Daozi. May the Daozi enjoy boundless longevity and flourishing fortune. The voices thundered, echoing throughout the hall. Amid the cheers, Qi Yuan nodded slightly and said calmly, fellow cultivators, there's no need for such formalities. Falling Cloud Valley is now rebuilding from ruins. Spare your energy for the cleanup instead of these empty rituals. Also, try not to spread the fact that I once worked as a menial here, but don't go out of your way to hide it. If asked, simply deny it. Hearing this, the cultivators of Falling Cloud Valley all stiffened and solemnly replied, the subordinate sect heeds the Daozi's decree. Qi Yuan continued, you may all leave. Junior sister, Bai, stay behind. The crowd paused briefly, then bowed and took their leave. Only Bai Qingwu remained mouth agape as if to speak, but she was half dragged out of the hall by a few trusted elders. The crowd paused briefly, then bowed and took their leave. Only Bai Qingwu remained mouth agape as if to speak, but she was half dragged out of the hall by a few trusted elders. After everyone left, Qi Yuan turned his gaze towards the still somewhat dazed Bai Shiro and said with a smile, Senior sister, would you like to return to the Taoist Holy Land with me? Hearing this, Bai Shiro finally seemed to awaken from her daze. She slowly raised her head, a trace of confusion flashing in her beautiful eyes, but it quickly transformed into determination, as if she had made a certain resolution. Gee, Daozi, you really don't have to be this good to me. When you revealed your true identity, I realized how vast the gap between us truly is. Whether it's in terms of cultivation, strength, status, or future paths, it gives me an overwhelming feeling of being unattainable. I am willing to join the Taoist Holy Land, not because I despise the place that gave me life, but because only there do I have the chance to bridge the gap between us, so I won't become your burden. As she spoke, she stared intently at Qi Yuan, her eyes sparkling, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Moreover, over the past 2 months, even you, a dignified Taoist Daozi, have had to call me senior sister. If you keep distancing yourself from me, wouldn't I, as senior sister, be too embarrassed? Upon hearing this, Qi Yuan was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled, Senior sister, catching up to me, the Taoist Daozi, might not be that easy. Then with a calm expression, he took out a jade slip from his storage bag, handed it to Bai Shiro, and said seriously, this technique is a secret of our Taoist Holy Land. Once mastered, your cultivation will surely advance by leaps and bounds. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me at any time. What technique? Bai Shiro frowned slightly hesitantly, saying, but I haven't officially become a disciple of the Taoist Holy Land yet. Isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to teach me the technique in advance? Qi Yuan's eyes flickered and he smiled. Don't worry, this technique originally belongs to me, so it's not considered a private transmission. Just accept it. I believe with your talent, senior sister, you will soon fully comprehend it. All right then. Seeing his demeanor, Bai Shiro revealed a hint of curiosity, reached out, took the jade slip, and probed her divine sense into it. Suddenly, her delicate body shivered slightly, her breath becoming increasingly chaotic, and a layer of blush instantly spread across her flawless jade-like face. Before long, Bai Shiro seemed as if she had been electrocuted, quickly withdrawing her divine sense, and then shot Qi Yuan a fierce glare with her watery eyes, saying, You're so annoying using this kind of technique to tease me, yet insisting it's a secret of your Taoist Holy Land. Are you sure you're from the Taoist Holy Land, or the Huan sect? Her tone contained 3 parts anger and 7 parts shyness, making her even more enchanting. Qi Yuan had long anticipated her reaction. His expression remained unchanged as he said seriously, "Senior sister, you are mistaken. As the saying goes, there are countless paths to immortality, and each can lead to longevity. This yin-yang transformation scripture is a genuine heavenly grade technique. Practicing this technique can regulate yin and yang, allowing for the transformation of heaven and man. If used properly, it can help you avoid many detours on your future path." Bai Shiro shot him a glance, her cheeks flushed with a hint of resentment in her tone. "You speak so convincingly. Have you practiced with other women before?" "Of course not." Facing this deadly question, Qi Yuan denied it without hesitation, saying, "I Qi would swear to the heavens that I have never practiced the yin-yang transformation scripture with any other woman. You are the first person I've shared this technique with, senior sister." Hearing this, Bai Shiro unconsciously let out a sigh of relief, but she still blushed and retorted, "Who would want to practice this with you? You can practice it yourself." After saying this, she shyly ran out of the hall. Watching Bai Shiro's flustered departure, Qi Yuan let out a strange sigh. This stupid system really doesn't treat me like a human. Although senior sister seemed to resist at first, in the end, she accepted the jade slip. Could it be? There's hope. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a surge of energy, secretly resolving to put in more effort next. Not long after, Falling Cloud Valley Outer Sect. Qi, you are actually the Daozi of the Taoist Holy Land. The expression of Lin Zhi'an, the child of destiny, was extremely exaggerated at this moment. He opened his mouth wide, staring at Qi Yuan with a look of disbelief, feeling as if he were dreaming. Qi Yuan smiled indifferently and nodded, saying, "You heard correctly, I am indeed the Taoist Daozi. I infiltrated Falling Cloud Valley this time to thwart the demonic sect's conspiracy, and now that my mission is accomplished, I should leave. Of course, no matter what my identity is, it doesn't affect our relationship. Remember to visit the Taoist Holy Land for drinks when you have time." "No problem." Upon hearing this, Lin Zhi'an nodded vigorously, then looked at Qi Yuan with admiration, saying, "As a dignified Taoist Dozi, you willingly hide your name and work as a laborer in this small place for the sake of righteousness. Such integrity is truly an example for our generation." "Don't mention such things." Qi Yuan waved his hand with a pained expression. "Brother Lin, please bring that old senior out. Last time they said they wanted me to do something for them. If it weren't for the thought of the creation pill, he wouldn't want to waste time with this simpleton. Shouldn't he focus on pursuing senior sister instead?" In the next moment, a slightly surprised voice echoed in his mind. "Young friend, I didn't expect you to condense your heavenly down nascent soul so quickly. Indeed, the younger generation is formidable, very good. You flatter me." Qi Yuan's face showed a hint of humility. "If it weren't for your timely guidance, I would have likely gone astray and found it difficult to embark on the path of the heavenly Tao again. Did you not mention last time that you had something for me to do? Now that I have achieved the heavenly Tao nascent soul, I dare to disturb you, hoping to contribute in some small way." "Ha ha ha. To put it bluntly, you just want to find out the whereabouts of the creation pill from me. No need to beat around the bush. However, you're quite clever. I like dealing with smart people, unlike that Lin Zhi'an kid who makes communication so laborious." After a hearty laugh, the old deep voice continued, "This matter is actually quite lengthy. Over 100,000 years ago, 2 terrifying immortals fought in the depths of the endless void. The battle shattered the void and caused countless stars to fall. Even some passing great ascension cultivators were caught in the aftermath, dying in confusion." Upon hearing this, Qi Yuan's expression grew increasingly respectful, and he couldn't help but interject, "The way you describe it, you must be one of the 2 immortals, right?" "Immortal? What a remarkable existence to encounter." However, the old man fell silent for a moment before saying in a muffled voice, "No, I was just a passing great ascension cultivator." Qi Yuan. Cough cough. Those 2 immortals truly lack a sense of public morality. They didn't even consider finding a secluded place to duel, causing trouble for an innocent passerby like you. Sensing a hint of sorrow in the other person's words, Qi Yuan could only clear his throat awkwardly to mask his embarrassment and offer a few free words of consolation. The elder with the surname sure seemed to have come to terms with it, saying in a low voice, "It is destined this way. Oh, what can we do? I have traversed through countless years indulging in emotions and avenging grievances, yet in the end I cannot escape the cycle of fate." Then with great effort he mustered his spirit and continued, "Because I did not walk the path of the heavenly Tao before, after reaching the perfection of great ascendance, I found my future road cut off. To attain immortality, I could only place my hopes on that elusive chance of celestial fate." Celestial fate. Qi Yuan's heart skipped a beat. According to this mysterious great ascendant, becoming an immortal was fraught with challenges. Besides the arduous and harsh path of the heavenly Tao, there was also an unconventional route. That route was to acquire celestial fate. Compared to the tangible path of the heavenly Tao, celestial fate was akin to waiting for a pie to fall from the sky. Whether one could obtain it was entirely a matter of luck. Celestial fate could be a certain immortal artifact obtained by chance, an elixir, the legacy of an immortal, or simply a person being the reincarnation of an immortal. In short, anything that could help a mortal become an immortal could be called celestial fate. However, I have always belonged to the unlucky clan. After finally awakening the system, it turned out to be a troublesome fool, clearly not reliable for achieving immortality through celestial fate. It is much more practical to follow the path of the heavenly Tao. As he contemplated, the elder continued, "At that time, I had already left the cloud mist great world, heading into the depths of the endless void to seek celestial fate until I encountered that unforeseen disaster. The residual waves from the battle of immortals were truly terrifying. Just a trace of the aura that was released caused my body of great ascendance to instantly shatter, leaving only a wisp of remnant soul that escaped and attached itself to this ring. Later, I exhausted nearly all my magical power to drive the ring back to this world, then fell into a long slumber until I was awakened by the young lad Lin." After finishing, the elder sighed heavily, saying, "My fall was so sudden that I didn't even have time to arrange my affairs before disappearing for over 100,000 years." Qi Yuan showed a look of realization. "You must be worried about your descendants and wish for me to look after them, right? You are mistaken. I have only the Tao in my heart, no sons or daughters, and no attachments. I have never taken on a disciple. In my later years, I severed ties with my sect in pursuit of celestial fate, and I have no lingering ties to this world." Hearing this, Qi Yuan frowned and continued to speculate. "Did you leave behind a large inheritance with no one to inherit it, and plan for your junior to help you retrieve it?" "Young friend, you guessed wrong again. All my wealth is contained within a spatial treasure which has already perished along with my physical body. Now I can't even gather a single spirit stone." Qi Yuan twitched the corner of his mouth. "Damn, is this old guy sick? Can't he just speak plainly? Why must he speak halfway like a riddle maker? Guess what? If I keep being foolish enough to take the bait, I'll change my surname to yours." At this moment, someone who hasn't guessed right once since entering decided to stop trying. After waiting for a while without receiving a response, the elder seemed a bit bored and began to speak to himself. "In a certain ancient wilderness ruin, I once discovered a primordial divine beast. Although that innate divine beast was extraordinarily gifted and had an exceptional foundation, it was still in its juvenile stage and far from its peak power at that time. I utilized a powerful secret technique of seizing the heavens, spending an entire century to plant a bloodline restriction within its body, intending to cultivate it as a spirit pet. Unfortunately, shortly after I settled it in my cave dwelling, that incident occurred. Divine beasts have long lifespans and can easily live for millions of years. Now only over 100,000 years have passed, and it is just reaching adulthood. With that divine beast's abilities, once it loses my restraints, it will quickly break free from the formation within the cave. What I want you to do is help me find that divine beast so that in the future you will have a support in times of trouble." Primordial divine beast. Upon hearing this, Qi Yuan was first taken aback, then showed a difficult expression. "Are you joking, senior? An adult primordial divine beast possesses at least great ascendance level combat power. You want me, a mere junior who has just broken through to nascent soul, to catch a great ascendance divine beast? That doesn't seem appropriate, does it? If I truly encounter one, it will probably catch me instead." Honestly, this request is even more outrageous than the tasks assigned by the system. After all, the system only arranges for him to bully weak opponents, not to send him to his death. As if having anticipated Qi Yuan's reaction, the elder immediately explained, "Do not worry, young friend. With the restrictions I set back, then that beast, no matter how capable, cannot stir up any trouble. I will teach you an incantation. When you meet it, just recite this incantation to tame it without any resistance. You have formed a Tao heart, nascent soul, and carry a trace of Tao aura. Upon sensing it, that beast will instinctively feel close to you and will not attack easily. You will have enough time to recite the incantation. Once this is accomplished, I will tell you the specific location of that ancient wilderness ruin, where not only are all the materials needed to refine the creation-repairing elixir available, but also many rare and mystical beasts, as well as treasures of heaven and earth. If you are lucky enough, you may even encounter the cave dwelling left behind by ancient mighty beings. At that time, ascending in one step will not be impossible." The elder's voice was low and ethereal, carrying a hint of coaxing persuasion. After pondering for a moment, Qi Yuan raised his concerns again. "Senior, you should understand that this world is vast and boundless. After such a long time, searching for a primordial divine beast with no traces is like finding a needle in a haystack. I fear it will be very difficult for me to accomplish this. Do not worry, young friend. If you agree, I will use Lin Zhi'an's assistance tonight to create a positioning compass which I will send to you first thing in the morning. As long as that beast appears within 100,000 miles, the compass will automatically locate it. You just need to follow the direction indicated by the needle to find its position. This, Qi Yuan hesitated for a moment. Although the reward seemed very generous, it sounded more like a worthless promise. Who knows if that so-called ancient wilderness ruin has been completely looted? What intrigued him somewhat was the divine beast itself. A primordial divine beast of great ascendance could definitely be a great asset if utilized properly. After all, there is no time limit. At worst, he could use the incantation to control it for 100 or 80 years and then return it. Although there are also great ascendance ancestors in the Holy Land, they are not people he can casually command. They all hide in the sect's cave heavens, and unless faced with life and death matters, they generally do not emerge. If he can truly bring in a combat force of great ascendance level as a muscle, wouldn't it mean he can truly roam freely in the cultivation world? With this in mind, Qi Yuan finally made up his mind. In that case, I am willing to give it a try.